Chapter 701. Zhou looked at Gerard's body. A text prompt appeared. Item name: Pillar of the Empire Corpse of Gerard. Item level: Intermediate Upper God. Item effect: Contains spoils that have not yet been extracted. Item introduction: Primary Scarlet Empire Fidus Scarlet Empire's strongest Scarlet God, has controlled the Linian Scarlet Legion for more than 2,000 years, has rich experience in Legion combat and personal combat, and is known as the Pillar of the Empire of Fidus Scarlet Empire, but eventually died in a special war with the kingdom. Loot explosion rate: 40 Upper God Intermediate God Crystals. Explosion rate: 100%. 500,000 Source Crystals. Explosion rate: 100%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Hero Skill Space Blade. Explosion rate: 5%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Hero Skill Space Shuttle. Explosion rate: 5%. 1 Upper God Lower Artifact Sky Blade. Explosion rate: 1%. 1 Legendary Upper Equipment Sky Crystal Bell Armor. Explosion rate: 20%. 1 Legendary Upper Equipment Sky Invisible Boots. Explosion rate: 20%. 1 Legendary Upper Equipment Soul Nurturing Jade. Explosion rate: 10%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Hero Skill Space Blade. Explosion rate: 5%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Hero Skill Space Shuttle. Explosion rate: 5%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Artifact Sky Blade. Explosion rate: 1%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Artifact Sky Blade. Explosion rate: 1%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Artifact Sky Blade. Explosion rate: 20%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Artifact Sky Invisible Boots. Explosion rate: 20%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Artifact Sky Invisible Boots. Explosion rate: 20%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Artifact Sky Invisible Boots. Explosion rate: 20%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Artifact Sky Invisible Blade. Explosion rate: 1. Rate: 20%. 1 Legendary Superior Equipment Vidra Blessing World Shield. Explosion rate: 20%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Space Shock Godhood Fragment. Explosion rate: 5%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Soul Tower Godhood Fragment. Explosion rate: 5%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Hero Inheritance Secret Book. Explosion rate: 3%. 1 Upper God Intermediate Book of Gods. Explosion rate: 0.1%. 6 Black Iron Level Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Explosion rate: 0%. Zhou looked at his spoils, and suddenly found something very interesting. That is, the strong seem to have no Lord Talent. In their spoils, there are often a few Black Iron Level Lord Talent Crystal Fragments in the end. He thought about it, and understood. If a person with Lord Talent, when they first discovered that they had Lord Talent, most of these people would actually devote their energy to becoming a Lord, rather than focusing on becoming a strong man. After all, Lords can also improve their strength by cultivating their subjects. Although the speed of improving strength is relatively slow. For example, Zhou. His strength improvement speed is far less than that of his subordinates. Because the Lord needs too much energy for promotion. And if a person does not detect that he is Lord Talent at the beginning, he will invest all his energy in improving his personal strength. This choice does not seem to be as glorious as the Lord, with rights, status, subordinates and other benefits that the Lord has. But it can allow this person to focus on improving his strength, and improve his strength quickly. It is probably because of this reason. That's why the strong men he met had no Lord Talent. And the lords he met were basically not as strong as the generals under their command. He didn't think much and directly extracted. The text prompt appeared again. Extract the loot? Use the racial artifact Lucky Star to extract a special loot? Yes, Zhou said immediately. He used the lucky ability of the Lucky Star once a day before. However, the extra loot he got was at most special in terms of attribute effects, and there was not much to attract Zhou, so he didn't care. Today, his lucky ability has not been used yet. Since he encountered the corpse of this intermediate level upper god, he naturally had to use it on this guy. Lord Talent tip: your loot is enhanced by the King of Loot Perfect Loot, and the quality of the loot is increased by 1. Title tip: your loot is affected by the title of the strongest lord, and the amount of loot is increased by 150%. Lord Talent tip: you have obtained the perfect loot. 100 Divine Crystals, Intermediate True God, 1.25 million Source Crystals, 3 Books of Dimension/Hero Skills, Intermediate True God, 3 Books of Dimension Channel Hero Skills, Intermediate True God, 3 Artifacts of Dimension Sword, Intermediate True God, 3 Artifacts of Purple Yuan Xiankong Armor, Intermediate Lower God, 3 Artifacts of Secret Walker Boots, Intermediate Lower God, 3 artifacts of Tian Yuan Soul Heart, Intermediate Lower God, 3 artifacts of Dragon Subduing and Demon. Exorcism Armor, Intermediate Lower God, 3 pieces of World Destruction Godhood Fragments, Intermediate True God, 3 pieces of Spirit Realm Godhood Fragments, Intermediate True God, 1 Book of Heroic Inheritance Secret Book, Intermediate True God, 1 Book of Gods, Intermediate True God, 15 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Bronze Level. Lucky Star Tip. You have obtained a special Loot Empire Pillar Puppet, Intermediate Upper God. Clatter. Gerard's body turned into a large amount of streams of light, and flew into Zhou King's treasure box in the blink of an eye. Zhou began to check the spoils. Among them, the God Crystal, Source Crystal, and Lord Talent Crystal fragments are naturally needless to say. He looked directly at the first hero's skill. Hero's skill, Dimension / Level, True God Intermediate. Skill effect, condensing the ultimate power of space, forming a slash that can destroy most things in the heavens and the worlds. It is the ultimate cutting power. No matter how solid the object is, it is difficult to withstand its slash. It can even cut through the world barrier and open a space crack leading to another world. Extreme cutting power? Can it even open a space crack leading to another world? This is actually a pure combat power hero skill? Zhou muttered to himself as he looked at this hero's skill. The more he thought about it, the more excited he looked. I found a treasure. This hero's skill. Whether it is rare or not is another matter. But in terms of practicality, it is definitely the most practical hero skill. Whether it is used in combat or in war, it can play a huge role. And because it is a hero skill, Zhou can also let his ultimate lord clone learn it, but the power learned can only be a super superior for the time being. In the future, the power will increase with the improvement of the ultimate lord's strength. In addition, when he heard that the insect lord had the ability to go to another universe, although he didn't say it, he was actually quite envious in his heart. But now, with this elemental slash, even if he failed to find another universe, he already had the ability to open up another universe. Not bad. Zhou was very satisfied. Then he looked at another hero's skill. Heroic skill, Dimensional Channel. Level, True God Intermediate. Skill effect, condensing a large amount of space energy, taking the space coordinates of the user as the starting coordinates, and then finding another space coordinate. A temporary dimensional channel can be built between the 2 space coordinates. This dimensional channel can be used for personnel and material exchanges between the 2 places. The communication distance of the dimensional channel depends on the strength of the releaser. The weaker the strength, the shorter the communication distance of the dimensional channel, and vice versa, the farther. To maintain the dimensional channel, the user needs to continuously input space attribute energy into the dimensional channel. The dimensional channel can be used for personnel and material exchanges between 2 different worlds at most. Good guy. It's matched with the dimensional slash. Zhou raised his eyebrows. First use the dimension slash to open the barrier between the 2 worlds, and then use the dimension channel to build a bridge between the 2 worlds, and then you can be a trader in the 2 worlds. There is a way. After finding a new universe, you can give it a try. Zhou thought. Chapter 702. Then Zhou looked at the real artifact with great expectation. This is a long sword that emits a faint silver-gray light. On its hilt, there is an exquisite silver round wheel, and in the round wheel, there is a strange silver-gray light ball that rotates slowly. The rich power of time and space is centered on the silver-gray light ball, and it continues to surge in all directions. After reaching a certain range, it is recycled into the silver-gray light ball in a cycle. Zhou took out the real artifact and put it in his hand. And at this time, Haros and other sensitive gods and other powerful people were suddenly stunned, and then looked at Zhou's location. Then they found out. His Majesty disappeared. Where is His Majesty? Bai Yun's face changed slightly. I don't know. Haros frowned. He is a veritable upper god. In addition, he likes to fight, so his perception is much more sensitive than other upper gods of the same level. He can even say it with confidence. In terms of perception, except for a few gifted gods, only the true gods and the main gods can steadily crush him. But with his perception, he didn't even notice when his own Majesty disappeared. This made him a little bit unbelievable. I didn't notice when your Majesty disappeared either. But my divination didn't show any ominous results. Your Majesty shouldn't be in any risk. After a few divinations by an epic intermediate and good at divination, an alien hero said in a deep voice. Although everyone felt a little relieved after hearing this, they were still a little worried. Don't worry. The king is fine. Just then, Zhou's voice suddenly rang in everyone's mind. This voice seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to sense where the person making the voice was. Everyone heard it, and immediately recognized that it was the voice of their own Majesty. Although they did not see him in person, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Your Majesty, where are you?" Heraus magnified his perception to the maximum extent, trying to find where his own Majesty was. He has always been confident in his perception ability. But now, he has fallen on his Majesty, which makes him a little unwilling. "I will be back soon." Zhou did not explain too much. At the same time, in a temporarily formed space-time domain, Zhou was staying here. He looked at this domain. This should be one of the abilities of the real artifact in my hand. Zhou guessed in his heart. Then he was amazed. It is indeed a real artifact. As soon as he got it, there was such a strange phenomenon. Then, he did not rush to look at its artifact information, but first recognized the true artifact with his soul, and then his mind moved. Then, he saw that the silver-gray light ball gradually stopped pumping the power of time and space around, and the surrounding domain phenomenon gradually disappeared. After all the power of time and space was gathered into the silver-gray light wheel, Zhou's figure appeared right above the generals. The generals quickly found Zhou, and when they saw that their Majesty was safe and sound, they really put their minds at ease. "What is that?" Heraus looked at the sword of opening up the dimension in Zhou's hand. Although the sword did not emit the breath or pressure of any treasure, it looked like an exquisite mortal sword. But he thought, since it was held in the hands of his Majesty so highly, it must not be an ordinary object, maybe it was a rare treasure. However, although he thought it was a treasure. But since it was his Majesty's treasure, Heraus, who was already a subject, did not think much about it, nor did he have any greed. At the same time, Zhou also looked at the information of the artifact in his hand. Artifact name, Sword of Dimensional Creation. Artifact grade, True God Intermediate. Artifact law Dimensional Creation 1. A permanent dimension channel can be opened to the specified world coordinates, and up to 3 permanent dimension channels can be opened at the same time. Artifact law Dimensional Creation 2. Holding the Sword of Dimensional Creation, swing a blow to the enemy that is enough to create the world, and can kill the existence of True God Intermediate and below. It takes a lot of time to restore the divine power in the sword after use. Artifact law Opening Dimension 3. The Sword of Opening Dimension contains a massive world source, which will grow into a complete universe after 129,600 years. Hint: the soul can recognize the master. After reading it, Zhou couldn't help but take a breath. Good guy. Is this a real artifact? It always involves the world? He thought about it and nodded. That's right. At the level of true gods. Basically, they have one or two means of destroying the world. If a true artifact that matches a true god does not have the means of destroying the world, it is not worthy of a true god. And there are two things about this true artifact that caught his attention. The first thing, the means of opening up a temporary realm that the artifact just revealed was not displayed in the artifact information. This has been recorded in his bloodline inheritance. Generally speaking, at the level of a true artifact, its ability can no longer be summarized in a few words or a few functions. Therefore, the artifact information he saw was only the most important and powerful functions of the true artifact. In addition, the true artifact has other hidden functions, which will be hidden in the true artifact, and the artifact owner needs to dig and discover them himself. For example, the ability to open up a temporary realm. And the second thing is that Heraus did not notice that the artifact in his hand was the true artifact in mythology and legend. In fact, this is also very simple. To explain it in 4 words, it is the artifact itself. Artifacts of this level basically have their own artifact spirits. Most of these artifact spirits are very arrogant. They will only let the creatures they recognize see their true appearance, and for the creatures they do not recognize, the artifact will hide its dazzling place and not let the other party find out, because the other party is not worthy. That's why Heraus's situation just happened. Of course, the owner of the artifact can also actively cast his own artifact light. But generally speaking, unless it is intended to be displayed or shown off. Otherwise, not many gods will take the initiative to show such treasures to other creatures. Coming back to his senses, Zhou looked at the artifact. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was on his face. This is the real artifact, and it is a complete real artifact. You know, even the legendary camp mission of the Elf Empire only requires him to find a real artifact fragment in a secret realm. But even so, it also made the original Elf Queen very cautious, and even willing to spend a lot of money to help him improve his ranking on the list. It can be seen that the real artifact is precious. If the original queen knew that he had a complete real artifact, and there were 3 pieces, even if the other party was the Lord of the Empire, who was about to be promoted to the kingdom of God, and there were restrictions on the supreme agreement, I am afraid that the other party would do something dangerous. This is not a good time to carefully study the function of the artifact. Zhou had no choice but to suppress his curiosity, put the Sword of Opening Dimensions into the king's treasure box, and then looked at the other trophies. Chapter 703. Zhou looked at the spoils behind him. He only glanced at the 12 lower god intermediate artifacts, and then looked away. They were just ordinary lower god artifacts. Nothing special. Now he has more than 9,000 lower god artifacts, and he has no feeling for this level of artifacts. He looked at the 6 god fragments. 3 of them are the advanced version of Space Shock World Destruction. The other 3 are the advanced version of Soul Tower Spirit Realm. He took out one of each and studied it. After experiencing some of the experiences of Gerard, the upper god intermediate god, he successfully comprehended the 2 lost skills of World Destruction and Spirit Realm. Lost skill name, World Destruction. Lost skill quality, True God Intermediate. Lost skill ability introduction. The user controls the power of space law, detonates the space origin that constitutes the entire world, and plunges the entire world into endless space explosions until the entire world is completely destroyed by the broken space origin power. Lost skill name, Spirit World. Lost skill quality, True God Intermediate. Lost skill ability introduction. The user builds a soul world suitable for the survival of the soul where his soul is. The spirit world can continuously absorb the soul origin power of the soul world for self-nourishment. At the same time, the soul can be greatly protected in the spirit world, ignoring the soul attacks of the true God intermediate and below, and also has a certain weakening effect on the soul attacks of the true God intermediate and above. What a powerful lost skill. Zhou was surprised and amazed. The former is a real means of destroying the world. The latter can even protect one's soul from attacks by the soul of a true god. For Zhou, who likes self-protection methods, this is undoubtedly very popular with him. It's a pity that my current strength is still too low. These 2 true god level lost skills can only be used to their maximum power by true gods. I am an epic superior lord. Even with the help of Chaos Source Energy, I can only use the power of the middle god level. It is estimated that the sword of opening up the dimension is the same. With my current ability, I can't even use that real artifact. Zhou thought. The standard for using a real artifact is much higher than the lost skills of the true god level. After all, the latter has no entity, and can be used with reduced power. The former is a real artifact. The size is there. Even if Zhou has Chaos Source Energy, he probably can't use it. But there is one thing that makes him feel good. After today's battle, he felt that he was not far from the legendary level. When he reached the legendary level, with the higher level of Chaos Source Energy in his body, he might be able to use the sword of opening up the dimension initially, and exert the power of the middle god artifact level. When he was promoted to the lower god, he should be able to use part of the power of this true artifact, and exert the power of the upper god artifact level. When he reached the upper god level, he should be able to fully master this true artifact. Then he looked at the Hero Inheritance Secret Book, and the Book of Gods. Treasure name, Book of Gods. Treasure level, True God Intermediate. Treasure effect, a mythological book that records the path of the dimensional traveler Kong to become a god. After using it, you can embark on the path of becoming a dimensional traveler. Treasure introduction, the Book of Gods Inheritance. After using it, you can embark on a smooth path to becoming a god, but whether you can truly become a god in the end depends on the user himself. Treasure name, Heroic Heritage Secret Book. Rank, True God Intermediate. Treasure ability, after using, you can obtain the Heroic Heritage of Dimension Traveler Sora. Introduction, Traveler, when you embark on the journey again, you must remember the meaning of the journey itself. Dimension Traveler Sora. Dimension Traveler. Dimensional slash, Dimensional Channel, Dimensional Sword, World Destruction. It sounds like a divine road that can travel in infinite worlds. Zhou couldn't help but be moved. In some infinite novels, this is definitely the golden finger of the protagonist of infinite novels. And he himself is also a loyal reader of infinite novels. So at this moment, he couldn't help but be moved by this divine road. And the grade of this road is also True God Intermediate. To be honest, it's not low. And with as many bloodlines and the potential of the Lord's talent, it is believed that it will be easy to surpass this level in the future. The only reason that makes him feel that this divine road is not suitable for him is that he is a lord of all races. At this stage, before the Supreme will launch activities, like conquering the world, his main foundation was on the Supreme continent. He currently couldn't abandon his territory and foundation, and go to the heavens and the worlds alone. Zhou thought seriously for a moment. Then he put away the Book of Gods and Heroic Heritage secret book with some regret. He felt, at this stage, it is tempting to explore the resources of the 10,000 worlds. But he still has to focus on the Lord Foundation of the Supreme Continent. When the Supreme will let them go to the 10,000 worlds to fight in the future, it will not be too late for him to accept the divine inheritance of the Yuan Traveler this time. So this time, he planned to keep the inheritance of the Book of Gods and Heroic Heritage secret book of the Yuan Traveler, and then use it when the time is right. Just like he kept a large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments, and then upgraded the appropriate Lord Talent when the time is right. He stopped thinking and looked at the last piece of loot. That is, the special loot that the Lucky Star exploded. Treasure name, Empire Pillar Puppet. Treasure level, Upper God Intermediate. Treasure effect, after dripping blood to recognize the master, you can obtain the loyalty of an Empire Pillar Puppet Gerard, who is at the Upper God Intermediate level. The Empire Pillar Puppet has the ability of Hero Skill Space Blade, Hero Skill Space Shuttle, Law Skill Space Shock, Law Skill Soul Tower, etc. And it is equipped with an Upper God Lower Artifact Sky Blade, a legendary Upper Equipment Sky Crystal Spirit Bell Armor, a legendary Upper Equipment Sky Stepping Invisible Boots, a legendary Upper Equipment Soul Nurturing Jade, a legendary Upper Equipment Vajra Protector, etc. The Empire Pillar Puppet is not only powerful and loyal to its master, but also when the body is more than half damaged, it will automatically restore to the puppet form, and at the same time begin to absorb the energy of the divine crystal to heal itself until it is completely restored and can fight again. The current upper limit of the number of self-repairs of the Pillar of the Empire Puppet, March 3rd. Tip: after the bonus of your Collector Lord Talent, the current upper limit of the number of self-repairs of the Pillar of the Empire Puppet has increased to 9 out of 9. As a collector, after careful observation, you found that you can increase the upper limit of the self-repair of this treasure by sacrificing scarlet crystals, up to 12/12. At special moments, you can also activate your collector's power to temporarily increase the number of uses of this treasure, but this overdraft of treasure usage will permanently reduce the strength of the Pillar of the Empire Puppet by a small level. Treasure introduction. It comes from the drop of a Scarlet God of the Upper God level after his death. It is condensed under a magical power, and is a top-notch treasure for protecting the Master. Chapter 704. TSK. Not bad. You get 9 chances to get help from the Scarlet Spirits of the Upper God level. As for the Scarlet Crystals, I can have as many as I want. Without a second thought, Zhou took out a large pile of unpurified Scarlet Crystals from the King's treasure box, and then sacrificed them all to the puppet of the Pillar of Empire Gerard. Soon, after sacrificing about 3 fanatic-level Scarlet Crystals, the maximum number of times the puppet of the Pillar of Empire Gerard was used became December 12th. 12 times. It's enough for a long time. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. In a short period of time, this Pillar of Empire Puppet can be used as a standing combat force. He then put the Pillar of Empire Puppet away. He then looked at the battlefield in front of him. At this time, the spoils on the battlefield had been almost extracted, and Bai Yuan and others were leading the soldiers to prepare to return to the galaxy. After Zhou waited for a while, all the soldiers boarded the spaceship. Then, the galaxy spaceship started, and returned to Jiaoyang capital in the blink of an eye. Jiaoyang capital. Zhou had just returned to his blessed land for a moment, when Bai Yuan came over with a list of spoils. Your Majesty, please read this. Bai Yuan handed the list of spoils to Zhou. Zhou took it and read it. Not counting the more than 600 legendary Scarlet Fog monsters, and 7 Scarlet Gods, that Zhou had already extracted. Today they have destroyed a total of more than 83 million fog monsters, with the blessing of the title of King of Spoils, and the strongest Lord. A total of 262,600 legendary Mist Hearts, 2,806,000 epic Mist Hearts, 21,178,000 transcendent Mist Hearts, 43,750,000 diamond Mist Hearts, 90,125,000 platinum Mist Hearts, 178,500,000 gold Mist Hearts, 368,750,000 silver Mist Hearts, 717 million bronze Mist Hearts, various skill books 21. 80 million books. 2.546 billion pieces of equipment, 500,990 billion units of basic materials, 15 million units of basic element gem resources, 6 million units of advanced element gem resources, 1 million source crystals, 600 bronze level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 45 Holy Spirit level scarlet crystals, 16 heroic heritage secret book, then in terms of improving the combat power of soldiers. Today, the total number and strength of Zhou soldiers have also been greatly improved. In addition to the 27,807,373 fog monsters he instigated to rebel against the Linian Scarlet Legion, and the 2,051,858 Zergs he instigated from the Zerg Lord. The 20% of the troops handed over to him by the Lords of the Star Alliance amounted to 3,122,570 fog monsters. The total of the three is 32,981,801 fog monsters. Nowadays, not counting the troops of the Star Alliance, the total number of troops under Zhou has reached 532,529,549 soldiers. Among them, there are 854,561 black iron level soldiers, 215, 415 bronze level soldiers, 455, 651, 750 silver level soldiers, 30, 078, 850 gold level soldiers, 23, 081, 822 platinum level soldiers, 15, 229, 750 diamond level soldiers, 4, 405, 600 extraordinary level soldiers, 21, 770 epic level soldiers, 351 legendary level soldiers. In addition, Butcher Guiqiao broke through to the lower god intermediate level. 10 Directions Martial God Feng Luo broke through to the lower god lower level. Blood Rocket Spirit Bai Yun. Qi Xiantian broke through to the legendary upper level. Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xian. Ghost General Luo Sheng broke through to the legendary intermediate level. Volcano and Destruction Dragon King Neltharion. War and Power Dragon King Ji Long. Mind Arrow Wu Tu broke through to the lower legend level. Original Eldar. Ansel broke through to the extraordinary upper level. Others also have their own different strength improvements. Zhou looked at the war list and nodded with satisfaction. In fact, the number of fog monsters they killed today was even a few million less than the number they killed yesterday. But the key is, there are many strong men in the Linian Scarlet Legion. This resulted in his spoils of war, and the improvement of the soldier's strength being much higher than yesterday. But today was not without any consumption. For example, today's 10 Apocalypse satellites 9, and the small Shenluo Wanling army formation driven by Bai Yun consumed more than 100,000 legendary fog hearts. But compared to the final results, it was not a loss, but a bloody profit. So Zhou didn't care. Now the Lords of the Star Alliance have a total force of more than 41 million. Adding the soldiers under my command, that's a total of more than 570 million soldiers. Zhou nodded in his heart when he thought of this. After he cleans up the monster ranch tomorrow, the total number of soldiers under his command will exceed 1 billion. Even if this is not as good as the Elf Empire. But from the perspective of military strength alone, it is no worse than the Night Empire. Of course, this isn't the case of simply comparing military strength. If we compare the foundation of both sides, Zhou thought about it. It seems that he is not bad either. Just the foundation represented by the more than 9,000 lower-level divine artifacts. Let alone the Night Empire. Even if the Elf Empire came, it would be dumbfounded and shout that it had never seen the world. As for the Kingdom of God, Zhou thought about it. It was really hard to judge. Because almost all kingdoms of God have their own artifact forgers. The number of artifacts owned by the Lords of the Kingdom of God will only be limited to how much materials they have to cast artifacts. In this case, no one knows how many artifacts a kingdom-level lord can have. However, there is a universal law. That is, the higher the level of the artifact, the rarer it is. This point, the kingdom-level lord is no exception. Bai Yun, this is for you. Give them to the soldiers who performed the most bravely and got the most military merits in today's battle. Zhou took out 16 heroic inheritance secret books from the massive spoils of war and handed them to Bai Yun. Yes, your majesty. Bai Yun took the 16 heroic inheritance secret books with a solemn look and then left. Seeing this, Zhou asked Atre to call Zhao Changshu over, and then handed him the special construction drawings of the war hero monument. When Zhao Changshu first saw this special construction drawing, the joy on his face could not be concealed immediately. But soon, he thought of something, and his expression suddenly became embarrassed again. Your Majesty. There are many high-level talents in the field of architecture in our territory now, so it is not difficult to build it. I am even confident that I can build this monument to war heroes before tomorrow night. But I am afraid that it will be built and then cannot be used. Zhao Chengshou looked at Zhou Zhou cautiously. Zhou Zhou was stunned when he heard this, and then he reacted and was speechless. I almost forgot. Ever since his territory had the magic of small resurrection, his soldiers have maintained a zero death rate. That is to say, until now, no soldier under his command has ever died on the battlefield. Then the question arises. Since no soldier has ever died on the battlefield, where do the heroic spirits on the monument to war heroes come from? If there are no heroic spirits on the monument to war heroes, then there is no question of letting the heroic spirits protect his territory in times of crisis. Let's build it first. Zhou Zhou thought for a long time before he finally said this. Chapter 705. Okay. Zhao Chengshou smiled and nodded, then said goodbye and left. Zhou Zhou thought about it again, but finally couldn't think of any solution, so he had to give up. I hope this war hero monument will never be used, Zhou Zhou thought. He then walked out of his high-level lord's paradise and looked at the grand building in front of him. I could upgrade the territory, Zhou Zhou thought. In today's spoils of war, he got more than 6 million units of high-level element gems. Add to that the more than 3 million units of life element gems and death element gems he already had. So many gems are enough for him to upgrade his territory once, and there will be more than 1 million units of high-level life element gems and death element gems left, he thought. The next second, as 2 trillion units of basic materials, 1,000 extraordinary fog hearts, 500,000 source crystals, 10 million units of basic element gems, 9 million units of advanced element gems, and 3 extraordinary territory orders disappeared. Boom! A burst of golden light immediately covered the entire high-level Lord's blessed land. After a moment, the golden light dissipated. The Lord's blessed land with a significantly larger area appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. A text prompt appeared. Congratulations, your high-level Lord's blessed land has been successfully upgraded to an extraordinary intermediate building. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to an extraordinary intermediate territory. Your extraordinary lower-level 5-element spirit-generating array has been successfully upgraded to an extraordinary intermediate 5-element spirit-generating array. The durability of the territory monument is increased to 5 billion/5 billion. Your territory is expanded to 200,000 km*200, 000 km*100, 000 m. All fog monsters within the newly added territory have been expelled. The scarlet fog will not appear within any of your territory. You have received an upgrade reward. A treasure chest of basic building blueprints, superb intermediate. Lord talent tip. The upper limit of the enemy lords you can subvert is increased to the lower level of the upper god. Lord talent tip. Your monster ranch can be upgraded. Lord talent tip. Your mysterious caravan power has been improved. Lord talent tip. The clergy in your Goddess of Life sanctuary have been strengthened. Not bad, not bad. Finally promoted to extraordinary intermediate territory. Zhou Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the next requirement for territory upgrade. Building upgrade. 1 trillion units of wood, 1 trillion units of fine sand, 1 trillion units of metal, 1 trillion units of stone, 5,000 extraordinary fog hearts, 1 million source crystals, 20 million units of basic element gems, 10 million units of thunder element gems, 10 million units of life element gems, 10 million units of death element gems, 10 extraordinary cities, 1,000 extraordinary life professionals, 10,000 extraordinary military professionals, 10 extraordinary territory orders. Zhou Zhou looked at the upgrade requirements. He frowned deeply. Basic materials, fog hearts, source crystals and basic element gems, thunder element gems, extraordinary life professional integration and combat professionals are no problem. But isn't 10 million units of life element gems and 10 million units of death element gems too outrageous? The previous upgrade only required 3 million units of high-level element gems each. Now it has been tripled. He looked at the more than 1 million life element gems and death element gems in the king's treasure box in silence. There are too many missing. And there are more than just these high-level element gems. There are also 10 extraordinary level territories and 10 extraordinary level territory orders. After I conquered the Ice Ghost Kingdom, there are only 7 extraordinary level regional territories in the kingdom. 3 more extraordinary level territories are needed to meet the demand. As for the extraordinary level territory orders, I don't have any now. They are all used as upgrade materials for upgrading territories. Zhou Zhou had a headache. They added up to 13 extraordinary level regional territories. Normally, one extraordinary level regional territory is enough to become the capital of a primary kingdom. In other words, these 13 extraordinary level regional territories may mean that he needs to conquer 13 primary kingdoms. 13 primary kingdoms, where can I find them? No, there really are some. Zhou suddenly became alert and reacted. He suddenly remembered something. When he attacked the Giant Roar Kingdom and the Dark Barking Kingdom, these two alien kingdoms knew that they could not defeat Zhou's prideful Sun Kingdom, so they united with 16 alien kingdoms under the secret promotion of the Ice Ghost Kingdom to deal with Zhou together. However, the alien coalition they formed not only failed to defeat Zhou, but was led by Zhou to completely destroy their more than 20 million alien coalition forces. Since then, Zhou and the 16 alien kingdoms, and the Ice Ghost Kingdom behind them have had a grudge. Even later, during Zhou's founding ceremony, they once sent their heroes to cause trouble, but Zhou and his subordinates easily solved it. Now, the Ice Ghost Kingdom has been destroyed by him. And the 16 alien kingdoms, because Zhou did not have time to solve them, are still in their respective territories. How could he bear to see this? It's them. Zhou made a decision without hesitation. After completing the Night Empire's faction mission, I should be free for a while before the Elf Empire's God War battlefield site is opened. During this time, I can send my millions of troops to destroy these 16 alien kingdoms that have grudges against me. By then, I should be able to meet the requirements of upgrading the territory again. Zhou thought. And of course, he hasn't forgotten. Among the 16 alien kingdoms, there is also a Linggu kingdom with good bloodline potential. Their Wangu royal bloodline should be able to take his chaos human bloodline to a higher level. Thinking of this, Zhou immediately asked Anya to call Wu-Tu over. In the high-level lord's blessing. In a study. Meet your majesty. After Wu-Tu came over, he immediately said respectfully, Wu-Tu, starting today, the Tiantu Corps will expand and add 10 million veterans and 40 million new recruits. At the same time, I will ask Winya to assign you 10 Black Ghosts, 5 Starry Nights and 1 Galaxy. Next, your Tiantu Corps will be responsible for 2 intelligence exploration tasks. On the one hand, continue to explore and collect intelligence information on the targets that I need to kill in the King of Kings event. Zhou said. The targets he said needed to be killed were naturally those beings that he found through the eye of heavenly disgust and were hated by the Supreme Will. Killing them, Zhou would get a lot of camp points as a reward. He would naturally not give up. Now he has killed 1 Gerald. There are still 4 targets that he has not yet touched. The information and intelligence of these targets need to be collected by Wu-Tu and his Tiantu army. The second task. The 16 alien kingdoms that the Dark Howling Kingdom and the Giant Roaring Kingdom united last time, I will take action against them in a while. During this time, you should also collect their intelligence. The former is the main task, and the latter is the secondary task. You decide how to arrange it. Zhou said. They are just 16 primary kingdoms that he had hit hard. For Zhou now, it is not a difficult task to deal with them. So Zhou's focus of collecting intelligence is still the remaining 4 targets discovered by the Eye of Heavenly Disgust. Yes, your majesty. I will do it well. In fact, I started collecting information about the 16 alien kingdoms a long time ago. If your majesty needs it, I will sort out all their intelligence tomorrow night and send it to your majesty. As for the targets of the 4 Scarlet Forces, your majesty, please give me some time, it won't be too long. Wu-Tu said respectfully and confidently. Okay. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. This kid, although he is a little younger, he has never let him down. After that, Wu-Tu left. After Wu-Tu left, Zhou walked out of the High Lord's land and came to the Gate of Summoning. Chapter 706. Zhou came to the Gate of Summoning and spent 40 billion units of basic materials and 2,000 extraordinary fog hearts to upgrade the Gate of Summoning to the extraordinary intermediate level. A text prompt appeared. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been successfully upgraded to an extraordinary intermediate building. The number of people you can summon every day has increased by 600. Among the people you summon every day, 400 professionals will appear. Tip: affected by the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 6, the number of people you can summon every day has reached 14,700. Among the people you summon every day, 407 professionals will appear. And the professional level of 7 of them will be the same as your territory level. Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this. After the Gate of Summoning was upgraded to the Extraordinary Intermediate, the number of basic summon citizens reached to 100. After being blessed by the glory 6 of the Pioneer, it increased by 7 times to 14,700 people, and there are 407 professionals among them. Not bad. Although the number of these citizens is almost a world apart from the number of citizens he recruits every day because of the Beauty Lord talent. But in terms of professional level, it is far better than those refugees who come because of the Beauty Lord talent. The most important thing is, these are also free citizens. Jojo naturally won't dislike them. Then he looked at the upgrade requirements of the Gate of Summoning. Building upgrade, 50 billion units of wood, 50 billion units of fine sand, 50 billion units of metal, 50 billion units of stone, 5,000 extraordinary fog hearts, and the territory level is upgraded to extraordinary superior. This upgrade requirement is really simple. Jojo sighed like this for the nth time. Then he returned to the High Lord's land, and asked Atre to call Magoo, Jing Fugui, and Carol Moira over. Soon, they came over. Meet your majesty, the three said respectfully. The territory has been upgraded. Let me know about your respective upgrades, Jojo said. Magoo, as usual, stood up first with a calm look. Your majesty, now my strength is already that of an extraordinary intermediate ranch owner. I already have 12,000 monster priests under my command. In addition, the number of monster ranches under my command has also increased from 500 to 600. And the maximum capacity of each monster ranch has also increased from 500,000 to 600,000. And the area of my ranch continent has also increased from more than 800,000 square kilometers to more than 1 million square kilometers. Magoo reported truthfully. Jojo nodded slightly after hearing this. In other words, tomorrow, 360 million fog monsters will appear in the monster ranch of Magoo. Combined with his trophy king, Jojo gradually smiled. The harvest of his monster ranch tomorrow will probably exceed his imagination. The extra 100 monster ranches will all be used to cultivate the Golden King. Jojo thought for a while and said, at present, he already has enough Storm Spirit professionals. On the contrary, the number of Golden King troops is relatively small. Sometimes, the smaller number of Golden Kings will not be able to protect the Storm Spirits behind them, allowing some enemies to pass them, forcing the Storm Spirits to face these melee agile enemies in close combat. Although the Storm Spirits' melee ability is not bad, it is definitely not as strong as their spell casting. So this is definitely not possible. That's why Jojo allocated the 100 newly added monster ranches to the Golden King. Even if we take a step back, having more troops in the front line is never a bad thing. Yes, your majesty, Magoo said respectfully. Then he retreated to the three people. Carol Moira then stood up. Your majesty, the sanctuary of our goddess of life has been upgraded to the extraordinary intermediate level after the territory was upgraded to the extraordinary intermediate level. Now our goddess of life sanctuary has a total of 12 million priests, 12 million priests, 12 million nuns, and 120 million life paladins. And my strength has also jumped to the lower level of the middle god, Carol Moira said. Jojo nodded. Although the improvement is not much, it is not bad. After Carol Moira left, Zheng Fugui stood up. Your majesty, the number of our mysterious merchants has now increased from the original 50,000 to 80,000. The number of carriages for transporting goods has also increased to 30,000. In addition, the strength of all our mysterious merchants has also increased to the extraordinary intermediate level. The internal space of each mysterious merchant's mysterious business ring has also increased from the original 1 million cubic meters to 2 million cubic meters. Zheng Fugui said with a smile. Jojo nodded. Then he chatted with the three people for a while, and the three left. After they left, Jojo asked Atre to call Feng Luo over. After a while, Feng Luo came over. Your majesty, Feng Luo said respectfully. How does it feel to become a god? Jojo looked at him. I am overwhelmed with fear. Feng Luo lowered his head even lower, without any arrogance in his expression. Jojo looked at him with admiration. This Feng Luo. He started as a sword and shield soldier, and then he became a new generation of 10 Directions martial emperor by relying on the inheritance of Zunwu that he gave to him. Now, he became a martial arts god, 10 Directions martial god by relying on his obsession with martial arts and his understanding, this person. Although he looks ordinary on the surface, but he has come to this point today in obscurity. Even Qi Xiantian, a proud son of heaven, has fallen behind him. Jojo couldn't help but marvel in his heart. A genius who quietly improves himself. This is for you. Consider it the reward I give you for killing the enemy god alone today. Zhou took out a space ring and threw it to the other party. Feng Luo quickly took it. When he saw what was in the space ring, his body was shocked, and then he immediately looked up at Zhou in disbelief and excitement. Your Majesty, is this too expensive? Feng Luo was a little afraid to accept the gift from his own majesty, because the space ring contained nothing else. It was a set of 6 lower god artifacts, and the bottle of upper god intermediate potential promotion potion that was rewarded after killing Gerard. This level of potential promotion potion. Don't mention the upper gods and gods below the upper gods. Even if it is a true god, I'm afraid they will be willing to help. After all, many true gods also have their own subordinates or descendants. If he took action once, he could add a subordinate or descendant with the potential of a higher god level to his camp, and any true god would be willing to do so. Feng Luo knew how precious this potion was, so he did not dare to accept the reward from his own majesty. Chapter 707. Take it. You are not the only one with the artifact. In the future, for every lower-level god in our territory, I will reward him with a set of artifacts that match the other party. As for the potential promotion potion, your potential is a bit low. Even with the blessing of the sun, moon and star sword, it only raises your potential to the legendary level. If it weren't for your own dragon-slaying will, which allowed you to bathe in high-level blood to break through the potential limit, you would have almost no chance of breaking through the god. But although your potential is low, your comprehension and will are far superior to those of ordinary people. And you have been following me for a while. I have seen everything you have done, your attitude towards your subjects and soldiers, and your loyalty to me. You are very good. This king has never treated my subordinates unfairly. I am happy to give you this bottle of potion. Don't think too much about it. If you really think this potion is valuable, you can improve yourself in the future and don't disappoint this king, yourself, and our subjects behind you. Zhou stood up and patted Feng Luo on the shoulder. I remember your dream is to open up a peaceful and stable habitat for the creatures who have suffered from war, right? He asked. Yes, your majesty. I didn't expect you to remember it. Tears welled up in Feng Luo's eyes. I remember many of your dreams. Zhou smiled. Bai Yun's dream is to become the most outstanding general under my command. Uncle Wu's dream is to retire after peace. Wu Tu's initial dream was to supplement his family income. After this dream was fulfilled, his dream became to draw a map of the entire Supreme Continent. Uncle Zhao's dream is to build all kinds of special buildings. There are many soldiers and subjects. I remember their dreams. Zhou looked at Feng Luo seriously. So since your dream is this, you need more and more power. And this bottle of potion is the power you need to realize your dream. After he finished speaking, he sat down again. Thank you, your majesty. I will never repay you even if I die. Feng Luo knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with tears. Let's go. Go back and take this potion well. There will be a battle tomorrow. Zhou waved his hand casually. Yes. Your majesty. Feng Luo wiped his tears vigorously, then said goodbye and left. Zhou was about to call Atre when he heard a knock on the door outside. Come in, Zhou said. Atre walked in upon hearing the sound. Your majesty. Your majesty Haros and your majesty Zhu are asking for an audience, she said respectfully. Let them in. Zhou was stunned, then said, Yes, your majesty. Atre turned and left. Soon, Haros and Zhu walked in. Meet your majesty. Haros smiled, then patted Zhu beside him, and a burst of sparks burst out of Zhu. Zhu shook his hair and scattered the sparks. Your majesty. I just told him that I have joined the Kingdom of Pride. After hearing the conditions I said, this snow wolf thought about it and agreed to join the Kingdom of Pride. Haros laughed. Which god would not be tempted after hearing the benefits of joining the Kingdom of Pride? Zhu is just an ordinary middle-level god, so naturally he can't resist such temptation. Zhou was overjoyed when he heard this. A lower-level middle-level god can join his Jiayang kingdom at this time. For him, even if it is not as good as Haros's joining, it can definitely greatly increase his power limit. Welcome to join the Jiayang kingdom. Zhou stood up and said seriously. Zhu, I am willing to serve your majesty. Zhu nodded. Zhou nodded, then said, in that case, the artifact that I lent to you before will be given to you. As soon as these words came out. Let alone Zhu. Even Haros widened his eyes. Really? The two gods said in unison. Of course it's true. From now on, I will give every god who joins my prideful Sun Kingdom a set of lower god level artifacts. But if you want a higher level artifact, you need to make merit to get it. Zhou said with a smile. He has piled up the lower god level artifacts into a small mountain. But he still has to cherish the artifacts of the middle god and above. Great. Haras and Zawu looked at each other, and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. This is a full set of 6 artifacts, enough to make countless gods below the level of true gods jealous. They are actually given to them for free. If they had known earlier, they would have joined the prideful Sun Kingdom earlier. By the way, this is the artifact we agreed on before. Zhou took out another lower-level artifact of the upper god from his own king's treasure box, and handed it to Haras. This artifact is called the Flame Spirit Armor. It focuses on protecting the body and soul, and can also increase the power of the fire attribute lost skills by about 30%. It can be handed over to Haras. Thank you, Your Majesty. Haras took the artifact and kept stroking it excitedly, as if it was his lover. This artifact is perfect for me. After Haras recognized the artifact as the master, he knew the ability of the artifact, and then his eyes immediately lit up. As long as Your Majesty likes it. He turned his head, and saw Zawu's eager eyes. Your Majesty, Zawu, don't envy it. In the future, as long as Your Majesty can kill a middle-level god with your own hands, or help kill a higher-level god, I can also give Your Majesty a middle-level god artifact suitable for Your Majesty. Zhou promised. Really? Zawu heard the words, and his snow-white wolf eyes suddenly lit up. Your Majesty, don't joke. Zhou said the meaning of this idiom in the common language of the continent, and Zawu immediately understood it. Okay. Zawu nodded seriously. With the set of artifacts Zhou gave him, as long as he was careful, it would not be difficult for him to kill a middle-level god. Zhou smiled and nodded. He then called Vicky and Guiqiao over, and gave them 2 sets of artifacts. Because Guiqiao performed very well in killing the Scarlet God today, Zhou also rewarded him with an additional middle-level lower-level artifact. It doesn't matter if you can't use it for the time being. Reward him first. Otherwise, relying on the other party's record of killing a higher-level god and assisting in killing the higher-level god Gerard, Zhou would be embarrassed to reward him with only an ordinary lower-level artifact. After Zhou chatted with them for a few words, they left. After they left, Zhou took out the Sword of Dimension Creation. He looked at the divine sword in his hand, and his expression gradually became serious. Then he saw that he continuously input the chaos source energy in his body into the Sword of Dimension Creation. However, no matter how much chaos source energy he input, the Sword of Dimension Creation seemed to be unable to wake up, and there was no reaction at all. Sure enough. With my current chaos source energy at the upper epic level, it is still too difficult to drive this true god intermediate artifact. Zhou sighed in his heart. A true artifact is worthy of being a true artifact. Even the blood of the chaos human race cannot go against the sky to the extent of using such an artifact across levels. He put away the Sword of Dimension Creation, and then prepared to continue to comprehend the incomplete Lord Law behind the Hand of Fortune. But at this moment, the door was knocked again. But there was no voice from Sister Anya, but another female voice. Husband, haven't you rested yet? It was Leah. Zhou was startled, then stood up to open the door. At the same time, Qi Xuantian's residence. In the training room, Qi Xuantian sat cross-legged in the air, with the accompanying divine sword flying around him. Even the unknown Feng Luo has comprehended his own lost skills, and achieved the status of a true immortal. It's time for me to take the last step. He closed his eyes, and prepared to break through. Chapter 708. The Land of High-Ranking Lords. In the bedroom, Zhou woke up in a daze, and then turned around to see Leah, who was still asleep. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he kissed the other party, and then habitually opened the world channel. Brothers, it's the 5th day. Have you gained any results in your own camp? Don't mention it. I'm still bribing a diplomat from a neighboring kingdom. I have invested a lot. I hope to increase my diplomacy in the next 2 days, and then join this kingdom camp. I was lucky enough to complete a gold-level camp task in a kingdom camp, and now I have 8,000 camp points. Envy! Envy +1. How did you get the camp task? Can you give me some advice? Brother? Big brother? Tell me something, don't be stingy. What the hell, I spent so much time and energy on the Heart of Mist, only to find out today that the man was not a noble of the kingdom at all, but a liar who pretended to be a noble to deceive the Heart of Mist. Everyone be careful, don't be fooled like me. Zhou was amazed. In order to do this event, the Blue Star Lords really showed their magical powers. And it seems that there are many unlucky ones who suffered losses. At this time, for people sent messages to Zhou at the same time. It was the Lord of Military Industry, the Lord of Dragon Girl, the Lord of Xiantian, and the Lord of Undead. Zhou looked over. He found that the messages they sent were all about establishing a kingdom, so they sent invitations to Zhou, hoping to invite him, the backer, to watch the founding ceremony. Zhou was a little speechless, and then pulled them into a group. Lord Jiayong, did you all choose the same day to establish the kingdom? Lord Yamong, ahem, we all think today is a good day, and the kingdom forces that are jointly establishing the kingdom with us don't want to delay the establishment of the kingdom for too long, so we discussed and decided to establish the kingdom today. Lord Long, there is another reason, which is actually nothing to be embarrassed about. Because the four of us don't want to lag behind each other in establishing the kingdom, but we are all your majesty's people, so we don't want to fight too badly, so we chose to establish the kingdom on the same day, or even at the same time. Lord Xiantian, your majesty, the space teleportation array you requested has been built. You can come directly through the space teleportation array. Our founding ceremony will be held at our respective alliance headquarters. Undead Lord, your majesty, next time you start a war, can you take me with you? My undead resurrection can revive the dead, and make them my subordinates. With me by your side, you will conquer faster. Zhou looked at the last words of the undead lord, and his mouth twitched a few times. I am the king of trophies, and I want you, a lord who has the talent of the undead resurrection lord, to follow me? You resurrected the undead? Then where can I get the spoils? Abandon me for you? Your lord talent is naturally in conflict with mine. Lord of the Sun and Undead Lord, I will definitely do it next time. Lord of the Sun, the four of you established your kingdoms at the same time, and I can't attend them at the same time. Let's do this. Your founding ceremony should not end for a while, and I will go to your place to show my face, and then go to other places to participate in other founding ceremonies. Zhou felt like a professional ribbon cutter. But I had to go. First, I was also very interested in the founding ceremonies of other countries, and I wanted to join in the fun. Anyway, even if I didn't go to the Night Empire's faction mission, Bai Yun and his men could easily solve it with their millions of troops and gods like Heros. Second, I had promised the military lords and their men that I would meet the capital behind them in the future. That is, the descendants of the kingdoms that had been destroyed. This trip was also a chance to meet them. Third, the military lords and their men were currently half of my own people. As their backer, I had to show my face and leave an impression in their hearts. At this time, the military lords and others were a little embarrassed about the time they established the kingdom. Hearing this, how could I dare to object, and immediately agreed. Lord Jiayong, when will you start the founding ceremony? Lord Xiantian, 8 o'clock. Lord Lungnu, 8 o'clock. Military Lord, add 1. Undead Lord, I am also at 8 o'clock. Scorching Sun Lord, okay, I will go to your place to attend the ceremony through the teleportation array. Dragon Lady Lord, Military Lord, Xiantian Lord, Undead Lord, welcome your majesty. Zhou turned off the private chat after seeing this, and then lurked for a while to watch the chats of the Blue Star Lords on the World Channel. Just then, there was a movement beside him. It was Leah who woke up. You always wake up earlier than me. Leah lay on the bed, smiling quietly at Zhou. I'm used to waking up at this time. Zhou smiled. I go cook. Leah didn't stay in bed either. She got up, dressed, washed up, and went to cook. Seeing this, Zhou also got up. After washing up, he and Leah had a meal cooked by her, and then walked out of the high-level lord's blessed land. As soon as he walked out of the blessed land, he saw a person quietly waiting for him at the door. Hello, your majesty. Qi Xiantian said respectfully. How did you? Zhou was startled, and then felt the change in his breath, and his face suddenly became surprised. You broke through. I was lucky enough to understand the true meaning of the sword law, and finally achieve the status of a true immortal. Qi Xiantian was full of emotion. Sword law? Aren't you a sword immortal now? Zhou was stunned, and then took a breath of cool air. You must know that the Qi refiner is a top profession that is superior to many professions. And the sword immortal among the Qi refiners is the top existence among the Qi refiners. It is said that this kind of sword immortal pursues the way of breaking all laws with one sword or creating all laws with one sword. The only thing they believe in, sincerely seek, and pursue is the sword in their hands. Therefore, although this kind of sword immortal is difficult to be born, but once born, it is the top existence in the same level. Even killing enemies of higher levels is as easy as eating and drinking water for them. No wonder Qi Xiantian has never become a hero with his comprehension. Zhou finally understood it at this time. For sword immortals, all things other than the sword path are considered to interfere with their Tao heart. What they pursue is to be extremely devoted to the sword and reach the pinnacle. The status of a hero is important, but it is also an external thing for them. So Qi Xiantian will naturally not waste time and energy on how to become a hero. What level of enemy do you feel you can deal with now? Zhou asked. Tai can also be an enemy, Qi Xiantian said softly, but his voice was quite firm. The Qi Xian immortal sword behind him seemed to have heard his words, and actually emitted a series of sword whistles. Zhou looked at Qixuanshan. A smile appeared on his face. Chapter 709. Above the true immortal is the golden immortal. Above the golden immortal is the Tai golden immortal. The Tai golden immortal is a being that can rival the upper god level. In other words, Qi Xiantian, who has just been promoted to the lower level of the lower god, is now confident that he can deal with the existence of the upper god level. Zhou did not question it. Let's not talk about the actual combat ability of the sword immortal. Just looking at the Qi Xian immortal sword on Qi Xuantian's back, Zhou discovered the grade of this magic sword when it just made a sword whistle. It is actually an upper god level artifact, Tai level immortal artifact. When Qi Xiantian just came to the Jiayang kingdom and his strength was only at the epic level, this immortal sword was a lower god level artifact. Now that Qi Xiantian has been promoted to the lower level of the lower god, this immortal sword has actually been promoted by 2 levels and become an upper god level artifact. Zhou is a little envious. As expected, Qi Xiantian possessed the 2 top sword immortal talents of Heavenly Sword Immortal Body and Immortal Sword Summoning. However, this thing is not something that can be envied. Unless the Lord Maul can get these 2 products, it is difficult for Zhou to have the same talent. So Zhou quickly calmed down. Here. Your gift for becoming an immortal. Zhou threw a space ring over. Qi Xiantian quickly caught it. When he saw the 6 artifacts inside, his body immediately shook, and then he immediately knelt on one knee. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward, he said excitedly. He couldn't help but be excited. Those were 6 immortal artifacts of the true immortal level. Even if it was placed in the Wanjian immortal sect in the immortal realm, he would need to complete a lot of sect tasks, and pay a great price to get it. This process might take hundreds, or even thousands of years. I didn't expect His Majesty to give him a set of magic weapons right away. How could he have expected this? Don't worry too much. Every lower-level god in our Jiayang kingdom will have such a set of magic weapons. Use them well, and don't let me down. If you can make more contributions in the future, I can also give you more and stronger magic weapons. Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing His Majesty's words, even with Qi Xuantian's state of mind, he was so excited that he almost became unstable. He had experienced His Majesty's generosity a long time ago. Therefore, he did not doubt the authenticity of His Majesty's promise at all. At this moment, he was even more fortunate that he chose to come to Jiayang Kingdom and become His Majesty's subject. Then he chatted with Qi Xiantian for a few more words, and Qi Xiantian took his leave and left. After he left, Zhou saw another person coming over before he went to the summoning gate. It was Feng Luo. Hello, Your Majesty. Feng Luo's face was full of gratitude. Zhou looked at his expression, opened his attribute list, and saw that his potential had indeed been raised to the middle level of the upper god. How does it feel to have your potential raised? Zhou smiled. I feel there is no more confusion in the future, Feng Luo said with emotion. Before, because of his limited potential, he had already felt a little tired when he was promoted to the legendary level. And now, he can feel it. The lower level of the lower god is far from his limit. He now has a brighter future, so he is now more grateful to His Majesty. That is to say, Zhou has not yet become a god. Otherwise, he would have become Zhou's Holy Spirit level believer in a minute. Zhou smiled. Then, he walked towards the gate of summoning, while chatting with Feng Luo. In front of the gate of summoning, Zhou looked at the giant gate of summoning in front of him, and silently chanted the summoning in his heart. The next second, he saw the gate of summoning suddenly light up with a bright white light, and then a large number of people came out from it. After spending 100 extraordinary level fog hearts to accelerate, 14,700 new people quickly walked out of the gate of summoning. Hello, Lord. 14,700 new people said respectfully in unison. Welcome everyone to join Jiayang City. Zhou nodded and smiled. Then he asked all the professionals to stand up, and found that a total of 496 professionals were summoned this time. Among them, there is 1 extraordinary intermediate demon hunter, 1 extraordinary intermediate demon warlock, 1 extraordinary intermediate carpenter, 1 extraordinary intermediate fire element mage, 1 extraordinary intermediate blacksmith, 1 extraordinary intermediate water element mage, and 1 extraordinary intermediate chi refining master. The rest are life professionals and combat professionals at and below the extraordinary level. Zhou nodded at this, and then asked the officials next to him to take them to their respective work and living places. After that, he called Bai Yun, Wu Xian and others, summoned all the territory soldiers, and directly entered the ranch continent of Magoo. Ranch continent. When Zhou came to this continent, he immediately felt that this continent was different from the previous one. Not only is the area larger, there are more monster ranches and more monsters. More importantly, the extraordinary energy contained in the air here has also been upgraded to a small level. Zhou even felt vaguely that the grade of this continent seemed to have been upgraded with his super 6 senses. This ranch continent is no worse than my small world. As long as it grows smoothly in the future, this ranch continent of Magoo may grow into a universe-level world. Zhou thought to himself. Ranch universe or monster universe. Thinking about it, I am really looking forward to it. Zhou smiled and didn't think much about it. Then he ordered Magoo to take his soldiers to the various monster ranches on the ranch continent and start clearing the monsters in the ranch. Although there are already 360 million monsters in the ranch continent now, but facing Zhou's 500 million troops, they naturally have no resistance. Each soldier is not enough to kill a ranch monster. In addition, there are a large number of monster priests to assist, and in less than a moment, these 360 million ranch monsters were all solved. After that, all the soldiers began to extract the spoils of the ranch monsters. After a while, all the ranch monsters were extracted. Under the effect of the title of King of Loot and Strongest Lord, in terms of missed hearts, a total of more than 2.04 billion bronze-level missed hearts, more than 1.72 billion silver-level missed hearts, more than 1.26 billion gold-level missed hearts, more than 1.023 billion platinum-level missed hearts, more than 1.02 billion diamond-level missed hearts, more than 630 million extraordinary-level missed hearts, and more than 120 million epic-level missed hearts were obtained. In addition, there are 360 million copies of Golden King Recruitment Book, 360 million copies of Golden King Job Transfer Certificate, 360 million copies of Storm Spirit Recruitment Book, 360 million copies of Storm Spirit Job Transfer Certificate, 500 copies of Legion Certificate Fragments, more than 160 million True Faith Level Scarlet Crystals, more than 128 million Devout Faith Level Scarlet Crystals, more than 76 million Fanatic Level Scarlet Crystals, 151 Holy Spirit Level Scarlet Crystals, 90 million Iron Bear Pet Eggs, 180 million pieces of Falcon Wings and Falcon 3 radars, more than 2.8 billion units of original gold. As for other unimportant spoils, I won't go into details here. Zhou looked at the list of spoils of the Monster Ranch, and couldn't help but smile. 360 million copies of Storm Spirit Recruitment Book, 360 trillion copies of Gold King Recruitment Book. Let's not talk about anything else. Just looking at these two spoils of war numbers, Zhou only had one thought in his mind. The number of soldiers under my command has indeed easily exceeded 1 billion. Chapter 710. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. The effect of the upgraded Monster Ranch is really good. The number of recruitment books alone has increased by nearly 2 times. And if all the missed hearts harvested by the Monster Ranch today are converted into legendary missed hearts, there are nearly 20 million legendary missed hearts. It is 1/3 more than yesterday. As for other harvests, it is also about 1/3 more than before. Afterwards, Zhou didn't say anything nonsense, and directly took the 720 million military recruitment books to the summoning gate, and then spent 100 extraordinary missed hearts to summon them all at once. Looking at the endless recruits in front of him, Zhou nodded slightly. Now he has more than 1.25 billion soldiers under his command, including the more than 41 million soldiers of the Star Alliance. The soldiers under his command are close to 1.3 billion. This is almost close to the entire population of Yin country. But so many new soldiers can't go to the battlefield right away. They still have to train and improve their strength first. Zhou pondered. Then he called Wu Xian. Your Majesty. Wu Xian came over quickly and said respectfully, Deputy Corps Commander Wu, you will lead the 100 million veterans and the 720 million new soldiers to level up around the Night Empire. I will let Heros, Vicky, and Feng Luo follow you and escort you. Zhou arranged. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Xian looked at the vast sea of new recruits in front of him, smacked his lips, and responded respectfully. After that, he asked Bai Yun, Qi Xiantian, Guiqiao, Zhe Wu and other generals to lead the remaining soldiers, and the Lords of the Star Alliance to board the galaxy and continue to do the Night Empire's camp mission. And he came to the Lord Mall. "Old Zhou, where are the new products?" Zhou knocked on the product counter. Then Zhou Chengmin, wearing a pair of panda eyes, walked out of the shadow of the store. "Oh my god, what's wrong with you?" Zhou was surprised. "I've been addicted to reincarnation these 2 days. It's just that I'm missing a few teammates. The team is all system NPCs. It's a bit boring when the camp confrontation is going on." Zhou Chengmin complained, and then looked at Zhou excitedly. "How is the manufacturing of virtual helmets now?" he asked expectantly. "The factory has been built and has started operation. In 2 days, the first batch of about 10 million virtual game helmets will be sold for the first time. You will have teammates to accompany you by then." After hearing this question, Zhou first asked Wenya, and after getting a reply, he informed Zhou Chengmin. "There are still 2 days. Then I'd play 2 standalone games in the next 2 days," Zhou Chengmin said with some regret. Zhou's mouth twitched a few times. He is still playing games every day in his middle age. "Oh, a subordinate of the Supreme Will? That's fine. Goods. Zhou saw that the other party was still immersed in the game world and knocked on the counter again. Zhou Chengmin heard the voice and came back to his senses reluctantly and took out the 3 golden boxes under the counter. "Take a look for yourself," he said casually, then sat down and started writing something. Zhou took a casual look and found that this guy was actually writing a game guide. Zhou was a little helpless when he saw this. He looked at the 3 golden boxes in front of him. The first box contained a book. On the cover of the book, there was a figure of a sword immortal with a stern face and a blood-red divine sword on his back. "Isn't this Qi Xiantian? Is it a product from Qi Xiantian?" Zhou was a little surprised. He looked over. Inheritance. The Sword Dao Inheritance of Qi Xian Sword Immortal. Inheritance Quality. Lower God Lower Level. Inheritance Introduction. The Sword Dao Inheritance of Qi Xian Sword Immortal Qi Xiantian. After learning, you will automatically master all the sword comprehension currently mastered by Qi Xian Sword Immortal. Inheritance Products. This is the first time I have seen it. Zhou was a little surprised. He decided to buy it, and then looked at the next product. It was a purple talent crystal. Talent name, Heavenly Sword Immortal Body. Talent level, Lower Lord God. Talent description, when the Heavenly Sword comes out, all the swords bow down. You are born to be the leader of the sword, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the sword. For you, understanding the sword is just the simplest and most interesting thing in the world. Most of the divine swords in the endless heavens are willing to respect you. In this world, no one can surpass you in the understanding of the sword. If there is, it can only be the law of the sword itself. TSK, it's Qi Xuantian's talent again, and it happens to be the top talent of the Heavenly Sword Immortal Body. It seems that today's Lord Mall is specially provided by Qi Xiantian. Zhou's surprised expression was accompanied by a hint of joy. He had been coveting Qi Xuantian's talent for a long time. Especially when the other party just said that he was confident that he could fight against the upper gods with the body of the lower gods. He understood the preciousness of this talent, and the talent of summoning the immortal sword. Now he actually has a chance to get one of them. This Lord Mall is worthy of being the mythical level, the only Lord talent. The goods provided are almost all top quality. And it seems to be based on my ideas. Whatever I want, it will have a greater chance of providing me with the goods I want. And if I play games with Zhou Chengmin, the chance of top quality goods will increase. Zhou thought. The last product must be the talent of immortal sword summoning. It must be immortal sword summoning. It must be immortal sword summoning. Let me also have a companion sword. He came back to his senses and prayed silently several times. Then he looked at the last product. What he saw was not a purple talent crystal, but a card. Card name, Super Double Commodity Card. Card level, Special. Card effect, the Lord possesses this card. When shopping in the Lord Mall, he can specify a commodity that will appear in the mall commodity counter on the next day, but the buyer needs to pay double the price to purchase the commodity. Card introduction, an exclusive card from the Lord Mall that can be used to purchase specified commodities, but at a higher price. Isn't it the fairy sword summoning? Zhou was a little disappointed. But he looked at this commodity, and found that the super double commodity card was not bad. It could also be used to purchase the fairy sword summoning, but it only required double the mist heart. And did Zhou lack the mist heart? Not at all, so he immediately decided to buy it. Old Zhou, how many mist hearts are these 3 commodities? Jojo asked. The sword inheritance of the Red Xian Sword Immortal is worth 5,000 legendary mist hearts. The Heavenly Sword Immortal Body is worth 30 million legendary mist hearts. Super Double Product Card is worth 100 legendary mist hearts. What? Jojo thought he had heard it wrong. When Zhou Chengmin heard this, he continued to write game guides without raising his head and repeated it again. Jojo heard it clearly this time. It was indeed 30 million legendary mist hearts. Jojo was stunned. It was the first time he heard of such a price for a product. Chapter 711. 30 million legendary fog hearts? Are you serious? Jojo asked seriously. The talent of the lower level of the Lord God can give a creature a chance to reach the level of the Lord God. And the Lord God level is already the top existence in the endless heavens. Your Majesty, do you think it's worth it? Zhou Chengmin raised his head and said helplessly, otherwise, I can also say that I only need 300 divine crystals of the lower level of the Lord God. He added. Jojo silently emptied most of his savings and put them in a large space ring and handed them to Zhou Chengmin. Zhou Chengmin took it with a smile. When he checked it and found that it was indeed filled with 30,005,100 legendary fog hearts, the smile on his face suddenly became brighter. Your Majesty has made a fortune recently. You can actually take it out. Zhou Chengmin's old face was as red as a chrysanthemum. Jojo did not speak. He was so distressed that he couldn't speak. That was 30 million legendary fog hearts. 1/3 of the wealth in a kingdom's treasury was only 500 legendary fog hearts. 30 million legendary fog hearts were equivalent to 1/3 of the fog heart wealth in 60,000 kingdom treasuries. Even though he had obtained this master god level talent, Jojo was not sure whether he had made a profit or a loss. He took a deep breath and used the super double product card without thinking too much, specifying the product as Qi Xuantian's immortal sword summoning talent. After hearing Zhou Chengmin's agreement, he took out Qi Xian Sword Immortal Sword Dao Inheritance and the Heavenly Sword Immortal Body Talent Crystal and used them on the spot. After a while, Jojo woke up. He carefully felt the changes in himself. He found that a lot of sword knowledge, secrets, realms, and other related inheritances appeared in his mind. Moreover, these inheritances are not only massive in quantity, but also of high quality. In addition, this knowledge is obviously systematic. When Jojo received it, he did not feel complicated at all and accepted it very smoothly. What a Wanjian Xianzong. They really have a way to teach disciples. Jojo felt the systematic sword inheritance in his mind, and couldn't help but smack his lips. Then he stretched out his right hand, and a golden sword appeared in his hand. This golden sword looks majestic. One side of the sword body is engraved with the sun, moon and stars, and one side of the hilt is inscribed with the art of farming and breeding, while the other side of the sword body and hilt is blank. It is the race artifact, Xianyuan's sword. With a thought, he teleported directly to the actual combat training room of the high-level Lord's blessed land, then summoned a puppet dummy, and then waved his right hand directly. A chaotic sword energy shot out from the Xianyuan sword, and then when it was halfway through, it suddenly split into hundreds of millions of tiny invisible sword threads, covering the puppet. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the puppet was covered with a large number of dense sword marks. And if you could observe the inside of the puppet, you will find that it is also filled with countless sharp and fine sword marks. One of the highest realms pursued by sword cultivators, sword energy like silk. No wonder sword cultivators can fight across levels. Just relying on the super strong attack characteristics of the sword threads that penetrate everywhere, I am afraid that even the upper god artifacts may not be able to withstand the attack of these millions of sword threads. This sword thread may be able to directly penetrate the defense of the artifact and directly attack the internal life core and godhood of the gods. Jojo smacked his lips. This is the horror of peerless swordsmanship. It's useless even if you have an artifact. Ignore your artifact defense, divine power defense, and divine skill defense, and directly attack the enemy's life core. Just ask the enemy if he is afraid? Then a smile appeared on his face. From today on, he can also call himself a sword immortal. After that, he walked out of the high-level Lord's blessed land, went to the Taimiao, and asked for a good ancestor gain for Bai Yun and others, and then took the teleportation array directly to the Military-Industrial Lord's Military-Industrial Alliance headquarters. Military-Industrial Alliance headquarters. When Jojo came here through the space teleportation array, he found it quite lively. A large number of people gathered here. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Some of them were talking loudly, some stood on both sides of the road excitedly waiting for the founding ceremony to begin, and some were dressed in formal clothes, as if they were going to do some important work. Teams of soldiers were patrolling at this time, so there was no trouble here. Jojo nodded slightly as he looked at this scene. Although it was far inferior to his founding ceremony, it at least looked like something. When Jojo came out of the space teleportation array, he attracted the attention of almost all the people around him. Nothing else. This man is so handsome. Jojo looked calm and was not affected by such a small scene. Soon, a team of soldiers ran quickly from a distance and came to Jojo. "But His Majesty Jiayang?" the leading soldier captain said. Jojo nodded. The soldiers looked at each other and knelt without hesitation. "Your Majesty, get up. Take me to see the military lord and his people," Jojo said. "Yes, Your Majesty," the soldier said respectfully, and then began to lead the way. A moment later, Jojo saw the military lord and the descendants of the fallen country who had established the kingdom with him. "Your Majesty." After seeing Jojo's appearance, the two groups were obviously stunned for a moment, and then after they came to their senses, they quickly knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Get up. You are the protagonist today. I just came to take a look." Jojo smiled. He looked at the military lord. The real military lord, wearing a silver military uniform, had a square face, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and a light beard, and looked like a middle-aged handsome man. The descendant of the fallen country next to him was a young man who looked quite immature. But he was noble and had an extraordinary temperament. He could be distinguished from other ordinary people at a glance. Are you His Majesty Jiayang? My name is Oski. I heard about your legendary story a long time ago. My father, and some of the imperial predecessors my father knew also talked about you. They all said that you are one of the pillars of our human race's future. One of the hopes for our human race's future. Oski became more and more excited as he spoke. His eyes were shining, as if he saw his idol. The military and industrial lord couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw his performance. At the same time, he was a little sour. When Prince Oski was here, he was quite proud, and even spoke very little. Even when facing the beautiful women they specially sent, he was only a little polite, as if he was keeping people away from him. Not like today. Seeing His Majesty was like a dog seeing a goddess, or a fanatic seeing an idol. I was obviously here first. Jojo also saw his appearance. But he was not panicked at all, and chatted with the other party calmly. More than half an hour later, Jojo took a photo with the military industry lord, and then went to the space teleportation array, ready to go to the Dragon Lady Lord to participate in their founding ceremony. The military industry lord looked at the photo in his hand with some pride, and then posted it to the World Channel without hesitation, and added a text. Then, the World Channel exploded. Chapter 712. Military Industry Kingdom. Military Industry Lord. From today on, the Military Industry Kingdom is officially established. Thank you for your presence. Our Military Industry Kingdom will surely develop better and better under your leadership. Ha ha ha. Dragon Lady Lord, look at your proud look. When will your Majesty come to me? Xiantian Lord, your Majesty, we are waiting for you here. Undead Lord, in our Undead Kingdom, all the living and dead are waiting for your Majesty to come at the headquarters. Good fellow, the top lords are all lickers. Fuck, your Majesty is so handsome. As expected of our Majesty, I will lick him too. I heard that the top lords including the military lord have joined the kingdom of Jiayang before, but I didn't believe it. Now it's really happening. Is His Majesty Jiayang going to unify all the lords of the human race on Blue Star? Unification is good. Judging from the current situation, in the eyes of the top lords of all races, except for His Majesty, the other lords of Blue Star are nothing. They can be destroyed by the top lords with just a wave of their hands. If we don't unify, and still think about internal fighting, our lords of the human race on Blue Star will be doomed sooner or later. Among the lords of the human race on Blue Star, I don't obey other lords, but I obey Lord Jiayang. Me too. Facing the ridicule of the lords of Blue Star on the World Channel, the military lord was not ashamed but proud. What's wrong with being a licker? As a licker, at least I can still get it. You people who are always sour on the World Channel, even if you want to lick, you can't get it. He snorted twice with pride, and then went to discuss the future development of the kingdom with Oski. A quarter of an hour later, on the World Channel, another group photo appeared. Then the Dragon Lady Lord sent a message. Dragon Blood Kingdom. Dragon Lady Lord, from today, the Dragon Blood Kingdom is officially established. Thank you for your presence. Under your leadership, our Dragon Blood Kingdom will surely soar to the sky and everyone will be like a dragon. We also hope that all the knowledgeable people on the World Channel will join our Dragon Blood Kingdom in the future. Another quarter of an hour later. Xiantian Kingdom. Xiantian Lord. From today, the Xiantian Kingdom is officially established. Under your leadership, our Xiantian Kingdom will definitely cultivate more and more immortal masters in the future to help your majesty and the Jiayong Kingdom to travel between heaven and earth. Another quarter of an hour later. Undead Kingdom. Undead Lord. The Undead Kingdom is officially established from now on. Under the leadership of your majesty, our Undead Kingdom will become stronger and stronger and become the strongest lord force in the undead field. Welcome all lords who are interested in developing undead-related fields to join our Undead Kingdom. Proud Sun Kingdom. Proud Sun Lord. A Military Lord. A Dragon Lady Lord. A Xiantian Lord. An Undead Lord. Let's encourage each other. Proud Sun Kingdom. Proud Sun Lord. In a while, I will hold an online auction for the Kingdom Order. In this auction, I will bid no less than 10 Kingdom Orders. All Blue Star Lords with strength and character are welcome to participate in this auction. Blue Star Lords with bad character, such as the Black Warrior Lord, should not take the initiative to come up. If I find you, be careful that I will destroy your nest directly. Military Industry Kingdom. Military Industry Lord. Yes, your majesty. Xiantian Kingdom. Xiantian Lord. I can come and help. Dragon Blood Kingdom. Dragon Girl Lord. I can help too. Undead Kingdom. Undead Lord. I have the means to detect evil, your majesty. You can leave the matter of identifying lords with bad character to me. Zhou, who had already returned to the kingdom of Jiayong through the space teleportation array, curled his lips after seeing the words of the Undead Lord. You are talking about your ability to detect evil in front of a creature with the blood of the Holy Dragon of Light. You have guts, you have guts. He didn't reply to the other party, but went straight to the Knight's Temple, and came to the office of the Temple Master. Dong dong dong. Zhou knocked on the door gently. Come in. Bai He's voice came. Zhou pushed the door open. When Bai He in the office saw that it was Zhou, he was stunned at first, and then a smile appeared on his face. Sit down. He smiled. Zhou sat down unceremoniously. You kid, while I was away, you actually made such a big thing. Rob has already told me, but did you really get so many certificates of the Legion by raising monsters? After the two chatted for a while, Bai He talked about the last incident. He asked with curiosity. There is indeed a monster ranch in my territory that is specifically used to breed fog monsters and collect designated spoils. The Legion certificate is just one of the designated spoils we collect. Zhou said. Monster Ranch. After listening to this, Bai He was shocked, and then looked at Zhou with a complicated expression. He has a wide range of experience. When he was young, he had heard of monster ranches that were specifically used to collect designated spoils. It is said that only a few powerful Empire-level lords, or even Kingdom-level lords can create such monster ranches. And even if they can be created, the cost is extremely high. Finding designated monsters, demarcating the monster's living territory, studying the monster's growth method, choosing the harvesting time, and how to increase the explosion rate of designated spoils. All kinds of conditions are indispensable. The lords who were able to realize the monster ranch paid a lot of price. That's why. Although he knew the existence of the monster ranch, he never let the human race do it. No other reason. Can't afford it. Unexpectedly, I heard it from Lord Jiayong today. And the other party did it, and it seems to be quite effective. It is worthy of being one of the future hopes recognized by the human race's top leaders. He sighed in his heart. Do you still have the Legion certificate? Bai He asked bluntly. Zhou didn't think much about it, and directly took out 400 Legion certificates from his king's treasure box, and put them on the table. Looking at the kingdom-level Legion certificates piled up like a small mountain. Even with Bai He's knowledge, he was stunned for a while. You really have it. And so many? Wow. Bai He smacked his lips. So many Legion certificates are enough for them to have 400 more regular legions in the human race. This is undoubtedly a huge help for the human race, whose official legions are extremely rare. However, Bai He did not touch these Legion certificates immediately. Thousands of years of life have made him know that everything has been secretly marked with a price. There is no free thing in this world. What do you want? Bai He looked at Zhou. I did come here for a request. But I didn't want to use these 400 Legion certificates to fulfill my request. I just heard that the Lord of the Palace wanted it, and then I simply wanted to give it to our human race. If this is also considered a request, then what I want should be the friendship of our human race. Zhou smiled. Legion certificate is really useless to him at present. He really just heard that the other party needed this thing, so he took it out and gave it to the other party. Anyway, with so many Legion certificates, his monster ranch can produce them in 2 days. Baiha pondered, nodded, and waved his right hand to collect the 400 Legion certificates. What do you want? Baihe asked. Last time when I resurrected Li Xingguang, the lord of the palace said he owed me a favor? Zhou asked. Yes, do you want to use this favor? Baihe asked. Zhou nodded. I want the body of a high-level demon. If possible. I hope it can be a demon of the upper god level. Higher, if there is, it would be better. He stated his request. Chapter 713. Are you in a hurry? Baihe pondered for a moment and asked seriously. No hurry. Okay. Baihe nodded, leave it to me. Wait 2 days, I will give you a demon corpse of at least the upper god level. Thank you, Lord Palace Master. Zhou's eyes lit up, and he smiled immediately. You're welcome. We have nothing else in the Knight's Temple, but demons can still be seen everywhere. Baihe smiled. Who is he? The god of the Abyss Knights. He once made a great name for himself in the Abyss with his own strength. For him, it is not difficult to get an Abyss demon corpse of at least the upper god level. Besides, you have given us so many Legion certificates, I can't give you nothing. This is for you. Baihe took out a map and a token and gave them to Zhou. Zhou took it and found that there was a place called Bronze Mausoleum marked on the map. As for the token, it is called the Order of the Bronze Mausoleum, which is the key to open a special secret realm. This Bronze Mausoleum is a special secret realm, which contains 100,000 fog monsters, bronze warriors, and a monster general named Bronze General. We killed Bronze General several times, and then accidentally got a bronze book. The effect of this bronze book is that it can improve the quality of troops below the kingdom level. That is to say, with the help of the bronze book, basic troops can be promoted to intermediate troops can be promoted to advanced troops, and advanced troops can be promoted to special troops, but special troops cannot be promoted to kingdom level troops. But even so, it is quite precious to have a special grade soldier. If you are interested, I can represent the human high level and give you this secret realm permanently. But I also want to tell you, after this secret realm is opened once, it takes 10 years to open it again. It cannot be restarted forcibly in the middle, otherwise this secret realm will destroy itself. How about it? Are you interested? Baihe looked at Zhou. Yes. Zhou thought about it and agreed. He has the king of trophies. Maybe the trophies in this secret realm will change differently in his hands. Okay. Then this bronze mausoleum is handed over to you. You can go there by yourself through this map, or you can go there directly through the space teleportation array of our Knight's Temple. The requirements for entering the secret realm will naturally know when you arrive. It is not difficult. You will definitely be able to enter and get the things inside. Baihe said. Then I will go there tomorrow to take a look. Zhou nodded. Baihe said, okay. After the two chatted for a while, Zhou said goodbye and left. After leaving, Zhou drove a galaxy and planned to go to Wu Xian to have a look. Outside the territory of the Night Empire. Near a deserted platinum-level scarlet territory. More than 800 million soldiers wearing the standard equipment of the Kingdom of the Sun were killing the fog monsters that gathered nearby in an orderly manner, in front of a large number of soldiers. Even if these fog monsters gathered more and more, they could not stop their killing pace. Some fog monsters that had born intelligence, seeing this scene, had already run away in fear. In addition, among these soldiers, there were also clergymen wearing emerald green robes. They were the clergymen in the sanctuary of the goddess of life. They cast divine spells on the injured soldiers, treating and even resurrecting the injured or even dead soldiers one by one. At this time, a slim girl holding a phoenix fire gun, wearing silver knight armor, and riding an epic dragon blood horse was watching the scene of these clergymen resurrecting soldiers. No matter how many times I see it, it still feels incredible. Yuling sighed softly. Since yesterday, she personally led the soldiers to help this group of new recruits from the Kingdom of the Sun to train. At that time, she was surprised by the large number of these new recruits and the incredible methods of these clergymen. Especially the method of resurrection. In the eyes of her, the princess of the empire, such methods are all legendary methods. However, according to her understanding in the past 2 days, this resurrection method is no different from ordinary healing for the soldiers of the Prideful Sun Kingdom. She even knew a general of the Prideful Sun Legion, who had experienced 16 resurrections, and now had legendary strength. She finally knew. Why are these soldiers from the Prideful Sun Kingdom so fierce and fearless in their fighting style? After all, If the soldiers of their Night Empire could also have such a resurrection method, even the most timid soldiers would have the courage to fight the enemy to the death. In the long run, who would be afraid of death? And there are more new recruits today. Even more than yesterday, and they are not even the same batch of recruits. Princess Yuling took a deep breath when she thought of this. She naturally understood what this meant. This means that the number of recruits under the command of the King of the Sun has exceeded 1 billion. This number has exceeded the total strength of soldiers from all over their Night Empire. Although this sounds incredible, it is the truth. The King of the Sun is really an incredible person. No wonder so many human leaders think he is one of the hopes for the rise of our human race. Princess Yuling thought to herself. Your Highness. Just then, a knight wearing the standard equipment of the Night Empire galloped from a distance, then stopped in front of her and said respectfully, Your Highness, the King of the Sun is coming. Take me there. Princess Yuling said immediately after hearing this. Your Highness, please follow me. The general nodded, and then took Princess Yuling to gallop in one direction. Soon, they rushed to the place where the military tents were. A handsome young man wearing an imperial dragon robe and a Xianyuan sword on his waist was chatting with Wu Xian. Next to Wu Xian were the gods such as Vicky. Long time no see. Princess Yuling listened to a few words from a distance. After confirming that the other party was not talking about any important matters, she took a breath, walked over, and greeted with a smile. Your Highness? Thank you, Your Highness, and the soldiers of the Night Empire for taking care of our soldiers these 2 days. Zhou said politely. He had learned from Wu Xian's report that the princess had come to help these 2 days. Shame on you. We did come with the idea of helping. But the soldiers under your command don't seem to need our help, and we have become soy sauce instead, Princess Yuling said. This idiom of soy sauce was something she learned from the soldiers of the Jiayang Kingdom these 2 days. She didn't even realize it herself. I have always been aloof, but now I am speaking in a deliberately friendly manner. Zhou smiled. What is the situation of the Night Empire now? He asked. With the help of the soldiers under your majesty in the past 2 days, the pressure on our Night Empire has been relieved a lot. But in the battlefield of high-end combat power, our situation is still not very good, Princess Yuling said truthfully. Zhou nodded. Then he suddenly said, I plan to go to the Excalibur Empire today. Princess, are you willing to go with me? With the galaxy. It is not difficult for him to cross the space teleportation array and go directly to the Excalibur Empire. Chapter 714. Go to the Sword Empire? Have you opened all the space teleportation arrays to the Sword Empire? Princess Yuling was startled, and then her expression became excited. That's not the case. But Zhou looked at the disappointment on Princess Yuling's face, smiled slightly, and then snapped his fingers lightly, and saw a huge spaceship with a bright silver body and a miniature galaxy shape gradually emerging from the sky above them. The galaxy is more than 80,000 square kilometers in size. If it were placed on Blue Star, it would be as big as a Sichuan and Chongqing city. It stretched across the sky, and the earth was shrouded in a large shadow, as if night had fallen. Princess Yuling looked at the spaceship that covered the sky and the sun above her head, and even subconsciously held her breath. And what surprised her most was not the size of the spaceship, but the faint divine power it exuded. The divine-level spaceship of the mechanical race, she murmured. The Night Empire she was in did not have much contact with the mechanical clan, but only had some of the mechanical clan's technological products spread by the mechanical clan civilization. As for the so-called mechanical clan's god-level spaceship, she had only read about it in some ancient books. It was her first time to see a spaceship of this level in reality. Is this yours? Princess Yuling looked at Zhou. Zhou nodded casually. Princess Yuling looked confused. At this moment, she felt that she, a princess from an empire-level lord force, was like a country bumpkin. And the new king in front of her, who had established the kingdom a few days ago, was a member of a high-level race civilization force from a great lord force. She shook her head, shaking off the idea that she thought was a bit outrageous. With the speed of the galaxy, we should be able to reach the Sword Empire within half an hour. Just then, Zhou's voice rang in Princess Yuling's ears. The distance from the Night Empire to the Sword Empire is about 62.5 billion kilometers. At the speed of the galaxy, it normally takes about an hour and a half. However, the space teleportation array that Zhou had shot down in the past 2 days was not shot down in vain. He could first use the space teleportation array to reach the location of the space teleportation array closest to the Sword Empire, and then go to the Sword Empire. In this way, It would only take about half an hour to reach the Sword Empire. Okay. Then let's go now, Princess Yuling said with some excitement. She looked at the magnificent galaxy above her head, her eyes full of curiosity. She had never ridden a mechanical spaceship of the god level. Your Highness. The general behind her hesitated and wanted to speak. King Zhuyang is trustworthy. If my father and mother ask me where I am going, you should say so. Princess Yuling looked back at the general and said with a cold expression, Yes, Your Highness. The general did not dare to refute and bowed his head respectfully. Zhou smiled at this. Then he and Princess Yuling flew into the galaxy together. Inside the galaxy. In a large hall. Wow! Princess Yuling looked at the mechanical and technological settings around her, and said a little wow, her eyes sparkling and very bright. At this moment, she seemed to have put down her airs as an imperial princess, and turned into a little girl who saw something new and interesting. It's so big here. Can I take a look around here? She looked at Zhou. Princess, please feel free to do as you please. Zhou said casually. Your Jiaoyang kingdom has a high diplomatic relationship with our Night Empire, so we don't need to be so distant when talking. You can just call me Yuling or Elena. How about I call you Zhou? Princess Yuling smiled. Of course. Zhou said casually. You speak so elegantly, just like my father, the Qi refiner? Princess Yuling complained. I am indeed a Qi refiner. Your Majesty too? Zhou said with some surprise, as he asked when he had to start and head to the space teleportation array. Yes. The Qi refiner profession is the top profession of our human race. Generally speaking, humans with good family backgrounds and Qi refiner qualifications will basically transfer to Qi refiners as long as they have access to Qi refiners. I am also a Qi refiner. Yuling smiled. Zhou nodded. That's right. Qi refiners have a bright future. Which human race doesn't want to become a Qi refiner? And the Divine Sword Empire we are going to is a fairyland of Qi refiners. The king of the Divine Sword Empire is a sword fairy of the Tai Golden Immortal level. And the ancestor of the Divine Sword Empire is said to be a great master of the Daoyue Golden Immortal level. Princess Yuling said. Zhou nodded. He was not surprised. The Night Empire has true god-level knights like Baihe. It is quite normal that the Sword Empire also has a Daoyue Jinxian of the same level. He even speculated. Perhaps each of the 5 empires of the human race has a true god-level existence behind it. But if that is true, why don't they build a kingdom of God? Zhou was confused. He didn't have a specific method to build a kingdom of God in his mind. So he didn't know the specific reason. Maybe he needs to improve his strength to a higher level, and his bloodline inheritance will unlock the bloodline knowledge in this area. What is this? Just then, Princess Yuling pointed to a black helmet and said, Virtual game helmet. There are many virtual games in it. Yuling, if you are interested, you can play it to kill time. We still have about half an hour before we reach the Sword Empire. If you still want to play afterward, Yuling, I can give you 10,000 sets of virtual game helmets. Zhou said. These virtual game helmets are the first batch of game helmets made by Wenye's factory. They have not been issued yet. It's natural to give some to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Virtual game helmets? Is it the popular toy in the mechanical race civilization in the books? I heard that many creatures of advanced race civilizations like virtual games made by the mechanical race very much. Princess Yuling picked up the virtual helmet curiously and took a look. Yes. Zhou nodded. Princess Yuling curiously played with the virtual helmet for a while, and then reluctantly put it down. She looked at Zhou. Her expression suddenly became serious. Your Excellency, the King of Pride. I would like to buy a galaxy ship like this from you on behalf of the Night Empire. I wonder if it's okay. Don't worry about the price. We will never treat you unfairly, she said. Zhou pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head. Sorry, Princess. Regarding the galaxy, we can't make many at the moment in the Kingdom of Pride and Sun. So we can't sell god-level spaceships like the galaxy to the outside world for the time being. During this period of time, Wenya used the god-level materials in Zhou's hands to make 2 more galaxy ships, bringing the number of galaxy ships under his command to 12. But this is already the limit. There are no more corresponding god-level materials. Even Wenya can't make more galaxy ships. After all, even a good cook can't cook without rice. Chapter 715. When Princess Yuling heard this, regret and disappointment suddenly appeared in her eyes. But, if Yuling can provide some god-level materials for the galaxy, our Jiaoyang kingdom can also build 1 or 2 galaxy for the Night Empire. Zhou smiled. Really? Can you let me see the god-level materials your country needs? Zhou nodded, and then asked Winya to send the relevant information. Soon, a personal terminal was delivered by a spaceship robot and handed to Yuling. After simply familiarizing herself with the operation of the personal terminal, she looked at the god-level materials needed to build the galaxy. After looking for a while, Yuling frowned slightly. Then she looked up at Zhou. I need to go back and discuss it with my father, she said seriously. Of course. Zhou smiled slightly. The god-level material requirements that Yuling saw had been written twice as much by Winya under his secret instructions. In other words, if Winya really sent all the god-level materials needed to build a galaxy as mentioned above, Winya could use these god-level materials to build 2 galaxy ships. In addition, she would have to pay for the manufacturing cost of 100 lower-level god intermediate crystals. However, Zhou did not have any psychological burden about this. This is how technology monopoly works. Otherwise, would he still work for the other party for free? Friendship is friendship, and business is business. He can still distinguish these small things. And if they were not the same human race, he would not be willing to take advantage of the situation at this time. If it were any other alien race, he estimated that they would need more than 5 galaxy ships. The manufacturing cost would also be greatly increased. In addition, he felt that Yuling had already sensed that the demand for this god-level material was a bit too much. But it seemed that she saw through it but didn't say it out loud. In Zhou's eyes, this is exactly what a smart person would do. After a while, Zhou and his team came to a legendary upper-level space teleportation array where Baiyun and his team were through the space teleportation array, and then Zhou met Baiyun and his team. Your Majesty, Baiyun and other generals, and the Lords of the Star Alliance said respectfully. How is the progress? Zhou asked. We have just captured 2 legendary superior space teleportation arrays, 3 epic superior space teleportation arrays, and 3 extraordinary superior space teleportation arrays. At present, all the extraordinary superior space teleportation arrays have been captured by us. On the way to the Divine Sword Empire, there are only 6 legendary superior space teleportation arrays and 11 epic superior space teleportation arrays left. We should be able to occupy them all before tonight. Zhou couldn't help but ponder after hearing this. He originally wanted to take Baiyun and the others to the Divine Sword Empire. Now, after hearing what the other party said, he suddenly wanted the other party to occupy all the space teleportation arrays first. After all, even if he and Yuling went to the Divine Sword Empire in advance and informed the Night Empire that the Divine Sword Empire needed support, the other party probably needed him to open up all the space teleportation arrays first, so that they could teleport troops to support each other. Thinking of this, Zhou decided not to take Baiyun and the others with him. It saves him from having to go and come back again. He has the Galaxy spaceship and the Pillar of Empire, a middle-level puppet of the Upper God. Even if he encounters any enemies on the way to the Sword Empire, he will have no problem fighting or escaping. It doesn't matter if he doesn't bring Baiyun and the others. Okay. You continue to occupy the remaining space teleportation arrays. When you arrive at the Sword Empire, tell me through the Bloodback clone. I will go to the Sword Empire in advance to say hello. Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Baiyun was startled, and then said respectfully. Zhou nodded, and then flew back to the galaxy with Yuling again. If I didn't know that your kingdom was newly established. It's hard for me to imagine that you are a primary kingdom that has only been established for a few days. Yuling sighed. When she went down just now, in addition to seeing Baiyun, she also saw the 3 gods Qi Xiantian, Guiqiao, and Zhe Wu. What surprised her was that she actually felt the threat of a middle-level god or even higher from these 3 gods. It was completely different from the feeling given to her by the lower-level gods. She knew what this meant. This represented these 3 gods. Except for the middle-level god of the Snow Wolf. The other sword cultivator, and the lower-level god, who used an axe, all had combat power comparable to that of a middle-level god or even higher. Yuling had a very high talent in perception. So she had no doubt that her perception was wrong. Thinking of the gods, she had seen at Wu Xian's place before. Yuling had only one thought left in her mind. The primary kingdom of King Zheyong was a bit outrageous. On the other side, after hearing Yuling's words, Zhou smiled and said nothing. Later, the two chatted on the spaceship while waiting to arrive at the Sword Empire, and the atmosphere was quite friendly. By the way, which river is the galaxy? Is it a river in your Zheyong kingdom? Yuling asked curiously. The galaxy is my hometown, Zhou said. Yu Ling understood immediately. The hometown here should refer to the hometown of the blue star human race behind Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou was also thinking about the name of the galaxy. He had privately asked Wenya about the origin of the name galaxy. As a result, Wenya said, among the many models of spaceships of the mechanical clan, there is no spaceship model named after the galaxy. And the most important thing is, the name of the galaxy on the galaxy is specially written in the Yin country language on Earth. The galaxy was built by the mechanical Lord God himself. And the mechanical Lord God specially wrote the name of the galaxy in Yin country's language. I'm afraid that in the eyes of the mechanical Lord God, he can see my identity as a time traveler at a glance, and it's not a secret at all. Zhou Zhou's mind was flying. Maybe in this world, time travelers are not a rare species at all. Maybe there is another one somewhere, or even many time travelers are working hard to improve their strength and power. For those high and mighty Lord Gods, time travelers are a little special, but they are probably just like that. He shook his head secretly, and stopped thinking about it. More than 20 minutes later, already approaching the territory of the Excalibur Empire, Wenya's voice resounded in Zhou Zhou and Linger's ears. Turn on the virtual exterior mode, Zhou Zhou said. The next second, the bulkheads around Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling suddenly became transparent, showing the scene outside. The two of them only took a glance, and Zhou Zhou frowned, and Yu Ling's face became even uglier. I saw it on the ground. A large number of fog monsters covered the ground, and like waves, they continued to attack a nearly 10,000-meter high city wall. They were like waves on the ocean, vowing to break down the city wall that blocked them. Inside the city wall was a huge military fortress stained with blood. Teams of soldiers continued to transport supplies to the city wall. Sword cultivators wearing various clothes either rode flying swords to defend on the city wall, or simply rushed out of the protection range of the city wall, rode the mighty sword energy, and fought a bloody battle with the fog monsters. Chapter 716. In the sky, there are also a large number of flying fog monsters, constantly flying towards the city wall, trying to fly over the city wall to kill the human soldiers and human subjects inside the city wall. However, just as they rushed to the sky above the city wall, they hit a transparent film covering the entire military fortress. There are faint sword chi crisscrossing on the transparent film, forming an inseparable sword chi network, blocking these flying fog monsters outside. A large number of sword cultivators will rush out, while repairing this sword chi network, while fighting with these fog monsters. Every minute and every second, a large number of fog monsters and human sword cultivators die on the battlefield, and the scene is very tragic. There are about 50 million fog monsters. Zhou Zhou took a look at the monster data displayed by Wenya, and knew the approximate number of these fog monsters. This is the diamond-level territory of Juliuo Fortress located in the border area of the Excalibur Empire. There are a total of 35 such military fortresses in the Excalibur Empire. Just one military fortress was attacked by so many fog monsters. The current situation of the Excalibur Empire. Yu Ling bit her lips lightly, her face a little pale. She came here on the galaxy, originally wanting to ask the Excalibur Empire to help their Night Empire through the difficulties. Now it seems, the situation of the Excalibur Empire seems to be worse than their Night Empire. She had a vague premonition in her heart that the next road to seeking help might not be as smooth as she imagined. Perhaps, the Excalibur Empire needs their help in return. Just then, Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling suddenly found that the situation below seemed to have changed. Juliuo Fortress. The 10 Directions Heavenly Sword Formation is damaged in the southeast. The 211th Formation Repair Team is on the way. The 1156th Elite Sword Cultivation Team is responsible for the cover. The 566th Cloud Cannon is overheated. The Deputy Gunner comes to cast a spell to cool it down. My flying sword is broken. Give me a new one. The second line lacks the demon-slaying talisman. The supply soldiers are going to deliver a batch quickly. Is there anyone who can save my brother? The sound of a large number of soldiers fighting, the sound of weapons clashing, the sound of spells colliding, the sound of the bombardment of the city walls, and the sound of the operation of war machinery resounded inside and outside the city walls. On the highest wall, a middle-aged general in silver armor looked at the battlefield with a serious expression. His name is Sun Wujia. He is the lord of Juliuo City, and the strongest person in Juliuo City. We can still hold out for 2 days. We must transfer all the remaining people in Juliuo City to the inland city within these 2 days, so that we can fight with confidence. Or die. These bastards from the Kirin Scarlet Empire. If it weren't for these guys blocking the surrounding space, we wouldn't be so passive and even the battle wouldn't be fun. When he thought of this, His expression became gloomy. The Scarlet Legion of the Kirin Scarlet Empire, which they were facing at this time, deliberately used some kind of space-blocking device to block all the space near Juliua City when attacking their Juliua City, causing the people who instinctively transferred through the space teleportation array to be unable to transfer. Their own soldiers could not leave here, and the outside reinforcements could not come to their Juliua City. Their Juliua City has now become an isolated island. In this situation, the other party can attack without any scruples. However, because they have to take into account the people in the city, they dare not fight back, and can only rely on the formation to defend. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. Sun Wujia knew. This is not a solution. But he really has no other way. At this moment, boom, there was a big explosion in the sky. Sun Wujia looked up suddenly, and then he was shocked by the scene he saw. In the sky, the 10 Directions Heavenly Sword Formation, which was responsible for blocking the flying fog monsters, actually broke a hole of more than 100 meters. A large number of fog monsters swarmed towards the hole with roars and shouts, and even a small number of fog monsters rushed into the formation and fought with the sword cultivators in the city. Damn it! Sun Wujia didn't have time to think about why the 10 Directions Heavenly Sword Formation, which had never had any problems, suddenly had problems. He suddenly burst out with the pressure of the lower god level, and then shot towards the 10 Directions Heavenly Sword Formation. But just when he flew halfway, a scarlet god with a black unicorn head, a western dragon body, and the aura of a middle god suddenly appeared in front of him. You must be Sun Wujia, the defender of Juliua City. You have been able to resist until now, which shows your outstanding military talent. Now Juliua City is about to be breached. Give up resistance. For a military talent like you, this king can decide to transform you into a top-grade scarlet god body. How about it? His voice rumbled, and he looked at Sun Shiji with admiration. The Divine Sword Empire only has sword cultivators who die standing, but no living traitors who kneel. Come and die! Sun Wujia's eyes were bloodshot, and he summoned his own flying sword and slashed at the opponent. Humph! Don't give me face. The Qilong stretched out its black dragon claws, and actually grabbed the flying sword that Sun Wujia chopped with all his strength. Then he opened his mouth and bit Sun Wujia, and at the same time, he manifested a huge Qilong head that looked like the law of heaven and earth and bit it. My life is over. When Sun Wujia saw this huge Qilong Dharma image, he knew that he could not resist it, nor could he escape. At the moment of death, the only regret in his heart was that he did not move the remaining people of Juliua City away. Now that he is dead, Juliua City may be breached soon. At that time, the remaining people of Juliua City may die at the hands of these fog monsters. He was full of self-blame. But at this moment, then a figure wearing the Emperor Dragon robe suddenly appeared in front of him. He held the golden sword in his hand and swung it. Thousands of spiritual golden sword chi burst out from the golden sword, covering an area of dozens of square kilometers in the blink of an eye, covering this space like a sword domain. Then Zhou's mind moved. He saw that these thousands of golden sword chi formed a golden giant sword of tens of thousands of meters in an instant. It was the sword phenomenon formed by the 10,000 Swords Immortal formation. Go! He pointed at the Qilong Dharma image with one hand, and saw the golden giant sword suddenly turn around and flew towards the Qilong Dharma image. Boom! The two collided with each other, and a huge explosion occurred. The tens of thousands of fog monsters nearby were affected by the explosion before they could react, and in the blink of an eye, not even powder was left. The nearby sword cultivators, under Zhou's intentional protection, did not suffer any injuries, but were a little embarrassed. The realm of sword energy as thin as silk. Where did this peerless sword cultivator come from? Sun Wujia's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw this scene. He looked at Zhou with a brilliant look. Only this kind of supreme sword realm can control such a terrifying force so easily, and at the same time not hurt the sword cultivators on his side. Then Sun Wujia and the scarlet spirit of the Qilong clan seemed to have discovered something on Zhou, and their eyes widened immediately. Epic level. Epic human race can actually withstand my Qilong bite? The scarlet spirit of the Qilong clan looked incredible. Then he looked at Zhou, his expression gradually became sinister and resolute. Today, even if we can't take Juliua City, we must kill you. Otherwise, you will become a great worry for my lord in the future, he said in a low voice. Zhou took out the Pillar of Empire puppet as if he didn't hear what he said, then materialized it and protected it in front of him. Kill him, Zhou said coldly. Yes. The Pillar of Empire Gerard looked at the scarlet spirit of the Qilong clan with a confused look on his face, grinned, and then rushed up with the artifact sky-splitting blade in his hand. Chapter 717. Seeing Gerard and the other party fighting, Zhou turned to look at Sun Wujie. He saw Sun Wujie looking at him with burning eyes. "Are you the reinforcements sent by His Majesty?" he asked expectantly. "No. I am from the Kingdom of the Sun. The Night Empire invited me here. This time, I came to discuss something with your country." Zhou shook his head. The Kingdom of the Sun. Sun Wujie was a little disappointed when he heard that it was not reinforcements. Then, after hearing the 4 words the Kingdom of the Sun, his eyes showed confusion. Why does this name sound so familiar? Wait! Are you the King of the Sun? The light of hope of the human race, the King of the Sun, who won the title of the strongest lord of all races on the battlefield of the lords of all races? He suddenly stared at Zhou with wide eyes. Zhou's mouth twitched a few times. The title of the strongest lord of all races is real. But when did the light of hope for the human race come into being? He found that he had been given more and more nicknames recently. I am not worthy of the title of the light of hope for the human race. But I am indeed the one who has won the title of the strongest lord of all races, Zhou said. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that Sun Wujie was looking at him with the eyes of a giant panda. Then he suddenly thought of something, and his expression suddenly became anxious. Why are you here? Go away. If the Scarlet Empire knows that you are here, they will come to kill you at all costs. Be loyal to the trust of others. Zhou was not panicked, and smiled. And for now, as long as I and you do not reveal my identity, few people will know that I came to you. Besides, I am the Lord of all races, and my territory is clearly on the Supreme Continent. Let's put aside the Supreme Agreement. If they really want to destroy me, I have nowhere to escape unless I give up my foundation. Sun Wujie fell silent. It seems that what he said makes sense. As a Lord of all races, where can he escape to? I won't reveal your identity. Sun Wujie raised his head and looked at Zhou seriously. Zhou nodded. He looked in the direction of Gerard. At this time, Gerard was relying on his strength as an intermediate god to suppress the scarlet spirit of the Qilum clan, which was a lower-level middle god. Sun Wujie also saw this scene. He breathed a sigh of relief and was not as nervous as before. Then he recalled his own flying sword and killed the place where the 10 directions Tian Luo's sword formation was broken. Seeing this, Zhou also rushed up with Xian Yuan's sword in hand. The two quickly rushed to the breached area, and then joined forces to kill all the fog monsters that rushed into the 10 directions heavenly sword formation, and then protected the formation repair team and repaired all the damaged areas of the formation before stopping. The scarlet spirit of the Qilum clan, who was fighting with Gerald in the distance, saw the scene and was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He deliberately disguised himself as an ordinary fog monster and approached the 10 directions heavenly sword formation. He finally found a gap in the defense and suddenly attacked and broke a gap. Unexpectedly, it was repaired in the blink of an eye. He wanted to go over to stop it. But the scarlet spirit of the upper god level in front of him kept attacking him with fatal moves, which made him unable to get away at all, and he didn't even dare to be distracted, for fear that if he was distracted, he would die here. You help the camp of the Supreme Will, aren't you afraid of the punishment from my lord? The scarlet spirit of the Qilum clan glared at Gerard and shouted. As a puppet creature, Gerard was too lazy to speak. The continuous slashing of the sky-splitting blade made the other party deeply feel what a life-and-death crisis was. Soon, despair appeared on the face of the scarlet spirit of the Qilum clan. He was just a middle-level god. Even if he had a high talent, it was not enough for him to cross the gap between him and the upper gods. He could feel it. When the power in his body was exhausted, he would die. He suddenly regretted coming to intervene in the matter here, on the battlefield. Thank you for your help. Sun Wujie looked at the handsome man in front of him with a slightly bright look in his eyes. Although this person was only at the upper level of epic, his real combat power was far better than his. He is indeed a man who defeated the full-strength attack of the middle-level god-level scarlet spirit with one sword. Zhou waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry. At this time, he was also very satisfied with his current combat power. He originally relied on the blood of the chaos human race, and the power of a divine weapon to kill the enemies of the lower god level at the epic level. If the blood and the divine weapon gave him enough strength advantage, then the sword inheritance of Qi Xiantian obtained this morning suddenly gave him a very high skill advantage. Strength and skill combined, this allowed his real combat power to make another breakthrough, and he was able to fight against the enemies of the middle god level at the epic level. Such a brilliant record. Even the pride of heaven like Qi Xiantian can't compare. After all, Qi Xiantian only relied on his epic superior strength to kill enemies of the lower god level. And he had killed enemies of the lower god level when he was below the epic level. Now that he has become an epic superior, he can even face the middle god level Scarlet Spirits without losing. When I reach the legendary level and can initially use the sword of the opening dimension, I should be able to kill enemies of the middle god level. And I will also have a certain ability to protect myself when facing enemies of the upper god level. Zhou thought silently. At that time, as long as the true god does not come out, he will basically not be afraid of any enemy. At that time, he should be able to let go of some hands and feet and speed up his development. No need to be too cowardly like before. At this time, the war is still going on. Sun Wujie did not say much, and once again threw himself into the battlefield, killing those powerful scarlet monsters to help his own sword cultivators and soldiers relieve the pressure of the battle. Zhou flew high into the sky, raised his right hand, and then a thought came to his mind. Extraordinary Lord Talent, Rebellion, activated. The next second, invisible waves were seen, instantly covering the more than 50 million scarlet fog monsters. A text prompt appeared. Reminder, you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Instigate. Instigate has taken effect. Lord's talent reminder. A total of 5,125,745 iron level fog monsters, 4,351,571 bronze level fog monsters, 2,139,965 silver level fog monsters, 1,021,571 gold level fog monsters, 516,652 platinum level fog monsters, 125,511 diamond level fog monsters, 37,756 transcendent level fog monsters, 3,120 epic level fog monsters, and 52 legendary level fog monsters betrayed their lord's forces and became your loyal subordinates. Zhou nodded slightly. Although only 13,321,943 fog monsters were instigated, not as many as the more than 27 million fog monsters captured directly yesterday. But it's not bad. Chapter 718. I still have a chance to incite rebellion now. Maybe I can use it on the fog monster army around the Sword Empire. Zhou thought. There are so many fog monsters besieging the Sword Empire now, it would be a waste of resources if we don't use them to incite rebellion. He didn't think much and summoned the galaxy, gathering all the fog monsters he wanted to incite rebellion together, and then before the mini fog monsters had time to react, he directly put them all into the galaxy. At this time, the remaining fog monsters first lost the scarlet spirit of the Qilong clan to deter, and now they have lost 1/5 of their troops. At this time, their threat to Joyua City has been greatly reduced, and they have even begun to be unable to suppress the attack of the soldiers of Joyua City. Sun Wujie seized the opportunity and immediately called on the soldiers of Joyua City to counterattack the Scarlet Army. And he rushed directly to the place where the Scarlet Spirit of the Qilong clan was fighting, and dealt with this Scarlet Spirit together with Gerard. With the two gods working together to deal with the Scarlet God of the Qilong clan, he, who was already in danger, had no power to resist. Not long after, Gerard cut off his head with a sword. Once the Scarlet God of the Qilong clan died, the morale of the remaining Scarlet Legion soldiers suddenly dropped sharply. In less than an hour, the remaining Scarlet Legion soldiers died or fled. The victory completely belonged to the Joyua City. Sun Wujie and other soldiers looked at the battlefield that had returned to peace, with only a river of blood and corpses left, and their expressions were a little dazed. We really won? A general with a broken arm said in disbelief. Yes. We not only won, but also defeated the attacking Scarlet Legion. In a short time. There shouldn't be any enemies of the same magnitude coming. Our Joyua City is safe. We have defended this territory for your majesty, and protected the people behind us. Sun Wujie also smiled. The generals laughed excitedly when they heard this. But when they saw the corpses of human soldiers and swordsmen covering the battlefield, their laughter gradually stopped and finally fell silent. Clean up the battlefield, collect the remains of the martyrs, and do a good job of post-war comfort. After a long silence, Sun Wujie spoke out one order after another. Yes, General. After hearing the order, some people went to work. After he arranged everything, he came in front of Zhou and suddenly knelt on one knee. But Zhou reacted very quickly, and stopped the other party from doing this. If you hadn't come to our rescue, all the soldiers and people in Joyua City would have died here. In the future, if you need anything, whether it's going through fire or water, you can ask me for help. I, Sun Wujia, swear to my natal flying sword at this moment that I will definitely repay your kindness. Sun Wujia insisted on kneeling. But Zhou was also very persistent, and didn't want this hero to kneel down for him. You and I are both human, and we don't have any hatred. Isn't it normal to support each other? If you really want to repay me, if I get into trouble in the future, just help me, Zhou said. He didn't think he was an ever-victorious general, nor did he think he would always be undefeated. So he meant what he said. Okay. Sun Wujia looked at Zhou's serious expression, and finally nodded heavily. Just then, a figure ran over from not far away. It was Princess Yuling. She held a sword in her hand, her body was stained with blood, her face was a little pale, but her expression was quite excited. Soon, she came to Zhou. You are worthy of it. You saved Juliua's city with just one move. She looked at Zhou with shining eyes. I just did my best, Zhou said. Who is this? Sun Wujia looked at Yuling. I am the princess of the Night Empire. General Sun can call me Princess Yuling or Princess Elena. So it's the princess of the Night Empire. Sun Wujia looked at Princess Yuling, and his expression suddenly became friendly and gentle. The 5 empires of the human race are of the same blood, and have a very good relationship. Even the empire masters of the 5 empires are sworn brothers, so Sun Wujia has a natural liking for Princess Yuling. Are you not injured? Zhou looked at Yuling and asked. When he came down from the galaxy, Yuling also came down. But he came directly to rescue Sun Wujia. Yuling knew that she could not play a role in the battlefield of the gods, and might even become a burden, so she did not come together, but flew directly to the city wall, and fought the fog monsters with the soldiers and swordsmen on the city wall. Some small monsters that are not at the level of gods, no threat to me. Yuling raised her head proudly. But her face was a little gray. Zhou silently handed her a mirror, so that she could see herself in the mirror. When Yuling saw it, her face immediately turned red, and then she hurriedly used a cleaning technique to make herself clean. Zhou and Sun Wujia couldn't help but smile when they saw it. Princess Yuling, and I came here on behalf of the Night Empire to ask to see His Majesty. May I ask if you can introduce us? Zhou turned to Sun Wujia and told him his business. Of course. Sun Wujia agreed without thinking. After we lift the space blockade around here, the space teleportation array can be used again. I will send someone to take you to Fuyo Imperial Capital at that time. As for me, I still need to stay here to guard, so I won't go with you, Sun Wujia said. Zhou and Yuling nodded. After a while, a soldier came to tell the 3 that they had found the enemy treasure that blocked the space, and now the space blockade has been lifted, and the space teleportation array can be used normally. Upon hearing this, Sun Wujia found a general who was familiar with Fuyo Imperial Capital and asked him to take the city lord's order of Juliua's city and take Zhou and Yuling to the space teleportation array to meet His Majesty in Fuyo Imperial Capital. After Zhou and Yuling said goodbye, they followed the general into the space teleportation array and disappeared. Fuyo Imperial Capital. When Zhou arrived here, the first thing he saw was a statue. The statue was 82,000 feet tall and looked like a handsome young man. He was wearing a green shirt, a Huayang scarf on his head, a whisk in his arms, and a sword on his back. Although he was smiling, his eyes were filled with a sword spirit. That is the founding sword immortal of the Divine Sword Empire, Fuyo Sword Emperor LVN. He is also the Daluo Jinxian ancestor behind the Divine Sword Empire today. Yuling looked at the statue and explained to Zhou. Zhou nodded, then was stunned. LVN? Wait. Fuyo, LVN, Sword Immortal. Does this ancestor have another name, called LV Dongmen? Zhou asked in a low voice. Yes, so you know it too. It is said that when LV Zhu went out to practice, he practiced in a simple cave. He called himself a guest in the cave, so he got the title of LV Dongmen. This great man has many myths and legends that spread throughout the heavens and the worlds. If you want to know, I can tell you, Yuling said confidently. It seems that she admires this LV Zhu very much. Zhou's mind was a little confused. The feeling that the myths and legends on Earth suddenly appeared in front of him made him feel a little unreal at this time. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses. It turns out that the legend of LV Zhu has already spread all over the world. It seems that the Earth and Blue Star before I crossed over were the 2 worlds affected. That's right. Since this world has Qigong and Immortals. Then what's so strange about the appearance of LV Zhu? Maybe he will meet Neza, Sun Wukong, or even the existence of the 3 pure ones in the future. Zhou thought. Then the 2 of them came to the imperial palace of Fuyo Imperial Capital, under the guidance of the general. After the communication, the two of them successfully met the Emperor of the Divine Sword Empire. Chapter 719. The Emperor of the Sword Empire is a white-haired young man, wearing a white imperial robe. He has a handsome face, jade-like skin, and bright eyes. He sits on the throne, like a sword standing there. A faint pressure of the upper god level emanates from him. The civil and military officials around him bowed their heads respectfully, and there was no movement in the hall. Zhou/Yuling, meet your majesty. Zhou and Yuling said respectfully. Zhou was amazed. I didn't expect that the Emperor of the Sword Empire was actually a top upper god. Stand up, Emperor Lu Xun said. His voice was steady and powerful. The two stood up after hearing the words. Lu Xun looked at the two people in the palace, looked at Zhou for a while, and then looked at Yuling. Niece Yuling. Long time no see. Is your father okay? He suddenly smiled. Father has been doing well lately, but he often talks about you to me, saying that he has been busy with state affairs in recent years and hasn't competed with you for a long time. Yuling laughed. Elvesian laughed, then sighed. It has been 132 years since I competed with Brother Ji. When the disaster is over, I will definitely go to see Brother Ji with my sword. Father will be very happy to hear that. Yuling nodded and smiled. Elvesian nodded. Then he said seriously, when I was divination this morning, I already knew your intention. Don't worry. The Night Empire is in trouble, and my Divine Sword Empire, as a friendly country of the same race, how can we not help it? Elvesian looked at Zhou. When my nephew opens up all the space teleportation arrays between the two countries, I will send troops to support the Night Empire, he said in a deep voice. My subordinates should be able to open the space transmission array between the two countries tonight, Zhou said. Then I will personally lead people to the Night Empire tomorrow, Lu Xun said without hesitation. Zhou and Yuling looked at each other, both a little confused. They both felt that the current situation of the Divine Sword Empire did not seem to be very good. Why did His Majesty agree so readily? Did they guess wrong? Can the Divine Sword Empire handle the fog monster army they are facing with ease? Just then. Your Majesty, no. Just then, an old minister in a black robe stood up. Our Divine Sword Empire is currently besieged by the 6 Scarlet Empires, and there are more than 3 billion scarlet monsters surrounding our empire. We really don't have the spare energy to support other countries now, the old minister said earnestly. Then he turned to look at Yuling and Zhou. Princess Yuling, King Zhuyang, I'm really sorry. Under the current circumstances, our Divine Sword Empire really doesn't have the spare power to send troops to help you. When the other ministers heard someone speak up first, they also stood up to persuade Lu Xun to withdraw his order. Sun Cheng, Zhou Han, Jiang Chun. You talk too much. This emperor has made up his mind. This emperor will take the 4th Pure Yang Legion to the Night Empire for support tomorrow. Our Divine Sword Empire is the leader of the 5 empires. Now that our friendly countries are in trouble, how can we not set an example for the 5 countries? If you don't support me, and I don't support you, how many of our 5 empires will be left after this disaster? Lu Xun looked at the ministers below with a determined look, without changing his mind at all. As the eldest brother of the 5 empires, seeing other empires in trouble, he had to do this, even if he had to bear huge pressure. The old minister wanted to say something, but a majestic sword intent burst out from Lu Xun, covering the entire hall in the blink of an eye. At this moment, except for Zhou, who also burst out with a majestic sword intent to resist Lu Xun's sword accident, other ministers were suppressed and speechless. And Yuling was not affected by his sword intent under Lu Xun's deliberate care. In this way, Zhou became the most watched person in the entire hall. All the ministers looked at Zhou in disbelief, and also felt the majestic sword intent on him. They could not imagine how this young man could master such an amazing sword realm at such a young age. Lu Xun naturally discovered the difference in Zhou. He looked at Zhou with shining eyes. Then he stood up, first laughed loudly, then looked at him with admiration. Rare. Considering your age, and the time you have received supernatural power, you can actually comprehend such an amazing sword intent in such a short time. It is incredible. Throughout the ages, in the endless years, our human race's chi refining lineage has produced countless peerless sword cultivation geniuses. And among them, you should be ranked first, Lu Xun affirmed. As soon as these words came out, all the ministers, including Yuling beside Zhou, took a deep breath and looked at him in surprise. Especially Yuling. She looked at Zhou with sparkling eyes. Although she knew Zhou's swordsmanship attainments were very high through his performance in Julyuo City just now, but she didn't expect it could be so high. You should know that this majesty is the descendant of the Fuyo Sword Emperor. His words are of great value. Even since the other party can say that Zhou Zhou's swordsmanship aptitude ranks first in history, it is very likely that the other party may also include Fuyo's Sword Emperor. In this case, he can be ranked first. It can be seen that Lu Xun recognizes Zhou Zhou. Ahem. Zhou Zhou's face is slightly red. Family members know their own business. His swordsmanship cultivation and aptitude are just copied from Qi Xiantian. How can it be as exaggerated as this majesty said? Before today, I didn't even concentrate on practicing swordsmanship for a few days. I was really embarrassed to be praised like this suddenly. At the same time, Lu Xun looked at the other ministers, and suddenly snorted. A bunch of losers, you are sword cultivators after all, but you are not as strong as a rising star who has mastered supernatural power for less than a month. The minister smiled bitterly. I have already decided to support the Night Empire, and you don't need to say more. General Situ, the matter of reorganizing the troops is left to you, Lu Xun said. The ministers looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly, but no one persuaded them anymore. Your Majesty, Yu Ling has something to say. Just then, Yu Ling stood up and said, Oh, my niece, just say whatever you want to say. While Lu Xun was speaking, he was full of the gentleness of an elder to a younger person to Yu Ling, without any airs of the lord of the empire. In fact, our Night Empire has been under fierce attack from the mist monsters these days. But with the help of King Jiayong, the overall situation on our battlefield has eased a lot. It's just that we are still a little powerless on the battlefield of the gods, Yu Ling said. Really? Elvesian raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Zhou. The other ministers also looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise, wondering how Zhou Zhou, a lord of all races who had just risen, could help the Night Empire in a war of this level. Chapter 720. Really? Yu Ling looked at Lu Xun seriously. Interesting. It seems that my nephew was able to get the title of the strongest lord of all races, and it is not just because of good luck. Lu Xun looked at Zhou Zhou in amazement. In that case, then I will bring some god-level combat power to the Night Empire tomorrow. He changed his mind and said. The ministers breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lu Xun suddenly stood up. The eunuch behind him immediately understood and shouted retreat, and the ministers left one after another. After that, Lu Xun waved his hand, and Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling disappeared before they could react. Imperial Palace? In the Imperial Garden. When Zhou Zhou and Yu Ling were on the ground again, they saw Lu Xun sitting on an exquisite chair made of god-level wood in front of them, drinking tea leisurely. Good niece, tell me more about it. I am very interested in how my nephew helped relieve the pressure of the Night Empire. Elvesian looked at Zhou Zhou with interest. Yu Ling subconsciously looked at Zhou Zhou and saw Zhou Zhou nodded. Seeing this, Yu Ling told Zhou Zhou the truth about how Zhou Zhou sent hundreds of millions of troops to clear the fog monster army near the Night Empire's territory. When she heard that Zhou Zhou might have more than 1 billion troops, even Lu Xun couldn't help but open his mouth slightly and stared at Zhou Zhou in amazement. His Divine Sword Empire has only 1 billion troops added up to now. And his nephew, who had just arrived in the Supreme Continent not long ago, actually has more than 1 billion soldiers. Even if most of the 1 billion soldiers are new recruits, it's still a big deal. Elvesian's first thought was not to believe it. But looking at Yu Ling's serious expression and Zhou Zhou's calm expression, Lu Xun felt that this matter was very likely to be true. Tomorrow, this emperor will lead some gods to the Night Empire. Then let this emperor see how strong my nephew is. Elvesian really wanted to see the strength of this strongest rising star of the human race. Zhou Zhou heard this, naturally without hesitation, and nodded and agreed directly. Your Majesty, now the Divine Sword Empire is besieged by the Scarlet Mist Army. This time, I came here and saw a lot along the way, so I dare to do something for the Divine Sword Empire. Although it may not be of much use, I still hope to give it a try. I hope your Majesty can agree, Zhou Zhou said. My dear nephew, you are too polite. To be honest, the situation of our Divine Sword Empire is not very good, and we need help. If my dear nephew wants to help, we will be more than happy to help you. How can we say yes or no? I will arrange a general for you in a while. If you want to go there, just tell him and he will take you there, Elvesian said. Thank you, your Majesty. Zhou Zhou nodded with a smile. By the way, since you are already here, and you said that the remaining space teleportation array can be opened at night, then the camp mission given to you by the Night Empire should be almost completed, right? When Lu Xun finished speaking, he looked at Yu Ling. Yu Ling was startled, and then nodded quickly. Of course. As soon as the words fell, lines of text prompts appeared in front of Zhou. Prompt: Faction Mission. The Distant Sword Empire has been completed. Faction Mission Reward: 78.9 million points of faction points. The diplomatic relations between the Knight Empire and the Sword Empire have been upgraded to the respect level. The opportunity to select one dead sword in the Dead Sword Demon Abyss, and used. The loyalty of 10,000 Empire-level combat professions army-destroying knights. 1,000 legendary mist hearts have been issued. When Zhou saw these lines of text, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He opened the Knight Empire faction points ranking and the Elf Empire faction points ranking, both of which are still firmly in the first place with absolute advantages in faction points. Then, he took a deep breath and opened the 10,000 Races Lord faction points ranking with anticipation. Ranking of the faction points of the Lords of 10,000 Races. First place, Primal Spirit Race True Lord 332,006,000 faction points. Second place, Shepherd God Race Chasing Heaven Lord 185,006,000 faction points. Third place, Human Race Prideful Sun Lord 150 million faction points. Fourth place, Chaos God Race Tai Lord 120 million faction points. Fifth place, 10,000 Spirit Race Spiritual Lord 81,004,500 faction points. Zhou looked at the ranking and nodded with satisfaction. Finally entered the top 3. However, when he saw the faction points of other lords, his eyebrows raised slightly. The faction points of these guys are rising very fast. Especially the real lords. The faction points have exceeded 300 million. Zhou smacked his lips. These top lords are indeed difficult to deal with. He casually opened the world channel, and found that a few Blue Star Lords had already discovered his ranking change, and were making a big fuss about it in the world channel. With his current identity, status, and reputation, it is estimated that it will not be long before all Blue Star Lords will know that he has once again become the top 3 lords in the event. The rumors that said he was no longer good will naturally not be very convincing by then. It took Zhou only 5 or 6 breaths to check this information. After he came to his senses, he thanked Lu Xun and Yu Ling. You deserve it. Yu Ling looked at Zhou with a glittering look in her eyes. In any way, Zhou can now be regarded as a benefactor of the Knight Empire. So at this moment, he has silently occupied a high position in Yu Ling's heart. You too, stop flirting in front of me. Just then, the two heard Lu Xun laughing. Yu Ling was stunned, and then her fair face suddenly turned red. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Yu Ling wanted to put her head into the crack of the ground. But in her heart, she felt a kind of heartbeat that made her blush and shy. Your Majesty, I already have a wife. Zhou smiled bitterly. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Especially for a lord like you. Although you are only a lord of a kingdom now, you may become an emperor of an empire in the future, or even have higher power. At that time, if you have endless time and power and only have one woman in your life, will it work? Lu Xun shook his head. Even though he was devoted to Taoism, he had more than 1,000 concubines in the imperial palace, so he disagreed with Zhou's statement. Zhou didn't say anything after hearing this. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Lu Xun didn't want to change Zhou's mind in a short time. He stood up and walked in one direction while talking about another thing. Come on. I will take you to the Death Sword Demon Abyss, and let you choose a good sword. With your sword attainments and sword aptitude. TSK. I don't know which powerful sword cultivator's death sword would choose you. But don't worry, it must be good anyway. Niece, come here too. Although you have been here before, just treat it as a revisit. Zhou and Yu Ling followed immediately after hearing this. Death Sword Demon Abyss? What exactly is that place? Zhou asked curiously. Niece, tell him. Lu Xun said casually. He was too lazy to explain this little thing himself. Yes, your Majesty. Yu Ling nodded, then looked at Zhou. When she saw Zhou's clean and curious eyes, she couldn't help but look away, not daring to look directly into Zhou's eyes. She said slowly, the Death Sword Demon Abyss is a unique canyon that can accommodate and nurture the sword spirit. It is not only the holy land of the Divine Sword Empire, but also the holy land of our human race. Its status is comparable to the Hall of Heroes of our human race. It is said that every sword cultivator will pour his lifelong understanding of the sword and his unique skills into his own natal sword, and then throw his natal sword into the Death Sword Demon Abyss at the moment of death. After the death of the sword master, these natal swords will also become silent and become dead swords in a sense. Until a suitable inheritor of the sword appears, these dead swords will be awakened again, and then undergo the test of choosing a master. The test of choosing a master is very dangerous, and requires the sword demon produced by the sword to be tested. In a swordsmanship contest, only by defeating the sword demon and winning can one inherit the predecessor's natal divine sword. This is the origin of the name of the dead sword demon abyss. Tens of thousands of years have passed. To this day, there are probably more than 1 million dead swords in the dead sword demon abyss. Among these dead swords, their former owners were at least legendary sword cultivators, and the highest was even a higher god artifact left by a sword cultivator at the upper god level. Although there are not many. But it also makes this place a holy place of swordsmanship that countless sword cultivators, and even gods desire. Yuling said. Jojo nodded. A moment later, after passing through 3 winding secret passages and 2 space teleportation arrays, they arrived at the dead sword demon abyss. Chapter 721. Jojo looked at the death sword demon abyss in front of him in amazement. He saw a huge and deep canyon stretching for thousands of miles across the land. Strands of purple demonic energy seeped out from it, rendering the entire sky like a demon world. And the space around the canyon was rippling continuously, as if to isolate the death sword demon abyss from the outside world. Lucian saw Jojo's expression at this time. He smiled slightly. Don't be surprised. The death sword demon abyss has buried too many dead swords, and too many wills of sword cultivators. Over the long years, this place has already become a world of its own. Perhaps because of the nurturing of the special environment, the wills of the sword cultivators in these dead swords have already been possessed by demons, becoming demonic obsessions, and controlling the dead swords that store them. And if you want to take the sword, you must enter the death sword demon abyss and personally contact the endless wills of the dead swords. As long as you defeat the will of the dead sword that is interested in you, then the dead sword will become a living sword again and belong to you. The sword master inheritance in it will also belong to you. The reason why my divine sword empire, and even the entire human race have so many sword cultivators, and the sword cultivation inheritance has never been interrupted, and countless sword geniuses have risen in every era, this death sword demon abyss can be said to have occupied most of the credit. This is the meaning of the Holy Land, Elvesian said in a deep voice. Jojo was even more surprised when he heard it. I didn't expect that this death sword demon abyss would have such a great significance to the divine sword empire, and even the human race. However, Jojo fell into deep thought. If the benefit of this death sword demon abyss is just to obtain a good sword and a superb swordsmanship inheritance, then is it useful to me, on the sword? I have a real artifact, the sword that opens up the dimension, on the inheritance of swordsmanship. I have mastered the swordsmanship realm of Qi Xiantian, which is even enough to be praised by Lucian, a master of swordsmanship. Jojo asked boldly. Is there a real artifact in the death sword demon abyss? As soon as this was said, Lucian and Yuling were stunned. How could there be a real artifact? There is only one real artifact in the hands of my human race, and it is currently in the hands of the Emperor. Other human gods, even my ancestor Fuyo's sword Emperor, only have one top-level upper god artifact, the pure Yang Dao sword. Lucian shook his head. Jojo blinked when he heard it. The entire human race has only one real artifact? He smacked his lips, and didn't say that he had a second real artifact in his hands. At this time, Lucian looked at Jojo. He seemed to have thought of something and laughed dumbly. Go ahead. Although you have amazing sword skills, there are still several swords in the death sword demon abyss that have a stronger sword tradition than you. Don't underestimate the sword cultivators of our human race from ancient times to the present. Jojo was stunned, then pursed his lips and said nothing. This big guy seems to have misunderstood. I'm not that arrogant. But he didn't say anything. He couldn't say that he was thinking that he had a second real artifact. He flew up without saying anything, and soon flew to the top of the death sword demon abyss. Looking at the purple air below, it was like the hell of the demon world. Jojo took a deep breath, then put on a set of artifacts, and then summoned his 14 members of the End Guard to surround him and protect him. Then he took out the Empire Pillar Puppet, which had 9 summons left, and held it in his hand, so that he could summon it at any time. Finally, he took out a series of life-saving methods, such as the Death Substitute Puppet, Random Teleportation Talisman, Virtual Scroll, and other items, and used them all on himself. After all this, he felt a little safe, and then flew straight down. Elvesian and Yuling, who witnessed all this, Elvesian, this kid is quite stable. I originally wanted to tell him that I would always watch him from above, and not let him get into danger. Now it seems that it is not necessary. Yu Ling also nodded with some smacks of her lips. Stability is always a good character. Under the Death Sword Demon Abyss, Zhou was wrapped in wisps of fine sword energy, and the whole person fell into the depths of the Death Sword Demon Abyss like a meteor. And his arrival was like a drop of water falling into a pot of hot oil. Rumble. Buzz buzz buzz. Death Sword Demon Abyss is shaking. Countless sword sounds, some low, some violent, some suppressed, and some sharp, are heard. It is as if a large number of undead souls have been awakened under the earth. Wow! All the dead swords in the Death Sword Demon Abyss have been activated. Elvision was amazed, with a surprised smile on his face. Yu Ling also widened her eyes. When she entered the Death Sword Demon Abyss, she only activated more than 10,000 dead swords to chime for her. But that's it. It also made Lu Xun sincerely praise her as a good seedling for practicing swordsmanship. If she embarks on the path of Sword Immortal, her future will definitely be limitless. And so many years have passed. She also really felt her talent in swordsmanship. Let's not talk about anything else. She is now at the epic level. But even if it is a legendary fog monster, she can fight it, and even kill it across levels. This is the benefit she got after becoming a sword cultivator, so she realized the value of more than 10,000 dead swords ringing for her very early. And more than 10,000 divine swords ringing together made her have her current achievements. The entire Death Sword Demon Abyss, more than 1 million divine swords ringing for Zhou. What kind of swordsmanship aptitude should he have? Yu Ling couldn't imagine it. In the Death Sword Demon Abyss, Zhou looked at least hundreds of illusory figures made of purple demonic energy, holding various divine swords and killing him, but before they got close, they were crushed by the sword energy wrapped around him. However, these dead sword wills, one wave died and another wave died. They kept coming to Zhou, and they kept dying in batches. Zhou looked at the scene calmly. The sword skills of this group of dead sword wills were not even higher than Qi Xiantian, so he would not choose them. He could only choose to take a sword out of this Dead Sword Demon Abyss, and he could not attack at will. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the speed of flying downwards suddenly increased. After flying about 300,000 meters, Zhou came to the bottom of the canyon. He looked at the environment here. It seemed like a dead place, very quiet. All he saw was the gray and lifeless soil, and the lifeless sword stuck in the soil. Zhou picked up a rusty sword casually. The hilt of the sword was still wrapped with a black and broken sword tassel, and the overall look was also very shabby, like a broken sword abandoned here. Zhou looked at it, and was surprised to find that it was actually a legendary intermediate sword. He looked at other swords. He found that every seemingly broken and old sword in sight was actually a legendary lower-level sword at the lowest, and a legendary upper-level sword at the highest. As for higher-level swords, Zhou had not seen them yet. This Death Sword Demon Abyss is at least tens of millions of square kilometers in size. Where should I go? Zhou retracted his gaze and thought in his heart. Just as he was thinking, a mysterious feeling suddenly appeared in his mind, guiding him to the southwest, as if that direction had the treasure he needed most. Is this my Lord Talent, the intuition of talent working? Zhou was stunned. Then he was ecstatic. He almost forgot that he still had this Lord Talent. Chapter 722. Then Zhou flew quickly in the direction indicated by his innate intuition without hesitation. During the flight, Zhou also quickly sensed the dead swords he encountered along the way. Then he found these dead swords. The lowest was the lower legendary level. He even saw a lower level divine sword of the middle god, but he ignored it. He chose to believe in his innate intuition. He believed that his innate intuition would bring him the best choice and result. Dead Sword Demon Abyss. Lu Xun and Yu Ling looked at the depths of the canyon covered by purple demonic energy. They frowned. Even though both of them were extraordinary people, and one of them was a god of the upper god level, they could not see clearly what was happening more than 300,000 meters below. Your Majesty, what kind of sword do you think Zhou can harvest? Yu Ling couldn't help asking. Judging from the unprecedented swordsmanship of this King Jiayang, he can probably easily subdue more than 99% of the swords in the Death Sword Demon Abyss. But I can see that he has very high standards, and ordinary swords should not be in his eyes. I guess he will at least choose a sword of artifact level. But this Death Sword Demon Abyss is too vast. There are also things such as demonic energy, sword energy, and obsession that hinder the spread of spiritual consciousness, greatly reducing the efficiency of finding a good sword. The time that living beings stay in the Death Sword Demon Abyss is limited. Whether he can harvest a good sword that satisfies him depends on the choice of this King Jiayang. Elvision thought. Yu Ling frowned slightly and nodded. Death Sword Demon Abyss. Zhou looked at the sword in front of him. On one side of the sword, there were scenes of mountains, rivers, and plants, and a faint breath of vitality spread from its surface. On the other side, there was nothing. This, could it be? Zhou's eyes were full of surprise, and he even widened his eyes in excitement. He looked at the sword. Soon, a text prompt appeared. Racial artifact name, incomplete Xianyuan sword. Equipment rank, race unique. Racial artifact ability 1 Sun, Moon, and Star sword, unknown. To activate this racial artifact ability, you need to collect and fuse the Sun, Moon, and Star blades of the Xianyuan sword. Racial artifact ability 2 Mountains, Rivers, and Grasses sword. All plants and grasses planted by the Blue Star human race will be loved by the mountains and rivers of the earth, and the growth time will be reduced by 20%. The maximum reduction time does not exceed 99.9%. The sword-wielding lord and his Blue Star human subjects will be even more favored by the mountain, river, and plant sword. The growth time of the plants they planted is reduced by 30%. The maximum reduction time does not exceed 99.9%, and when the plants mature, there is a 20% chance that the medicinal effect will be increased by 50%, a 1% chance that the quality of the plants will increase by 1, and a 0.01% chance that the quality of the plants will increase by 2. Racial artifact ability 3 Agricultural and Livestock sword, unknown. To open this racial artifact ability, you need to collect and fuse the agricultural and livestock hilt of the Xianyuan sword. Racial artifact ability 4 Heaven and Earth unification sword, unknown. To open this racial artifact ability, you need to collect and fuse the Heaven and Earth unification hilt of the Xianyuan sword. Racial artifact introduction. Xianyuan sword, also known as Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. The sword body is engraved with the sun, moon, and stars on one side, and mountains, rivers, and plants on the other side. The hilt is inscribed with the art of farming and livestock on one side, and the strategy of unifying the world on the other side. It contains infinite power, which can not only slay demons and monsters, but also is one of the important supports for the Blue Star Lord to compete for the Supreme Lord on the Supreme Continent. It is indeed the incomplete Xianyuan sword. Zhou said excitedly. He never expected that. His third incomplete Xianyuan sword was actually obtained in this dead sword demon abyss. Compared with it, what lower-level god artifacts, upper-level god artifacts, and even real artifacts are not important? How can artifacts be as valuable as racial artifacts? Not to mention this racial artifact of their Blue Star human race, and the effect of the Xianyuan sword mountain and river grass sword is also ridiculously strong. Just reducing the growth time by 20% is an excellent auxiliary effect. As for the 20% probability, when the grass and plants mature, the medicinal effect is increased by 50%, which is also very good. And the last 1% probability, the quality of the grass and plants is increased by 1, and the probability of 0.01%, the quality of the grass and plants is increased by 2. The effect is even more amazing, an ordinary epic medicinal material. With the help of this mountain, river, grass, and with sword, there is a very small possibility that the quality will be directly upgraded by 2 levels, becoming a god-level medicinal material of the lower god level, although they sound like they have a very low probability of success. But you have to know that. Who only grows one medicinal material? Aren't they all planted in large areas? So as long as the quantity is piled up, no matter how small the probability is, it can be triggered. It's just a matter of time. And as long as the medicinal materials are planted, there will be no loss. And there is no need to worry about the loss caused by planting medicinal materials in large quantities. And the most important thing is, Linger's Divine Medicinal Garden, with the enhancement of the mountain, river, and grass sword, can almost be called a tiger with wings. Zhou thought excitedly. With the effect of this mountain, river, and grass sword, when Linger uses the Divine Medicinal Garden to plant medicinal materials in the future, as long as they are gold level and below gold level medicinal materials, the growth time can be reduced by 99.9%. Even legendary medicinal materials can reduce the growth time by 49.9%, except that it cannot work on divine medicinal materials. It is almost the same as the mythical level, the only Lord talent. At present, except for a part of the medicinal materials in his territory that are purchased from the outside world, the vast majority of the remaining medicinal materials are provided by Linger. Linger's Lord talent is indirectly enhanced, which is naturally a very beneficial thing for him. After a long time, he came back to his senses from the excitement of getting the incomplete Xianyuan sword. Then he suddenly thought of something. He picked up this Xianyuan sword sun and moon grass sword, and after feeling it, he did not feel any obsession from it. In other words, This Xianyuan sword Sun and Moon Grass sword has no previous sword master. Zhou couldn't help thinking. My first 2 fragments of Xianyuan sword were obtained from the rewards of the Supreme Will. The 3rd fragment was obtained from this dead sword demon Abyss. And there is no sword master yet. That is to say, it is very likely that it appeared here suddenly. This is very likely the work of the Supreme Will. And if it is really done by the Supreme Will, that means that the last part of my Xianyuan sword, the Heaven and Earth Unified Sword, is also very likely to have appeared somewhere in the Supreme Continent. Or it may be in a different world outside the Supreme Continent. Zhou thought about this, and couldn't help but ponder. It seems that when he conquers foreign lands in the future, he should also pay attention to inquiring about this information. Then he merged the Xianyuan sword, the mountain, river, grass and wood sword, with his own Xianyuan sword, and became a complete Xianyuan sword with only a part of the hilt missing. Zhou looked at the 3 racial artifact abilities on it, and couldn't help but smack his lips. This Xianyuan sword, with its own strength, has raised the future potential of the entire Blue Star human race by several levels. Even among the many racial artifacts, the Xianyuan sword is definitely the top racial artifact. Zhou didn't think much about it. He put away the Xianyuan sword, turned into a golden stream of light, and flew towards the exit of the Death Sword Demon Abyss. The sword is in hand. It's time to leave. Chapter 723. On the Death Sword Demon Abyss. Lu Xun and Yuling were both quietly waiting for Zhou to come out. The Death Sword Demon Abyss allows the entrant to stay in it for up to 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days and 3 nights, if the entrant has not decided which Death Sword inheritance to choose, then the millions of Death Swords in the Death Sword Demon Abyss will feel very humanely that the other party is looking down on them. At that time, all the Death Swords will unite to exclude the entrant from the Death Sword Demon Abyss, so that the other party can never come in again, and thus permanently lose the opportunity to obtain the Death Sword inheritance in the Death Sword Demon Abyss. On the way here, Lu Xun had already told Zhou about this. So at this time, the 2 of them were preparing to wait here for 3 days and 3 nights, and secretly protect Zhou to prevent Zhou from encountering any difficult to resist danger. Niece, my dear nephew will probably stay for 3 days and 3 nights. How about we play Lord Chess? Lu Xun waved his right hand, and a table and 2 chairs appeared on the ground. On the table, there was a chessboard and chess pieces made of white jade crystal. Lord Chess is a long-standing chess game in the Supreme Continent. From ordinary people to nobles, no matter which class they are in, they are willing to play a few games of Lord Chess in their spare time. It can not only kill time, but also satisfy their desire to travel across the Supreme Continent and compete for the position of the Supreme Lord. Yuling nodded absent-mindedly when she heard this. Seeing this, Lu Xun raised his mouth slightly while placing the chess pieces. He could clearly see that this little girl already had a crush on the King of Pride. But of course, he did not mean to object. Instead, he was very supportive, and even wanted to personally match them up. As a Tai Jingxian, upper god, who has lived for an unknown period of time, the thing he loves to see most in his life, besides the growing strength of their human race, is that lovers finally get married. A moment later, just when the 2 were about to play chess, buzz, countless low sword sounds rang out from the deepest part of the Dead Sword Demon Abyss. It seemed to be regretful, a pity for something, and it seemed to be the sound of blessings at parting. Lu Xun and Yuling were stunned, and then they stood up almost at the same time. Is this a farewell sword chant? My nephew is coming out? Lu Xun was stunned. Yuling was also very surprised. How could it be so fast? Before the 2 could react, they saw a golden figure burst out from the depths of the canyon, and then flew in front of them, revealing Zhou's figure. Nephew, how come you are so fast? Lu Xun couldn't help asking. Zhou was originally very happy, and his mouth twitched a few times after hearing this. I'm not fast, Zhou said, and then added, I come out naturally after I find a sword that suits me. Zhou knew that he could stay for 3 days and 3 nights. But he really didn't think it was necessary to waste time. After getting the treasure of the race artifact, why are you still staying down there? Sightseeing? Lu Xun and Yuling paused for a few seconds, then nodded. What level of sword did you get? Lu Xun asked curiously. Zhou didn't waste any words after hearing this, and directly shared the artifact information of Xianyuan Sword Mountains and Grass's sword with the 2. As for the main body, it has been integrated into Xianyuan sword, so it must be impossible to take it out. After seeing this information about the race artifact, the 2 were stunned at first, and then they were stunned. A kind of racial artifact. Lu Xun stuttered. Racial artifact. He reacted and was immediately shocked. How could there be a racial artifact? Impossible. When did such an artifact appear in the Death Sword Demon Abyss? Lu Xun was stunned. Yu Ling was even more stunned. It is the racial artifact of our Blue Star human race. It is estimated that after our Blue Star human race came to the Supreme Continent, the Supreme will casually threw our Blue Star human race's racial artifact here. Our Blue Star human race's racial artifact is like this, then the racial artifacts of other racial lords are probably no exception, and should also be scattered throughout the Supreme Continent, and even in some corner of the endless heavens. Zhou said. Lu Xun was stunned. Then he quickly looked at the artifact information of Xianyuan Sword Mountains, rivers, grasses, and trees sword, and indeed saw that it was an artifact exclusive to the Blue Star human race. It turns out that it is only limited to the Blue Star human race. I thought it was useful for the entire human race. Elvesian smacked his lips twice, feeling very sorry. At the same time, he also guessed why the other party could find the race artifact as soon as he went down. It is probably because the Blue Star human race is sensitive to the artifact of their own race, right? Elvesian thought. Zhou smiled when he heard it. If this Xianyuan Sword Mountains, rivers, grasses, and wood sword can be useful to the entire human race, then even if their human race cannot compare with the top bloodline races such as the original spirit race in terms of talent, it is enough to match some races that can reach the level of angels and demons. I wonder why my nephew came up so quickly. That's right. In front of the race artifact, don't even mention the artifact. Even if it is a real artifact you have to think about it. Elvesian paused at the end and said. The three looked at each other, and couldn't help but smile. That's right. Now that the diplomatic relationship between your Jiayang Kingdom and my Divine Sword Empire has reached the respect level, why don't you join the Empire camp of our Divine Sword Empire? Then I will give you the strongest camp mission of our Divine Sword Empire. It would be best if you complete it. If you can't complete it, I won't set any punishment for you for failing the camp mission. How about it? Elvesian asked. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'd love to have you do it. Zhou agreed without any hesitation. If it was a kingdom-level lord force that issued him a top-level camp mission, he might refuse their camp mission in order to avoid insufficient time. But the Empire-level camp mission is different. The rewards for the Empire-level camp mission are extremely generous, even 10 times or more than the rewards for the Kingdom-level camp mission. In other words, completing the top-level camp mission of an Empire-level Lord Force is equivalent to completing 10 top-level camp missions of a Kingdom-level Lord Force. This kind of thing that saves time and has extremely high returns, he is naturally willing to take it. Then he didn't waste time, directly opened the activity icon of King of Kings, and then clicked on the Join Camp option, found the Human Race Excalibur Empire Friendly option, and then chose to join the camp. Almost the next second after he clicked on the application to join the camp, he found that he had successfully joined the Empire camp of the Excalibur Empire. There is no doubt. This must be the work of His Majesty Lu Xun in secret. I saw Lu Xun looking at Zhou with a much more friendly look, and then said, in this case, then this Emperor will give this top-level camp mission to you. Whether you can complete it depends on you. Lu Xun patted Zhou on the shoulder. The next second, a text prompt appeared. Excalibur Empire Camp. The Lord of the Empire Lu Xun has issued a camp mission to you. Faction mission name, Save the Sword Empire. Mission quality, Legendary Superior Unique. Mission content, relieve the current crisis of the Sword Empire being besieged by the fog monster armies of all parties, and help the Sword Empire restore the peace before the tribulation of all races. Mission reward, 400 million faction points, loyalty of 10,000 Chi refiners, epic, 100 legendary mist hearts, and a random special building blueprint for the Chi refiners cultivation path. Chapter 724. Zhou's eyes lit up. Although the rewards for this camp mission are not as rich as before, but in terms of camp points, it has reached 400 million points. Now Zhou actually doesn't lack any fancy rewards. What he lacks is this kind of camp points that can help him improve his ranking, although this camp mission seems a bit difficult to complete. But as long as the number of his soldiers doubles every day, in less than 10 days, he is sure to have enough troops to sweep away all the fog monsters that besiege the Excalibur Empire. Thinking of this, Zhou chose to accept this camp mission without hesitation. You kid, have a temper with me. You are worthy of being able to capture the strongest lord of all races. You are so courageous when accepting such a difficult camp mission. Elvesian watched Zhou accept the camp mission without hesitation, and looked at him with more appreciation. Let's go. I take you to dinner, and let my royal children see what their role models are like, At least they should learn from your courage. Elvesian laughed. Zhou and Yuling didn't refuse. It's just a meal anyway. Then Lu Xun took Zhou, Yuling and 70 or 80 royal children of the Divine Sword Empire to a royal banquet. At this banquet, both Zhou and Yuling ate very happily, and those royal children didn't show the kind of plot of looking down on people in the novel. Instead, they were all polite, and had a very good attitude. They even took the initiative to come forward and make friends with them, which made Zhou admire the good royal education of the other party. As a chaos human with extremely sensitive perception, he could feel that the performance of these royal children in front of him was not disguise, but sincere and friendly from the heart. This is rare. In the end, the host and the guests enjoyed the banquet. After the banquet, Zhou proposed to make trouble for the Scarlet Force that besieged the Excalibur Empire. Upon hearing this, Lu Xun directly called a man over. His name is Luo Ji. He is a counselor of the First Pure Yang Legion under this emperor, and also a legendary lower-level war sorcerer. He is currently in charge of our Excalibur Empire's intelligence collection work on the surrounding fog monster legions. If my nephew has any questions in this regard, just ask him directly. Even if it is a more confidential intelligence question, he can answer it. Lu Xun said. Hello, Lord Luo Ji. Zhou nodded to him. He looked at him. Luo Ji was a middle-aged man who looked about 30 or 40 years old, but his exact age was unknown. He was wearing a reddish-brown counselor's uniform, with a thin figure and a gentle face. His eyes seemed to be able to see through all the conspiracies and intrigues, and he had a grasp of everything. He looked very reliable. You are too polite, King Jiayang. Luo Ji smiled politely upon hearing this. The reputation of this King Jiayang was like the rising sun, which had shocked the entire human race. Who in the entire human race, and even countless foreign races didn't know him, even many high-ranking people in the human race valued him very much, and even called him one of the hopes for the future of the human race. Even though he, Luo Ji, was extremely trusted by His Majesty, he did not dare to neglect such a human prodigy. Your Majesty said that you want to cause trouble for the Crimson Mist army that is besieging our Divine Sword Empire? Do you have any specific goals? Luo Ji asked in a friendly manner. Of course, it is the place where there are many crimson monsters besieging our city. The more the better. Zhou emphasized it again at the end. When this was said, whether it was Lu Xun, Yuling or Luo Ji in front of him, they all looked at him in surprise. Could this kid deliberately show off in front of His Majesty? Luo Ji guessed in his heart. Okay. He didn't think much about it, and nodded with a smile. After that, the two of them didn't say much. After saying goodbye to Lu Xun, they turned and walked towards the exit of the Imperial Palace. According to your request, the place in our Divine Sword Kingdom that was most severely besieged by the fog monsters is, without a doubt, the Divine Craftsman City. The Divine Craftsman City is a craftsman city in our Divine Sword Empire that specializes in making weapons and armor. It gathers nearly 50% of the craftsmen in our Divine Sword Empire. These blacksmiths are extremely good at making armor and ordinary standard weapons, especially in making flying swords. There is even a flying sword city in our Divine Sword Empire. The God Craftsman City is located in the northwest border of our Divine Sword Empire. In order to enable the God Craftsman City to continuously produce weapons, armor, and even flying swords, Your Majesty invests a lot of resources in it every year, especially rare mineral resources. More than 70% of the rare mineral resources harvested by our Divine Sword Empire every year will be invested in the God Craftsman City. It is precisely because of this that the God Craftsman City can be said to have gathered a large part of the rare resources and a large number of craftsmen in our Divine Sword Empire, and the Fog Monster Army is because of these 2 points, targeting the God Craftsman City. If they can capture the God Craft City, obtain the national mineral resources in the city, and transform all the craftsmen into fog monsters or kill them, the strength of these fog monster armies will be significantly enhanced immediately, and our Divine Sword Empire will be significantly hit, Roji said in a serious voice. Although we really want to send more troops to the Divine Craftsman City. But now all parts of the Divine Sword Empire are in danger, and all the troops have been sent out. There is no way to squeeze out extra troops to support the Divine Craftsman City. If King Jiayang can ease the war pressure of the Divine Craftsman City, our Divine Sword Empire will accept your favor. As soon as the voice fell, the text prompt appeared. Divine Sword Empire Camp. The Lord of the Empire, Lu Xun, has issued a camp mission to you. Faction mission name, Rescue. Mission quality, Epic Superior. Mission content. As a light industrial city with a large number of craftsmen and a large amount of rare mineral resources, the Divine Craftsman City is very important in the eyes of the Sword Empire, but also in the eyes of the fog monsters. Please go to the Divine Craftsman City, and use all your means to relieve the war pressure of the Divine Craftsman City. Mission reward: 10 million camp points, the loyalty of 1,000 extraordinary blacksmiths/carpenters/tailors, and 1,000 epic fog hearts. Seeing this, Jojo took it without hesitation. Anyway, it's just a matter of rebellion, and it's a waste if you don't do it. Don't worry, sir. I'm not sure if I can save the entire Divine Craftsman City directly. After all, my soldiers are not with me now. But if it's just to relieve the war pressure of the Divine Craftsman City, I alone am enough. Jojo smiled. Oh! Rogi looked at him in surprise, and then nodded. Then follow me. Okay. Chapter 725. Luoji brought Jojo to a space teleportation array. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a figure rushing over from behind. It was Yu Ling. Are you going to talk to His Majesty for a while? Jojo was stunned. I want to come over to help. Yu Ling blushed slightly, and then said naturally. Jojo nodded. He didn't use advanced telepathy anytime and anywhere to sense other people's inner thoughts. After all, that was a bit disrespectful, and when facing a strong person, if he was discovered by the other party, it would be easy to offend the other party. So Jojo didn't know what Yu Ling was thinking at this time. He didn't think much about it, and entered the space teleportation array with Yu Ling. The light of the space teleportation array flashed. The figures of Jojo and others disappeared. God Craftsman City. God Craftsman City is an epic regional territory with an extremely large area. When Jojo and his companions appeared here, the first thing they saw was a huge golden iron hammer that was more than 3,000 meters high, standing in the center of the city. Then, they heard the noise of war and the sound of iron forging that seemed to be ringing in their ears. They looked over. They saw that the shops on both sides of the street were either blacksmith shops, carpenter shops, tailor shops, war machinery shops, flying sword shops, and other shops. In the distance, you could also see mines, metallurgical factories, and other medium and large factories. Except that the architectural style is somewhat fairy style. Jojo even felt that he seemed to have come to an industrial city. The three of them simply registered with the soldiers next to the space teleportation array. After confirming that they were not spies here, the three of them were invited to the top of the city wall by a general who came. On the city wall, Jojo and the others looked at the battlefield. Then Luoji's face became solemn, and Yu Ling was even more horrified. On the battlefield outside the city wall, the overwhelming army of fog monsters was continuously attacking the walls of the Godcraft City and the formation barrier in the sky. The human soldiers and the fog monster army were constantly fighting, and a large number of soldiers on both sides were killed and injured every moment. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood like rust. Everywhere you look, it's all blood. If you look from a third-person perspective. At this time, the Godcraft City is just like a victim besieged by thousands of killer bees, and it even looks a little scary. The Godcrafter City is currently under siege by the Jidu Scarlet Legion of the Jidu Scarlet Empire. They have about 230 million Scarlet Legion soldiers. With such a large number of Scarlet Legion soldiers, if it weren't for the fact that our Godcrafter City has accumulated a lot of war weapons, I'm afraid it would have been occupied and massacred by these bastards. The general's face was a little bitter. Roji knew that the other party also had a part of his words asking for support from the Empire, but how could the Empire have extra troops to support them now? So he could only pretend not to understand and introduce Jojo to the other party with a smile. I see. But we are not here just to inspect the war situation this time. Do you see the young hero next to me? He is the king of the sun of our human race's sun kingdom. You should have heard of his name a long time ago, right? We came here this time because the king of the sun took the initiative to propose to come and help. The lieutenant was stunned. Then he stared at Jojo blankly. Jiang King? Is he the human lord who snatched the strongest lord of all races from the hands of many top races? He said in disbelief. That's right. Luoji nodded proudly. The lieutenant was silent for a while, then suddenly turned around and ran away. The three slowly typed a question mark. What's going on? Why are you running? But soon. The lieutenant came back. Not only did he come back, he also brought an old man with a golden iron hammer, muscular body and pale hair. I'm Tianyan. I'm the mayor of Xinjiang City. I've met Luo Shushi and Jiayong King. Although Tianyan is old, he is very polite to Luo Ji and Zhou. So you are the Iron City Lord. I've heard of you for a long time. Luo Ji greeted Zhou while transmitting a message. This Iron City Lord is a legendary blacksmith and a legendary strongman. He has reached the pinnacle of mortals in both life and combat. But his dream is to become a divine weapon forger, so he has no way to advance before finding the inheritance of divine weapon forgers. Until now, he is still trying to comprehend the professional secrets of divine weapon forgers. What a pity. It would be great if our divine sword empire had the inheritance of divine weapon forgers. Otherwise, he might have become a divine weapon forger by now. Luoji sighed. Divine weapon forger. Zhou pondered. Thanks to the blood inheritance in his mind, he does have some understanding of this divine profession. The requirements for changing jobs to become an artifact forger are very high. First, you must have a complete inheritance of the artifact forger profession. Second, the blacksmith's own level must be a legendary upper level, just one step away from the god level. Third, the blacksmith himself must have a god level power type combat profession. The three are combined. Only then can a basic artifact forger be created. And if you want to become a skilled artifact forger, there is still a long way to go. It can be seen that it is very difficult to become an artifact forger, even Zhou. Now he only has a few forging blueprints of the lower god artifact level. They are all legendary weapon forging blueprints carried by several legendary enemy blacksmiths. As a result, they were killed by his soldiers in the war, and then a higher level artifact forging blueprint was dropped. Zhou has no interest in these blueprints. After all, the lower level divine artifacts in his hands were almost piled up into a small mountain. Who would care about a few lower level divine artifact blueprints? He just threw them into the king's treasure box and planned to use them after he obtained the complete inheritance of the divine artifact forger. At present, these blueprints are also difficult for Tai Lian to become a divine artifact forger. It's like giving a college student a scientific research paper at the academician level. It's not that explaining the scientific and technological knowledge contained in the paper to college students can make a college student become an academician immediately. There are too many relevant basic professional knowledge in it. It can't be compensated by just a divine artifact blueprint. It turns out to be the Lord of Tai City. I have heard a lot about you, Zhou said politely. King Zhiyang knows me too? Tai Lian looked at Zhou in surprise. Zhou was about to think of something to say in response, when he saw Tai Lian shook his head and said, "But it doesn't matter anymore. King Zhiyang, you just said you would come to help me. How many soldiers did you bring?" To be honest with you, King Zhiyang, our Xinjiang city is in a critical moment, and we urgently need external reinforcements to support us. Tai Lian looked at Zhou expectantly. Only one junior. Zhou pondered for a second, then said honestly. Tai Lian was stunned, then his face showed disappointment. He was already old, and now he seemed to have aged by dozens of years. Thank you, King Jiayang, for coming to help. I have something important to do, so I won't accompany you. If King Jiayang wants to do anything, please feel free to do it. Tai Lian forced a smile. Then he turned and left. Zhou was speechless. This guy doesn't think he's just here for fun, does he? Now that Xinjiang City is in deep crisis, the Iron City Lord has a heavy burden on his shoulders. He has a lot of affairs to deal with every moment. Please don't blame King Jiayang. Seeing this, Luo Ji on the side hurriedly said to make amends. How could it be? Zhou shook his head. I go to help Xinjiang City now, and then I be back. Please wait here for a while. It won't take too long. He continued. Don't you need soldiers to assist you? Luo Ji was stunned, then asked. No. Zhou shook his head. Luo Ji looked a little hesitant when he heard this. Lord Luo Ji, we just need to believe in King Jiayang. King Jiayang can get to where he is today. How can he be a reckless person? He must have his own confidence and means. Just then, Yu Ling suddenly said. Luo Ji was stunned, then nodded. That's right. I'm worrying about nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhou looked at Yu Ling in surprise, then nodded. Without hesitation, he flew directly into the sky and stood inside the barrier of the formation. Chapter 726. Zhou looked around a few times, and soon found a target. It was a ferocious yiksha with purple-black skin, holding a golden steel fork and fangs. He exuded the aura of a lower-level lower god, and was fighting against another sword immortal from Xinjiang City, who exuded the aura of a lower-level lower god. At this time, the sword immortal's face was pale, and his aura was a little unstable. The 9 flying swords of various colors around him were also swaying. It was obvious that he had fought too many battles, and consumed too much spiritual power. On the other hand, the Yiksha Scarlet Spirit looked full of energy and powerful, and was completely suppressing the sword immortal from Xinjiang City. It's you. He took out the sword of opening up the dimension and held it in his hand, condensing the lower-level chaotic source power in his body, and directly opened the 10,000 swords immortal formation, slashing at the opponent. Yes! Just before he summoned Gerard to kill the middle god-level Qilong Scarlet Spirit, he felt that the source of chaos in his body had reached a higher level and broke through to the lower legendary level. At this level, he could barely use the true artifact, the Sword of Dimensional Creation, to launch his attack. Of course, that was all. If he wanted to use the artifact law power inside the Sword of Dimensional Creation, it would still be far from enough. At least, he had to wait until he was promoted to a lower god or even a middle god before he could use the artifact law power of the Sword of Dimensional Creation. On the other side, facing this sudden attack, this Yiksha Scarlet Spirit, who was only a lower god, was completely unable to react and was directly beheaded by a sword. The sword cultivator was stunned when he saw this scene. Could it be that the support of the Empire has arrived? He thought with surprise. Then he turned around quickly and looked at Zhou Zhou, who put down the sword of opening up the dimension. The Sword Immortal's eyes showed a bewildered look. As the god worshipper of the Divine Sword Empire, he knew all the other gods of the Divine Sword Empire. But he had never seen this young man in front of him. What's going on? Who is he? On the other side, Zhou Zhou saw that he had killed a scarlet god of the lower level of the lower god with one blow, and there was some surprise in his eyes. He originally just wanted to injure the other party, and then take the opportunity to use his own rebellion. Unexpectedly, he accidentally killed him. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips, and was very satisfied with his strength. Of course, what I am most satisfied with is the power of the Sword of Dimension Creation. It is indeed a true artifact. Now that I can use this Sword of Dimension Creation, I should be able to match most of the middle-level gods in terms of combat power. If I face a high-level god, even if I can't beat him, I can still run away. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's lips. Afterwards, he did not waste time. He first took back the body of the killed Scarlet God and placed it next to the body of another Scarlet God of the Qilin clan in the king's treasure box. Then, while the enemy's morale was affected by the killing of a Scarlet God, he raised his right hand, and then his mind moved. The Extraordinary Lord Talent Rebellion. Activate, the next second. You can see invisible fluctuations instantly covering the more than 230 million Scarlet Fog monsters. A text prompt appeared. Prompt: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Rebellion. Rebellion has taken effect. Lord Talent Prompt: a total of 20,489,965 iron-level fog monsters, 13,359,810 bronze-level fog monsters, 8,165,985 silver-level fog monsters, 5,426,521 gold-level fog monsters, 284, 53 platinum-level fog monsters, 202,187 diamond-level fog monsters, 68,741 transcendent-level fog monsters, 6,187 epic-level fog monsters, and 151 legendary-level fog monsters betrayed their lords and became your loyal subordinates. Zhou Zhou looked at the result of the rebellion, and a smile appeared on his face. A total of 50 million fog monsters. It has reached the upper limit of the number of rebellions for the transcendent-level rebellion. This is his first time to rebel, and he has rebelled to the upper limit of the Lord's talent. Under normal circumstances, there would not be so many fog monsters gathered together for me to turn against. Just as I thought. This King of Kings event is both a disaster and an unimaginable opportunity for me. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Afterwards, he secretly released a galaxy that entered a space hiding state, and at the same time secretly ordered the 50 million turn fog monsters to quietly withdraw from the current battlefield and hide in the galaxy. When the time comes, Zhou Zhou then put the galaxy into his inner world, and these 50 million fog monster soldiers could be safely and smoothly in his hands. Afterwards, Zhou Zhou flew down from the sky and landed next to Luo Ji and Yu Ling. As soon as he came down, the two of them came up and looked at Zhou Zhou with fiery eyes. Especially Luo Ji. At this time, the counselor looked at Zhou Zhou as if he saw Hashir by shining brightly. King Zhuyang's move was indeed extraordinary. He killed a scarlet spirit of the enemy's lower god level with one blow with his legendary body. Give time. King Zhuyang, you will become a pillar of our human race, he explained sincerely. With the strength of the lower legendary level, he killed a scarlet spirit of the lower god level with one blow. This boy's future can no longer be described as promising. Even if he cannot become the Supreme Lord in the future, his strength alone is enough to make him a high-ranking member of the human race, and he may even become a true god, becoming a pillar of the human race like Baihe and Liu Yin, and a strong man that all races must respect. You are too kind, Zhou said modestly, and then said, you two should get ready. We can leave in a while. Are you leaving now? Yes, after killing a scarlet god of the lower god level, you can indeed leave. Luoji was stunned, and then nodded thoughtfully. He felt a little regretful that he did not see more of the Lord's fighting style. But at this moment... Huh? Yu Ling was surprised. This battlefield. Why does it feel like the offensive of these fog monster armies has suddenly weakened a lot? She said uncertainly. Luoji was stunned. Then, he immediately looked over, and saw what Yu Ling said. However, as a strategist, he had experienced many wars and his observation was much more detailed than Yu Ling, so he soon saw more things. Not only are they much weaker, they are almost a quarter weaker. And there is something wrong with these fog monster armies. Why do I feel they are getting fewer and fewer as I fight? Luoji was stunned. In his life, he had experienced tens of thousands of wars, big and small. But he had never seen such a strange battlefield situation. Then the two of them suddenly thought of something, and looked at Zhou in disbelief. Zhou, is that you? Yu Ling asked in surprise and expectation. Luoji also stared at Zhou closely. Just some small tricks. But that's all I can do today. If the number of fog monsters in Xinjiang City continues to increase tomorrow, I will come again. Zhou did not explain much. But this made the two of them look at Zhou with brighter eyes. Luoji took a deep breath and decided that after returning, he must tell His Majesty what he saw and heard during this trip, so that His Majesty would value the King of the Sun more. He looked at Zhou, who was a man of heaven, and had a premonition in his heart. If the Divine Sword Empire could establish a stable friendship with the King of the Sun, and even use the power of the King of the Sun, then their Divine Sword Empire might be able to go to the next level, and even do something that their human race could not dream of. It sounds a bit outrageous that an empire actually needs to use the power of a king of a primary kingdom. But Luoji believed in his intuition at this moment. After that, Zhou took back the galaxy in the space-hidden state, and the 50 million fog monster army inside. Then, they informed the Lieutenant General, and asked the Lieutenant General to inform the Lord of Tianyan City of the news of their departure, and then entered the space teleportation array and left. Zhou still had a lot of things to do, so he couldn't stay here for long. When Tianyan hurried over, he only saw the empty space teleportation array. Seeing this, Tianyan hurriedly asked the soldiers guarding the space teleportation array. After learning that Zhou and the others had left, he stood there in a daze for a while, and then bowed deeply to the space teleportation array. He did not get up for a long time. Chapter 727. When Zhou and his companions returned to the imperial capital and wanted to meet Elvision, they were informed by the attendants that Elvision was handling government affairs in Chunyang Palace at this time, and no one would meet him at this time. In that case, why don't we return to Jiayang Kingdom first? Please, Lord Luoji, wait until His Majesty is free and inform His Majesty that we have returned. Zhou thought for a while and said, Don't you want to stay for a while? Luoji hurriedly tried to keep him. He wanted to keep him in the palace for a while to cultivate the friendship between the two countries. This King of Kings event will only last for a month, and I can't stay longer. Zhou shook his head. Having brought out this reason, Luoji had nothing to say, and could only watch Zhou and Yu Ling leave the imperial palace together through the space teleportation array. Then Luoji turned and walked deep into the imperial palace. After Zhou and Yu Ling returned to the Night Empire, they separated, and Zhou returned directly to Jiayang capital. After returning to the capital, Zhou first took out the corpse of the middle-level god-level Qilong Scarlet God, and the corpse of the lower-level god-level Yiksha Scarlet God, intending to see what the spoils of the two Scarlet Gods were like. However, it was a pity that the most valuable spoils of the two Scarlet Gods were only two lower-level artifacts of the lower gods. After extracting them, they became 6 middle-level artifacts. Among the other important spoils, the Divine Crystal was collected by Zhou himself. Zhou directly put the other 2 middle-level god-level Book of Gods and Heroic Inheritance secret book into the military merit exchange system, allowing the soldiers, who performed most outstandingly in the war, to exchange them. After that, he entered the training room and continued to comprehend the Lord's law. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, night covered the earth. Scarlet fog descended. In the training room, Zhou slowly opened his eyes. He played with the Bodhi statue in his hand, and his expression was thoughtful. I am now a lower-level legend, and I am not far from the upper-level legend and the level of gods. With the bonus of my Lord talent, within 10 days, I should be able to reach the threshold of the upper-level legend to the lower-level god. But I still feel that my comprehension of the Lord's law is far behind. Jojo frowned slightly. He has not even been able to fully comprehend the Lord's law behind the black iron-level Lord talent of the Hand of Wealth. Not to mention comprehending the most important and core Lord's law skills related to the Lord's law. He has a feeling. I must achieve the status of a god with the ruling law skills of the Lord's law, so that I can truly step into the supreme path of the Lord's law. Other Lord's laws such as the Hand of Wealth, and even the Lord's laws behind the mythical level only Lord's talent such as the King of Trophy, may not allow him to embark on the orthodox Lord's law god's road. Jojo was thoughtful. Then he suddenly thought of something, and opened his Lord's talent list. He swept his eyes over these Lord's talents one by one, and finally his eyes fell on the mythical level only Lord's talent, Lord Maul, and another mythical level only Lord's talent, Ultimate Algorithm. These two Lord talents are the ones that are closest to the true meaning of rule among all my Lord talents. The former allows me, as a Lord, to have the power to rule other people, bloodlines, and even items. The latter allows me to rule all mechanical computing power. If I can comprehend the Lord laws behind these two Lord talents, I will definitely be able to glimpse the true meaning of rule, and then master the law skills of ruling. But the grades of these two Lord talents are too high, and the Lord laws contained in them are too complicated. I can't comprehend them. Jojo smiled bitterly. For the first time, he felt that the quality of the Lord talent was too high, which was also a burden. If other lords heard this, they would probably scold him for being ignorant of the hunger of hungry people. But it was indeed his true thought at this time. What to do? Jojo thought. Then his eyes slowly fell on the Bodhi-Zune in his hand. Bodhi-Zune? A flattering smile appeared on his face. What? Bodhi-Zune seemed to have seen the expression on his face, and said in a vigilant tone. Can you help me solve a puzzle? No. Jojo hadn't finished speaking. Bodhi-Zune rejected him directly. If you want me to solve your puzzle again, I will only help you solve your puzzle unless you pay off the previous debt first, and then give me enough knowledge to help you solve your puzzle. Bodhi-Zune snorted coldly. That will take several days. Jojo was helpless. Can't you wait for just a few days? Bodhi-Zune asked back. Prepare for a rainy day. Jojo gradually fell silent as he spoke. He seemed to be a little anxious. Anyway, he was still a long way from becoming a legendary superior, so why should he be so anxious? He suddenly became alert. He seemed to have been living too smoothly, so now that he was a little anxious when he encountered a little obstacle. This won't do. He took a deep breath, looked at the Bodhi-Zune in his hand, and said seriously, I am too anxious. Okay. I will continue to instill the blood inheritance in my mind into you in the next 2 days, until you are able to solve my doubts. That's about right. Bodhi-Zune was satisfied. Although the Lord in front of him has not fully grown up, in his eyes, there are still many shortcomings. But at least he has self-knowledge, and he can correct his mistakes and is highly malleable. The most important thing is, the talent of the Lord's law is terrifyingly high. In short, the future is promising. He did not follow the wrong person. Bodhisan thought in his heart. After that, Jojo did not waste any words, and directly began to instill the blood inheritance he mastered into Bodhisan. A moment later, Jojo, who was instilling the blood inheritance into Bodhisan, suddenly heard a knock on the door outside. Your Majesty, Captain Baiyun and his men are back. Currently, Captain Baiyun is outside the door asking for an audience. Ania's voice sounded. Let her in, Jojo said casually. Yes, Your Majesty. Ania left. Jojo also stopped instilling the blood inheritance and said to Bodhisan, I am a little tired today, and I will continue tomorrow. Okay. At this efficiency. In 2 or 3 days, you should be able to completely pay off the debt you owe me and accumulate enough opportunities for a formal question-solving opportunity. Bodhisan was also very satisfied with today's gains. Just then, Your Majesty, Baiyun wants to see you. Baiyun's voice came from outside the door. Come in. Jojo put away the Bodhi statue and said. Soon. Baiyun walked in. Your Majesty, she said respectfully. How is it? Have all the space teleportation arrays been captured? Jojo asked casually. Everything went well. All have been captured. We encountered 2 lower-level Scarlet Gods along the way. They wanted to stop us, but they were repelled by Qi Xiantian and the others. Bai Yun reported. Zhou nodded. With this space teleportation array that completely connected the two human empires, his camp mission was truly completed. Although he had already received the mission reward in advance. Chapter 728. Your Majesty, Deputy Corps Commander Wu has also led all the new soldiers back, and our soldiers have passed the Arc de Triomphe. I have recorded all the soldiers' improvement and spoils of war. Please take a look at it. Bai Yun finished speaking. He took out a war summary list from his space ring and handed it to Zhou. Zhou took it and looked at it. Today they have killed more than 320 million fog monsters. Among them, Bai Yun and his men led more than 400 million soldiers. In the process of seizing the space teleportation array to the Divine Sword Empire, they killed more than 110 million fog monsters along the way, and Wu Xian led 100 million veterans and 720 million new soldiers. In the periphery of the Night Empire, they killed more than 210 million fog monsters in one day. It sounds exaggerated. But if you count each soldier, you will find that some soldiers may not kill a single fog monster in a day. At most, they would help each other and share the promotion energy obtained by killing a fog monster with several soldiers. Zhou smacked his lips. No wonder Yu Ling said that with the help of his soldiers, the situation on the battlefield of the Night Empire has improved a lot. In the past 2 days, the new soldiers under his command have killed nearly 300 million fog monsters. The total number of fog monsters besieging the Night Empire is only about 1 billion. Now that 3/10 of them have been killed, isn't the pressure relieved a lot? He didn't think much about it and continued to watch. With the title of King of Trophies and the strongest lord. A total of more than 11,000 lower-level god crystals. 1,061,300 legendary fog hearts. 10,629,600 epic fog hearts. More than 121 million extraordinary fog hearts. More than 165 million diamond fog hearts. More than 369 million platinum fog hearts. More than 682 million gold fog hearts. More than 1.412 billion silver fog hearts. More than 2.836 billion bronze fog hearts. More than 12.05 billion skill books of various types. More than 15.012 billion pieces of equipment of various types. More than 9,000 artifacts of the lower god level. 3.6,990 billion units of basic materials. More than 40 million units of basic element gem resources. More than 2 million units of thunder element gems. More than 3 million units of life element gem resources. More than 1 million units of death element gems. More than 12 million source crystals. 245, 672 bronze level lord talent crystal fragments. 212 holy spirit level scarlet divine crystals. 514 books of the lower god level book of gods. 35 books of heroic inheritance secret book. Then in terms of improving the combat power of soldiers. Today, the total number and strength of Zhou's soldiers have also been greatly improved. In addition to the 63,321,943 fog monsters he had recruited, the 20% of the recruited troops handed over to him by the Lord members of the Star Alliance also reached 6,222,890 fog monsters. The total of the three is 69,544,833 fog monsters. Now, not counting the troops of the Star Alliance, the total number of troops under Zhou has reached 1.322 billion, 743,820 soldiers. Among them, there are 35,499,341 black iron level soldiers, 19,158, 710 bronze level soldiers, 676, 307, 110 silver level soldiers, 360, 079, 010 gold level soldiers, 196, 331, 700 platinum level soldiers, 28, 355. For 39 diamond level soldiers, 6, 108. For 13 extraordinary level soldiers, 254, 100 epic level soldiers, 559 legendary level soldiers. In addition, Wuxin, Dragon Horse Spear General, and Luosheng, Ghost General, have broken through to the upper legendary level. Wu Tu, the Arrow of the Soul, has broken through to the middle legendary level. Ansel, the Primordial Spirit Race, has broken through to the middle epic level. Other heroes and generals have also made great improvements in their strength. Zhou looked at the war list and nodded slightly. When he saw the final distribution of the soldiers' strength, he was speechless. Among the soldiers under his command, the number of soldiers at the silver, gold, and platinum levels was actually calculated in hundreds of millions, and the number of soldiers at other levels of strength was much, much less. Zhou knew the reason for this situation very well. That was because he had recruited too many new soldiers in the past 2 days. But under the blessing of the epic war god, these soldiers' strength increased rapidly, which resulted in so many more silver, gold, and platinum soldiers under his command than soldiers at other levels. It doesn't matter if there are more new soldiers. Under the blessing of the war god, it won't be long before these new recruits will quickly become my high-end combat force. Zhou's mouth curled up slightly. Now the total number of soldiers under the command of the Lord members of the Star Alliance has reached more than 65 million. Adding the soldiers I now have more than 1.387 billion soldiers under my command. He nodded. Then he returned the war list to Bai Yun. I have put all the Hero Heritage Secret Book and Book of Gods and the spoils into the military merit exchange system. Remember to find someone to discuss and reward them to the soldiers in my army who have the most outstanding performance and need them the most. Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully, and then said, Your Majesty, I have something to tell Your Majesty. What is it? Deputy Corps Commander Wu just told me. In the past 2 days, our behavior of killing fog monsters around the Night Empire to train troops was too obvious. At present, there are at least 3 Empire-level Fog Monster Corps and 40 Kingdom-level Fog Monster Corps, which are ready to move against our Jiayang Kingdom. It is estimated that they will retaliate against our Jiayang Kingdom in a short time. I know. Zhou was thoughtful after hearing this. This matter was within his expectations. After all, these fog monsters are not wooden people. He trained his troops so extensively, and even used the lives of their soldiers to train his troops, which would definitely lead to their counterattack. But Zhou was not afraid. Strength. That is the confidence that dares to do this. He has already destroyed an Empire-level Fog Monster Corps. Now his strength has increased a lot again. Even if there are a few more Empire-level Fog Monster Legions, he is not very worried. By the way, how many heroes does our Jiayang Kingdom have now? He suddenly asked. Now in our 4 major legions, there are a total of 68 heroes holding various important positions within the legions. If the Hero Inheritance Secret Book obtained today is distributed, plus the 2 Hero Inheritance Secret Book originally in the military merit exchange system, and all the meritorious soldiers except these Hero Inheritances, the number of heroes in our Jiayang Kingdom will reach 105. Bai Yun said. Zhou heard this and smiled again. 105 heroes. This number has exceeded 100. If it is placed on some small races, it is estimated that it is equal to the total number of heroes within their races. Now it is only the total number of heroes in his small primary kingdom. If this gets out, I wonder how many creatures will call it outrageous. Now Zhou has more confidence in dealing with the Fog Monster army that wants to retaliate against him. Your Majesty, Captain Wu Tu wants to see you. Ania's voice came from outside. After Zhou let the other party in, Wu Tu came over quickly. Meet Your Majesty, Wu Tu said respectfully. What's the matter? Your Majesty, I have sorted out all the intelligence on the 16 enemy countries that you asked me to sort out before. In addition, Your Majesty asked me to focus on investigating the 5 scarlet monsters that the Supreme will hates. I have also investigated 2 of them today. Please take a look, Your Majesty. After that, Wu Tu opened his personal terminal and sent a summary of the intelligence to Zhou. Seeing this, Zhou opened his personal terminal, found the message Wu Tu sent to him, and then used projection to project the information into the air so that everyone present could see it. Chapter 729. Zhou, Bai Yun, and Wu Tu looked at the virtual pictures and texts of intelligence information projected in the air in front of them. The top one was the intelligence of 16 alien enemy countries. Zhou looked over. It was recorded in these intelligence information. These 16 enemy countries now have a total of about 56 million troops. They even formed an alliance called the 16 Kings Alliance. As for who this alliance is guarding against, it is clearly written here, it is his Jiayang Kingdom. Your Majesty. In fact, when the 16 Kings Alliance was first established, it only had about 35 million troops. But they may have heard about the reputation of our Jiayang Kingdom during this period, and they were scared and rushed to militarize the country, forcibly conscripting most of the extraordinary people and subjects in the country into the army, and only then were they able to gather more than 56 million soldiers. But because it was a forced conscription, the strength of these recruits was mostly very low. Only a small number of recruits, who were originally combat professionals, had slightly higher strength, but because most of them had no experience in Legion battlefield combat, they were not as good as professionals of the same level in terms of strength. Wu-Tu said. Because of their professional characteristics, soldiers are better at playing on the battlefield, so on the battlefield, soldiers usually perform better than combat professionals. However, if it is a 1v1 duel outside the battlefield, then combat professionals can often beat soldiers of the same level. This is also the biggest difference between soldiers and combat professionals. Zhou nodded. He and Bai Yun looked at each other, and then they understood each other's meaning and couldn't help laughing. More than 56 million soldiers, if it was them in the past, they would probably think that the other side was very strong. But for him, who now has nearly 1.4 billion soldiers, more than 56 million soldiers, his rebellion today is about this number of troops. Leave it to you, Bai Yun. Tomorrow, the king will see the territories of these 16 kingdoms, full of the flags of our Jiayang kingdom. Zhou said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty, Bai Yun said respectfully. There was no hesitation in his voice. Conquer 16 kingdoms in one day? Bai Yun's eyes were full of expectations. She had only heard of such deeds in the myths and legends she heard when she was a child. At that time, she felt that the general who could do such a thing must be a great hero who could stand tall and proud, and a great man, unexpectedly. I have to do this now. She took a deep breath, her eyes became firm. There is still a long way to go. This is just the beginning. If you want to sit firmly in the position of the first general beside His Majesty, it is far from enough to just be able to control the 16 kingdoms in one day. There are too many outstanding talents beside His Majesty. I must become a general in myths and legends that is worthy of being praised by all races, or even the best general, in order to firmly become the first general beside His Majesty, Bai Yun thought silently. Zhou didn't know the changes in Bai Yun's heart. After he looked at the strength of the 16 kingdoms, and confirmed that he could crush the so-called 16 Kings Alliance, he looked directly at the Scarlet Mist monsters that the two Wu-Tu found and were hated by the Supreme Will. The first fog monster is a fog monster named Garros. According to the intelligence, he is a lower-level scarlet spirit from the lower god named Doro's Scarlet Empire. The other party served as the deputy commander of an imperial-level scarlet army in their empire. He is good at close combat, but other than that, there is no other feature. At this time, the other party was following the imperial-level scarlet army, besieging a human advanced kingdom named Tianza 1.6 billion kilometers away. The second fog monster is a fog monster named Castro. According to the intelligence, the other party was originally a creature of the Tianwang clan from the Tianwang Dakian world. Later, his world was invaded by the fog monster forces. At that time, he chose to fight for his world, but was defeated and captured by the fog monsters. Later, because of his super high qualifications and talents, he was appreciated by a big man in the fog monster camp, and was transformed into a fog monster. But Castro was unruly by nature, and even if he was transformed into a fog monster, he could not change this. Not long after, this guy actually defected from his own camp, and became a lone fog monster hunting on the Supreme Continent. This guy's original strength was lower than that of a lower god. After defecting, he enjoyed challenging and killing the strong men of the same level on the Supreme Continent, and occasionally even fought against those of higher levels. After a long time, not only did he not die, but his strength broke through again. Now he has become a scarlet god of the lower level of a middle god, during the current catastrophe of all races. The other party began to assassinate the god-level strongmen of various empires on the Supreme Continent to weaken the combat power of the empire-level lords of the Supreme Continent, and cooperate with the Scarlet Empire behind them to capture cities on the Supreme Continent. At present, the results are quite fruitful, and it is said that an alien empire has been conquered. This report also said, as a lone scarlet god, Castro is not only very strong in frontal combat capabilities, he is also very good at escaping and hiding himself. This is why he has been free and easy on the Supreme Continent for so many years, without being successfully retaliated by his enemies. Now the other party is lurking in a place 5.4 billion kilometers away, and it seems that he is going to attack the orc gods of a nearby orc empire. Then Zhou opened other intelligence and looked at it. As a result, with their reading speed, it took more than half an hour to finish reading. After reading it, Zhou immediately looked at Wu-Tu. Where did you get so much information? He asked in surprise. Your Majesty, this is all thanks to the Dark Walker's job transfer statue in our territory. Dark Walkers have the ability to make magic cream, and the magic cream can make us see fog monsters as members of the fog monster camp when we encounter them. So I had an idea. I ordered the soldiers of the Tianta Legion to disguise themselves as members of the fog monster camp through the magic cream when exploring the intelligence of the fog monster forces, and then take the opportunity to blend into the fog monster camp, thereby greatly reducing the difficulty of spying on intelligence. The intelligence of these two fog monsters hated by the Supreme was obtained by me using this method. Although there were some small risks along the way, compared with the value of the intelligence obtained, it seems insignificant. Wu-Tu said. I remember that the magic cream only has a high probability of making fog monsters see us as members of the fog monster camp, right? Zhou frowned. Chapter 730. Your Majesty, you are so busy that you don't know this. Ever since the Dark Walker's transformation statue allowed all the people in the territory to transform into Dark Walkers, the people in the Alchemy Guild began to study the 3 professional secret medicines of the Dark Walker: Demon Killing Powder, Demon Hiding Cream, and Holy Medicine of Redemption. Then, they found that if the quality of the ingredients used to make the Dark Walker secret medicine was improved, and some excellent auxiliary ingredients were added, the efficacy of the Dark Walker secret medicine could be greatly increased. Just yesterday, 2 of these 3 potions, the potions, namely the Demon Hiding Cream and the Holy Medicine of Redemption, have been optimized by the alchemists of the Alchemy Union into the 2nd generation of potions. Among them, the 2nd generation of the Holy Medicine of Redemption can make creatures that have been transformed into fog monsters for a period of time return to normal creatures. And the Demon Hiding Cream can make the creatures that apply the Demon Hiding Cream 100% likely to be mistaken by the fog monsters as members of the fog monster camp. Unless the difference in strength between the creatures that apply the Demon Hiding Cream and the fog monsters they encounter is more than one major class, they will not be recognized 100%. Wu-Tu said respectfully. Zhou was stunned. There is such a thing. He thought about it, and suddenly remembered that Zheng Yuanqi did send him a document about the Alchemy Union yesterday, but he has always been accustomed to letting Zheng Yuanqi handle matters in the territory, and it is not a major matter that endangers the territory, so he did not read it. It turns out that the document is about this matter. As for why the alchemists in the Alchemist Guild had the ability to transform and enhance the effects of Dark Walker's potions, Zhou understood it after thinking about it. The first batch of Dark Walker professionals were just ordinary creatures, who were not even professionals. During the period when the fog monsters first descended, the medicinal materials they could access were extremely limited. Under such conditions, the effect of the secret medicine they could produce would naturally not be too high. But with the resources Zhou has now, and the rich knowledge of pharmacy possessed by the high-level alchemists in the Alchemy Union, it is natural that they can easily research a more effective Dark Walker secret medicine. Wait until later. With the increase of research time, the improvement of Zhou's various resource conditions, and the improvement of the professional level of the alchemists in the Alchemy Union, it is not impossible for them to research a more effective Dark Walker secret medicine. Well done. Zhou patted Wu-Tu on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Your Majesty, you are too kind. The Dark Walker's potion is so useful. I have read many history books, but this is the first time I know of such a practical potion. If these secret medicines could spread throughout the Supreme Continent when the Scarlet Mist just descended, perhaps the Supreme Continent today would be different. Wu-Tu did not take credit for it, but instead sighed at the effect of the Dark Walker's secret medicine. Zhou nodded when he heard it. The Dark Walker's secret medicine is indeed ridiculously effective. Then he remembered something, opened Linger's friend list, and directly initiated a video call. Soon, Linger appeared at the other end of the video. Brother. Linger looked at Zhou in surprise. Linger, how is the production of the Dark Walker's secret medicine going recently? Zhou asked straight to the point. Linger heard this and immediately said, Brother, you asked me to purchase 10 billion copies of the first generation of Dark Walker's secret medicine last time, and I have already purchased all of them. At present, we have made the production of the first generation of Dark Walker's secret medicine as an official task, and mobilized the people and organizations of the entire Jiayang Kingdom to produce it. Currently, about 2 billion copies have been produced. In addition, yesterday, Prime Minister Zheng asked me to purchase medicinal materials for the production of the 2nd generation of Dark Walker's secret medicine. I have also started to purchase them on the World Channel, from the Jiayang Kingdom territory and the territories of the Lords of the Star Alliance. However, because the medicinal materials required for the 2nd generation of Dark Walker's secret medicine are more advanced, the number of medicinal materials purchased is not much, and it can only produce about 300 million copies of the 2nd generation of Dark Walker's secret medicine. Linger was obviously very familiar with this business, and said directly, How many mist hearts did it cost in total? Zhou asked curiously. The first generation of Dark Walker's secret medicine, One portion only needs 5 black iron level mist hearts to purchase 10 billion portions of the first generation of Dark Walker secret medicine, a total of 1,500 legendary level mist hearts. The second generation of Dark Walker secret medicine is more expensive. One portion requires 2 silver level mist hearts. So 300 million portions of the second generation of Dark Walker secret medicine, a total of 1,800 legendary level mist hearts. Linger said. So cheap? Jojo was amazed, and then said generously, then continue to purchase. Purchase as many as you can. In addition, if we can grow the herbs needed for these secret medicines ourselves, then we can also focus on planting them. 10 billion seems like a lot, but it's actually not much if divided equally among each soldier. Not to mention that only 300 million copies of the second generation Dark Walker secret medicine have been collected so far, which is not enough for his soldiers. So he has to make a lot of Dark Walker secret medicine. Okay, brother. Linger was a little surprised, but she didn't ask any more questions and nodded in agreement. Then Jojo didn't talk much and closed the chat box. He was thoughtful. Originally, he planned that if he had extra Dark Walker secret medicine, he could sell it to the Blue Star human race, or even the entire human race, or even other Lord forces that were fighting against the Fog Monster forces. The Dark Walker secret medicine is so effective, and the manufacturing cost is so low. Even if he sells it at several times the cost price, it is estimated that there will be a large number of forces willing to buy it. At that time, he will get an incredibly amazing profit. But now, since the production capacity is limited, he can only give up this idea temporarily and wait for the future. After that, the three of them discussed the order of dealing with the two groups of enemies, and then they quickly decided to follow the order of easy first and difficult later, to deal with the 16 Kings Alliance tomorrow, and then deal with the two fog monsters hated by the Supreme Will. I will start doing it now. Baiyun stood up and said. Then he said goodbye to Jojo and left. Wutu also left quickly after seeing this. Jojo saw this, and went directly to the practice room, to continue to comprehend the Lord's Law behind the Hand of Wealth. The ruling law skills are just the beginning of becoming a god of the Lord's Law system. The Lord's Law behind the Hand of Wealth is also a part of the entire Lord's Law. Jojo will comprehend and master it sooner or later, so it is not a waste of time to master it in advance at this time, as long as it is not used as a law skill for becoming a god in the end. One of the 16 Kings Alliance, the Ghost Kingdom. Ghost Palace? In a vast purple palace. 16 creatures with extraordinary and epic auras are gathering here. Some of them exude the aura of the underworld, some are burning with blazing flames, some are wearing royal robes with strange tower-shaped patterns, and some exude a witchcraft aura that makes people dare not approach. The auras they exude are different, but the same thing is that they are all silent at this time. No one speaks, which makes the already quiet hall even more dead silent. If there are people who are familiar with the creatures present, they will definitely recognize at the first time that the 16 creatures of different shapes in the hall at this time are the rulers of the 16 countries that make up the 16 Kings Alliance. At this time, they actually gathered together without any grudges. Chapter 731. After a long time. Have you heard the latest news about the Kingdom of the Sun? The king of the Yanling Kingdom suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. I heard about it. That's why I came here. By the way, is that news true? The king of the Rhoda Kingdom couldn't help asking. If you're asking whether the Kingdom of the Sun defeated the Empire-level Scarlet Legion from the Scarlet Empire yesterday, I can say it's true. The king of the Lingdu Kingdom said hoarsely. Not only that. Just today, I just got the news. The King of the Sun led more than 800 million soldiers to deal a heavy blow to the fog monster forces that besieged the Human Knight Empire. At least more than 200 million fog monsters died at the hands of the soldiers of the Kingdom of the Sun. The king of the Demon Soldier Kingdom said in a deep voice. Hiss. More than 200 million fog monsters were wiped out in one day. Impossible? Even if you kill pigs, you can't kill them so quickly, right? What's so fast about killing 200 million against 800 million? Currently, fog monsters are all over the Supreme Continent. Except for the fog monsters in the protection area of the Lord's Power, there are fewer fog monsters. There is no ownerless land outside the protection area of the Lord's Power that has not been occupied by fog monsters? As long as the fog monsters are dense enough, let alone killing 200 million, it would not be surprising for me to kill 10 billion soldiers in one day. The Kingdom of Prideful Sun actually has more than 800 million soldiers. What's the point of us establishing this 16 Kings Alliance? Just disband and surrender. Don't say it. As soon as this was said, among the 16 kings present, some kings were really tempted. Because although King Jiaoyang is fierce and decisive in dealing with enemies and never leaves any alive, he treats his own people, even those who have just surrendered, as well as his own fellow villagers. That's really not treating outsiders. He is willing to use all good things on his own people. The treatment is so good that foreigners who hear it want to change their nationality, and King Jiaoyang also likes to use local people to govern local people. Even the king of the defeated country has a high probability of continuing to serve as the king of his country after the defeat. It's just that the name has changed from king to governor, and the treatment and benefits have changed from before. In other aspects, there is almost no difference from before. In this regard, whether it is the former king of the Aurora Kingdom or the former king of the Giant Roar Kingdom, they have set a good example. Thinking of this, many kings present are more tempted. However, they did not say it out loud, but secretly observed other kings. King Jiaoyang is so strong, the 56 million of our 16 kings alliance is simply a joke to them. If we fight head-on, there will be no way to survive. Do the kings have any other ideas? A king said with a worried look. The other kings heard this, and no one spoke. They did have some ideas in their hearts, but none of them dared to say it. If anyone spoke first at this time, what if other kings with ulterior motives deliberately provoked conflicts and then attacked them in groups? Wouldn't it be dumbfounded? That's not right. The Human Knight Empire is an empire quite far away from us. How do you know such distant news? A lord suddenly reacted and asked curiously. I learned about it from the lords of all races near my territory. Their world channels can transmit messages to each other, and the Knight Empire's affairs were also learned from their world channels. Now King Jiaoyang, as a lord of all races, has defeated an imperial-level Scarlet Army head-on, and then defeated more than 200 million fog monsters. This news will probably spread throughout the entire Supreme Continent, and even the entire heavens and worlds in a short time. This King Jiaoyang has become famous again, the lord of the foreign race said gloomily. Since King Jiaoyang is so powerful, how about we move our country? Although moving our country will greatly damage the foundation of our countries, it can at least preserve the fire of our countries. When we rise again in the future, it may not be impossible to seek revenge on King Jiaoyang. Another lord of the foreign race suggested in a low voice. The other foreign rulers heard this. Their expressions were different. Some frowned, some looked contemptuous, some solemn, and some pondered. Don't make such a decision lightly unless you are in a desperate situation. But we can use it as our last resort. A foreign ruler said at last. The rulers nodded. I have another idea. At this moment, the ruler of the Demon Soldier Kingdom said, Oh! What does the Demon Soldier Kingdom think? The other foreign rulers looked over. Since we can't solve the enemy King Jiaoyang, why don't we find other powerful beings to deal with him? The fact that King Jiaoyang has made such a great reputation also means that he has established a large number of enemies invisibly. We can definitely lure those enemies here, and then help us deal with the prideful Sun King. If necessary, we can even lure the powerful Scarlet Mist monster forces here. The Demon Soldier King said this, his voice gradually becoming fierce. For the sake of survival and the continuation of the country, I think we absolutely need to do this. The other kings fell silent after hearing this. They stared at the Demon Soldier King with wide eyes, not expecting that the Demon Soldier King would dare to say such a treasonous idea. Luring the Scarlet Mist forces here to deal with the prideful Sun King? Are you going to be a traitor in our Supreme Will camp? But I have to say, this is also a way to solve their current predicament. And it is a method that is very likely to succeed. Just then, the Yanling King suddenly sneered. I have heard of something. It is said that the ancestors of the Demon Soldier clan had close ties with the Mist monsters. It is even said that they were the spirits of a weapon of a powerful person in the Mist monsters camp. You asked us to bring the Mist monsters here. You are not trying to lure the wolf into the house, and then surrender to the enemy. At the end, the king of Yanling suddenly burst into a blazing red-gold flame. His red-gold eyes looked at the king of the Demon Soldier clan fiercely. What nonsense are you talking about? The king of the Demon Soldier clan's face changed. He also stood up and looked at the king of Yanling clan with a cold look. The other foreign kings hurriedly persuaded them to sit down again, but they all disliked each other. After a while, the meeting of the kings ended. The 16 kings were about to leave. Just when the king of the Demon Soldier clan was about to leave alone, he suddenly saw several figures standing in the shadows not far away, seemingly waiting for him. The Lord of the Demonic Soldiers narrowed his eyes. Lord of the Spiritual Goo, Lord of the Dark Soul, Lord of the Savage Elephant, Lord of the Earth Hill. Are you all here waiting for me? The Lord of the Demonic Soldier said indifferently. Lord of the demonic soldiers. The Lord of the spiritual goose stood up, wearing a colorful robe of the king of the witches, with 7 or 8 insect sacs of various colors on his body, and strange insect sounds could be heard faintly from them. We are very interested in the suggestion you just made. Maybe we can find a place to discuss it in detail. What do you think of the Lord of the demonic soldiers? The Lord of the spiritual goose said hoarsely. Okay. The Lord of the demonic soldiers glanced at the lords and nodded slightly. Chapter 732. The next day, Jojo woke up from his practice. He activated the Hand of Wealth, stretched out his hand into the void, and took out 2 Maozadongs. If I had this skill on Earth before. Even if I can't afford a car or a house, at least I don't have to worry about food and drink every day. Jojo sighed. Then he put away the 2 Maozadongs. Then he walked out of the high-level Lord's blessed land, and came to the gate of summoning. Jojo looked at the giant summoning gate in front of him, and silently recited the summoning in his heart. The next second, he saw the summoning gate suddenly light up with a bright white light, and then a large number of new lords walked out of it. After spending 100 extraordinary fog hearts to accelerate, 14,700 new lords quickly walked out of the summoning gate. Meet the Lord. 14,700 new lords said respectfully. Welcome everyone to join Jiayang City. Jojo smiled. Then he asked all the professionals to stand up, and found that a total of 480 professionals were summoned this time. Among them, there was 1 extraordinary intermediate space magician, 1 extraordinary intermediate holy light knight, 1 extraordinary intermediate warrior, 1 extraordinary intermediate chi refining master, 1 extraordinary intermediate formation master, 1 extraordinary intermediate army destroying knight, and 1 extraordinary intermediate necromancer. The rest were life professionals and combat professionals at the extraordinary and below extraordinary levels. Today's summons are of high quality. Jojo looked at the 7 extraordinary intermediate professionals in the lead and raised his eyebrows slightly. The 7 extraordinary professions of them, in the outside world, each of them can be regarded as a VIP by a primary kingdom force. I didn't expect that they would appear in front of him together today. His luck had exploded. Then he didn't think much about it, and asked the officials next to him to take them to their respective places of work in life. Then he ordered Bai Yunwu Xian and other generals to summon all the soldiers in the territory and enter the ranch continent of Magoo. A moment later, Jojo flew out of the ranch continent with his army and returned to reality. He looked at the piles of military recruitment books and military transfer certificates in the king's treasure box, and a smile appeared on his face. Then he didn't waste time and went directly to the summoning gate, spending 100 extraordinary fog hearts to summon 360 million storm spirits and 360 million gold kings. Looking at the new recruits standing all over the land, Jojo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. With the addition of this batch of new recruits, the number of soldiers under his command has now officially exceeded 2 billion, reaching 2.042 billion, 74382. So many soldiers. Have to find a place for them to live. Otherwise, sooner or later, his Jiayang kingdom will be filled with soldiers. By then, other people will not be able to live normally. His Jiayang kingdom is a super-level regional territory, with a total area of about 54 million square kilometers. It seems vast. But in such a large area, only about 1/10 of the territory can be used as a residential area. It can barely accommodate 2 billion soldiers and other people. But it will be too crowded. If the soldiers are placed in other territories of Jiayang kingdom, it will be a bit troublesome. After all, he has to lead the army to fight every day. If the soldiers are dispersed, it will waste a lot of time to go back and forth, which does not meet Jojo's needs. Let's temporarily place them in the galaxy. The galaxy has a large interior area, and 1 galaxy is enough to accommodate 1 billion soldiers. Now I have 12 galaxy ships under my command. Even if one of them is reserved for the Tianta Legion, the remaining galaxy is enough to accommodate 10 billion soldiers for living, training and living. But in reality, we also need to build corresponding barracks buildings. We can't let the soldiers live in the galaxy all the time. The foundation of the soldiers is still on the ground after all. Jojo thought. Your Majesty, I will lead the troops to attack the 16 Kings Alliance. At this time, Bai Yun came to him and said respectfully, How many soldiers do you want to bring? Jojo asked. 300 million soldiers. Okay, go. Remember to bring a few of our gods. Although the 16 Kings Alliance is far less powerful than us, it should still have some foundation in gods. Jojo said. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun nodded. Then he turned and left. Immediately afterwards, Jojo asked Wu Xian, Feng Luo, and Vicky to lead the remaining veterans, and the 720 million new soldiers to continue to train in the surrounding territories of the Night Empire. Then he came to the Lord Mall. Then he saw Joe Chungmin with dark circles under his eyes, wearing a virtual game helmet, playing games with a laugh and depression. "Old Joe, bring up the new products and play again." Joe called him. "Wait for me a minute. I'm almost addicted," Old Joe said anxiously, and then continued to indulge in the game world. Joe, He was not in a hurry. Anyway, most of the things he had to do today had been arranged by his subordinates, and there was no rush for the rest. 1 minute later, Joe Chungmin put down the virtual game helmet with regret and satisfaction. Then he walked quickly to Joe. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for distributing 10,000 virtual game helmets in advance, which made me feel the joy of having teammates," Joe Chungmin said with a smile, looking like an old naughty boy. Joe was stunned. Then he reacted. "Yes. Yesterday he gave Yu Ling 10,000 virtual game helmets, and it seems that the other party has taken them back and distributed them. Have you seen Yu Ling? Yu Ling? That little girl? I saw it." Joe Chungmin nodded, but she only went online for a while, and then went offline and left. Joe nodded, without asking any more questions. Then he saw Joe Chungmin take out 3 golden boxes from under the counter. The first box contained a gold-level accessory. The second box contained a weapon. It was the weapon that the ghost god had given to Luo Sheng that could grow. Unfortunately, although this ghost god's demon-killing halberd had good growth potential, and could grow to a lower-level artifact of the lower god. But firstly, Joe did not lack lower-level artifacts. Secondly, this ghost god's demon-killing halberd lacked the most attractive skill of Joe, the ghost god in the world, and it was even less attractive to Joe. So Joe was really not very interested in this artifact. But if the price was not high, Joe was still willing to buy it with the heart of mist. Then Joe took a deep breath, and his eyes fell on the last item. It was a golden talent crystal. Joe looked over. Talent, Immortal Sword Summoning. Talent effect. The creature with this talent is born to be the darling of the Sword Dao Law. The Sword Dao Law will personally tailor a perfect and growable natal sword for the owner of this talent for him to drive. Here it comes. This talent. Joe's face was excited. He then looked up at Joe Chungmin. "How many fog hearts are these 3 items worth?" he asked. "That gold-level accessory, the Mingyu pendant, is worth 20 gold-level fog hearts. Growable weapon, the ghost god slaying demon halberd, is worth 100 legendary fog hearts. Lore god level talent, Immortal Sword Summoning, is worth 10 million legendary fog hearts." When Joe heard this, even though he was prepared in his heart, the corners of his mouth still twitched a few times. Lord God level talent worth 10 million legendary fog hearts. Chapter 733. Well, it's acceptable. After all, his income from the mist hearts from the monster ranch this morning alone reached nearly 30 million legendary mist hearts. It's no problem to spend 1/3 to buy a master god level talent. Joe didn't say anything and took out a space ring and threw it to Joe Chungmin. "Boss, you're generous." Joe Chungmin took it and looked at it, and then a smile immediately appeared on his face. Joe didn't reply and took the 3 items and left. High-level Lord's Blessed Land. A training room. Joe looked at the 3 items in front of him that he had just brought back from the Lord Mall. Joe naturally ignored the gold-level ornament. Joe also collected the growth weapon Ghost God Demon Killing Halberd and prepared to reward it to which general he liked in the future. Then his eyes fell on the last Immortal Sword Summoning Talent Crystal. Joe picked up the gift crystal, took a deep breath, and then silently absorbed it in his heart. The next second, he saw this golden gift crystal suddenly shattered into countless golden light spots, and then rushed into Joe's eyebrows. Joe was already familiar with this scene, and he looked very calm as he watched these light spots merge into his eyebrows, and then merged with his soul in the sea of consciousness in his eyebrows. Joe's sea of consciousness was shrouded in the vast chaotic airflow, and the whole showed a chaotic color. His soul body was also chaotic, and he was sitting cross-legged in the center of the chaotic airflow at this time, allowing these chaotic airflows to rotate around him, rushing into his soul body from time to time, and turning into nutrients for his soul growth. This scene looked as if Joe's soul was an ancient god of chaos sitting in the chaos. As this bit of golden light merged into the soul, Joe's soul, which was originally a chaotic color, now seemed to emit a faint golden light. At this moment, something strange happened. I saw a golden dragon head of unknown size suddenly broke through the chaotic airflow and appeared in front of Joe. Joe looked at it calmly. And this unknown golden dragon head also looked down at him. "Who are you?" Jojo asked. "You are qualified to know my name. I am the first dragon in the world. Emperor Dragon Aozun." Emperor Dragon Aozun looked at Jojo with his golden and majestic dragon eyes, and said in a rumbling voice. Jojo's body shook when he heard it. Emperor Dragon Aozun. The legendary dragon clan, an existence of the same level as the supreme dragon he had seen before, and he certainly hadn't forgotten it. The Emperor Dragon robe he was wearing now was made with the inspiration of this big guy. No. From what it said, his rank is probably much higher than that supreme dragon. This kind of existence basically disdains to lie, so what he said should be true. "Your Majesty Aozun, are you here for my natal immortal sword?" Jojo asked. "No need to say more. Be prepared to accept your immortal sword." Emperor Dragon Aozun didn't say much. After saying this, he suddenly roared to the sky. Roar! At this moment, the heaven and earth shook, with the territory of the kingdom of the sun as the center. All the creatures within 1,000,000,000,000 miles of radius heard this soul-shaking dragon roar in their hearts. The dragon roar seemed to contain supreme majesty. After hearing this dragon roar, all creatures with weak wills could not help but kneel down directly. Even those with strong wills. They could only barely keep from kneeling, but their faces showed extreme horror. What happened? Is this a dragon roar? What kind of dragon clan can make such a terrifying dragon roar? Is it the dragon roar of the legendary dragon clan? A legendary dragon clan has descended on the supreme continent. When the dragon roar gradually disappeared, all creatures gradually came back to their senses from the dragon roar just now. Then they started to discuss it heatedly. Some creatures were confused, some were afraid, some were excited, and some were worried. Of course, there were also some creatures who heard that this dragon roar came from the legendary dragon clan in myths and legends. Some even heard that it was the roar of the Emperor Dragon. The Emperor Dragon has appeared. Could it be? A new emperor has appeared? They murmured. The Jiayang capital. In the blessed land of high-level lords. Jojo opened his eyes. I didn't expect it. The immortal sword summoning this talent will actually attract the appearance of the great Emperor Dragon. Was it the same with Qi Xuantian back then? It shouldn't be. Qi Xuantian's immortal sword summoning, the immortal sword summoned, was the Qi Xian immortal sword. And mine is? Jojo raised his right hand. He saw a golden long sword slowly appear in his hand. On the hilt of this golden long sword, there was a majestic and domineering Emperor Dragon carved. The sword body was like autumn water, and it looked bright enough to reflect people. The blade is extremely sharp. Just by being exposed to the air, the space around the blade naturally cracks into dark and deep space cracks, and it can't even heal. Just as it was about to heal, it was cut into pieces by the sharp sword energy that rushed over again. A supreme imperial aura is revealed from this magic sword. Just getting close to it, you can feel a strong sense of oppression. This is it the Emperor's Holy Sword? Jojo's eyes lit up. Artifact name, Emperor's Holy Sword. Artifact grade, legendary lower level growable. Artifact Law 1 Emperor's Majesty. As an Emperor recognized by the legendary Dragon Clan Emperor Dragon, when you control the Emperor's Holy Sword, you naturally have supreme pressure. Any existence in front of you will feel a strong sense of oppression, and at the same time, any pressure from any existence will not have any negative impact on you. You can actively turn on and off the effect of this artifact law. Artifact Rule 2 Emperor Charm. You are a natural emperor recognized by the legendary Dragon Clan Emperor Dragon. You have an indescribable temperament and charm. When you persuade others to join you, they will be easily convinced by your temperament and charm and willing to die for you. When you want to accomplish something, your subordinates will help you with all their strength, and your enemies may even defect from their camp and join you. Artifact Rule 3 Emperor Luck. As a natural emperor, your luck exceeds 90% of the creatures in the world. In daily life, you will often encounter good luck. When you encounter danger, it is also easier to turn danger into good fortune. Artifact Rule 4 Heavenly Emperor. As a natural emperor, you are extremely compatible with the Emperor's rule. When you comprehend the Emperor's rule, your comprehension will increase tenfold. Artifact Rule 5 Emperor Dragon Protection. When the natural emperor encounters a fatal threat, he can summon the Emperor Dragon to appear and protect himself once, but he can only summon it once. After this time, the artifact rule will disappear forever. Hint 1. The soul has been forced to recognize the master and cannot be lifted. Hint 2. As the grade of the Emperor's Holy Sword continues to improve, the effects of its various artifact rules will also increase accordingly, and can be upgraded to the highest level of the Lord God. After Zhou Zhou saw the artifact rule effects of the Emperor's holy sword, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air in shock. Then he was ecstatic. It is worthy of being a Lord God level talent, not to mention giving himself a top level artifact with growth potential. The effects of this artifact are also extremely strong. There is no need to say much about the abilities of the previous artifact rules. The fourth artifact law ability, the Emperor of Heaven, made Zhou Zhou ecstatic. Because this was exactly the ability he needed the most. The Emperor's law was the Lord's law. These past 2 days, he was worried about how to speed up the comprehension of the Lord's laws governing law skills. Now he was given a buff specifically for comprehension of the Lord's law. It would be strange if Zhou Zhou was not surprised. Not to mention the last artifact law ability, the Emperor Dragon's protection. TSK. The Emperor Dragon himself appeared to protect him. That was the Emperor Dragon. At least a main god-level existence. If he could personally appear to protect himself, then basically no one in the heavens and the worlds, except for the Supreme Will and the Scarlet Lord, should be able to hurt him. Although the Emperor Dragon's protection can only be used once. But it can't cover up the power of this artifact law. Chapter 734. Zhou Zhou stood up and hung the Emperor's holy sword on his waist. Then he looked at the sword on his waist and couldn't help laughing. Because he now had 3 swords hanging on his waist. One of them was the Xianyuan sword, the racial artifact of the Blue Star human race. The second was the real artifact, the sword of dimension creation. The third was the Emperor's holy sword that he had just obtained. These 3 swords, no matter which one, would be enough to make countless creatures crazy in the outside world. Even gods would not be an exception. But now they were all hung on Zhou Zhou's waist, and it even looked a little crowded. Zhou Zhou was not worried that the 3 swords would be lost, because they were already bound to his soul. Even if they were separated by billions of miles, he could sense their location. Even if he had a thought, the 3 swords would directly cross the space and appear in front of him. Unless someone steals it and imposes some special ban to cut off Zhou Zhou's connection with the magic sword, it will basically not be lost. However, if an enemy can take the magic sword from him personally, at that time, Zhou Zhou himself may not be able to protect himself, so it doesn't matter whether the artifact is lost or not. But it's still a bit ostentatious, Zhou Zhou said to himself. Then his mind moved. He saw that the special magic sword aura on Xianyuan sword and Emperor Saint sword gradually disappeared, making them look like 2 ordinary sword ornaments. As for the artifact of the sword of dimensional creation, Zhou Zhou didn't even need to worry about it. It was usually in a state of self-concealment. Only when he used it personally would it reveal its true artifact's horror, so there was no need to worry about whether others could see the specialness of this magic sword. At this time, Zhou Zhou suddenly saw a new message in his friend list. Today, Zhou Zhou also has quite a few friends in his friend list. However, because he has a lot of things to do, in order to avoid being disturbed, Zhou Zhou has set most of his ordinary friends to receive messages but not remind, and only some friends with whom he has a good relationship will Zhou Zhou set to receive messages and remind, such as Linger, Leah, Zheng Yuanqi, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Qi Xiantian, Guiqiao and others. However, people who have a good relationship with him don't usually send him messages, because they come to see him directly when they have something to do. So Zhou Zhou was quite surprised to see this message. Then he found that the person who sent the message was none other than Yu Ling. She added him as a friend through the Night Empire Camp channel, and now she also sent him messages through this friend position. Yu Ling, Zhou Zhou, Uncle Lu brought the gods to our Night Empire. Do you want to come? The Kingdom of the Sun, Lord of the Sun. I will be there in a while. Yu Ling, okay, tell me when you get there, I pick you up. The Kingdom of the Sun, Lord of the Sun, yes. Zhou Zhou closed the chat box and stood up to go to the Night Empire. In fact, he had been thinking about going to the Night Empire today, and Yu Ling's news just gave him a reason to go. After a while, Zhou Zhou arrived at the capital of the Night Empire through the space teleportation array. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation array, he saw Yu Ling waiting not far away. I'm here. Zhou Zhou walked over and patted her shoulder. You're here. Let's go, I take you to see my father and Uncle Lu. When Yu Ling saw Zhou Zhou, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she pulled him to run towards the Imperial Palace. Zhou Zhou looked at his right hand, which was tightly held by the other party, and pondered for a few seconds. Without saying anything, he let her pull him to run towards the Imperial capital. At the same time, Yu Ling, who was running in front of Zhou Zhou, was blushing and pretending to be calm, as if nothing had happened. But after running for a while, Yu Ling couldn't help looking at Zhou Zhou. She took a look and turned back. Then she couldn't help but take a second look. The third look. The fourth look. She stared at Jojo in a daze, and her eyes could hardly move away. Jojo, family, who understands? Jojo, why do I feel that you are more beautiful than before? And seem to have more temperament? Yuling said blankly. At this moment, she felt that Jojo was glowing. This light was so dazzling. So much so that she felt that she might not be able to accommodate other men in her eyes in the future. Because no matter how outstanding other men are, they probably can't surpass the man in front of him. Jojo glanced at Yuling's condition after hearing this, and then looked at the Emperor's holy Dao sword on his waist. Is this sword so powerful? Yes. I originally had a top-notch appearance and temperament with a heavenly appearance. Now with the bonus of the Emperor's charm. My current charm is probably that even if the goddess of life comes down in person, she will call me husband. Ahem. Although this example is a bit exaggerated, it is not far off. Jojo raised his head and looked in one direction without leaving a trace, and then his expression returned to normal. At the same time, just when Yuling took Jojo to the imperial palace to meet the two emperors. At this time, the two emperors were also in a hall, looking at the two people through an illusory water mirror. Haha, old G, it seems that your daughter has been deeply trapped in the love between her and her children. Lu Xun pointed at the two people in the illusory water mirror, and laughed at a tall and thin handsome emperor wearing an imperial robe next to him. This emperor is none other than Ji Yun, the lord of the Night Empire. My daughter has grown up. I can't control her, Ji Yun said with a wry smile. Come on, don't be so ungrateful. Elvesian rolled his eyes at Ji Yun, then pointed at Jojo in the water mirror, and said seriously, and with some emotion, this kid is the most outstanding lord among the lords of all races of our human race. Even among the group of perverted lords of all races, he has now made a great reputation. And you, and I know how his territory is developing. If you are not satisfied with your future son-in-law, you can give him to me. Some of my direct bloodlines still have some descendants, who are as beautiful as the country. As for feelings, there will always be some with cultivation, Elvesian said with a smile, and his tone was rarely serious. Ji Yun glanced at him and said, Don't you always like to let your children and grandchildren freely choose the love they want? Why do you suddenly force a match? Hee. Just look at this boy. Who wouldn't be confused? What's wrong with forced matching? Believe it or not, even if I bring those girls among my children, who already have lovers here, as long as they meet Jojo, they will immediately fall in love with someone else, and then they will have to thank me, the ancestor, for finding them a good husband that is hard to find in the world. Lu Xun curled his lips. Ji Yun stopped talking. He looked at Jojo's appearance in the water mirror, and the more he looked, the more he felt that what Lu Xun said was very likely to happen. Such appearance and temperament, looking at the ages, it is hard to find in the world. How could God give birth to such a monster? This is too unfair to other creatures. Ji Yun shook his head. With his appearance and temperament, even if he has nothing else, he can easily make a great achievement in this world. Lu Xun also sighed. The two emperors were quiet for a while. My daughter knew Jojo first, don't mess around, Ji Yun suddenly said. So what if she knew him first? You allow your daughter to know him, but not my daughter, granddaughter, and great-granddaughter? Lu Xun said disdainfully. You old man, you are shameless. Does Emperor Fuyo know what you look like? Ji Yun was anxious. He is traveling in the fairyland, enjoying himself every day. How can he care about me? Lu Xun said. Then the two of them started arguing with each other. Your Majesty, Princess Yuling, King Jiaoyang wants to see you. Just then, outside the hall, a respectful voice of the attendant suddenly came. The two emperors who were arguing and fighting instantly returned to their sitting posture, as if nothing had happened before. Chapter 735. Ahem. Let them in. Ji Yun's voice regained its former majesty. Soon, Jojo and Yuling walked in with the attendants. Your Majesty. My father, the two said respectfully. No need to be polite. Ji Yun looked at Jojo, and he was more and more satisfied. Jojo, your King of Kings activity has reached the 6th day now. How do you feel? Are there any difficulties? By the way, how is the current battle situation in your prideful Sun Kingdom? How many fog monster armies are around your prideful Sun Kingdom? He said with concern. There are no difficulties. It's just that the camp points are not enough. As for the prideful Sun Kingdom, except for the Empire-level Scarlet Legion that came the day before yesterday and was eliminated by my troops, I haven't found any other fully organized Scarlet Legions coming yet, Jojo said while looking at the Emperor of the Night Empire. Although he already knew what the Emperor looked like through Wu Tu's intelligence, this was the first time he saw him in real life. At the same time, the two emperors were also secretly smacking their lips. When he said that he was going to destroy an Imperial-level Scarlet Army, why did it feel so light? Not enough camp points? Ji Yun thought for a moment and said, just right. Today, the Emperor of the Divine Sword Empire brought 6 gods to me, ready to work with me to solve the several Scarlet gods that are now besieging the Night Empire. I remember that your prideful Sun Kingdom also has several gods. Why don't you bring them here and go with us to kill the gods? During this process, I will give you different numbers of camp points based on your performance. How about that? Of course. During the god slaying process, whoever kills the Scarlet God will get the spoils. If the Scarlet God is killed by cooperation, the spoils will be distributed according to their respective contributions. How? Ji Yun said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhou said immediately. He could hear that the Emperor of the Night Empire did not expect him to contribute much in the god slaying process, and probably just found a reason to give him camp points. What a good person. Count me in too. When the time comes, you will also go back to the Divine Sword Empire with me, and help me solve the Scarlet God that besieged our Divine Sword Empire. I will not treat you unfairly in terms of camp points. Elvesian on the side also said with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, he saw a line of task prompts appear in front of him. The Lord of the Night Empire Camp Ji Yun, and the Lord of the Divine Sword Empire Camp Elvesian, jointly issued a camp task to you. Faction mission name, God Slayer. Mission quality, upper god level. Mission content, Ji Yun, the leader of the Night Empire Camp, and Lu Xun, the leader of the Sword Empire Camp, want to join forces with you to jointly eliminate the Scarlet Gods around the Night Empire and the Sword Empire. During the mission, you and your subordinates will be rewarded with varying amounts of camp points based on your performance during the mission. Mission reward. When you and your subordinates kill a lower-level Scarlet God without outside intervention, you will be rewarded with 10 million camp points. When you kill a lower-level mid-level Scarlet God, you will be rewarded with 20 million camp points. When you kill a lower-level Scarlet God, you will be rewarded with 30 million camp points. When you kill a middle-level lower-level Scarlet God, you will be rewarded with 50 million camp points. When you kill a middle-level Scarlet God, you will be rewarded with 70 million camp points. When you kill a higher-level Scarlet God, you will be rewarded with 100 million camp points. If you kill a Scarlet God with the help of external forces, you will be awarded different camp points according to your combat contribution. When Zhou saw this camp task, his eyes lit up slightly. This camp task rewards enough camp points. Then he suddenly thought of something and frowned slightly. Why don't you look very interested? Ji Yun saw his expression and said strangely, does this kid look down on the points of this camp task? It's not that I'm not interested. Zhou shook his head. Lu Xun and Ji Yun looked at each other and saw that the other party was hiding something. But since the other party didn't want to say it, they didn't ask. On the other side, Zhou looked at the camp tasks in front of him and sighed in his heart. As the most respected lord of all races in the human race, he could get such top-level camp tasks with many camp points from the Night Empire and the Sword Empire. What about the true lord, the lord of the Shepherd God, the lord of Tai, and other top lords? As the top lords of all races, they must not know how many Empire-level lord forces are rushing to send them top-level camp tasks. If he wants to surpass the true lords in terms of camp tasks, they will definitely not be able to do it. I still have to make extra money. Zhou thought silently. After solving all the camp tasks of the Night Empire and the Sword Empire, I will focus on hunting the fog monsters that are hated by the Supreme Will based on the Eye of Heavenly Disgust. Making extra money is much more efficient than doing regular camp tasks. Your Majesty, Junior wants another camp task. Zhou thought about it, and suddenly said to Ji Yun. Lu Xun and Ji Yun were stunned, and then, they were not unhappy, but a very obvious smile appeared on their faces. Hurry up. As long as it does not violate the Supreme Agreement, and can help you improve your ranking among the 10,000 races, we can help you. Ji Yun said seriously. This is why he was not angry but happy when he heard Zhou's sudden request. They are not afraid of Zhou's request. What they are afraid of is that Zhou has no request to make, because that may mean that Zhou has no way to continue to improve his ranking. My soldiers are training around the Night Empire. From the beginning of the training to today, my soldiers have eliminated more than 300 million fog monsters. Zhou hadn't finished speaking yet. Lu Xun and Ji Yun understood what he meant. Ji Yun immediately said seriously, I will give you another camp task. There are many fog monsters around our Night Empire. These fog monsters not only seriously threaten the lives and safety of my subjects, but also seriously affect the foreign trade and development path of the Night Empire. I hope that you and your Jiaoyong kingdom can kill these fog monsters, and let my Night Empire regain the peaceful scene before the period of the 10,000 races disaster. In order to help you complete this camp task smoothly, I will send the Night Empire's reconnaissance corps to help you investigate where a large number of fog monsters gather, so that you can save time looking for fog monsters. As soon as the voice fell, a text prompt appeared. The Lord of the Night Empire Camp Ji-yun has issued a camp task to you. Faction mission name: Clear the Mist Monsters. Mission quality: Lower Middle God. Mission content: the Night Empire faction leader, Ji-yun, feels that the mist monsters currently in the territories surrounding the Night Empire are seriously threatening the national security and the safety of the people of the Night Empire. In order to solve this problem, Ji-yun hopes that you can wipe out these mist monsters 312, 561, 564/1 billion and let the Night Empire return to its former peace. Even if this peace is very limited. Mission reward: 500 million faction points. Zhou finally smiled as he looked at this very simple and crude reward for the faction mission. Chapter 736. Zhou's biggest purpose in coming to the Night Empire this time was actually for this faction mission. Otherwise, wouldn't he earn no faction points for killing so many fog monsters during the training these 2 days? Zhou would not do such a loss. No matter what, he had to squeeze the value of so many dead fog monsters to the maximum. It has to be said, 500 million faction points are already quite high. It is comparable to the faction points he got from killing 10 fog monsters hated by the Supreme Will. This trip is really worth it. Apart from the fog monsters that my soldiers have solved, there are still more than 600 million fog monsters that have not been solved. According to the training speed of my soldiers, as long as there are no accidents, it is estimated that these fog monsters can be solved in 3 or 4 days, or even shorter time. Use a few days to exchange for 500 million faction points. What a big profit! Zhou was very satisfied. Without thinking too much, he told the two majesties and Yu Ling that he would go to find the gods in the territory, and then left the hall to find Wu Xian. This time, Zhou followed Lu Xun and the others to hunt the Scarlet Gods, and he planned to bring a few powerful gods with him. Currently, he has 6 gods under his command, not counting Vicky, Feng Luo, and Qi Xiantian brought by Bai Yun. Currently, the gods around the territory of the Night Empire are Haros, lower-level upper god, Ziwu, lower-level middle god, and Guiqiao, lower-level lower god. Zhou planned to take Haros and Ziwu with him, and let Guiqiao guard Wu Xian and those veterans and recruits alone. Don't think that Guiqiao is only at the intermediate level of a lower god. But if he is forced into a corner, and he is allowed to activate his dragon-slaying will, his strength can be directly raised to the intermediate level of an upper god. With Guiqiao's strength, even Haros and Qi Xiantian may not be able to defeat him. In addition, Wu Xian now has mastered the little god Luo Wanling army formation, which is comparable to the combat power of a lower god. In addition, the galaxy has a terrifying speed. They have no problem protecting themselves and escaping. Even if they encounter life-threatening dangers, at most they can notify him directly, and he will fly back on the galaxy, or simply return through the return to city talent, and he can immediately support them, and solve the dangers they may encounter. Zhou. Just as Zhou was thinking, Yu Ling's voice came from behind him. Zhou was startled. He turned his head, and saw Yu Ling jogging towards him. What's wrong, Yu Ling? Zhou asked. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? It was about buying the galaxy. I told my father about it after I came back, and he agreed. After Yu Ling finished speaking, she carefully took out a space ring from her waist, and handed it to Zhou. There are a total of materials needed to build 5 galaxy ships, as well as the cost of making spacecrafts with 500 lower-level god crystals. I leave it to you. When will it be completed? Yu Ling asked expectantly and nervously. So many god-level materials, plus 500 lower-level god crystals. Even for the Night Empire, it is a considerable fortune, so she can't help but be cautious. Zhou didn't say anything after hearing this, but first entered the space ring with consciousness, and then quickly saw the mountains of spaceship manufacturing materials, and 500 lower-level god crystals inside. Zhou put away the space ring. His expression did not change, but he was very happy in his heart. So many galaxy god-level manufacturing materials are enough to build 10 galaxy ships. Even if he has to give 5 to the Night Empire, he can still keep 5 for himself, and earn 500 lower god intermediate god crystals. 3 days. After 3 days, I will personally deliver the 5 galaxy ships to you. Jojo said. 3 days? So fast? Yu Ling's eyes widened when she heard it. She thought that such a god-level spaceship would take at least half a year, or even a year to manufacture. Jojo nodded. Each of the 10 galaxy ships gifted by the Lord's talent comes with a Galaxy Star God manufacturing factory of the lower god level. That is, a spaceship factory dedicated to manufacturing Galaxy and Galaxy's exclusive intelligent life. For Winya, who controls all Galaxy ships. As long as there are enough materials, he can completely rely on these 10 spaceship factories to carry out assembly line manufacturing of Galaxy. In this case, it only takes half a day. Winya can assemble a Galaxy through a Galaxy Star God manufacturing factory. The remaining 2.5 days are the time for Winya to process and transform these raw materials. Then I will tell my father the news now. By the way, if Uncle Lucian asks, can I tell Uncle Lucian about this? Yu Ling was about to leave, but suddenly thought of this and turned around to ask Jojo. Of course. This matter does not need to be kept secret. If you can introduce more customers to me and book the Galaxy from me next time, I can give you a 30% discount. Jojo nodded immediately. He hoped that this matter would spread throughout the human race. At that time, he should not have to worry about the material problem of the Galaxy. He might even be able to use this matter to make it a long-term profitable national industry. Really? Yu Ling's eyes lit up when she heard this. Really? Jojo nodded seriously. Then you wait for my results. I go back first. Yu Ling left in a hurry. It can be seen that she attaches great importance to this matter. Jojo did not stay any longer. After leaving the imperial capital, he took out a Galaxy from the world in his body, and then gave all the materials that Yu Ling had just given him to Winya, asking her to order 10 Galaxy to manufacture the Galaxy at the same time, so that in 3 days, 10 Galaxy can be directly obtained. Then he drove the Galaxy, and went straight to Wu Xian's location, northwest of the Night Empire territory. Wu Xian is leading more than 1.742 billion soldiers of the prideful Sun Kingdom, and more than 65 million soldiers under the command of the Star Alliance Lords to eliminate all the fog monsters encountered along the way. Since everything is centered on killing fog monsters and improving the strength of the recruits, even if several low-level regional territories are destroyed along the way, Wu Xian and his men did not occupy them, but chose to continue hunting fog monsters in other places to improve the strength of the recruits with the greatest efficiency. Under the powerful lower-level radar function of the Galaxy, all the fog monsters within a radius of billions of kilometers of the Galaxy are nowhere to hide, and they are discovered by the radar one after another, and then eliminated by the prideful Sun Kingdom soldiers who rushed over on the Galaxy. What does it feel like for 1.8 billion soldiers to kill all the fog monsters within the range of the spacecraft radar? Wu Xian can say it very realistically. One word. Cool. This invincible sweeping war method even made a veteran like him feel the blood boiling after a long time. Maybe in 2 days. More than 90% of the ordinary fog monsters besieging the Night Empire will be wiped out by us. Wu Xian thought. Chapter 737. You know, yesterday they only led more than 800 million soldiers and eliminated nearly 200 million fog monsters. Today he brought 1.8 billion soldiers. As long as there is no Scarlet God of the upper God level to stop them, it is not impossible for them to eliminate 400 million to 500 million fog monsters today. For other forces, even if they have 1.8 billion soldiers, they may not be able to do this, because they cannot quickly reach the location of another fog monster army. But the terrifying speed and powerful radar search function of the Galaxy made up for this shortcoming of the Jiaoyang Kingdom, allowing them to eliminate fog monsters at an amazing efficiency. So Wu Xian was confident that they could eliminate all the fog monsters that besieged the Night Empire within 2 days. Old Wu, do you have wine? At this time, Guiqiao came over and said. His face was red, and he was panting while talking. Obviously, he had drunk a lot of wine. We have killed too many people these 2 days. We may encounter the Scarlet Gods, who come to take revenge anytime and anywhere. Can you drink so much wine at this time? Wu Xian looked at him helplessly. He prefers teams with strict military discipline, so he actually doesn't like Guiqiao's behavior. But although Guiqiao is on a temporary basis in the Jiaoyang Corps, he is not actually under anyone's control. As a god-level fighter, Guiqiao only needs to personally deal with powerful enemies when they appear. In other aspects, even Zhou doesn't ask too much of him. Wu Xian also knew about this, so he couldn't say anything to Guiqiao. Haha, Lao Wu, you don't understand. As a traditional dragon slayer, for me, wine is a treasure that increases my fighting power. You see, I am drinking, but in fact I am ready to fight anytime and anywhere. Guiqiao laughed drunkenly. He burped after saying that. Wu Xian's mouth twitched twice. He hesitated and took out a jar of wine from his space ring. As soon as the wine came out, a very mellow wine aroma spread. Guiqiao's eyes lit up. This is my treasured good wine, called Dusk in the Cup. I can't bear to drink it myself, you have to take it easy. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his hand empty, and then he found that his collection Dusk in the Cup had disappeared. He looked up. He found that it had indeed fallen into Guiqiao's hands. Good wine. Good wine. As soon as I smelled it, I knew it was great. Hiccup, thanks, brother Wu. Wu Xian, Without wine, he is old Wu. With wine, he becomes brother Wu, right? Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw Guiqiao's expression suddenly change. An enemy has appeared. Guiqiao carefully placed the wine on the table beside him, then pulled out his double axes from behind. His eyes gradually turned blood red. You disturbed me while I was drinking, damn guy, I chop him into mincemeat. Old Wu, leave the wine for me, I come back after I kill a scarlet god. As soon as the voice fell, Guiqiao had already rushed out of the galaxy at an astonishing speed and flew in a certain direction outside the galaxy. Wu Xian also came back to his senses at this time. Galaxy 6, who is the enemy His Majesty Guiqiao just mentioned? He said calmly. Galaxy 6. That is, the intelligent life of the galaxy he was on, created by Wenya and under the jurisdiction of Wenya. Captain, from the direction His Majesty Guiqiao flew, the enemy he mentioned should be a scarlet god of the middle level of the upper god, who just entered our radar detection range. Galaxy 6 said. A scarlet god of the middle level of the upper god? Wu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Even if Guiqiao burst out with the will to slay the dragon, he only has the strength of the middle level of the upper god, and it is not durable. Facing this scarlet god of the same combat power, Guiqiao is actually in some danger. Go and ask His Majesty Haros and His Majesty Zawu to help His Majesty Guiqiao. Don't let him fight alone. Wu Xian ordered. Okay, Captain. After saying this, Galaxy 6 fell silent. More than 10 seconds later, its voice sounded again. Report to the Captain, His Majesty Haros and His Majesty Zawu have been notified. The two His Majesties have now gone to support His Majesty Guiqiao. As soon as the voice fell, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Haros and Zawu turned into two streams of light, flew rapidly in the direction of Guiqiao, and soon joined Guiqiao. As a result, the scarlet spirit of the intermediate upper god was frightened when he saw the scene, and turned around and ran away. Guiqiao and the others had no means to intercept each other, and could only watch each other escape. Wu Xian sighed slightly after seeing this scene through the virtual screen. Then he comforted himself. It was acceptable to be scared away, as long as he didn't stop him from training and completed the task assigned by His Majesty. At this moment, he suddenly saw something, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. More than 100 kilometers away, Guiqiao, Haros and Zawu were looking at the fleeing scarlet god. Haros and Guiqiao were fine. The two gods didn't have much desire to fight at this time. But Guiqiao was different. A scarlet god of the upper god, seeing you two coming, ran like a mouse. If you have the guts, stop and fight me. I am willing to fight you one-on-one. Guiqiao was drunk and angry. Haros and Zawu looked at each other and smiled. They had lived for so long and had never encountered a lower god intermediate god as reckless as Guiqiao. Let's go! Just as the two gods were about to return to the spaceship. Your Majesty. Guiqiao suddenly looked into the distance in surprise. Then he laughed loudly, and then activated the will to slay the dragon. The whole person suddenly increased from the intermediate strength of the lower god to the intermediate strength of the upper god, and then rushed over. After hearing Guiqiao's shout, Haros and Zawu hurriedly looked back and saw that Zhou was standing more than 10 kilometers in front of the upper god intermediate scarlet spirit that had just escaped. And next to him, there was another upper god intermediate scarlet spirit. It was the upper god intermediate scarlet spirit Gerard that he summoned with the Empire Pillar Puppet. At this time, the two of them were forcing the fleeing scarlet spirit back in their direction, and Guiqiao killed it from behind. Haros laughed at this, gave up the idea of returning to the spaceship, and turned into a beam of fire and rushed up, blocking the other escape direction of the scarlet god. Zawu was a little helpless when he saw this. He was lazy by nature, and liked to be lazy. But now His Majesty has come. Even if he wanted to be lazy again, he didn't dare to be lazy in front of His Majesty, so he had to fly up and stand with Guiqiao. They blocked it very carefully. They deliberately left a gap, seemingly to give the other party a direction to escape. However, It was precisely because of this. This upper god intermediate scarlet god always thought that he had a way to escape, so he had no idea of fighting to the death with Zhou and others. He tried to escape while fighting against Zhou and others. The result was, this scarlet god could not defeat Zhou and his companions, and could not escape from the pursuit of Zhou and other gods with the galaxy. As a result, when the divine power in his body was almost exhausted, and he failed to escape successfully, he realized that he was in a desperate situation. At this time, he had consumed nearly 90% of his divine power, and he couldn't even fight to the death for a glimmer of life. In less than a moment, this scarlet god was killed by Haros with a single blow. Awesome. Feeling the promotion energy comparable to 81 upper god intermediate scarlet gods pouring into his body continuously, Haros looked comfortable. He felt that after a few more kills and the understanding of the laws, he even felt that he could impact the realm of the upper god intermediate. Chapter 738. Zhou was envious. His understanding of the law was enough. If he could kill the upper god intermediate scarlet spirit with his own hands, he felt that he should be able to break through directly and reach the intermediate level of the middle god. However, this kind of thing is not something that can be done by thinking about it, so now he can only watch Haros feel the pleasure brought to him by the majestic promotion energy. Next time if I encounter such a battle again, I will try my best. Zhou couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Anyway, His Majesty has the ability to resurrect, and there are extremely generous rewards for subordinates to kill gods, plus killing gods can also obtain massive promotion energy. In this way, there is no reason for me to refuse to fight for His Majesty. Zhou quietly changed his mind. On the other side, Zhou also extracted the body of this upper god intermediate scarlet spirit. The result made him quite satisfied, because this upper god holds a lower level artifact of the middle god. After extraction, it directly turned into 3 lower level artifacts of the upper god. In addition, a true god intermediate level book of gods, and a true god intermediate level heroic heritage secret book were obtained. In addition, when Zhou extracted his body, he also used the power of the lucky star, and obtained an additional loot. However, this time he was not as lucky as last time, and did not get another puppet with the combat power of the upper god level. He only got another artifact of the lower level middle god. It was also acceptable. Compared with these gains, the Empire Pillar puppet was consumed once, so it seemed not worth mentioning. Then Zhou looked at the Book of Gods and Secret Book of Heroic Inheritance and thought about who to give it to. Bai Yun had already given it, so there was no need to consider it. He thought about it. Finally, he decided to give it to Wu Xian, so that Wu Xian would have a chance to go further. Wu Xian joined his Jiayang kingdom very early, and with his rich experience, he has made an indelible contribution to the development of the Jiayang kingdom's army. Although with the addition of more generals, Wu Xian's talents are gradually becoming ordinary. But Zhou will naturally not forget his previous contributions. After making a decision, he looked at the task prompt that just appeared. Faction task prompt. You and your subordinates successfully killed a scarlet god of the upper god level without the intervention of external forces, and you will be rewarded with 100 million camp points. Zhou looked at this line of task prompts and his mouth curled up slightly. Not bad. On the first day, I got 100 million points of faction points. It was a good start, when other lords were happy to get hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of faction points every day. 100 million points of faction points was definitely a number that 99.9% of the lords of all races could hardly imagine. Compared to those top lords of all races. Even if I don't have their strong and profound racial civilization, I have an advantage that they can't compare to me at present. That is my leading level of territory development and powerful subordinates. Zhou was still somewhat confident in this aspect. At this stage, absolutely no lord can do what I do, with several upper god level combat forces under my command, and even killing an upper god level scarlet god is easy. Even the true lords can't do this. If one of the top lords, such as the true lord, the lord of the shepherd god, the lord of Tai, and the lord of the spiritual lord, has my current strength. Zhou was a little surprised just by imagining that scene. If that really happened, there is almost no suspense in this battle between the lords of 10,000 races. The top lords have a strong foundation, and if they have strong strength in the early stage, the position of the Supreme Lord can almost be said to have been reserved in advance. Fortunately, this did not happen. Otherwise, it would be too desperate for the other lords of 10,000 races. He didn't think about it anymore, and returned to the galaxy with the spoils, Guiqiao, Haros and Zhou. After returning to the galaxy, Zhou directly handed the Book of Gods and secret book of heroic inheritance that he had just obtained to Wu Xian. Wu Xian was stunned by this, and just when he was about to say something, he saw Zhou Zhou waved his hand to stop him from saying what he was going to say next. Uncle Wu, don't refuse. We have all seen your contribution. This is what you deserve, Zhou Zhou said. Wu Xian was speechless after hearing this. He looked at the Book of Gods and secret book of heroic inheritance in his hands, smacked his lips, and originally wanted to say that he planned to retire soon. After all, the kingdom of Jiayang now has so many outstanding generals, and his ability is no longer as outstanding as when he first joined Jiayang City. In this case, he retired after his success, leaving his position to the next generation, and he could also leave a good reputation. Now that his own majesty suddenly gave him such a precious inheritance of gods, how could he say it? Thank you, your majesty. I will definitely live up to your majesty's high expectations. Wu Xian hesitated for a while, but finally accepted Zhou Zhou's kindness. There was no way. Your majesty gave too much. Zhou Zhou didn't care about it, and then told him that he had accepted the mission of the two major human empires, and needed to take Haros and Zhou away. Your majesty, don't worry. I'm here to ensure the safety of these new recruits. After listening, Guiqiao was the first to stand up and say. Zhou Zhou nodded. Although Guiqiao was usually careless and liked to drink, he was still quite reassuring when doing serious work. Your majesty, don't worry, I will definitely protect these new recruits. Wu Xian also said. If you have anything, contact me through my personal terminal, and I will come immediately. After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, he took out a galaxy and took Haros, Zhou and Gerard into it. Your majesty? What kind of trick is this? As soon as he boarded the spaceship, Haros pointed at Gerard in surprise. Zhou also looked at Gerard with curiosity. The two gods were naturally familiar with this powerful enemy. If they hadn't rushed forward with a group of gods, they might not have been able to subdue the other party. At this time, seeing that the other party was standing beside their own majesty with a submissive look, looking very well behaved, it would be strange if they were not curious. On the other side, Zhou Zhou took out the Pillar of Empire puppet and threw it to the other party. Haros hurriedly took it, and when he saw the properties of the Pillar of Empire puppet, his body was immediately shaken, his hand shook, and he almost lost his grip and let it fall to the ground. Zhou, who also saw the Pillar of Empire puppet next to him, also widened his eyes. There is such a treasure in the world, he exclaimed. This thing, if you don't consider the number of times it's used, it's more practical than a higher god's artifact. Haros also looked envious. Then he reluctantly returned it to Zhou Zhou, while complaining, Your Majesty, don't throw such precious things to me like ordinary items in the future. I almost dropped it on the ground in shock just now. What if it breaks? Chapter 739. Zhou Zhou took it without paying any attention. He treated people he trusted like this. And this was a treasure of the middle level of the upper god. If it was accidentally dropped on the ground and broken, it would be too unworthy of its grade. He looked at Gerard, who was standing one step behind him. There was no specific time limit for the summoning of Gerard each time the Pillar of the Empire puppet summoned Gerard. When Gerard, as a summoned creature, exhausted all the divine power in his body, he would naturally dissipate, which also meant that one summoning was completely consumed. Based on the divine power in Gerard's body now, he should be able to fight another battle. After a while, Zhou Zhou returned to the Night Empire. In front of the imperial capital, 14 beings exuding divine pressure were standing here. They were the 7 gods of the Night Empire, and the 6 gods of the Night Empire brought by Lu Xun. Among these gods, there was Sun Wujie, the city lord of Juliuo Fortress, who Zhou Zhou was familiar with. And at the front of them, Elvision and Jiyun stood here. But this was not the point. The point was, at this time, they were looking at Zhou Zhou, Haros, Zhou and Gerard standing in front of them in surprise. 2 upper gods, 1 middle god. This. Elvision and Jiyun were stunned when they saw the gods Zhou Zhou brought. But soon, Elvision and Jiyun saw that Gerard was essentially a summoned creature, not a real upper god. But even so, a upper god and a middle god also surprised them. You know, even in their Night Empire and Excalibur Empire, the upper god level god worshippers are also very rare. Every upper god level god worshipper is comparable to the status of Lu Xun and Jiyun in terms of status. After all, even if they are the 2 kings, their strength is only that of upper gods. They must not treat the existence of the same level as them unfairly. Is this upper god and middle god really the god worshipper of your Jiayang kingdom? Lu Xun couldn't help asking. Yes. Zhou Zhou nodded. Lu Xun and Ji Yun looked at each other, and suddenly felt a sense of urgency that they were about to be surpassed by the younger generation. Let's go! The two Empire Lords finally didn't ask more questions, and then Ji Yun made a request to Zhou Zhou, hoping to go to the location of the Scarlet God through his galaxy. The reason for doing so is that he and Lu Xun want to personally experience the real experience of using the galaxy. If it is really good, then Lu Xun and Ji Yun will personally advertise for Zhou Zhou and promote the galaxy to other human territories. Faced with free advertising, Zhou Zhou naturally had no reason to refuse, so he took out another galaxy from his king's treasure box, and then let the 14 gods of the Night Empire and the Sword Empire enter the galaxy together. After they entered the galaxy, they were immediately amazed by the technological spaceship building inside. After a while, Ji Yun came over and handed a map to Zhou Zhou. My dear nephew, this is the approximate distribution map of the Scarlet Gods that are currently eyeing my Night Empire around the territory of my Night Empire, which was discovered by my Night Empire's Reconnaissance Corps. You can find these Scarlet Gods one by one according to the distribution of the Scarlet Gods on this distribution map. Ji Yun said. Okay, Your Majesty. Haha, don't be so polite. You are the great benefactor of my Night Empire, and my daughter Yuling is so close to you. You can just call me Uncle Ji, and call that guy Lu Xun Uncle Lu. Ji Yun laughed. Uncle Ji? Or should I call you Uncle Ji? That's fine. Ji Yun was stunned, then nodded. Zhou Zhou nodded, then took the map and took a rough look. There were 10 gods around the Night Empire at the beginning. But in the past few days, 5 more Scarlet Gods appeared around the Night Empire, so there are 15 gods marked on it. Among them, there are 10 lower-level Scarlet Gods, 4 middle-level Scarlet Gods, and 1 upper-level Scarlet God. Zhou Zhou looked at the location of the only upper-level Scarlet God, pondered for a second, and then crossed it out directly. Why did you cross it out? Ji Yun was stunned. I met this upper god intermediate Scarlet Spirit named Giada on the way here, and then he was killed by my subordinates. Zhou Zhou said lightly. Ji Yun, ? Elvision, ? Other gods, ? Killed? Elvision said in disbelief. Before Zhou Zhou came back, he discussed with Ji Yun how to deal with the only upper god intermediate Scarlet Spirit. After all, the team of gods led by the two of them did not bring other upper gods, but only middle gods and lower gods. So this only upper god intermediate Scarlet Spirit must be dealt with by the two of them personally. They were all ready, but they were told that they had been dealt with. Lu Xun and Ji Yun looked at Zhou Zhou with complicated eyes. They found that they seemed to have underestimated the strongest lord of all races from their human race. After that, Zhou Zhou and his team did not waste time and immediately drove the galaxy to the direction of the nearest lower god intermediate Scarlet God Lu Lin. At the same time, about 200 million kilometers away from the Kingdom of Prideful Sun, just above the Golden Level territory, Fonlei Forest, an invisible galaxy was hovering here. Inside the spacecraft, Bai Yun was sitting in the commander seat, listening to the report of a diplomat intelligent robot in front of him. After listening, Bai Yun couldn't help but sigh in amazement. The 16 Kings Alliance has now split into 3 factions due to internal conflicts. The first faction is led by Lord Yanling. They insist on a strategy of not submitting to our Jiayong Kingdom. There are 9 lords in this faction who support Lord Yanling. The second faction is led by Lord Mobing. They think that our Jiayong Kingdom is invincible. Even the alliance army of the 16 Kings Alliance can hardly withstand the sharp edge of our Jiayong Kingdom army. So now they have the idea of introducing external powerful lord forces to intervene, and even want to collude with the fog monster forces to deal with our Jiayong Kingdom together. There are probably 5 kings support the Demon Soldier King. The third faction is an underground faction, led by King Che Yun. They are afraid of the powerful strength of our Jiayong Kingdom, and have long wanted to join our Jiayong Kingdom. There are about 10 kings in this faction who support King Che Yun. These include 11 kings including King Che Yun. Some of them are currently in the Yanling King camp, while others are in the Demon Soldier King camp. TSK. It's worth the arrangements I made last night. I actually heard such interesting information. We came at the right time. Bai Yun's mouth curled up slightly. After she received the order from His Majesty last night, she immediately had a general idea of attacking the 16 Kings Alliance. So she didn't sleep at all, and found Wu Tu overnight, asking Wu Tu to find some spies from his Tiantu Corps to go to the 16 Kings Alliance, and then spread the news that the Jiayong Kingdom's army was about to attack in the various kingdoms of the 16 Kings Alliance, causing the 16 kingdoms to almost all fall into a state of panic from top to bottom. At the same time, she also found some intelligent robots from Wenya as diplomats of the Jiayong Kingdom, and let Wenya personally control them to go to the 16 Kings Alliance to convey the news that their Jiayong Kingdom will send a large army to attack the various kingdoms of the 16 Kings Alliance tomorrow, and at the same time let Wenya find out what these kings think. Unexpectedly, she really got such important news. Chapter 740. Do the leaders of the Chaeyun faction really want to surrender to our Jiayong Kingdom? Or do they seem to surrender on the surface, but actually have evil intentions? Baiyun asked cautiously. Although her side has a huge advantage in strength at this time, because of this, she doesn't want to be deceived in such a small matter, otherwise she will feel unhappy even if she wins in the end. Master Xingchen said that according to their psychological activity data, they should not be lying, but really want to surrender to our Jiayong Kingdom. The diplomatic intelligent robot said. Baiyun nodded slightly after hearing this. The Xingchen is the Milky Way star god, referring to Wenya. As a god-level intelligent life below the lower gods, Wenya has a huge gap in life level, so she can easily see the psychological activities of several extraordinary and epic-level leaders even with the help of the robot's body. In addition, when Lord Star God contacted the Lord of Yanling, the Lord of Yanling hinted to us during the conversation. The other party's general meaning was that if we could help him solve the faction of Lord Mobing, he was willing to lead all the lords of his faction to join our Jiayong Kingdom. According to Lord Star God's judgment, the other party did not deceive us on this point. The diplomat robot said. Baiyun thought for a while, and said, "Let me see the conditions for surrender they proposed." The diplomatic intelligent robot heard the words, and its mechanical pupils suddenly lit up, and then a virtual screen was projected in front of Baiyun. Baiyun read it carefully, and nodded slightly. Their conditions are probably that they should continue to maintain their original status after surrendering, that is, they should have the position of governor like the original ruler of the Giant Roar Kingdom. In addition, their subjects should also have the same welfare status and treatment as the subjects of other races in the prideful Sun Kingdom. There is nothing too excessive in their requests. Baiyun thought about it and understood. They do want excessive conditions. But do they dare to put forward such conditions? There is a huge gap in strength between the two sides. If they dare to put forward excessive surrender conditions, and the prideful Sun Kingdom disagrees, the prideful Sun Kingdom will not discuss these, and will come to their door directly. At that time, they will have no place to buy regret medicine if they want to regret. Those who can become the rulers are not fools. They know that a man of insight is a hero, and they also know the principle of knowing when to stop. So they put forward these conditions that are at least reasonable, and will not make the prideful Sun Kingdom impatient after careful consideration. This is the benefit of being powerful. According to what your Majesty said, this is called conquering the enemy without fighting. A faint smile appeared on Baiyun's lips. She then asked the diplomatic intelligent robot to compile a report and send it to Zhou, asking for the opinion of Her Majesty. A moment later, Zhou sent a reply. Baiyun looked over. She found that Her Majesty basically agreed to most of the other party's conditions. But there was a change. That is, Zhou allowed these surrendered kings to become governors after surrendering. But if these governors and corresponding officials were found to have insufficient governance capabilities after taking office, he could dismiss them at any time and send others to take up the post. Baiyun naturally had no objection to this, and directly handed the opinion to the diplomatic intelligent robot, asking it to inform the Lord of Yanling. Soon, the other party replied to the message. They agreed. Seeing this, Baiyun stood up and walked to the command platform while calmly giving orders. Galaxy number 9, notify His Majesty Viki, His Majesty Feng Luo, and His Majesty Qi Xiantian. We can move our hands and feet. Yes, Lord Legion Commander. At the same time, just when Baiyun was about to start the War of Annihilation, Zhou's god-killing operation was also in full swing. However, just after they killed 3 Scarlet Gods, and were about to continue killing more Scarlet Gods, they suddenly found something wrong. In the outer area of the Night Empire, about 360 million kilometers west. This is a vast desert. Its name is Yinyang Desert, a diamond-level natural disaster restricted area. Zhou and his friends are here at this time. As far as the eye can see, all you can see is yellow sand, and there are few living creatures. Because the average air temperature here is as high as more than 1,000 degrees Celsius, which has reached 1/6 of the temperature of the sun's surface, the only creatures that can live here, except for some alien creatures that are naturally resistant to high temperatures, are some elemental creatures related to fire attributes. However, this temperature is naturally nothing for Zhou and others. There is no need to say more about the gods such as Heros. Although Zhou is not a god at present, the chaotic human physique blessed by the many bloodlines in his body is enough for him to easily withstand this high temperature. Not to mention, the tens of thousands of legendary lower-level skills in his skill bar can also make him easily withstand these high temperatures. These skills are all spoils of war he got. Although he has the lost skills, these skills are not very useful. But adhering to the idea of learning is useless, he has learned them all. What if he uses them one day? Your Majesty. Just then, a lower-level god of the Night Empire appeared from a distance, and then flew quickly to Ji Yun. Report to your Majesty, no trace of the Scarlet God Jia was found in the southwest. Ji Yun frowned slightly and nodded. A moment later, another lower-level god of the Sword Empire flew from a distance to Lu Xun. Your Majesty, the Scarlet God Jia was not found in the northeast. Lu Xun and Ji Yun looked at each other. In the following time, other human gods, who went out to search for the Scarlet God also came back from afar. Your Majesty, no Scarlet Gods were found in the southeast desert. Your Majesty, no Scarlet Gods were found in the sky. Your Majesty, there are no Scarlet Gods here either. Soon, all the human gods came back. And the result of their search was that they all found no trace of the Scarlet Gods they wanted to hunt this time. This is the third Scarlet God that has disappeared. Ji Yun said in a deep voice, they must know that we are chasing them, so they hid. It is also possible that they gathered together, and were discussing a counterattack against us. Lu Xun sneered, this group of Scarlet Gods, each of them is unwilling to suffer a loss. Zhou couldn't help but ponder, after hearing the words of the two emperors. According to the information he knew, the Scarlet Fog monsters are not scattered soldiers. They not only have their own lords, kingdoms, empires, and kingdoms of God, but even with the help of the Scarlet Lord, they even have their own world channels. So it is not impossible for a friendly soldier to be killed, and then send a message to friends on the world channel before dying, asking them to be careful of the Lord of the Supreme camp. What should I do now? Zhou pondered. Chapter 741. Zhou did not have no solution. That is the compass of the soul of revenge. This treasure from the battlefield of the end, after he had the talent of the Collector Lord, he used it more times, and he also knew how to repair the compass, so it was not impossible to use it now. In fact, he could also ask Bodhi-Zun, but he had not yet paid off Bodhi-Zun's debt, so Bodhi-Zun would probably not answer his question. Just when he was thinking about what to say, he saw Ji Yun flip his right hand and take out a golden crown. On this golden crown, there were 5 colorful gems dotted side by side, but at this time 3 of them were broken, leaving only the other 2 colorful gems intact. Then Zhou saw that Ji Yun took off the imperial crown on his head, and put the golden crown on his head. Then Zhou was surprised to see, on the golden crown, a pair of hideous and terrifying flesh eyes, and a bloody mouth full of fangs were opened. This monster image formed a sharp contrast with the image of the golden crown. Zhou suddenly felt a sense of danger in his heart, as if this monster could bring him danger. Xiao Ji, what do you want to talk to me about? Just then, the crown monster opened his mouth, and said in a low and hoarse voice, Ahem, there are juniors here, give me some face. Ji Yun said embarrassedly. The crown monster did not answer. Ji Yun did not waste time and immediately asked, I want to ask you one thing. Where are the Scarlet Gods who are eyeing my Night Empire now? If the distance needs to be limited, then it should be within 50 billion kilometers of the Night Empire's Scarlet Gods. Ji Yun had just experienced the extreme speed of the galaxy, and knew that the galaxy's speed was 50 billion kilometers per hour, so he proposed this distance. The crown monster closed his eyes after hearing this. A moment later, Zhou and the others suddenly heard a click, as if something had cracked. Zhou looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that one of the 5 colorful gems on the crown on Ji Yun's head had shattered, leaving only one intact colorful gem. Just as Zhou was guessing what was going on, the crown monster opened his eyes, and then his eyes shot out blood-red light, and then the gods and Zhou saw that these blood-red lights actually formed a blood-red map in the air. And on this map, there was a place where 16 black light spots were gathering. Those black spots are where the Scarlet Gods you want are. Xiao Ji, if you don't understand, you must ask me again in the future, and I will give you the answer, hee. As the arrogant and cold laughter gradually disappeared, the blood-red eyes and sharp teeth on the golden crown also gradually disappeared, and the crown returned to its previous appearance, as if nothing had happened just now. So they are here. But I didn't expect that there were 5 more Scarlet Gods. They should be the helpers just called. Brother Lu, you are right, they do have ulterior motives. Fortunately, we discovered them in advance. Otherwise, If these 16 Scarlet Gods were to ambush secretly and launch a fatal attack on our Night Empire at a critical moment, our Night Empire might be in danger of extinction. Ji-yun looked solemn. Looking at the distance, it should be about 23 billion kilometers in the north direction. At the speed of the galaxy, it will arrive in half an hour. Elvision's expression also became serious. At this moment, Ji-yun found that Zhou had been looking at the monster crown on his head. He couldn't help but say, it is a treasure called the Wisdom Magic Crown. It can answer the owner's 5 questions. Every time a question is answered, one of the wisdom gems on its magic crown will break. After all 5 wisdom gems are broken, the magic crown will open the seal and release the monster inside. But don't worry. Although this treasure is dangerous, it is safe as long as you don't use the 5th question. When I go back, I will throw it into the space turbulence. The space turbulence is very strange. At that time, even I will find it difficult to retrieve it and use this last number of questions to answer. Ji-yun said seriously. Even a superior god like him could not guarantee that he could resist the temptation of being able to answer questions. So he chose to banish him to the space turbulence forever to prevent such things from happening in the future. Your Majesty, can you trade this monster magic crown to me? Zhou thought about it and said. Ji-yun and Lu Xun were stunned, and then Ji-yun hesitated. You don't want to use this last chance to get the answer, do you? Although this monster magic crown looks ordinary, I can feel that the monster inside is extraordinary. If you release it, it will be very dangerous for you. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I can assure you that I will never release it. Zhou said seriously. Just kidding. With his current strength, even when facing the upper gods, his talent for predicting danger has never been triggered. As a result, just a glance at this monster magic crown today actually made him feel threatened. Of course, he knew the horror of this monster magic crown. So of course, he would not release such a terrifying monster to harm himself. However, he has the diamond-level Lord talent of the Collector. When facing this kind of treasure, with a limited number of uses, it can increase its number of uses. If you get it, and then use the Collector Lord talent to extend its number of uses, it will not be too late to throw it away when the extended number of uses cannot be used. Okay. This Emperor believes that you have this self-control. No need for trading. Finally, Ji-yun looked at Zhou deeply, then took off the Wisdom Magic Crown on his head and handed it to Zhou. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhou took it. He then did not put it in the king's treasure box, but carefully placed it in a separate space ring. Let's go! Let's see what these Scarlet Gods want to do when they gather together, Ji-yun said in a deep voice. Although they knew that the 16 Scarlet Gods gathered together, there must be some traps. But on the one hand, their strength was not bad, and there were 3 upper gods alone. On the other hand, they had seen the speed of the galaxy, and felt that even if they encountered any danger, they could retreat calmly. The most important point. As the rulers of the 2 empires, the trump cards of the 2 were unimaginable for ordinary Scarlet Gods, which was also the biggest confidence for them to dare to go. Zhou had no objection, because his talent for predicting danger and his talent for intuition lore did not give him any warnings of danger, proving that this trip was probably safe. Then, they said no more, boarded the galaxy, and flew to the north of the Night Empire. Chapter 742. More than half an hour later. A desert-like area of extraordinary level. A galaxy ship that entered the space hiding state was hovering in the sky. Zhou, Ji-yun, Lu Xun and others were observing the scene below through the virtual exterior mode. In their field of vision, a palace emitting scarlet mist was standing on the desert land, and the breath of the 16 Scarlet Gods was emanating from it. Zhou and the others looked at each other, and could see the confusion in each other's eyes. What are they doing in there? Have you seen it? Ji-yun said. No god spoke. Zhou did not speak either. He looked at the Scarlet Palace, but the architectural information fed back to him by the palace was actually a series of question marks. However, there was no warning sign in his heart, which meant that although the palace looked mysterious, it was actually not very risky. After a while, Lu Xun said, "Don't get close to the palace yet. Let's attack it from a distance to see if we can force them out and test their methods. If we encounter something wrong, we will return to the galaxy directly." The gods had no objection to this. This is indeed a better way. Then Lu Xun looked at Zhou. My dear nephew, you haven't entered the level of gods yet. Don't intervene in this level of battle. Let His Majesty Heros and the others join us. Okay. Zhou nodded in agreement, and then said, "But everyone, I have a way to temporarily enhance your combat power." What method? Tell me. Ji-Yun was stunned, and then immediately said. The other gods were somewhat unconvinced when they heard this. In their eyes, they were high and mighty gods. Zhou was just a lord of all races, who had just arrived in the supreme continent not long ago. Even if he won the title of the strongest lord of all races in the last Supreme Will event, and had strong men of the upper god level as subordinates, how much combat power could a lord, who was not even at the god level, add to them? However, although they thought so in their hearts, they did not show it on the surface. But in the next moment, they stared at Zhou with wide eyes, looking unbelievable. I have some lower god level artifacts in my hands, which I can lend to you temporarily. But everyone knows how precious the artifacts are, so I would like to ask you to sign a book of contract with me before borrowing my artifacts. The contract only contains one clause, and I hope that you seniors can keep the fact that I have the artifacts a secret. Zhou said. Sign for sure. Good boy, you hit it well enough. Tell me, how many artifacts do you have? Elvision and Ji-Yun looked at Zhou with surprise. The last time Zhou traded 10 lower-level artifacts of lower gods to the human race through Baihe in exchange for 30 years of shelter for the refugees heading to the kingdom of Jiayang, this matter has been secretly spread among the human race's high-level officials. And Zhou also attracted the attention of the human race's high-level officials because of this incident, and they believe that Zhou had now grown to the stage where he could give back to the human race. Elvision and Ji-Yun naturally knew about this. Unexpectedly, this kid actually has an artifact. Is it true that Zhou's luck is so good that he would be tripped by ownerless artifacts when he goes out, as those human high-ranking officials said? After hearing what Luzhen said, Zhou pondered for a few seconds and said, about a dozen sets. Luzhen, ? Ji-Yun, ? Other gods, ? They looked at Zhou and thought their ears were wrong. Zhou didn't say much, and waved his right hand directly, and saw a full 14 sets of artifact sets of lower gods, suspended in front of the gods. The gods were stunned. I have to say, this scene, it caused a great visual impact to the gods present. Am I dreaming? A female god of the Sword Empire looked at these sets of artifacts and felt a little dizzy. The other gods didn't speak, because they also felt that they were dreaming. Did you get the treasure of a high-level true god? Luzhen couldn't help but say. Only high-level true gods are likely to have the ability to obtain so many low-level artifacts. Baihe has been in the abyss for tens of thousands of years, and has only barely obtained so many low-level artifacts, and has contributed them all to the human race's top leaders. For tens of thousands of years. These artifacts were broken, lost, and some were snatched away by alien warriors. There are not many left now. Zhou did not speak. After all, the truth is even more outrageous than this. Seeing this, Luzhen did not ask any more questions. Then Zhou took out a contract book and wrote down the contents of the contract on it. Seeing this, other gods immediately came up impatiently, and after taking a look at the contents of the contract and confirming that they were correct, they signed their names without hesitation. Then they came to the 14 sets of artifacts with great interest, and began to choose the artifacts that suited them. Actually, there was nothing to choose. Because the artifacts that Zhou took out, although they had no special features, were basically applicable artifacts. Most gods could use them directly without worrying about the problem of not being able to use them. Looking at this scene, Zhou also nodded slightly. Now, after they kill the Scarlet God, they should give me some camp points, right? He thought. The camp task slaughtering god stated that if they killed the Scarlet God with the help of external forces, the camp points would be distributed according to their own contributions. Now that I have lent so many sets of lower-level god artifacts to these imperial gods, I don't know how many camp points I can get from them. On the other side, the gods who were choosing artifacts suddenly saw Haros and Zhou standing aside motionless. Why don't you choose? A god stepped forward and asked. Your Majesty has given us a set of artifacts, Zhou said indifferently. After saying that, the whole set of artifacts on his body lit up with the dazzling light of the artifacts as he wished. Haros didn't even say a word, and didn't even look at the artifact sets. He had a lower-level artifact of the upper god given to him by his Majesty, and he had long looked down on these lower-level artifacts of the lower gods. The gods, The light was so dazzling that they shed tears of envy. Soon, all the gods had already put on the artifacts. At this time, they felt the powerful power of their own artifacts on themselves, and instantly felt that their confidence had reached an unprecedented peak. This also made their morale unprecedentedly high. Luzhen and Ji-Yun were very satisfied when they saw the scene. In the team of gods of their two empires. Except for the two empire masters, who were upper gods. The other gods were middle gods and lower gods, and the lower gods occupied the vast majority. Originally, they thought that in terms of combat power alone, their combat power should be slightly higher than those scarlet gods. Although the advantage may not be great, but it should allow them to win. But when these gods of theirs have this set of artifacts, then next, the lower gods among them should be able to fight the middle gods, and the middle gods can guarantee immortality in front of the upper gods. In this case, their combat power is directly improved to a large level, so the result of the next battle should be a steady crushing. There is no way a complete set of divine weapons can bring them such a huge combat power bonus. Don't they want to ambush us? We can also catch them by surprise. After we go out, don't show our divine weapons first. Wait until they rush to us confidently, and then give them a surprise. At this time, Lucian suddenly said. The eyes of other gods lit up when they heard it, and they nodded in agreement. Zhou was also amazed. Worthy of being an old god. So cowardly and sinister. Then Lucian and his friends didn't waste time and flew out of the galaxy directly, looking down at the Scarlet Palace below from high in the sky. Prepare. Attack! With Ji Yuan and Lucian's orders one after another, all the gods used their prepared offensive lost skills to attack the Scarlet Palace on the ground. 14 lost skills emitting various divine powers fell from the sky and hit the palace directly. The earth was quiet for a second. Then, boom, it was like a loud noise that the sky collapsed and the earth split. A mushroom cloud emitting various divine powers rose into the sky and spread in all directions in the blink of an eye. In less than a moment, all the wastelands, forests, deserts, lakes, rivers within a radius of more than 5,000 kilometers were all swallowed up by the explosion. But fortunately, because this place has been occupied by these scarlet gods, there are no other creatures here, only some fog monsters. And outside the explosion range, if there are creatures within a range of more than 2,000 kilometers nearby, they can also feel that the air has suddenly become extremely hot. Zhou squinted his eyes and watched this scene. This is the destructive power of the gods. Other gods also watched the scene below. They were also very excited about the fact that they could actually cause such destructive power in such a shocking explosion. If they themselves provided half of the lethality, then the other half of the lethality was definitely from the artifacts they wore. At this moment, they realized even more how powerful the artifacts on their bodies were. At this moment, Elvision, Ji Yuan and Zhou suddenly felt something and looked down together. Their eyesight was extremely amazing, and they saw the Scarlet Palace in the explosion at a glance. The Scarlet Palace, which originally emitted scarlet mist, was not destroyed after this round of lost skill attacks, but suddenly became illusory. The next second, the Scarlet Palace suddenly released scarlet light, shooting in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it included Elvision, Ji Yuan and other human gods, and even Zhou in the galaxy. If you look down from the sky, you will find that this illusory Scarlet Palace has released a scarlet light shield, trapping Zhou and the others inside. Above the scarlet light shield, you can faintly see a ferocious and majestic three-headed and six-armed skinny demon, who is pinching 3 different magic seals to maintain the stability of the light shield. Chapter 743. Inside the Scarlet Light Shield. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty is wise. These stupid human gods actually took the initiative to attack the center of the formation and triggered our demon prison heaven array. TSK, gods who came to seek death on their own initiative. This is the first time I have seen one. The Empire Lord of the Night Empire, oh. And the Empire Lord of the Sword Empire. Ha ha ha, what a great harvest. After we take them down, we will almost have conquered the 2 empires of the human race. Such a record will definitely be appreciated by the Lord of Scarlet. Great harvest, accompanied by more than a dozen ecstatic voices. 15 streams of light flew up from below and appeared in front of Elvision and them. They were 15 scarlet gods. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuan and Elvision were not panicked, but first took a look at the strength of these 15 scarlet gods. Then they found out. Among the 15 scarlet gods, there are 3 upper-level scarlet gods, 5 middle-level scarlet gods, and 7 lower-level scarlet gods. In terms of strength, they are similar to the human race. Then, they looked at the scarlet light shield. After a few seconds, Elvision said, although the Hell Demon Prison Heaven Array they mentioned has trapped us here, I think the strength of this light shield is not very high. Give us some time. We should be able to break through this light shield and leave here. On the other side, while feeling the changes in his body, Ji Yuan slowly said, this Hell Demon Prison Heaven Array seems to have the effect of suppressing strength. I feel that my strength has been suppressed by about 20%. How are you suppressed? I was suppressed by about 30%. I was suppressed by about 50%. I was suppressed by 50% as well. After Ji-Yun finished speaking, the other god said immediately. Ji-Yun nodded. The lower god level gods were suppressed by 50% of their strength by the prison demon prison heaven array, and the middle god level gods were suppressed by 30% of their strength by the prison demon prison heaven array. As a higher god, he was suppressed by 2 levels, and Lucian must be the same. Is this their trump card? Ji-Yun said softly. Then he and Lucian looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. If it was before Zhou lent them the artifacts, this prison demon prison heaven array might really pose a huge threat to them. But with the 14 sets of artifacts that Zhou lent them, this so-called prison demon prison heaven array, they can basically ignore it. Even with the suppression of the prison demon prison heaven array, their strength, with the blessing of a complete set of divine tools, can suppress these scarlet gods. The human gods of the other 2 empires also realized this. They looked at these scarlet gods, not only without fear on their faces, but also with an expression of eagerness to try. The scarlet gods. Where is Old 7? The scarlet god in the lead, wearing a purple robe, a black imperial crown, with 3 pairs of black vertical eyes on his face, frowned slightly and looked at the other scarlet gods. Old 7 was killed by the attack just now by these guys. Another scarlet god heard the words and immediately transmitted the voice. He Mu heard the words, and his eyes looking at Lucian and others suddenly became colder. He is the current lord of a primary scarlet empire, the Thousand Eyes Scarlet Empire. During this time of the tribulation of all races, among the 3 scarlet empires that besieged the Night Empire, his Thousand Eyes Scarlet Empire occupied one of them. Originally, they were besieging the Night Empire well, and they felt that after a while, they should be able to slowly eat the hard bone of the Night Empire. As a result, today he suddenly learned that among the scarlet gods he brought to the Supreme Continent, 2 scarlet gods suddenly lost contact, and he also learned that another scarlet god from the Wild Frontier Scarlet Empire that besieged the Night Empire suddenly fell today. The lords of the 3 empires immediately found that something was wrong. Then, after they learned the last words of the dead scarlet gods on the World Channel before their death, they realized that the Night Empire had actually joined forces with the Divine Sword Empire to counterattack these scarlet gods, which caused them to lose 3 scarlet gods directly. Now, as the lords of the Scarlet Empire, they certainly cannot remain silent. So they took the opportunity to unite, and prepared to take this opportunity to ambush, and kill all those human gods, who dared to go out of the country. He Mu even took the initiative to propose that he would personally participate in the war. Because in his Thousand Eyes Scarlet Empire, except for him, the other upper gods were still guarding the empire within the empire, and had not come to the Supreme Continent. The other 2 scarlet empires had sent upper gods to participate in the war. If he did not bring an upper god to fight, he might not get much benefit in this counterattack. So, with no one available, he had to come in person. But he never expected that. As the ambushing party, they actually lost a scarlet god in the first battle. And they died in the unknown lost skill alley of the gods of the human empire. This made him very angry. At the same time, he felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, with the blessing of the prison demon prison heaven array, even if the joint attack of the gods of the human empire was strong, they could not directly kill one of their scarlet gods, right? As for why they were not injured, it was because when they were hiding, they formed a mid-level god-level military formation called Killing Heart and Strength. This military formation allows them to jointly defend against external attacks. But if the external attack exceeds the upper limit of their military formation defense, the extra damage will be concentrated on one of the scarlet gods that formed the formation. And Lao Qi is the unlucky guy. At this time, although the Lord of Black Eyes was suspicious that the opponent's destructive power exceeded his expectations, resulting in the accidental death of the 7th Elder. However, when he saw that the gods of the human empire in front of him had fallen into the range of the army of the prison demon prison heaven array, and were suppressed by the power of the prison demon prison heaven array, he quickly put this doubt behind him. He licked his purple lips, with the flame of ambition burning in his eyes. Today, he will kill the gods of the 2 great human empires, and then replace their human empires and establish his own scarlet empire on this supreme continent. Compared with the rich resources of the supreme continent, the resources of the Scarlet World, where the Thousand Eyes Scarlet Empire is located, can be described as poor. Not to mention that the Scarlet Lord will give extra rewards for establishing a Scarlet Force on the Supreme Continent. In short, there are many benefits. This is also the reason why he came to the Supreme Continent to open up a new territory for the Empire. Kill! Mu didn't waste any more time and directly called the other two upper god level Scarlet Gods to rush towards Lucian, Ji-Yun and Heros. As for Gerard, he had already used up all his divine power on the way here and disappeared. However, seeing this, Zhou summoned another Gerard without hesitation to join the battle and fight against the three upper god level Scarlet Gods. The other Scarlet Gods also rushed up with a ferocious roar and fought with other middle and lower god level Scarlet Gods. After the two sides fought for a while, the 12 Scarlet Gods suddenly felt something was wrong. How could these human gods be so strong? Chapter 744. The Scarlet Gods were stunned. The opponent's lost skill attack on them was extremely painful. But the lost skill attack they actually hit on the human gods. But the gods of the human empire looked indifferent. What was going on? All the Scarlet Gods felt as if they were fighting against a human god who was one level stronger than themselves. This made them feel a little suspicious. When did the human race have so many strong people at the same time? The feelings of the gods of the human empire were completely different. Watching the opponent hit them, they didn't feel anything, but when they hit the opponent, they made the opponent scream in pain. This feeling can be described in one word: cool. So the human gods gradually let go of themselves, no longer had so many scruples, and attacked these Scarlet Gods with all their strength. Some human gods even gave up defense and relied on the super strong defense of the artifact armor to pursue attack blindly. Although they were injured accidentally, they beat these Scarlet Gods so hard that they even wanted to escape. Zhou watched this scene and silently asked Wenya to stay at least 3,000 kilometers away from them. The aftermath of the battle of these gods. If it was placed on the Earth, I am afraid that the Earth would be destroyed at this moment. Although the galaxy is a lower-level spacecraft of the lower gods, it can't withstand the full-scale battle of these gods. After a while, Mu, who was fighting with Ji-Yun, looked back at the battle situation of the low-level Scarlet Gods they brought. As a result, he only took a glance and felt his eyes go black. Because the Scarlet Gods they brought were not only suppressed by the gods of the human empire, but even 4 or 5 of them were seriously injured and looked like they would not last long. What's going on? Mu was furious. This was different from what he had imagined before. He observed carefully, then found something, and immediately turned to look at Ji-Yun, who was fighting with him. In order to deal with us, you actually borrowed so many artifacts from the other 4 empires of the human race? The gods of other human empires are actually willing to lend you artifacts. He gritted his teeth. Although these human gods have controlled the light of their artifacts to hide. But as the Lord of the Scarlet Empire, he can still see at a glance that these human empires have a complete set of artifacts. At the same time, only this possibility can explain the source of the artifacts on these human gods. However, the total number of these artifacts is almost hundreds. Other human empires are actually willing to lend them during the tribulation of all races. Mu thought it was outrageous. The human race is actually so willing to sacrifice themselves for others? Ji-Yun had a blank expression on his face, but he actually wanted to laugh. This guy actually misunderstood. But he didn't say much, and he wouldn't say that the artifacts on each of their gods came from Zhou. Zhou already has enough light. If it is revealed that he has many artifacts, it will probably attract a group of terrible and greedy enemies. At this time, the 2 Scarlet Gods of the upper god level on the other side also found that something was wrong. The gods of the human empire actually came to fight them wearing divine weapons. What kind of game is this? The 2 upper-level Scarlet Gods immediately thought of leaving. The situation was already unfavorable to them. If they continued to waste time, it would be of no benefit to them, and they might even die. They looked at each other, and then flew away in 2 opposite directions tacitly. Want to run? Lucian looked at his opponent, who actually gave up on running, and snorted coldly. He raised his right hand, and saw a black miniature transparent heavy sword as long as a finger, floating in his hand. Then he saw Lucian pinching his fingers and chanting a spell, and then lightly tapping the transparent heavy sword with his sword finger. Wanderin sword! Go! He shouted softly. The next second, the Wanderin sword suddenly flew into the sky, and then quickly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 10,000-foot-long sword-shaped black mountain. With a rumble, it suppressed the territory within a radius of 100,000 miles. Even the demon prison heaven array set up by the black-eyed lord was suppressed by the 10,000-foot-long sword-shaped black mountain. The surface of the 10,000-foot-long sword-shaped black mountain was covered with dense black heavy sword energy. The 2 Scarlet Gods at the upper god level wanted to rush out directly, but as soon as they touched the sword energy barrier on the surface of the black mountain, They were directly hit and bounced back by the sword energy barrier. Seeing this, they immediately took out the space teleportation scroll and wanted to escape by means of space teleportation. As a result, after they input divine power into the space teleportation scroll, they found that the space teleportation scroll could not be used. The faces of the two Scarlet Gods really changed at this moment. Charge, can't charge out. Space teleportation can't teleport out either. This place of ambush that they had planned and designed long ago now actually trapped them in it. Haha. How effective is this Waranshan sword realm of the Emperor? After seeing this scene, Lu Xun felt happy and laughed. Kill you, and you can get out? Faced with such a dilemma, Black Eye and the other two upper gods, the Scarlet Spirits, were aroused by anger. They turned around and rushed over to kill Lu Xun. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Seeing this, Lu Xun snorted coldly, picked up his upper god artifact, the looming sword, and rushed towards them. At the same time, Heraus and Gerard also rushed up. The 5 upper gods fought together in the blink of an eye. Within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, at this moment, all of them became the battlefield of these 5 upper gods. The aftermath of the battle alone could easily cover a radius of 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. Within this range, even the lower gods had to stay far away, otherwise they would be affected by the aftermath of their battle. Zhou also saw this scene for the first time, and couldn't help but fly out of the spaceship to watch this unparalleled battle of gods in the sky. In addition, he was also very cautious. After walking out of the spaceship, he directly used the space-time domain of the Sword of Dimensional Creation to put himself in a temporarily isolated space-time domain. This space-time domain has its own independent time and space rules. Only true gods and those above the level of true gods can probably discover his existence, so he is not worried that he will be discovered by these Scarlet Gods when he comes out to watch the battle. On the other side, perhaps they realized that their side had fallen into a desperate situation. All these Scarlet Gods began to fight desperately. They used all their trump cards, including the lost skills, secret skills, and taboos, which raised their combat power to an extremely high level in a short period of time. For a while, the human gods such as Lu Xun, who had originally had the advantage, gradually showed a tendency to be unable to suppress the opponent. Even the human gods with artifacts have been injured frequently. However, all the gods present knew the sudden increase in the strength of these Scarlet Gods was only temporary. As long as the human gods can withstand the pressure during this period, when the strength of these Scarlet Gods returns to normal, the backlash of various taboos will come one after another. At that time, the combat power of these Scarlet Gods will drop drastically. At that time, it is time for them to sing the horn of counterattack. The human gods are enduring. They are also waiting for the outbreak. But soon, with the death of a human god from the Sword Empire, the situation suddenly changed. Chapter 745. Brother Luo. Accompanied by a roar, a sword light instantly flew to the body of a human god falling to the desert land, revealing the figure of a sword immortal in flowery clothes. He hugged the dead body of the sword immortal, looked at the face of the other party, who had lost his breath, and his pupil shrank, and then the look in his eyes gradually became a little crazy. The other sword immortals trembled all over when they saw that a sword immortal had fallen on their side, and a shocking killing intent and sword energy gradually rose from their bodies. Then the flower-clothed sword immortal turned around and looked at the Scarlet Gods. I saw him suddenly make seals with both hands, and blood-colored sword energy suddenly burst out from his body. In less than a few seconds, his flowery clothes were dyed blood red. Remove the sword ban. The flower sword immortal is going to fight for his life. A foreign god worshipper of the Night Empire saw this scene, and said with a heavy expression, "The sword ban method is a secret method of the sword immortals of the Divine Sword Empire. The sword immortals who use this secret method can obtain a great strength bonus in a short period of time at the cost of consuming their lifespan. The more lifespan they consume, the higher the strength bonus they can get. If they consume most of their lifespan, they can even allow a sword immortal of the lower god level to fight against an enemy of the middle god level. However, although this combat power bonus effect is powerful, but as a professional who pursues immortality, most of the chi refiners are actually unwilling to use this taboo method. And the sword immortal is a small number of chi refiners who are willing to use this taboo method in order to pursue the enlightenment of their thoughts. This is why among the many schools of chi refining, sword cultivation is called the school of chi refining that other chi refining practitioners are most reluctant to provoke. After all, everyone is living well who wants to have a grudge with a chi refining practitioner who is good at attacking and willing to fight for no reason. And just after Hua Jianxian launched the sword releasing method, 3 sword immortals who had a good relationship with Luo Jianxian, also launched the sword-releasing method. The 4 sword immortals who used the sword-releasing method, plus their divine weapons, made them, who were originally only lower-level gods, directly possess the combat power of the middle-level god level. This immediately reversed the situation of the battle. After a while, the time of the taboo method of these scarlet gods finally ended, and various backlashes and weaknesses came one after another, causing their combat power to drop to an astonishing level in a very short time. This made it easier for the gods of the human empire to fight. In less than a moment, a scarlet god was killed by the gods of the human race. With the death of the first scarlet god, the following time was like a domino switch being turned on. One scarlet god after another died. More than 2 hours later, all the scarlet gods present died. Afterwards, except for the 4 sword immortals who used the sword taboo method and could not continue to fight, the other gods of the human empire turned around without hesitation to help Lu Xun and his friends deal with the 4 scarlet gods. Lu Xun already had a certain advantage, and now there were so many lower and middle gods coming to help. In less than a moment, He Mu and the other 2 upper-level scarlet gods died under the beating of these gods. On the battlefield, although Lu Xun, Ji Yun, and the gods of the other 2 empires had won the victory, they did not look happy. Hua Jianxian was surrounded by the gods, hugging Luo Jianxian in silence. Hua Jianxian and Sankai Jianxian Luo Yuan are close friends. Their friendship has always been a good story among us Qigong practitioners. Even some small worlds have spread the myth of the 2 gods. I didn't expect that today. A god from the Night Empire sighed. Lu Xun and Ji Yun also watched this scene in silence. Suddenly, Ji Yun suddenly thought of something, and suddenly clapped his hands, and said excitedly, "How could you forget that my good nephew has the means to revive the immortals? I will go find him now," he said, and went to find the galaxy. "No need, your majesty. I'm coming." Just then, a voice came from not far away, and then Zhou Zhou flew over from afar, and came to the gods and immortals. "Your majesty Jiaoyang, you must save my best friend. As long as you are willing to save my best friend, I, Hua Qilong, am willing to do anything." The gray-haired Hua Jianxian immediately came to Zhou Zhou with Luo Jianxian in his arms, looking at Zhou Zhou with red eyes. After saying that, he took out his space ring directly, and then took out the body of the middle-level lower-level scarlet god that he had just killed with all his life, and handed them all to Zhou Zhou tremblingly. "Don't worry. There are people in my territory who can revive the 3-talent sword immortal," Zhou Zhou said. But he did not take the space ring, and the body of the lower-level god handed over by the other party. After this battle, although Zhou Zhou did not directly participate in the battle, they can be regarded as comrades who have experienced life and death together. He also witnessed the brotherhood of these sword immortals. He was somewhat moved. In this case, Zhou Zhou did not want to be involved in interests in the matter of resurrecting his comrades. He wanted the bodies of these scarlet gods, and he could get them in his own way without using this method. "Please accept it." However, Hua Jianxian firmly handed over his space ring and the body of the scarlet god. When Zhou Zhou was about to say something, he heard Lu Xun say on the side, "My dear nephew, take it. Sword immortals like us hate to owe others karma. Since you agreed to Hua Jianxian's request to save Hua Jianxian's best friend, Hua Jianxian must repay you. Otherwise, if such karma is owed, he may have a demon in his heart in the future. At that time, it will be difficult for him to make a breakthrough in his cultivation or sword realm, and he may even be in danger of his life." Zhou Zhou was stunned when he heard the words. He did not hesitate, and immediately took the other party's space ring, and the body of the scarlet god of the lower middle god. When Hua Jianxian saw this, a faint smile finally appeared on his face, and even the blood color in his eyes faded a little. It's just that his gray hair and visible wrinkles proved that the sequelae of his use of the sword bend method still lingered on him. Zhou Zhou glanced at the body of the scarlet god and found that the most valuable commodity on him was just a lower god upper artifact. He retracted his gaze and looked at the space ring. After he recognized the master easily, he glanced at the things inside, and then raised his eyebrows slightly. Because there were no artifacts or god-level treasures in Hua Jianxian's space ring. The most inside were various sword secrets, and notes related to Hua Jianxian's sword insights. Other than that, there was only one type of item left. That was a pile of various books as high as a small mountain. And what was recorded in that book was actually a complete set of inheritance of the deputy position of the lower-level god lower-level fairy plant master. It recorded a rich and complete variety of medicinal materials, flowers, and grass cultivation methods, from low-level spiritual plants to high-level fairy plants. Zhou looked up at Hua Jianxian in surprise. I didn't expect that this sword fairy actually had a god-level deputy position. Chapter 746. Thank you for the inheritance from Senior Hua Jianxian. I will use it well, and find a suitable successor for you. Zhou said seriously. As long as His Majesty Zhuyang finds it useful. Hua Jianxian nodded. Zhou nodded. Then he looked at the other 3 swordsmen whose lifespans were greatly reduced due to the use of forbidden techniques, and whose hair was full of white. He also looked at the other imperial gods and swordsmen, who were either slightly or seriously injured. He pondered for a few seconds and looked at Lu Xun. Uncle Lu, most of our gods and sword immortals are now injured. How can we solve the crisis of the 10,000 races of the Divine Sword Empire? Lu Xun looked at the gods and sword immortals in front of him, and after a few seconds of silence, he said firmly, continue fighting tomorrow. But they are injured now, and the flower sword immortals can no longer fight because of the forbidden method. How can we fight? It's easy to die if you force yourself to fight. Zhou was stunned, and then hurriedly said, the flower sword immortals, and other gods, who can't fight cannot fight. But other gods and sword immortals must fight. Lu Xun was very firm when he heard this. Then he looked at Zhou and said solemnly, the gods will not let themselves get hurt easily, because once they get hurt, without external help, they will need hundreds or even thousands of years to recuperate and recover from their injuries. But we don't have that much time to recover. If these fog monster armies linger around our human empire for a day, hundreds or even tens of millions of human beings will die in their hands. After hundreds or thousands of years, our human race would have been destroyed long ago. We don't have time to rest. Even if we have to fight to death, we have to keep fighting. This is one of the meanings of our existence as human race strongmen. While Lu Xun said this, he was also looking at Zhou. He had another reason that he didn't say. That is, he knew that Zhou's King of Kings event would only last for 1 month, and it would end after 1 month. Today is the 6th day. 1/5 of the event time has passed. There is not much time left for Zhou. They know. It is difficult for Zhou to fight against those top lords of all races alone. After all, the great race civilization behind them is difficult for human civilization to match. The behind-the-scenes support they can give to their own lords is also something that their human civilization cannot catch up with. But can they give up just because of this? Of course not. It's so hard to get an opportunity to make the human race rise among all races. Even if they risk their lives and become one of the countless nameless skeletons under Zhou's feet, they will support Zhou and let him grow to the top of all races. What if they are injured in battle? At most, they will die. Some people died. Some people can survive. The human race has been able to struggle and survive in such a cruel world of great struggle among all races, and even has existed longer than those races and civilizations that are much stronger than their human civilization, relying on this belief. They are used to it. They have long been prepared to sacrifice themselves for the future of the human race. Zhou. I remember that after you resurrect the gods, the injuries of the gods will be directly restored, right? Elvesian smiled. Yes, but the capable man in my territory can only revive the gods below the middle god level. Zhou said. That's perfect. Lu Xun looked at the other human gods and said in a low voice, did you hear it clearly? Starting tomorrow, the beings below the middle god level and below, don't be afraid of death in battle. If you die, I will naturally ask King Jiaoyang to revive you. If one day, even Zhou can't revive you, you will also be forever engraved in the history books of my human race. No matter how strong or weak you are, you will be the immortal heroes of my human race. Now, let's kill these scarlet monsters raised by beasts. Revenge for our dead people. Fight to the death for the continuation of our human civilization. You? Dare you? Lu Xun roared at the end. Kill! Hearing this, the other human gods also roared. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the sun and moon became dim, and the mountains and rivers changed color amid the roar of the gods. It's up to you to revive them. In this earth-shaking roar, Elvesian looked at Zhou and said. Zhou looked at Elvesian. With his sharp 6 senses, he could roughly guess the other party's thoughts even without relying on advanced mental perception. He looked at Elvesian for a few seconds, then said nothing, just nodded. Then he waved his right hand, and saw many more bottles of potions and pills in the air. And these potions and pills, without exception, exuded the aura of lower and middle gods. As for the upper god-level potions, Zhou had some, but he saw that Elvesian and them didn't seem to be hurt, so he didn't take them out. I got these potions by chance. We still have many battles to fight. Although these potions cannot heal your injuries immediately, they can still relieve, suppress, and slowly recover your injuries. Seniors, come and get the ones that suit you, depending on the situation, Jojo said. Lucian and his friends were startled when they saw this scene, and then laughed. The middle and lower gods of the other two human empires looked at each other, and then came over one by one, and then chose the healing medicine that suited them. At the same time, they also handed over the bodies of the Scarlet Gods they killed to Jojo. During this process, they tacitly didn't even say a word. Even Lucian and his friends came over, and handed over the bodies of the upper god-level Scarlet Gods they killed to Jojo. Jojo didn't refuse and took them all. Soon, all the pills and potions were selected. Jojo said, "Since you have chosen to hand over the bodies of the Scarlet Gods that you have killed, please pick 2 of the artifacts on your body and make them your own. Don't refuse, or I may not be able to understand." The gods were silent. The 2 artifacts were too expensive for them. "What are you looking at? Pick them quickly." Elvesian laughed and scolded immediately. Then he and Jiyan came to Jojo. "My dear nephew, you seem to be very interested in the corpses of high-level beings?" Jiyan asked curiously. "My explosion rate is a little higher than that of other creatures." Jojo thought about it, and said without hiding it. Jiyun and Lucian looked at each other, and nodded secretly in their hearts. In fact, they also had this guess, and now after Jojo said this, it was confirmed. They guessed that their nephew's explosion rate was probably 10% or 20% higher than others, otherwise he would not be so eager for the corpse of a high-level god. "So you are born lucky." Lucian patted Jojo on the shoulder. "Then how about we make a deal? We bring you the corpse of a scarlet god or a foreign god, and then trade it to you, and then you give us a divine weapon as the price for buying the corpse of a high-level being. How about it?" Lucian looked at Jojo with bright eyes. Their human race, no, it should be said that most of the races among the 10,000 races are too short of divine weapons. So he proposed this idea to Jojo. With such a talent around, it would be a waste of resources if he didn't use it to borrow strength. Chapter 747. Yes. Jojo's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said immediately. Then, for a corpse of a lower-level god who had a divine weapon of the same level when he was alive, how about trading it with 2 lower-level divine weapons? The same goes for middle-level gods and upper-level gods. If the corpse did not have a divine weapon when he was alive, I could also exchange it with a divine weapon of the same level. How about that? Jojo carefully proposed his conditions. In fact, he could also give more. Anyway, he has so many lower-level divine weapons that they have piled up like a mountain. Even if a corpse of a lower-level god who had a divine weapon of the same level when he was alive, he can make a lot of money by directly giving the other party a complete set, 6 pieces, of divine weapons. But with his current strength and status, it is really not appropriate to say such an outrageous trading condition. It's not that he is afraid that Lucian and the others will covet it. It's just that it's really inappropriate, and it doesn't match his character of pursuing the development of the path of survival. On the other side, Elvesian and Jiyan were stunned when they heard this. It's not that Jojo gave too little. It's because Jojo gave too much. You have to know that a corpse of a lower-level god who had a divine weapon of the same level when he was alive, normally, is impossible to open a divine weapon that he is 100%. After all, the more precious and rare the loot is, the lower the probability of it falling. Treasures, like divine weapons, basically have a probability of less than 10%, or even less than 1%. This is also one of the reasons why there are fewer and fewer divine weapons in the Supreme Continent despite the death of so many gods and wars over the years. Elvesian and Jiyan's original idea was, even if Jojo said that he would exchange 3 corpses of lower-level gods with divine weapons of the same level for a lower-level divine weapon, they would be willing to accept it. I didn't expect that it would become a corpse of a lower god with the same level of artifacts, and exchange it for 3 lower god artifacts. Middle and upper gods can also be exchanged. Are you serious? Jiyan couldn't help but said. Jojo looked at their expressions, and had an idea in his mind, and immediately smiled and nodded. Okay. Just do it this way. Elvesian quickly agreed, fearing that Jojo would regret it. 100 legendary enemy corpses can also be exchanged for a lower god artifact. Jojo not only did not regret it, but suddenly thought that legendary weapons and equipment could also be turned into lower god artifacts, and immediately added, Okay. Elvesian hurriedly said again. Both he and Jiyan's faces were filled with bright smiles that could not be concealed. Enemies at the level of gods are difficult to kill. But enemies at the legendary level, they can still kill a lot of them. This artifact. They want it. Zhou smile on his face was also very happy. Although he is not short of lower-level divine artifacts now. But if there are a few more, dozens or even hundreds of divine artifact mountains, he will naturally not refuse. After that, Zhou and the immortals return to the galaxy, and then directly return to the Night Empire. Night Empire. After Zhou and his friends came back, Lu Xun took his imperial gods and returned to the Sword Empire through the space teleportation array. And Zhou did not stay. After saying goodbye to Ji Yun, he took Eros, Zhou and Hua Jianxian back to Jiayang King's capital. After returning to Jiayang King's capital, Zhou temporarily arranged for Hua Jianxian to stay in a luxurious guest room in the high-level lord's land. Please wait for a while, Senior Hua Jianxian. My capable man with the ability to resurrect went out to fight with my subordinates and has not returned yet. Zhou explained. Carol Moira is currently leading the clergy army and following Mu Xian to treat their wounded. It is estimated that she will not be back until the evening. Hua Jianxian did not say anything, but just nodded. Zhou nodded and then left. As soon as he came out, he saw Anya running over quickly, and behind her were Bai Yun, Qi Xiantian, Vicky, Feng Luo and other 4 people. Meet your majesty. The 5 people said respectfully in unison. Did the trip go well? Zhou asked with a smile. Your majesty has entrusted us with this. We have completely taken the 16 Kings Alliance into our pocket. At present, the 16 primary kingdom lords of the 16 Kings Alliance have all submitted to our country from top to bottom, and their territories have become the territories of our Jiayang Kingdom. These are the 16 kingdom orders of the 16 Kings Alliance. Go ahead. Bai Yun raised his hands respectfully, and then a golden light flashed, and 16 kingdom orders were seen floating in the air. Zhou saw this scene, and even though he had strong self-control, he couldn't help but curl his lips slightly at this moment. He walked over, waved his right hand, and took away the 16 kingdom orders. At the same time, at the moment he took away the kingdom order, a large number of dense and repeated text prompts also appeared one after another. Because there were too many repetitions, Zhou looked directly at the last one. Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement. Congratulations to Lord Jiayang. You have successfully conquered a primary kingdom-level Lord force, and you will be rewarded with a legend degree increase of 3. Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement. Congratulations to Lord Jiayang. Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement. Congratulations to Lord Jiayang. Lord Talent Tips. Congratulations, you have conquered a kingdom, triggered the Diamond-level Lord Talent Conqueror support, and you have gained the loyalty of 3 heroes with Extraordinary Hero Destiny, and 1 hero with Epic Hero Destiny. Note, they are coming to your territory. Please pay attention to the recent list of new lords. And Lord Career Tips. You have destroyed a primary kingdom-level Lord force, collected 5% of the power of the End Law, and the grade of the End Crown has been upgraded. 1 step forward. Current progress of collecting the power of the Law of the End, 145%, you can upgrade the Crown of the End. Professional tips for the Lord of the End. You destroyed a primary kingdom-level Lord force and collected 100 points of the power of the End Nirvana. You can use 100 points of the power of the End Nirvana to exchange for 1 chance to revive after death and increase your strength after resurrection. Currently have the power of the End Nirvana, 1,600 points. Current number of resurrections, 9. Professional tips for the Lord of the End. You destroyed a primary kingdom-level Lord force, and a member of the End Guard has received your call. You can summon him out. Current number of members of the End Guard, 30, summonable. After reading it, Zhou smiled. This time Bai Yun led his troops to conquer the 16 Kings Alliance. First, he directly gained 48 legendary points, which means that 48 legendary talents will come to his territory tomorrow. Second, with the support of the Diamond-level Lord Talent Conqueror, he will gain 48 heroes with Extraordinary Hero Destiny and 16 heroes with Epic Hero Destiny tomorrow. Third, his current number of resurrections has also increased from 9 times to 25 times. Fourth, his End Guard members have increased from 14 to 16. Now he can summon a full 30 members of the End Guard. The 5th benefit. That is the End Crown that was just prompted to upgrade. Thinking of this, Zhou's mind moved, and he saw the End Crown appear in his hand. Chapter 748. Zhou looked at the gray-white crown with 3 hill-like protrusions in front of it, which looked ancient and mysterious, and silently prayed to upgrade in his heart. The next second, he saw wisps of gray-white airflow seeping out from the void, and then slowly wrap the crown of the End, so that outsiders could not see the scene inside. Zhou looked at the gray airflow wrapped around the crown of the End with a serious look. It is worthy of the end of the air that is comparable to the chaos air. He murmured softly. He felt the uncontrollable creepy feeling deep in his heart, and finally understood why in the many blood inheritances in his mind, it was stated that the power of the end was a taboo power that must not be touched. This is the power that can truly end everything. He shook his head and didn't think much. After a moment, the end of the air wrapped around the crown of the end gradually dissipated. A more ancient and mysterious ancient crown appeared in front of him. He looked at the upgraded crown of the end. Soon, the artifact information emerged. Artifact name, Crown of the End. Artifact grade, Lower God Upper Growth. Artifact ability 1 Power of the End. As the Lord of the End, you have the power of the end that can end everything. When you attack any substance, you have a 14% chance of breaking it, and when you attack any living being, you have a 2% chance of directly killing it. Artifact ability 2 Legion of the End. The soldiers of the Lord of the End carry a wisp of the aura of the end when attacking, and have a 2% chance of breaking any substance when attacking it. Artifact ability 3. The End is Coming. By destroying the Lord's forces, you can collect the power of the End Law. When the power of the End Law is collected enough, you could upgrade the grade of the End Crown and unlock more abilities of the End Crown. Current progress of collecting the power of the End Law, 45%. Artifact Introduction. The exclusive artifact of the Lord of the End, which contains the power of the end of all things. Jojo nodded with satisfaction. After this upgrade, although it only changed from a lower god intermediate artifact to a lower god upper artifact. For Jojo, who has a large number of lower god artifacts, it is not worth mentioning. But the effect of the Crown of the End makes it stand out among many artifacts. The probability increase after the upgrade, although it only increased by 2% and 0.5%, seems insignificant. But for the two unreasonable and overbearing laws of instant death and crushing, even the most insignificant improvement can be called a huge improvement. It's just that if you want to upgrade it again next time, you have to spend more effort. Jojo looked at its upgrade requirements and raised his eyebrows slightly. Now conquering a primary kingdom only gives 5% of the progress of collecting the power of the Law of the End. In other words, if he wants to upgrade the Crown of the End from a lower god upper artifact to a middle god lower artifact, he needs to conquer at least 11 more primary kingdoms. I wonder how much progress in collecting the power of the End Law will be gained by conquering a middle-level kingdom, or even a high-level kingdom. Jojo thought. With his current strength, conquering an empire may not be possible. After all, the strength of an empire is all around. Population, territory, logistics, military, generals, war machinery, trump cards, connections. Those who can become empire-level lords have no shortcomings. The number of strong people is only a part of the empire's strong foundation. If he dares to bring his 2 billion troops to trouble an empire now, even if it is just a primary empire, he dares to believe it. The other party can invite a true god to weaken him in a minute. For example, Baiha of the Night Empire and Fuyo Sword Emperor of the Sword Empire. But if it is to conquer an intermediate or advanced kingdom, there should be no big problem. Take your time. Jojo was not in a hurry. The most important thing for a lord is never to fight for a short period of time. The important thing is development, under the power of time. If you want something, you can develop it slowly without dying, and you will have everything. Then he opened the friend list, and found the small group he had established when selling the kingdom order. As a result, he found that the small group with only 5 or 6 people at the beginning actually has more than 100 people now. And these people are the top lords among the current Blue Star lords. Jojo nodded. It seems that after I said last time that the military lords can pull people from outside to participate in the next Kingdom Order auction, the military lords have made a lot of efforts in this regard. Then he started typing, "The Kingdom of the Sun, Lord of the Sun, I have just received 15 super superior kingdom orders. I am going to hold an auction for these super superior kingdom orders tomorrow. Lords who want kingdom orders to establish their kingdom should come quickly. The highest bidder wins." Lord Overlord, I finally waited for you. The Kingdom of the Military Industry, Lord of the Military Industry. Haha, what a fast speed. Lord Overlord should be able to get what he wants now. In addition, Your Majesty, you really shocked us this time. You have sent out the Lord announcement for all channels of Blue Star 16 times. My goodness, the World Channel is going crazy now. Your Majesty, go and say something, otherwise it may not be quiet for a while. Dragonblood Kingdom Dragon Lady Lord. Congratulations to Your Majesty for winning consecutive battles and conquering 16 primary kingdoms. Tomorrow, I will send people to Your Majesty's Jiayang capital to send you 50 sub-dragon cubs as a gift from me. Xiantian Kingdom Xiantian Lord, I will also bring gifts to Jiayang Kingdom tomorrow to congratulate your majesty in person. Military Industry Lord Military Industry Lord, I have just contacted a group of old scientific researchers here. They once researched and manufactured neutron super weapons on Blue Star. I will bring them and related materials tomorrow. Please have a look, your majesty. Undead Kingdom Undead Lord, your majesty, I will also go to your majesty's Kingdom of the Sun tomorrow, and bring 1,000,000 undead troops as a gift to your majesty. Undead Kingdom Undead Lord, your majesty, do you really not consider taking me with you to play? Woo woo woo. Zhou looked at their replies with a smile, and after seeing what the Undead Lord said at the end, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He thought for a while, and started typing, Proud Sun Kingdom Proud Sun Lord. Forget it, the activity time is precious, and I have something important to do tomorrow. If you come, you may not see me, just send the gift. As for the words of the Undead Lord, he ignored them directly. Go dig graves and dig corpses yourself. Don't blame me. The only thing to blame is that your Lord talent is naturally incompatible with mine. To be honest, the Undead Lord's talent for resurrecting the dead is indeed extremely high. Although it is only epic, it is not worse than some legendary Lord talents. But Zhou's talent is to consume corpses, and your talent is to accumulate corpses. In this regard, Zhou has no choice. Then he casually sent 4 red envelopes to the 4 people, each containing 100,000 Storm Spirit Job Transfer Certificate, and 1,000,000 Gold King Job Transfer Certificate. The 4 people quickly opened the red envelopes, and then sent out the 2 words hack in the chat group. Chapter 749. They have just established a new kingdom. Even with the addition of the Blue Star Lord Alliance, and the remaining forces of the destroyed country, there are only 3 to 4 million soldiers in the kingdom. And most of these 3 to 4 million soldiers are basic arms. There are very few primary and intermediate arms, and there is no advanced arm. Not to mention special arms and kingdom-level arms. Unexpectedly, His Majesty was so generous that he gave them so many special arms transfer certificates right away, and even kingdom-level arms transfer certificates. They once again felt that joining the Lord of the Sun was indeed an extremely correct choice. Then, they came to their senses and immediately thanked their Majesty. Zhou looked at the thank you messages they sent in the chat group and didn't care. The number of Golden King and Storm Spirit's arms transfer certificates in his King's treasure box has already exceeded 1 billion. If it was before, he would definitely want to sell them. But now, he is not short of missed hearts, so he has no intention of selling them, so he has kept them until now. Now he has a new idea. Since the soldiers of his legion no longer need these 2 types of military transfer certificates, why not reward them to his Star Alliance and the military lords, Dragon Lady lords, and other vassal lords? This is not a loss, but also can increase the strength of his side. Thinking of this, Zhou opened the Star Alliance Lord chat group and gave each of the 312 Star Alliance lords 2 million Golden King transfer certificate and 1 million Storm Spirit transfer certificate. 312 Star Alliance lords in total sent out 312 million troop transfer certificates. Enough for them to transfer all their soldiers to high-level troop transfers, and the remaining ones can be used for a long time. The Star Alliance lords were immediately shocked after seeing so many high-level troop transfer certificates. Spirit Medicine Lord, thank you, brother. Winddust Lord, your Majesty, my God. Paper Fairy Lord, I am your Majesty's loyal dog. They do, Lord. I can be loyal to your Majesty, but you must keep your integrity, brother upstairs. Gold Merchant Lord, thank you for your Majesty's big red envelope. Qingming Lord, on the way back, I suddenly received your Majesty's big red envelope. I was so surprised that I danced a jazz dance for other lords in the cabin. Lord Starfall, your Majesty has suddenly issued so many high-level military transfer certificates. Is there a big war coming? Lord Blueberry, with these military transfer certificates, I am not afraid even if I have to confront the Imperial Lord forces head-on. Lord Great Saint, my natal sword has begun to thirst for the blood of the enemy. Lord Prideful Sun Kingdom, during this period of time, you have followed me in my battles. I know that you have worked hard. These are just some transfer certificates. You can use them. In the future, if any of you lords perform outstandingly in the war, you will receive high-level troop transfer certificates, high-level treasures, the Heart of Mist, and even divine weapons. I have everything here, and can give it to you. Lord Lu, I am willing to worship your Majesty as my foster father. Lord Silver Spear, your Majesty is being too polite. I won't say anything more. Let me first punish the rebellious son upstairs for your Majesty. Lord Longjing, Didn't you notice the divine weapon your majesty mentioned? Your majesty actually has a divine weapon. Lord Fertiland, I knew it a long time ago. Lord Jinshang, your majesty is awesome. I was wondering why the equipment on those generals was so dazzling. It turned out to be the light of the divine weapon. Zhou smiled when he saw this. Although he had sent out a lot of information about the artifact, he had never actively publicized it. Except for a few lords and friends who had a good relationship with him, others were not very clear. He did not say much, and found Linger alone again, threw her a kingdom order first, and then sent her a message. The kingdom of the sun, Lord of the sun. Linger, this kingdom order is for you. Hurry up and build the kingdom. Lord of the spiritual medicine. Brother, this is too expensive. I can participate in the auction and sell it myself. Lord of the sun, Lord of the sun. You are my sister, and the kingdom order is mine. Why should I sell it? Don't worry, for other lords, the kingdom order is a very rare thing. For your brother, you can take as many as you want. Just take it. For Zhou now, the kingdom order of the primary kingdom is really as much as he wants. If it is not enough, just go and find trouble with a few other primary kingdoms. Moreover, Linger's spiritual medicine city has almost become the exclusive medicinal material production base of Jiaoyang Kingdom, and has made great contributions to the development of Jiaoyang Kingdom. Linger has also invested almost all of her energy in cultivating medicinal materials and making potions for Jiaoyang Kingdom. She even has no time to take care of the development of her own territory. In this case, Zhou has to help his sister no matter what. He thought about it and typed again, Jiaoyang Kingdom, Jiaoyang Lord. Tomorrow I will send a legion to your territory to help you conquer a primary kingdom near your territory, and then I will give this kingdom directly to you as the basis for you to establish your kingdom. Jiaoyang Kingdom, Jiaoyang Lord. Then I will send you 3 more legendary heroes of destiny status, and with the kingdom order, the 3 conditions for establishing a primary kingdom are basically complete, so you should be able to establish your own kingdom in the shortest time. Currently, he has more than 100 heroes under his command, and with the support of a large number of high-quality hero heritage secret books, the heroes with the lowest hero destiny status among them are all legendary hero destiny status, and there are even many heroes with hero destiny status at the level of lower gods and middle gods. So it's nothing to give Linger 3 legendary human heroes. But Linger didn't understand. When she heard Zhou's promise to her, Linger was stunned for the first time. After a long while, she came back to her senses and quickly typed a reply. Spiritual medicine lord, brother, I'm worried that I won't be a good king. The kingdom of the sun, Lord of the sun. Read more books, practice more, be good at using people, and be a king who can maintain the status quo. Even if you lose the kingdom, I can give you a primary kingdom. The kingdom of the sun, Lord of the sun. And don't lose confidence in yourself. Your brother, I'm serious. You are actually very talented in being a lord, especially in the business of medicinal materials. I've heard recently that others say you are the #1 medicinal material supplier for the human race on Blue Star. Zhou didn't lie. The Spirit Medicine City is developing very well at present. Even compared with the Gold Merchant Lord and Paper Fairy Lord, who are good at developing territories, the development of the Spirit Medicine City is not inferior at all. Moreover, Linger's own Spirit Medicine Alliance has gathered nearly 60% of the Blue Star Lords, who specialize in medicinal materials trade on the World Channel. So many Blue Star Lords are controlled by Linger, but there has been no major chaos so far, which shows how strong Linger's ability is. Therefore, Zhou is really confident in letting Linger build her own Spirit Medicine Kingdom. Chapter 750. Linger also felt Zhou's encouragement. She took a deep breath, a firm look appeared in her eyes, and then typed, Spiritual Medicine Lord, I will not let my brother down. Zhou smiled at this, and then chatted with Linger for a few more words, and then closed the chat box. Then he opened the World Channel, and sure enough, he saw that the Blue Star Lords in the World Channel were discussing enthusiastically because of the 16 Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcements just now. Zhou watched this for more than half an hour, and was secretly happy for more than half an hour. More than half an hour later, Anya came to tell him that Deputy Corps Commander Wu Xian had led the army back to the kingdom of Jiaoyang, and was seeking an audience with Baiyun outside the door. Let them in, Zhou said. Yes, your majesty, Anya said respectfully, and then left the study. Soon, Wu Xian and Baiyun walked in. Your majesty, your servant Wu Xian/Baiyun greets you, the two said respectfully. Zhou nodded, then looked at Wu Xian. Did you encounter any accidents today? Your majesty, everything went well, Wu Xian said respectfully. Zhou nodded. Your majesty, Bai Yun handed over a war list and a space ring with both hands while speaking. Just now, Deputy Corps Commander Wu and I have asked all the soldiers to go through the Arc de Triomphe. This is the specific war list. The space ring contains the bodies of legendary and above enemy and alien heroes. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Zhou took it and opened the war list to read it. Today they have eliminated a total of more than 620 million enemies. Among them, Bai Yun led 300 million soldiers. When conquering the 16 Kings Alliance, he cooperated with the Lord of Yanling and other countries. He eliminated more than 10 million enemies of the alien kingdoms headed by the Lord of Mobing, and controlled the remaining 43,003,650 alien soldiers of the 16 Kings Alliance. Because of the rush of time, these surrendered soldiers have not been brought back yet, and are still under the care of the Lord of Yanling. Zhou thought about it, and told Bai Yun that there was no need to bring these alien soldiers back to join his army. After all, after these 16 alien kingdoms became the 16 states under his command, they also needed strength to protect the territory. It was just right for these local soldiers to stay, Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou nodded, then returned his eyes to the war list and continued to read. On the other side, Wu Xian led more than 1.742 billion soldiers of the Jiayang Kingdom, and more than 65 million soldiers under the command of the Lords of the Star Alliance. In one day, they killed more than 610 million fog monsters around the territory of the Night Empire. Now, the total number of fog monsters around the entire territory of the Night Empire is less than 200 million. It seems that the Night Empire camp task of clearing fog monsters can be completed tomorrow. Zhou saw this and smiled. The speed of completing the task is much faster than he estimated at the beginning. Now the Scarlet Gods around the Night Empire have been wiped out by them today. There are only a few remaining fog monsters. It seems that after tomorrow, the Night Empire should be completely safe for a while. In this way, he can also concentrate on doing the camp tasks on the side of the Excalibur Empire. He stopped thinking and continued to read. These are more than 620 million enemy corpses, with the title of King of Trophies and Strongest Lord. A total of 3.161821 Legendary Fog Hearts, 28.601650 Epic Fog Hearts, more than 301 million Extraordinary Fog Hearts, more than 520 million Diamond Fog Hearts, more than 711 million Platinum Fog Hearts, more than 1.225 billion Gold Fog Hearts, more than 2.96 billion Silver Fog Hearts, more than 6.562 billion Bronze Fog Hearts, more than 25.61 billion skill books of various types, 30,140 various equipment, 0 plus 100,000 pieces, 10,210 billion units of basic materials, 80 million units of basic element gem resources, 10 million units of thunder element gems, 8 million units of life element gem resources, 10 million units of death element gems, 32 million source crystals, 548, 212 bronze level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 501 Holy Spirit level scarlet crystals. When Zhou saw the life element gem resources and death element gem resources, his eyes lit up slightly. These resources plus the more than 3 million life element gems, and more than 2 million death element gems in his hands are just enough to upgrade his territory level. He suppressed the idea of upgrading the territory immediately, and continued to read. In addition, in terms of improving the combat power of soldiers. Today, although the total number of soldiers under Zhou has not been greatly improved, the average strength has been greatly improved. In terms of the total number of soldiers. Today, the 20% of the rebel forces handed over to him by the Lord members of the Star Alliance reached 21,505,860 fog monsters. Now, not counting the forces of the Star Alliance, the total forces under Zhou have reached 2,063,582,420 soldiers. Among them, there are 15,528,731 black iron level soldiers, 10,305, 730 bronze level soldiers, 1,095, 214, 200 silver level soldiers, 668, 305, 640 gold level soldiers, 256, 796, 880 platinum level soldiers, 35, 508, 583 diamond level soldiers, 8, 125, 210 extraordinary level soldiers, 535, 001 epic level soldiers, 689 legendary level soldiers. In addition, Arrow of the Hard Wu 2 broke through to the upper level of legend, Nazario, the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction, and Jilung, the Dragon King of War and Strength, broke through to the middle level of Legend. Ansel, the Primordial Eldar, broke through to the lower level of Legend. Other heroes and generals also had a great improvement in strength. Zhou looked at the war list, and after a moment of silence, he frowned slightly. The speed of the soldiers' strength improvement seems to have slowed down, he thought. His eyes fell on the last 689 legendary soldiers. The total number of legendary soldiers has only increased by more than 100. To be honest, this is already a lot, even if it is placed on a high-level kingdom. If more than 100 legendary soldiers can be added in one day, their kings may wake up with laughter in the middle of the night. But Zhou is different. He has the blessing of the epic Lord Talent, the Lord of War. And he remembers. When he looked at the war list yesterday, the number of legendary soldiers added was more than this. Today, they eliminated about twice as many enemies as yesterday, but the efficiency of strength improvement was even lower than yesterday. Zhou quickly figured out the reason. Has the number of new recruits increased too much? Zhou whispered to himself. Because the number of new recruits suddenly increased too much, in order to improve the strength of this group of new recruits, he specifically ordered the veterans to lead the new recruits to hunt fog monsters. In this case, the strength of the new recruits increased rapidly, and the speed of the veterans' strength improvement would naturally slow down. Zhou thought of this, and couldn't help but ponder. Chapter 751. Zhou pondered. The solution to this problem is simple. There are two simplest methods. The first method is to temporarily slow down the improvement of the strength of the new recruits, so that the new recruits and veterans can improve their own strength on the battlefield, without letting the veterans help and protect the new recruits. In this way, the speed of the new recruits' strength improvement will certainly decrease, but the speed of the veterans' strength improvement will definitely increase again. Of course, because the total number of troops has increased, even if the veterans' strength improvement speed is increased, it should not be as good as before. Second, expand the scope and scale of the war, and let your soldiers face more and stronger enemies. The sword is sharpened by grinding. As long as you have the courage to challenge stronger enemies, the speed of strength improvement for both new recruits and veterans can be restored to the previous level, or even faster. Zhou did not hesitate and decided to choose the latter. With his current total force of more than 2 billion, there is really no need to play with some weak enemies every day. Over time, it is not conducive to the growth of his soldiers. Then he looked at the space ring. There were rows of corpses neatly arranged inside. At the top were the corpses of 6 lower god-level enemies. The rest were 1,265 legendary enemy corpses. There were also 24 corpses of heroes from alien races. Zhou's mind moved, and he used his consciousness to extract the spoils from their corpses directly in the space ring. Soon, all the enemy corpses were extracted. A total of 1,265 lower god-level books of the gods were obtained. 73 copies of Heroic Heritage Secret Book, more than 25,000 lower god-level divine crystals, 300 middle god-level divine crystals, more than 17,000 lower god-level artifacts, 530 pieces of lower god-level divine fragments, 36 pieces of middle god-level divine fragments, more than 70,000 pieces of lower god-level materials, minerals, potions, architectural drawings and other spoils, 56 pieces of middle god-level materials, minerals, potions, architectural drawings and other spoils, 975 pieces of bronze-level Lord Talent crystal fragments. The remaining spoils are some things that Zhou doesn't like. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Nothing else to say. After these books of gods are distributed, the generals and the major legions under his command will all become people with the appearance of becoming gods. Then he took out another space ring. The space ring inside is nothing else. It was today that the Scarlet God corpses given to him by the human gods and sword immortals, after he and Elvision and other imperial gods went out to complete the task of killing gods. There were a total of 16. Among them, there was a Scarlet God corpse of a lower-level god, which was found by Elvision and his friends when they were cleaning the battlefield. He died in their initial joint attack. Zhou also extracted their corpses. The result surprised Zhou very much. Because among the 16 Scarlet God corpses, although only the corpses of the 3 upper-level Scarlet Gods had 3 middle-level God artifacts, the remaining middle-level gods and lower-level gods had only 6 lower-level god-level artifacts in total. Zhou extracted them, but only got 9 upper-level god artifacts and 18 middle-level god artifacts. But in addition to this, Zhou also got 3 true god-level books of the divine, 1 heroic heritage secret book of the lower true god level, and 150 true god-level divine crystals. The most important thing is, he also got an epic Scarlet Lord talent ball. In addition, the remaining spoils were some relatively ordinary spoils. Zhou took a look and put them directly into his king's treasure box. Then he took out all the Heroic Heritage Secret Book and Book of the Divine below the True God level, and gave them to Bai Yun. As usual, whoever performs best and whoever has the most needs will be rewarded with these Heroic Heritage Secret Book and Book of the Divine. Zhou said. Yes, your majesty. Bai Yun looked at so many Heroic Heritage Secret Book and Book of the Divine. A touch of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then said respectfully, in addition, tell the lords of Yunling Kingdom to summon all the lords in the 16 kingdoms before the night after tomorrow. I want to see their abilities. If I see someone who I think is capable, I will not be stingy with my reward. That's right. Let the lords of Yunling Kingdom come over as well. I want to see them too, Zhou said. This is also an old practice. It's fake to see their abilities, but it's true to take away the Lord Talent Crystal Fragments from them. The Lord Fragments of all the lords in the 16 kingdoms. Zhou's eyes were filled with expectation. I don't know how many Lord Talent Crystal Fragments the lords of the 16 kingdoms can provide him with. Yes, your majesty, Bai Yun said respectfully. You go and gather 100,000 elite soldiers first, let them recuperate for a while, and after they have rested, follow me to the Bronze Mausoleum, Zhou said. Although it is late now, the soldiers under his command are all Dark Walkers, and they can ignore the impact of the Scarlet Fog on them. However, even so, it is better not to go out at night. First, you can recuperate and let the soldiers who have experienced a day of hard fighting have a good rest. Second, according to the records in the blood inheritance in his mind, when the Scarlet Fog completely descends at night, in addition to the greatly enhanced strength of the fog monsters, some strange things will appear in the Scarlet Fog. It could be an extremely powerful fog monster, a dangerous scarlet secret realm, a door to an unknown place, or even a strange whisper that would drive creatures crazy. Although they appear very rarely. But we have to be on guard. After all, facing these extremely dangerous and strange things. Let alone Zhou. Even if a high-level god travels, there is a great possibility of falling, and even encountering some special and strange things, even a true god-level existence would probably flee in embarrassment. Although Zhou has the talent of avoiding danger such as foreknowledge of danger, he does not want to take the initiative to contact these strange things. However, there is a space teleportation array in the human race that leads directly to the Bronze Mausoleum, so this trip is not very dangerous. Yes, your majesty, Bai Yun said respectfully again. She had heard her own majesty tell her about the Bronze Mausoleum a long time ago, so she was prepared for this matter. Zhou nodded. Then he looked at Wu Xian, seemed to have discovered something, was slightly startled, and then said with surprise, Uncle Wu, are you about to break through? Thanks to your majesty for giving me the True God Intermediate Book of Gods, and the True God Intermediate Heroic Inheritance Secret Book before. Otherwise, I am afraid that in this life, no, give me another 1,000 years, I will not be able to understand this last layer of barrier and glimpse the wonders of the gods. Wu Xian said gratefully and with emotion. Okay. Zhou also smiled and nodded. Uncle Wu, go to retreat early, I think you will break through soon. Yes, your majesty. Wu Xian nodded, then took his leave. Bai Yun on the side stared blankly at Wu Xian's back as he left. Teacher. Is he also going to break through? Chapter 752. Bai Yun pursed her lips. She knew that his majesty always valued her, and would lean towards her in many resources. Compared with the many resources she had obtained, Wu Xian actually had much fewer cultivation resources than her. But even so, Wu Xian was one step ahead of her, and was about to start the road to becoming a god. But she hadn't even touched that step yet. She felt more and more ashamed of his majesty's kindness to her. Bai Yun. Zhou's gentle voice sounded. Your majesty. Bai Yun came back to her senses, and said hurriedly. Those who accomplish great things need to be calm. Some things, the more anxious you are, the less you will get what you want. The road has been paved in front of you. The next thing, you just need to walk slowly. Don't worry. I don't need you to become a god immediately. Zhou said slowly. Yes, your majesty. Bai Yun's body trembled, and then he seemed to understand something, and his voice gradually became firm. Zhou looked at Bai Yun, whose temperament was changing slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It seems that tomorrow, his territory will welcome 2 new human gods. His mind drifted away. In fact, Bai Yun is not worse than Wu Xian, and even in some aspects, she is better than Wu Xian. For example, Yun has always maintained a hardworking and upward heart, and is willing to learn from anyone with an open mind, even if that person's status is far lower than hers. She is willing to learn from the other person's strengths, and at the same time, she also has the ambition to make achievements in her heart. And Wu Xian has always had the idea of retiring for the elderly. With this idea, Wu Xian actually has little room for improvement. Even if Zhou Zhou gave the other party the Book of Gods and Secret Book of Heroic Inheritance of the True God level, this kind of spiritual vitality cannot be recovered in a short time. Zhou Zhou understood the other party's feeling. Many people are like this. When they are young, they have unlimited energy and set extremely high standards for their dreams. They even have the idea of changing the world. But as they grow older, they encounter too many realistic things, coupled with the decline of energy, the decline of various abilities, the gradual change of cognition, the gradual decline of the standard of dreams, and the beginning of more stable and practical goals. Later, they get older and older. People begin to learn to let go of themselves and start preparing for retirement. The dreams of youth can only be gradually hidden in the heart. Occasionally, when I see energetic young people, I envy them and sigh that it's good to be young, and then drink a cup of chrysanthemum wolfberry tea leisurely. Zhou Zhou is different. When he was in his 20s, and just went to college, he started directly. His dream was to find a leisurely job with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. He saved 50 or 60 years of detours compared to others. If the world had not changed suddenly afterwards, Zhou Zhou would not have become what he is now. Speaking of which, it is precisely because of Wu Xian's mentality that Zhou Zhou chose to let Bai Yun, who was inexperienced but had good potential, character and fighting spirit, serve as the only commander of the Jiayang Legion, and let Wu Xian, the veteran, provide the bottom line. Now it seems. Although his choice cannot be said to be perfect, at least there was no mistake. This is enough for Zhou Zhou. Did the Demon Soldier Kingdom really join the Scarlet Force? After convincing Bai Yun, Zhou Zhou asked curiously. According to the letters we found in the palace of the Demon Soldier Kingdom, the Demon Soldier Kingdom has indeed colluded with a high-level Scarlet Kingdom called Mingyan. But the Demon Soldier Kingdom perished too quickly, and the Mingyan high-level Scarlet Kingdom probably hasn't reacted yet. Bai Yun said. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. As long as a high-level Scarlet Empire is not related to the True God, there is no need to worry too much. By the way, where did you put the spoils of the Spirit Gu Kingdom, and the blood spoils of other alien kingdoms? Zhou Zhou remembered this and asked immediately. He didn't forget the unlimited potential of the Wan Gu royal blood of the Spirit Gu Kingdom. Whether his chaos human blood can be promoted again depends on the Wan Gu royal blood and other bloods brought by Zhou Zhou. They have been placed separately in the number 12 royal treasury of your majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded, and without saying anything, he let Bai Yun leave. After Bai Yun left, Zhou Zhou was the only one left in the room. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou did not rush to absorb those blood spoils, but took out the epic Scarlet Lord Talent Ball. He looked at the purple light ball, with a wisp of scarlet air on the surface, his eyes shining. My luck during this period is really good. I actually got 3 epic Lord Talents in a row. Then he straightened his face, looked at the Scarlet Lord Talent Ball, and chose to purify it. The next second, a golden light flashed on the Scarlet Lord Talent Ball. When he looked at it again, its information had changed. Treasure name, Lord Talent Ball Sacred Palace of Reincarnation. Treasure level, Epic. Treasure effect, after absorption, the Lord will have the Epic Lord Talent Sacred Palace of Reincarnation. Treasure introduction, the Lord Talent Ball purified by the Supreme can obtain an Epic Lord Talent after absorption. Sacred Palace of Reincarnation? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. What kind of Lord Talent is this? It sounds like some kind of special building. He didn't think much about it, and a new text prompt appeared again. Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent Ball, epic level? Yes, Zhou Zhou said. The next second, this epic Lord Talent Ball immediately turned into countless purple light spots and poured into his eyebrows. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Then, he immediately opened the Lord's personal information. His Lord Talent column was updated again, and a new word Sacred Palace of Samsara, epic level, appeared in it. The 30th Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Then, he opened the detailed information of this talent. Lord Talent, Sacred Palace of Samsara, epic level. Sacred Palace of Samsara, you will have a special building, the Sacred Palace of Samsara, in your body. It is indeed a Lord Talent of special buildings. And it is in my body? Zhou Zhou was surprised. Then he closed his eyes, and carefully felt what was different inside his body. Soon, he found out. In his inner world from the blood of the original spirit race, there was a continuous and majestic, but very dilapidated nether palace. He looked over. He saw that only one main hall of this nether palace was still intact, and the area of this main hall alone was as high as millions of square kilometers. The other halls all looked like ruins. According to the information given by the nether palace, they could only be opened after being repaired. Repair? How? Jojo was puzzled. But he didn't think much about it, and looked directly at the information of this building. Chapter 753. Building name, Samsara Palace. Building level, special unique. Building function 1 Gate of Samsara. Collect the world power of a certain independent world, and put it into the Gate of Samsara to permanently open the Gate of Samsara to that world. The Gate of Samsara records the past time and space of that world. The Lord of the Samsara Palace can consume the heart of Mist/God crystal to condense the ticket of time, and use the ticket to put a wisp of his or other living being's soul/spirit into the gate of time of that world, and transform into a living being clone, experience the past time of that world, and take a wonderful journey of the soul. When the clone of a living being dies in the world of time, the clone of the living being will be restored to a soul/spirit and return to the original body, which will not affect the state of the original body in reality. Building function 2 Endless time. You can adjust the time flow rate ratio between the world of time and the real world by consuming the heart of Mist/God crystal. Building function 2 Gate of time and space cycle. Sealed the Lord's talent needs to be upgraded to legendary before it can be opened. Building function 2 Boundless time and space. Sealed the Lord's talent needs to be upgraded to legendary before it can be opened. Building function 3 Holy Gate of eternal cycle. Sealed the Lord's talent needs to be upgraded to mythical unique before it can be opened. Building function 3 Eternal immortality. Sealed the Lord's talent needs to be upgraded to mythical unique before it can be opened. Building tip 1 Currently recorded world, supreme continent. Building tip 2 When the number of recorded worlds exceeds 100, the Lord's talent will automatically be upgraded to legendary. Building tip 3 When the Lord of the Holy Palace of Cycles has control over half of the Supreme Origin universe, the Lord's talent will automatically be upgraded to mythical unique. Building tip 4 This Lord talent cannot be upgraded using Lord Talent Origin Crystal. Building description. It was once one of the world origin treasures of the Samsara world, but was later taken away by the Supreme Will and refined into a supreme treasure with incredible abilities and incredible potential. It's actually a Lord talent that is clearly marked as upgradable. Jojo looked at the information of this building and raised his eyebrows slightly. The last time he saw this kind of Lord talent was in the Great Peace and Prosperity. Unexpectedly, he encountered another one today, and the upgrade limit was actually the mythical level unique level. However, its upgrade requirements are also ridiculously high. It goes without saying that it can be upgraded to the legendary level Lord talent. To upgrade to the mythical level unique Lord talent, he actually needs to have half of the control of the Supreme Origin universe. What a joke! If he has the complete control of the Supreme Origin universe, he can directly become the Supreme Lord, and having the control of half of the Supreme Origin universe, even if it is not the level of the Supreme Lord, it is estimated that it is not far away. At that time, he may not need a mythical level unique Lord talent. The most important thing is, it cannot be upgraded using the Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. In other words, he can only upgrade this Lord talent according to the requirements written on it. Jojo looked at the upgrade requirements of this Lord talent, and his expression was very speechless. This is a pure late-stage Lord talent. It seems that it is impossible to upgrade it in a short period of time. He no longer thought about those unrealistic ideas, and his eyes fell on its first two building functions. The Gate of Reincarnation. Endless years. It looks a bit like the main god space in some Infinite Flow novels. Jojo scratched his chin. If this Lord talent was placed when he just came to the Supreme Continent, it would definitely be a top-notch Lord talent suitable for novices to start. But now that he has established a kingdom, is this Lord talent a little late? We can't make a judgment so early. Let's try its effect first. Jojo's mind moved, and he used the Gate of Reincarnation. A text prompt appeared. Reminder from the Holy Palace of Reincarnation. Please select the year's ticket you want to condense. 1. The original soul clone. To condense this year's ticket, it will be released before 1600, and 10 legendary mist hearts will be consumed. 2. A lonely octogenarian in his later years. He has no talent and many diseases. He was born in the Galyong kingdom of the human race, Luyun City. To condense this year's ticket, it will be released before 512, and 5 black iron mist hearts will be consumed. 3. A talented chi refiner. He has a heavenly fire spirit root, a body of fire poison, a chi refiner at the 6th level, and was born in the Fonlei sect of the Great Xia Empire, one of the 5 great empires of the human race. To condense this year's ticket, it will be released before 1011, and 10 gold mist hearts will be consumed. Hint 1. The strength of the creature condensed by the year's ticket cannot exceed the upper limit of the owner's own strength. Hint 2. You can consume 1 legendary fog heart to recast the above year's ticket. Interesting. Jojo was amazed. Then he tried to recast it. Reincarnation Palace tip. Please select the year's ticket you want to condense. 1. The soul clone of the main body condenses this year's ticket, which will be released before 1000 years, and requires 10 legendary fog hearts. 2. The fetus in the womb of Su Hui Awakening has no talent, no disease, and a high soul talent. It was born in the human Tianlut Kingdom royal capital. Condensing this year's ticket will be released before 360 years, and requires 2 black iron fog hearts. 3. Water Spirit Dragon of the Black Abyss Dragon Palace Pure-Blooded Dragon, Water Dragon Body, Talent Calling the Wind and Rain, Talent Heavy Water, 3% of the Divine Beast Azure Dragon Bloodline hidden in the body, Nascent Soul Early Dragon, born in the Black Abyss Sea Black Abyss Dragon Palace, quite loved by the Black Abyss Dragon King Ao Qin. To condense this year's ticket, it will be released before 658, and it needs to consume 5 gold level mist hearts. Hint 1. The strength realm of the creature condensed by the year's ticket cannot exceed the upper limit of the owner's own strength realm. Hint 2. You can consume 1 legendary mist heart to recast the above year's ticket. Jojo looked at the changing year's ticket options, and raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes wavered between 1 and 3, and finally chose 1 to try it out. 3 will be discussed later, anyway, there is no cooling time. After he finished choosing 1, as the 10 legendary mist hearts in his space ring disappeared, a new text prompt appeared. Reminder from the Holy Palace of Samsara, endless time is activated. Please select the time flow rate ratio you need. 1, 1:100, 1 day in the real world, 100 days in the world of time. Using this time flow rate ratio, 100 legendary mist hearts are needed for 1 day. 2, 1:1000, 1 day in the real world, 1000 days in the world of time. Using this time flow rate ratio, 1000 legendary mist hearts are needed for 1 day. 3, 1:10,000, 1 day in the real world, 10,000 days in the world of time. Using this time flow rate ratio, 10,000 legendary mist hearts are needed for 1 day. Jojo directly chooses 3. Having money is so willful. Chapter 754. The next second, I saw an ancient netherworld gate appear in the hall. In the netherworld gate, various planes, worlds, and universes were engraved, recording the stories of countless ordinary creatures, extraordinary people, heroes, and even gods. There were endless numbers of them, and ordinary people could easily fall into the charm of these mysterious and ancient stories forever. But this naturally had no effect on Jojo. When he was about to take a closer look, at this moment, he felt a slight pain in his soul, and then he felt that about 1% of the soul origin was separated from his soul, and then thrown into this gate. Boom! This gate of reincarnation suddenly made a low roar, and then in the harsh friction sound, it slowly opened a small gap. At the same time, a picture suddenly appeared in Jojo's mind. 1,000 years ago, human race Songwon Kingdom. Platinum level regional territory de Sui City. The human soldiers were fighting a small Crimson Legion. The land was in flames. The sound of weapons clashing, the roar of soldiers, the sound of blood and flesh being torn apart. Various sounds rang out one after another. Jojo stood on the city wall, and saw the scene of war. TSK. It came fast enough. He was a little surprised, and then looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help frowning slightly. But, although I know that this is just something that happened in the past, I still feel a little uncomfortable when I see the scene. Then his mind moved. The next second, he saw 30 gray-white auras gushing out from his eyebrows, and then formed 32-meter-tall human beings in front of him. They wore gray-white helmets and gray-white armor. Some carried gray-white spears, some held giant swords, some carried bows and arrows, some held giant hammers, and some held golden maces. They had different weapons. They exuded an aura that seemed to come from the end of the world, which was daunting. They were his 30 members of the End Guard. Go! Destroy these fog monsters. Jojo ordered. Yes, Lord. The members of the End Guard said respectfully. Then they turned into 30 gray-white streams of light, and flew in all directions of Taisui City. Zhou looked at this scene calmly, and was not worried about their safety, because the strength of each of them was the same as his own, and they also reached the lower level of legend. And as a divine kingdom level soldier, although they only had the strength of the lower level of legend, but when facing any existence below the gods, even the pure-blooded dragons, they had a very high probability of winning in a one-on-one situation. Even if they were facing gods below the lower gods, they were not afraid at all, relying on the military background of the kingdom of gods, especially the power of the law of instant death, and the power of the law of shattering that they mastered. On the contrary, gods below the lower gods might be afraid of them. After all, if gods below the lower gods were unlucky, and the law of instant death was triggered by the members of the End Guard, they would die on the spot even if they were gods. The law of instant death was so unreasonable. If the law of shattering was triggered, their armor, weapons, and even their bodies might be smashed to pieces, which would be a very painful loss for the gods. And the battlefield in front of him. Zhou had also observed it. This small scarlet army had few legendary fog monsters, not to mention scarlet gods. So even if he didn't take action, the 30 members of the End Guard around him could easily take them down. In fact, it was true. When the 30 members of the End Guard began to show their skills in Taisui City, the scarlet monster soldiers of the small scarlet army, who were suppressing the human soldiers of Taisui City, and were about to capture Taisui City, were immediately beaten back. The members of the End Guard were very smart. They knew that they were few in number, so they specifically targeted the Scarlet Masters in the small Scarlet Army. As these Scarlet Masters were killed one by one, the small Scarlet Army soon became a mess, and then was killed back by the Taisui City defenders, who reacted. More than 2 hours later, all the Scarlet Fog monsters in Taisui City either died on the battlefield or escaped. Taisui City was now completely safe. The surviving soldiers and people of Taisui City all had a look of relief on their faces. We survived. We actually survived. We have to thank those benefactors who just helped us. That's right. Where are the benefactors? The soldiers and people of Taisui City were about to look for the benefactors who saved them, but suddenly they found that those benefactors had disappeared without a trace. In the sky, in a speeding galaxy, Zhou was standing inside the galaxy, looking at the map of the Sanhuang Kingdom found in the ruins. The closest human empire to the Sanhuang Kingdom is the Saha Empire. Zhou looked at the information on the map and muttered. The Saha Empire. One of the 5 great empires of the human race. The other 4 empires, in addition to the Night Empire and Excalibur Empire that Zhou knew, are the Daxia Empire and Tianmen Empire. The Saha Empire is a religious country dominated by Buddhism. It is said that Buddhism is prevalent in this human empire, and even the path of practice is the traditional Buddhist path. The exclusive realms of Buddhist practice are soul induction, foundation building, relics, Buddha heart, out-of-body, spirit division, fusion, tribulation, nirvana, vajra, arhat, bodhisattva, true Buddha, Buddha. Zhou naturally has no interest in these. The reason why he went to the Saha Empire was just because he wanted to find a safe place to comprehend the Lord's law. He did not plan to stay for long. He only planned to stay in reality for an hour. According to the time flow rate ratio of 1 to 10,000, 1 hour in reality is equivalent to 10,000 hours in the world of time, which is a full 416 days, with such a long time. He is fully confident that he can fully comprehend the incomplete Lord law behind the black iron level Lord talent of the Hand of Wealth. The remaining time can be used later, and it will not disappear anyway. A moment later. The Saha Empire. The Wuliang Imperial Capital. When Zhou came here, he showed his identity as a legendary strongman, and was quickly received by the Buddhist cultivators here. After he explained his purpose, the Buddhist cultivator, who was responsible for entertaining him, quickly arranged a special practice cave for him. And Zhou also gave the other party 200 legendary fog hearts, as the cost of renting the practice cave. Donor, you can practice here quietly. I promise that within 2 years, no one will come to disturb your practice. When the monk saw the 200 legendary fog hearts, his eyes lit up, and he took it, and said with a smile. Zhou nodded indifferently. As a world of time, everything here is illusory. Even the galaxy he was riding was simulated by the world of time. So Zhou naturally didn't care about spending 200 fake legendary fog hearts. Chapter 755. After sending the monk away, Zhou turned and entered the cave, then closed the door tightly. Then he went straight to the practice room, sat cross-legged on a cushion, and took out a crown. It was the wisdom magic crown given to him by Ji Yun. Jojo looked at the wisdom magic crown, took a deep breath, and put it on his head. After a moment, after finding that the wisdom magic crown had no reaction, Jojo took it off calmly. Sure enough, the simulated wisdom magic crown can't answer my question. I thought the simulated wisdom magic crown could be used in the world of time. Jojo shook his head. If that were true, then the simulated wisdom magic crown could be used infinitely. What a pity. This bug can't be stuck. Then he took out the simulated Bodhi Lord and found that the ability of the simulated Bodhi Lord to increase enlightenment could still be used. But it was the same as the simulated wisdom magic crown. The simulated Bodhi Lord also couldn't answer the question, and even didn't have his own intelligence. It was just a dead thing. Then he took out the Emperor's sword, and was pleasantly surprised to find that its Heavenly Emperor's artifact law ability could also be used. With the dual ability of Bodhi and Emperor's sword to increase understanding. Plus the terrifying time flow rate difference between the world of time and the real world. My understanding of the Lord's law can definitely be improved quickly. Jojo's eyes lit up. This is the most useful benefit of the Samsara Palace at the current stage for him. You know, promotion energy can be quickly obtained in a short period of time by killing enemies wantonly. But there are only a few ways to quickly improve the perception of the law in a short period of time. The Book of Gods and the fragments of the Godhead are the few means that can quickly improve the perception of the law of living beings. But this is useless to Jojo. Because the path of law he is walking is the strongest law in the legend, the path of the Lord's law, this road. Throughout the ages, even though there are countless geniuses, very few living beings have walked this supreme road. Even most gods have never heard of the existence of the Lord's law. Therefore, Jojo wants to use the two methods of the Book of Gods and the fragments of the Godhead to improve his perception of the Lord's law, and then become a god through this path of law, which is basically impossible. At present, he can only rely on himself. And now, the appearance of the Samsara Palace gave him the possibility to quickly improve his understanding of the Lord's law in a short period of time. He stopped thinking, closed his eyes, opened the Supreme Eye, held the Bodhi Zun in his left hand, and the Emperor's holy sword in his right hand, and began to comprehend the Lord's law contained in the Hand of Wealth. An hour later, in reality, in the study, Jojo suddenly opened his eyes. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he waved his right hand, and saw Mao Zedong, who was half a person's height, appeared in front of him. Then, he waved his right hand again, and saw a full 100 black iron level mist hearts appeared in front of him. I have completely mastered the Lord's law contained in the black iron level Lord's talent Hand of Wealth. Seeing this scene, Jojo sighed. In the 416 days in the world of time, Jojo did not dare to waste a single bit of time, and no matter what turmoil there was in the outside world, he did not go out to see the excitement. He stayed in his cultivation cave, concentrating on comprehending the Lord's law, relying on the terrifying comprehension bonus brought to him by the Bodhi Zun and the Emperor's holy sword. Until the last 10 days, he finally thoroughly comprehended the Lord's law contained in the Hand of Fortune, and from it, he understood his own law skill, the Black Iron Hand of Fortune. That is the ability he just displayed. Then he opened his Lord's talent list, and clicked on the Hand of Fortune Lord Talent to see what changes it had. Lord Talent, Hand of Fortune, Black Iron Level, Law Strengthening. Specific Talent Effect 1, holding the Hand of Fortune, consuming the energy in your body to reach into the void, you can get 100 Black Iron Level Mist Hearts. Specific Talent Effect 2, when you and your subjects extract the spoils of the corpse, there is a 100% probability of obtaining an additional Mist Heart equal to the corpse's strength level. Jojo looked at the obviously changed Hand of Fortune Lord Talent, and a smile appeared on his face. First, originally, you could only randomly obtain 1 to 100 Black Iron Mist Hearts, but now you can get 100 Black Iron Mist Hearts with 100% certainty. Secondly, the original Hand of Fortune could only be used once a day. Now there is no limit on the number of times it can be used. However, it needs to consume the Chaos Source energy in his body. Based on the Chaos Source energy in his body now, it is no problem for him to use it 1 or 2,000 times a day. If he wants, he can completely use this Hand of Fortune to obtain 200,000 Black Iron Mist Hearts a day, which is the total value of 2 Diamond Mist Hearts. However, even if it is used 1 or 2,000 times, the benefits are still too low. Jojo will not do such hard work just for a Black Iron Mist Heart. Finally, Specific Talent Effect 2, originally only when extracting the spoils of the corpse, there is a 1% probability of obtaining an additional Mist Heart equivalent to the strength of the corpse. Now it has directly become 100%. Although it seems that the number is not large. but a little bit adds up to a lot, and it cannot be underestimated. However, when Zhou looked at the 3 words that were still black iron, his face became strange. It is still a black iron lord talent? Judging from the current talent attributes of the Hand of Wealth, Zhou felt that it would be completely fine to rate it as a silver or gold lord talent. It should be the effect of the law strengthening next to it. He no longer thought about it. Black iron is black iron. It doesn't affect his use. Next, condense another time ticket of another identity, and try the effect of the other identity. But before that, try the effect of the Wisdom Magic Crown first. Zhou flipped his right hand, and saw a golden crown appear on his right hand, which was the Wisdom Magic Crown. Zhou was about to put it on his head when Bodizin's excited voice suddenly appeared in his mind. How about giving me this thing? As long as you give it to me, I can forgive the debt you owed me before. Do you think I'm stupid? Zhou's mouth twitched twice, and then pointed at the Wisdom Magic Crown. Although this Wisdom Magic Crown has restrictions when used, I have the means to ask it 4 or 5 free questions. And I will pay off the debt I owe you in 2 days. In that case, why should I give it to you? Bodizin sneered and said, this thing has a strong after effect. Are you sure you can bear it? Do you know its origin? Zhou immediately understood the meaning of the other party's words, and asked curiously. There is a crazy soul imprisoned here, and his name was Thoughtballs. Bodhi wanted the Wisdom Crown very much, because when faced with Zhou's question, he did not bargain, but directly gave the answer. Thoughtballs, the god of wisdom among the 10 gods? Zhou was surprised. Chapter 756. Then Zhou reacted, what does the former soul mean? I can't tell you this unless you ask me the number of puzzles you have solved. But I can tell you one thing, this Wisdom Magic Crown is related to a big secret of the Wisdom Lord God. If he knew that the Wisdom Magic Crown was in your hand, and you also knew that this was his secret, Bodizin laughed sinisterly. You are tricking me. Zhou's face looked a little ugly. If Bodizin didn't tell him that this Wisdom Magic Crown was related to the Wisdom Lord God, wouldn't he be able to use it normally? And he wouldn't have to worry about being murdered by the Wisdom Lord God. After all, Ji-Yun had owned this Wisdom Magic Crown for so long, and he had never been targeted by the Wisdom Lord God. Looking at the way he handed the Wisdom Magic Crown to him, he should not have known that the Wisdom Magic Crown was related to the Wisdom Lord God. Bodizun seemed to see what he was thinking, and taunted him. You don't think that as long as you don't know the secret, the Lord of Wisdom won't find you, right? How can you guess his existence and behavior? Maybe one day, he will suddenly want to see this crazy soul that he has sealed, and then find you. At that time, even if he sees that you know nothing and spares your life, can you guarantee that he really doesn't set up any confidentiality measures for you? For the 10 main gods. Even if it is the supreme agreement, they are not without the capital to violate or even destroy it. Zhou didn't say anything. He admitted that what Bodizun said did make sense. Then can I throw it away? Zhou suddenly thought. Why would you rather throw it away than give it to me? Bodizun couldn't help complaining. Isn't giving it to you the same as still being by my side? Zhou asked back. Don't worry, I have a unique way to block the Wisdom God from the Wisdom Magic Crown, Bodizun said. Zhou thought about it, and suddenly said with a heavy face, but this is the first gift given to me by His Majesty Ji-Yun. He just gave it to me, but I gave it to you. If I see His Majesty Ji-Yun again next time, His Majesty Ji-Yun will ask me how the Wisdom Magic Crown is? Then how should I answer? And Princess Yuling is also my good friend. How can I give away the first gift her father gave me? Bodizun said, what do you want? Zhou tapped the crown with his finger. Give me 3 times to solve doubts. Bodizun, Bodizun, deal. Zhou felt a pity in his heart when he heard this. This guy actually agreed so readily, it seems that he bid too little. However, there was no reason to go back on one's promise, so Zhou had no choice but to take out the magic crown of wisdom and give it to Bodizun. Bodizun didn't know what method he used to make the Bodizun disappear, which made Zhou think that the other party might also have a storage space. However, he didn't ask, but said seriously, I want to use a question to solve the puzzle now. Ask it, Bodizun said in a very good mood. I want to know, with the conditions I have now, how can I comprehend the ruling skills of the Lord's law before I reach the threshold of becoming a god? Zhou said. When I asked you to embark on the path of the Lord's law, I knew that you would ask me this question sooner or later. This is also the most difficult period that all beings who have walked the path of Lord's law have ever gone through. Bodizun sighed. Then it suddenly changed its tone and smiled. But you are much luckier than them. Because you have me. in guiding living beings on the path of Lord's law to become gods. Except for the best effect of the Supreme will personally descending to guide. The existence that can be second only to his guidance effect is me. Take out all your black iron level Lord's talent crystal fragments for me to see. Bodhizun said very confidently. Zhou Zhou looked at Bodhizun in his hand suspiciously, and then took out all the black iron level Lord's talent crystal fragments according to its request, piled them up more than 1 meter high, and placed them in front of it. Bodhizun flew out, and turned around the fragments. Soon. Found it, Bodhizun said. The next second, 10 black iron level Lord's talent crystal fragments flew out, and flew in front of Zhou Zhou. Merge it into a black iron level Lord talent origin crystal, Bodhizun said. Zhou Zhou did as it said. Anyway, it was just 10 pieces of black iron level Lord talent crystal fragments. He really didn't need this. Okay. Bodhizun looked at the successfully fused black iron level Lord talent origin crystal, and said with satisfaction, now, you can fuse this Lord talent. In the future, you should concentrate on comprehending this Lord talent. After you have completed comprehending it, you can upgrade it, and then comprehend the upgraded Lord talent. When you can thoroughly comprehend the Lord law contained in its extraordinary Lord talent, you can achieve the Lord law system God with the Lord law skills you comprehended. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised when he heard this. He immediately took the black iron Lord talent origin crystal and looked at it. Treasure name, Lord talent ball king. Treasure level, black iron. Treasure effect, after absorption, the Lord will have the black iron Lord talent king. Treasure introduction, the Lord talent ball purified by the Supreme can obtain a black iron Lord talent after absorption. Do you want to absorb this Lord talent ball black iron? King? Such a simple name. Zhou Zhou flashed this thought in his mind, and then he didn't think much about it, and directly chose to absorb this Lord talent. The next second, this black iron Lord talent ball immediately turned into a black light spot, and poured into his brow. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Then, he immediately opened the Lord's personal information. He saw that the ordinary black iron level Lord talent king appeared in his Lord talent column. The 31st Lord talent, Zhou Zhou said. Then, he opened the detailed information of the talent. Lord talent, king, black iron level. King, as the king of the people, you can mark a person who belongs to you and control everything they have, including but not limited to appearance, blood, skills, weapons, law skills, and even illusory fate. The effect of this Lord talent is actually like this. Control everything? Zhou Zhou pondered. This does have some flavor of ruling law skills. He thought about it, then closed his eyes, and then activated the king's talent ability. The next second, in his mind, a virtual screen suddenly appeared, on which there were countless faces of the people of the kingdom of the sun, nearly 3 billion in total. From the upper gods like Heros to an ordinary dog. All are included in the king's Lord talent. Zhou Zhou had a feeling. As long as he wanted, he could mark any living being on this virtual screen. He could even replace the marked people with a thought, and even live as the other party and inherit everything the other party had. What a terrifying Lord talent! Zhou Zhou was secretly shocked. It was the first time he felt that the black iron Lord talent could be so strong. Chapter 757. He thought for a moment, then asked Anya to call Guiqiao over. Soon, Guiqiao came over. Your Majesty, Guiqiao said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then he told Guiqiao everything about his intention to mark Guiqiao, and the meaning of the mark. Are you willing? Zhou Zhou asked at last. Guiqiao was one of the few powerful subjects in his territory, who could use the strength of a mid-level lower god to burst out the combat power of a mid-level upper god. Although Qi Xiantian could do this. But the abilities of the two overlapped, so Zhou Zhou still chose Guiqiao. I am willing, Guiqiao said without hesitation. What's wrong with being marked by his own king? As a subject of the Dragon Slayer King and a diehard Zhou Zhou, he was eager to give everything he had to Zhou Zhou. In addition, there were big and small resurrection techniques. They were not afraid of death, so why were they afraid of this? On the contrary. What they feared was that the Lord would encounter an accident due to insufficient strength. After all, the reason why their territory had the big and small resurrection technique was because of the existence of their own majesty. If their own majesty suffered an accident one day, the big and small resurrection technique would also disappear. They didn't want such a future to appear before them. Zhou Zhou nodded, and then said no more, and directly activated the ability of the king to officially mark Guiqiao. As he successfully marked, Zhou Zhou immediately felt a very obvious connection between the two. Through this connection, Zhou could instantly borrow Guiqiao's appearance, blood, skills, weapons, law skills, and even the illusory fate and everything else Guiqiao had. Appearance, blood, skills, law skills, and other things are fine. Even if Zhou borrows them, it is just equivalent to making a temporary copy of himself. Guiqiao can use them normally, and will not be affected. But if it is a weapon, internal energy, mental strength, and other consumable things, Zhou is equivalent to forcibly extracting them directly from Guiqiao. It can be said to be extremely domineering. With my current strength, plus Guiqiao's full burst of strength, plus the true artifact sword of opening dimensions, Zhou's eyes are bright. In that case, his strength is probably one of the best among the upper gods. Of course, in front of the true god, he is still an ant. At the same time, Guiqiao also felt Zhou's mark on him. But his expression did not change, and he didn't care at all. After that, Zhou didn't talk much. After letting Guiqiao leave, he went into the world of time in the holy palace of Samsara again. However, this time he did not continue the remaining time of the previous ticket, but spent 5 gold-level fog hearts to condense a new time ticket, which is the identity ticket of the water spirit dragon of the Black Abyss Dragon Palace. Then, through the endless years, he spent 100 legendary fog hearts, opened a 1:100 time flow rate ratio, and entered the world of time. But soon, he came out with a helpless look on his face. Why is the understanding of this water spirit dragon of the Black Abyss Dragon Palace so poor? It's a pity that it is a pure-blooded dragon. When I entered it, it was just like entering the body of an old man. The understanding of the law has been reduced by more than 100 times. The sensitivity to the law has also decreased by more than 100 times. The most important thing is, this water spirit dragon has no qualifications for the Lord's law, nor does it have the many Lord's talents that I have. I can't comprehend the Lord's law at all when I enter the world of time with this body. At most, I can comprehend some water laws, heavy water laws, and vortex laws. Zhou shook his head. Once upon a time, he felt that the dragon race, a high-level blood creature, was a very noble existence. But as the level of his chaotic human physique became higher and higher, coupled with the emergence of the concept of Lord's law qualifications, he suddenly discovered today, the pure-blooded dragon race seemed to be just like this. In the future, I will enter the time of time with the body of the original body and comprehend the Lord's law. The time tickets of other identities seem to be useless to me for the time being, Zhou thought. Of course, it can't be said that it is useless at all. When he opens the world of time of the holy palace of Samsara to the soldiers in his territory, allowing them to experience the tempering and training of the world of time in a short period of time, thereby greatly improving their strength in a short period of time. In this case, the high-quality identities randomly generated by these time tickets are extremely useful for those soldiers with poor qualifications. Even those low-quality time ticket identities can allow soldiers to experience the pain and suffering of time in the world of time through such identities to temper their character and will. Character and will, when the strength is low, it may be useless. But as the strength increases, even to the level of gods, in the eyes of the gods, the importance of character and will is comparable to potential talent. Even Zhou planned to use an ordinary body of the time ticket to hone himself in the time world, when he was free to improve his character and will. Look at the rankings. Today I assisted the 2 Empire Masters, and so many Empire Gods, so I should have gained a lot of faction points, right? I wonder how much my ranking can be improved. After Zhou figured out how to use the Samsara Palace, he thought about it, and a ranking list appeared in front of him. He looked over. Ranking of the faction points of the Lords of 10,000 races. First place, Primal Spirit Race True Lord 500 million faction points. Second place, Human Race Primordial Sun Lord 379 million faction points. Second place, Pastoral God Race Chasing Heaven Lord 254 million 6,000 faction points. Fourth place, Chaos God Race Tai Lord 210 million faction points. Fifth place, 10,000 Spirit Race Spiritual Lord 123 million 9,000 faction points. Only the second place? Zhou raised his eyebrows. You know, today, he has obtained a full 229 million faction points, and this did not surpass the True Lord and become the first place in the 10,000 races ranking? What a powerful True Lord. Zhou looked solemn. Could this guy complete 1 or 2 faction tasks in one day? However, what he didn't know was, just as he was amazed at the power of the True Lord, other top lords of all races also called Lord Jiaoyang a big pervert. It is not difficult to understand that the True Lords can obtain a large amount of camp points in a short period of time. After all, their racial background is there. Even if there are restrictions on the Supreme Agreement, there are not many restrictions in this event. But Lord Jiayang is different. If you don't look at his performance in the last event, he is a lord from the obscure human race, and in this case, this guy can actually withstand the pressure of so many top lords of all races and rush to the second place in the rankings. What kind of grassroots counterattack is this? Chapter 758. After hearing that Lord Jiayang had surpassed many top races and ranked second in the ranking of lords of all races, some high-ranking officials behind some ethnic civilizations felt that Lord Jiayang's name looked a bit dazzling again. They even began to feel that the human race was a bit of an eyesore to them. At the same time, in the minds of other ordinary races, the impression of Lord Jiayang on them also slowly changed. After all, everyone was born in an ordinary race. They had also been oppressed by those top races. It was like everyone was from the same poor place. Now suddenly heard that a fellow villager's child was admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University, and other fellow villagers naturally thought that this was a matter of honor for their ancestors. At the same time, they also had a feeling and ambition in their hearts. The feeling was, we don't seem to need to be so afraid of those high-level blood races. The ambition was, what Lord Jiayang could do, maybe they could do it if they tried hard. I don't say whether these two ideas are right or wrong. But at least this made these ordinary lords of the myriad races feel motivated to make progress again, and no longer felt like they were just runners-up for the lords of some higher races and civilizations. Under this circumstance, Lord Jiayang naturally became a role model for these ordinary lords of the myriad races. Speaking of which, Zhou looked at the rankings for a while, especially the names of the real lords, before closing the rankings. Can't slack off, Zhou said secretly. Then he walked out of the High Lord's land and came to the Royal Treasure House number 12. The Royal Treasure House was built by Zhao Chengshou and Wenye after Zhou established the Jiayang Kingdom. He built two types of treasure houses in total. The first is the Military Supply Treasure House. This type of treasure house is used to store and protect military supplies, and is also used to store military merit exchange resources in the military merit exchange system. The other is the Royal Treasure House. The Royal Treasure House is used to store and protect Zhou's personal collections and non-military treasure resources. It can also be said to be Zhou's personal treasury. Of course, if it is the most precious treasure, such as the Lord's talent crystal fragments, artifacts, special architectural drawings, rare mineral resources, rare gems and other items, Zhou will keep them close to his own king's treasure house. After Zhou came to the Royal Treasure House, he performed bloodline verification in front of the gate, and then successfully opened the gate and walked directly in. After looking around, he quickly found the location of the bloodline trophies of the Linggu Kingdom and other alien kingdoms in the southeast corner. Zhou immediately walked over and found that most of these bloodline trophies were various hearts. They were placed in a crystal device with an absolute vacuum that isolated air and energy to keep the hearts alive. And there were more than 1 million of them, although most of them were duplicates. Zhou took a look and soon found the legendary upper-level Wangu royal bloodline inside, which was about 7,000 copies. Seeing this, he did not take it immediately, but first absorbed and merged all the alien bloodlines that could enhance his own chaotic human bloodline among other bloodlines. However, it may be because these bloodlines are ordinary bloodlines of the extraordinary and lower levels. After Zhou absorbed them, he found that his chaos human race bloodline did not break through to the lower level of legend, but remained at the upper level of epic. Zhou felt helpless. Is it so difficult for this chaos human race bloodline to be promoted to the legendary level? After fusing dozens of alien bloodlines, his chaos human race bloodline did not even move. He had to pick up the last remaining bloodline, that is, the Wangu royal family bloodline, and began to fuse it. He first controlled 1,000 copies of the Wangu royal family bloodline to fuse them. Soon, he saw a heart emitting a rich chaotic light appear in front of Zhou. What kind of light-polluted bloodline is this? Zhou complained. Then, he looked over. Bloodline name, Wangu Emperor Family Bloodline. Bloodline level, Upper God Upper Level. Bloodline effect, after absorption, the user can obtain the bloodline of the Wangu Emperor family. After fusing this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken the bloodline ability of the Wangu Emperor clan during the process of growth. Tip 1. Fusing 10,000 copies of the Upper God Upper Level Wangu Emperor clan bloodline can obtain 1 copy of the main God Lower Level Wangu God clan bloodline. You can continue to fuse the Wangu God clan bloodline of the lower level of the main God. Unfortunately, I only have more than 6,000 copies of the Wangu royal clan bloodline left. Zhou frowned slightly as he looked at the remaining more than 6,000 copies of the Wangu royal clan bloodline. Now that the Linggu kingdom has been destroyed, it will be difficult to find more descendants of the Wangu royal clan. I can ask Bodhi Zun if there are any high-level bloodlines of the Wangu clan left in this world. But exchanging a precious opportunity to solve puzzles for the blood of a lower-level Lord God. This may not be a good deal. Zhou rubbed his chin. He thought for a while, then stopped thinking about it, and merged the blood of the Wangu Emperor clan into his own blood of the Chaos Human clan. You have absorbed one portion of the Wangu Emperor bloodline, upper god level. Your Chaos Human bloodline has been discovered to have more potential, and has been promoted to a legendary intermediate bloodline. Your 6 senses have been greatly enhanced. You have awakened the upper god level Wangu Emperor Talent Gu Emperor Poison Body. You have awakened the upper god level Wangu Royal Family Talent Upper God level Poison Immunity. You have awakened the upper god level Wangu Emperor Family Talent Gu God Affinity. You have mastered the Wangu Royal Family Guworm Inheritance Wangu Sacred Book, Volume 2. You have mastered the Wangu Emperor Family Common Sense Inheritance. You have mastered the Wangu Emperor Family Secret Inheritance. Zhou clicked on the specific information of these abilities and talents. Racial talent name, Poisonous Body of the Emperor Gu. Talent level, Upper God level. Talent description, as a member of the 10,000 Gu Emperor clan, you are not only naturally good at controlling all kinds of Gu worms, and even God-level Gu worms, but you can also contain all kinds of Gu poisons, and God-level Gu poisons. As a member of the 10,000 Gu Emperor clan, the divine blood flowing in your body is the best nutrient for the growth of Gu worms. More than 90% of the Gu worms in the endless heavens cannot cause harm to you. When you encounter an ownerless Gu worm, the Gu worm will most likely take the initiative to find you, and be eager to recognize you as its master, even if it is a Gu worm that already has an owner. Every time you absorb an ordinary Gu poison, your physical fitness will be slightly improved. Every time you absorb a rare Gu poison, your physical fitness and soul quality will be greatly improved. Every time you absorb a god-level Gu poison, your physical fitness and soul quality will not only be greatly improved, but there is even a greater probability of obtaining additional talents. Zhou looked at this talent and nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 759. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It is worthy of the racial talent of the upper god level. Just the fact that more than 90% of the Gu worms in the endless heavens cannot harm him makes him feel that he has made a good deal. Not to mention the talents of other Wangu emperors. He looked at other talents. Racial talent name, Poison Immunity. Talent level, Upper God Upper. Talent description, as a Wangu emperor, your resistance to toxins exceeds that of most creatures in the endless heavens, and you are immune to any toxins at the Upper God Upper level and below. Racial talent name, Gu God Affinity. Talent level, Upper God Upper. Talent description, as a Wangu emperor, the one with the physique closest to the Gu God, most of the Gu worms in the world are willing to regard you as the emperor and respect you supremely. Not only can you command these Gu worms with this unique affinity without signing a contract, and let strange Gu worms be used directly for your own purposes, but you can even summon the will of the Gu God under certain circumstances, so that a God Gu of the upper God level will appear and protect you. Racial talent tips. To summon the God Gu for protection, you need to consume your own energy. If the energy in your body is insufficient, you cannot summon the God Gu, and if the energy is exhausted, the God Gu will disappear. Zhou saw this, and the smile on his face became more intense. Needless to say, the effect of immunity to the upper god's upper-level toxins is naturally very strong, and the practicality can be said to be fully utilized. And the affinity of the Gu God is also very strong. On the surface, it looks like a passive ability. As a result, Zhou took a look. It turned out to be a summoning skill, and it was a skill that could summon a god-level existence. So terrifying. It is worthy of being a god-level racial talent. Zhou sighed. Looking at it this way. He had one more god-level thug. Not bad. As for the matter of consuming internal energy, there was no need to worry at all. He had just marked Huixiao, and at this moment, he had 2 internal energy reserves. In this case, it was naturally easy to summon a god-level Gu of the upper god level. Then he closed his eyes, and looked at the illusory purple book in his mind. There was a huge black worm eye on the cover of the book. It was the 10,000 Gu sacred scripture. At this time, it had automatically unlocked the second volume when Zhou had the 10,000 Gu emperor body. The second volume of the 10,000 Gu sacred scripture not only recorded more poisonous Gu worms, Gu control techniques, and some common sense and profound knowledge that needed to be understood when making Gu worms. And in addition to this, it also records some methods of cultivating god-level poisonous insects. For example, the destiny goo that can influence fate and create a destined marriage, the 9-turn joy goo that can make a woman fall in love with you in the blink of an eye and wish to dedicate herself to you, the longevity goo that can get rid of the 3 disasters and 5 calamities and prolong life for 10,000 years, the heart of heaven goo that can greatly increase your understanding in a short period of time, the god of decline goo that can greatly reduce the enemy's luck, the tribulation goo that can devour thunder tribulations. All kinds of wonderful methods of cultivating poisonous insects made the knowledgeable Zhou a little jealous. For some god-level goo worms, I can ask my subordinates to collect materials and make them. But other god-level goo worms should be the exclusive means of goo cultivators in the fairy world. Most of the rare fairy-level materials for making such goo worms are probably only produced in the fairy world. Unless I master the channels to the fairy world, I will not be able to make these god-level goo worms in a short time, Zhou said with some regret. But it is not that there is no way at all. Whether it is Qi Xiantian, Lord Xiantian, or His Majesty Lucian of the Divine Sword Empire, they should have mastered the methods to go to the fairy world. Zhou plans to ask tomorrow. If he can make some of the top-grade god-level goo worms in the 10,000 goo sacred scripture, he can have several more trump cards. After improving his bloodline, Zhou did not stay here, but went to Hua Jianxian's residence and found Hua Jianxian. Can Brother Luo be resurrected? Hua Jianxian stood up excitedly. Senior Hua Jianxian, come with me. Zhou nodded and smiled. Then he brought him to the sanctuary of the goddess of life. Inside the sanctuary, one man and one sword fairy quickly found Carol Moira, who was praying. After she finished praying, Zhou called her over. Your Majesty is here. Just call me directly. Why wait for me for so long? Carol Moira said embarrassedly. I respect your beliefs. Zhou shook his head, and then without saying much, he told her that he wanted to revive the 3-talent sword fairy. The 3-talent sword fairy is a human god of the lower god intermediate level. I can still revive him. Carol Moira smiled after hearing this. Zhou didn't mind hearing this. But this sentence made Hua Jianxian very excited. Carol Moira looked at him strangely, but said nothing. Then the two of them were brought to the statue of the goddess of life by Carol Moira. Zhou looked at the statue of the goddess of life, which looked very friendly and gentle. He was still somewhat grateful to this god in his heart. After all, if this god hadn't reminded him, it would probably take a long time for him to realize that his heart was wrong. Now he not only avoided the wrong path, but also comprehended the lost skills of the ruling system that were enough to become a Lord-level god. This god has contributed to this. Your Majesty, please give me 50 Holy Spirit-level faith crystals and the other party's divine things. At this time, Carol Moira's voice came. Zhou came back to his senses, handed the other party 50 Holy Spirit-level faith crystals, and asked curiously, it takes 50 Holy Spirit-level faith crystals to resurrect a lower-level intermediate god. What about a lower-level upper god? 100 faith crystals. It takes 200 Holy Spirit-level faith crystals for a middle-level lower god, 500 Holy Spirit-level faith crystals for a middle-level intermediate god, and 1,000 faith crystals for a middle-level upper god. It takes 2,000 Holy Spirit-level faith crystals for a higher-level lower god, 5,000 Holy Spirit-level faith crystals for a middle-level intermediate god, and 10,000 living creature faith crystals for a higher-level upper god. Carol Moira said. Zhou opened his mouth. It takes so many faith crystals to resurrect a higher-level upper god? Zhou shouted in his heart that it was outrageous. He had spent a day to get hundreds of Holy Spirit-level faith crystals, and thought he was quite rich. Now he realized that the Holy Spirit-level faith crystals in his hand were not enough to revive a lower-level god. In order to obtain more Holy Spirit-level faith crystals, I must also expand the scale of my war. Zhou came to his senses and thought silently. Only by expanding the scale of the war and killing more and more fog monsters, under the huge base of fog monsters, it is possible to explode more Holy Spirit-level faith crystals. The continuous increase in the number of Holy Spirit-level faith crystals in the past few days has indeed proved this point. Chapter 760. Then Carol Moira came to the front of the flower sword immortal. Do you have any divine items of the 3-talent sword immortal? In your practice language, it is an item that has been nurtured by the opponent's magic power? She asked. Yes. The flower sword immortal was stunned, and then hurriedly began to search in his space ring. Soon, he took out a jade pendant. This is the soul-enriching immortal jade given to me by Brother Luo. It was nurtured by Brother Luo for many years, and then given to me. Is it okay? The Flower Sword Immortal said nervously. Yes. Carol Moira looked at the soul-enriching immortal jade, nodded, and then turned to the bed made of the sacred tree for resurrection, put the soul-enriching immortal jade on it, and then began the divine ritual of the great resurrection spell. Flower Sword Immortal. In a while, Her Majesty the Goddess of Life will descend with her will, and Her Majesty must not be offended at that time. Zhou reminded. Your Highness the Goddess of Life? Hua Jianxian was originally worried about the resurrection of Sankai Jianxian, and was immediately shocked when he heard the words. The Goddess of Life, one of the 10 legendary gods, in their immortal civilization, that is also a saint-level existence. This kind of existence can even suppress a high-level blood race at will with one's own strength. Even if he was worried about the resurrection of Sankai Jianxian at this time, he lowered his head, and dared not look up and look directly at the statue of the Goddess of Life. And just when he lowered his head, boom, a sudden and terrifying pressure from the god suddenly descended. At this moment, in the depths of the hearts of all living beings within a radius of 100 kilometers, a tall, majestic, yet kind and natural female figure appeared. It was the Goddess of Life. The people of the Kingdom of Pride had seen this scene before, so this time, they were not panicked, but looked at the goddess with curiosity and yearning. However, no matter how they looked, they could not see the face of the Goddess of Life clearly. This made them understand a truth. God should not be looked at directly. Carol Moira, who was chanting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes slowly. She first glanced at the Flower Sword Fairy, then her eyes fell on Zhou, and then she seemed to have discovered something and nodded with a smile. Not bad. It seems that you have found the right path, she said. Thank you for your guidance last time, Zhou said hurriedly. I just mentioned it casually. To be honest, I am also surprised that you can find the right path. Supreme Law, I haven't seen a junior like you for a long time. The Goddess of Life sighed. Zhou felt that the other party's words seemed to have a meaning, but he didn't understand what the other party meant. Just when he was about to ask carefully, he saw the Goddess of Life's eyes fall on the soul-containing fairy jade in front of him. Then, after he waved his hand, and sprinkled a stream of emerald green divine power on the soul-containing fairy jade, he saw a shadow being pulled out of thin air from space, and fell on the soul-containing fairy jade. Then, a young swordsman wearing a 3-color talus robe and carrying the 3 swords of heaven, earth and man gradually condensed into a handsome young swordsman. It was the 3-talent swordsman Luo Yuan. Brother Luo. The flower swordsman could no longer control his emotions, and rushed up to him, tears rolling down, soaking his clothes. Luo Yuan's eyebrows moved slightly, and then he slowly raised his eyelids, revealing a pair of blank eyes. Am I not dead? Luo Yuan was stunned. You are indeed dead. But my majesty ordered me to ask the gods I believe in to revive you. Carol Moira stood aside and said lightly. At this time, the Goddess of Life had left. He, who had just been possessed by the will of the Goddess of Life, looked a little pale, but fortunately Zhou had just handed him a tonic for the gods, and he could feel that his physical condition was recovering rapidly at this time. Thank you. After Luo Yuan understood the situation, he stood up and wanted to thank Zhou. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the people around you. Zhou waved his hand, and then pulled Carol Moira away. Only the 3-talent sword immortal and the flower sword immortal were left staring at each other infatuatedly. In a corner, Zhou brought Carol Moira here, stopped, and then let go of Carol Moira's hand, whose face was a little red. Your Majesty? Why are we leaving? Carol Moira asked in confusion. Of course, it's to leave a space for the young couple who have just experienced the difference between life and death to be alone together, Zhou said. Aren't they both men? Carol Moira asked curiously. This time it was Zhou's turn to look at her strangely. Didn't you see that Hua Jianxian is a female sword fairy? Carol Moira was stunned. Ah? Female sword fairy. I always thought he was a male sword fairy. He asked a question of life. Obviously she is a female sword fairy. You didn't see it. Zhou shook his head. Then he suddenly remembered that the gods of the 2 human empires seemed to have always thought that Hua Jianxian was a male swordsman. Now Carol Moira is the same. Zhou thought about it, and figured out why. It is estimated that Hua Jianxian used some secret technique to conceal his gender, so that other gods always thought he was a male swordsman. However, facing the chaos human Zhou with super 6 senses, he can directly judge the other party's gender from the perspective of 6 senses. In this case, the other party's very confident disguise secret technique is useless. The 2 chatted for a while, and then Hua Jianxian and Sankai swordsman came from behind. Thank you, Your Majesty Jiayang, for saving my life. If your Majesty needs anything in the future, your Majesty can tell me directly. Whether it is climbing a mountain of swords or descending a sea of fire, I, Luo Yuan, will definitely come. Luo Yuan said seriously. I've said it before. If you want to thank someone, thank the person next to you. Zhou Zhou waved his hand and said indifferently. Luo Yuan and Hua Jianxian looked at each other and smiled intimately. Your Majesty, you saved my life, so I want to stay in your Majesty's territory during your activities as the King of Kings and contribute to your future war operations. Luo Yuan turned his head and said solemnly to Zhou Zhou. What about Uncle Lu? Zhou Zhou was stunned, then said. I have already informed your Majesty. Your Majesty also agrees with my idea. Luo Yuan said. That's all, welcome to the senior. Zhou Zhou smiled immediately after hearing this. For the gods who can come to help him. He naturally hopes that the more the better. What about senior Hua Jianxian? Zhou Zhou looked at Hua Jianxian. Eat the Emperor's salary. Be loyal to the Emperor. I want to go back to the Divine Sword Empire to help your Majesty. Hua Jianxian shook his head. His Majesty agreed with Luo Yuan's idea because King Jiayang saved his life. For this favor, Luo Yuan must stay here to repay him. This is the bottom line of a sword immortal. He must abide by it, otherwise his thoughts may not be clear, and even his sword realm may stagnate. At this time, he has no big relationship with King Jiayang, so he naturally has to return to the Divine Sword Empire. Zhou Zhou nodded. After that, the Flower Sword Immortal did not stay for long and left directly through the space teleportation array. After the other party left, Zhou Zhou also lent Luo Yuan a complete set of lower-level intermediate artifacts, which made the other party stunned. Chapter 761. Zhou Zhou did not say much, and summoned all the gods in the territory, and gave the gods who did not have full artifacts, such as Wei Ji and Feng Luo, to replenish the missing artifacts, so that they also had artifacts that matched their own strength realm. In this way, all the gods of the lower god level, who served Zhou Zhou in his territory had artifacts that matched their strength realm. As for replenishing their artifacts, Zhou Zhou gave a reason in one sentence. The artifacts are lent to them. The purpose is to meet the increasingly severe war situation in the future. However, if they can make merit in the war in the future, they can choose to buy the artifacts lent to them by consuming military merits. Hearing this news, all the gods who got the artifacts were overjoyed. If a god can have a set of artifacts, it has surpassed most gods of the same level. And now, His Majesty has given them this opportunity. We must seize it. Then Zhou Zhou called Wu Tu over and asked about the situation of the Scarlet Forces that wanted to deal with him. Report to His Majesty. At present, the 3 Imperial Scarlet Legions and 40 Kingdom-level Scarlet Monster Legions are scattered around to raise troops. The other party seems to have heard of our reputation. In a short period of time, if they don't raise enough troops to make them confident to send troops, they may not easily lead troops to attack. Wu Tu said respectfully. Continue to pay attention to their situation. Zhou Zhou said after a few seconds of silence. 3 Imperial Scarlet Legions plus 40 Kingdom-level Scarlet Legions. No matter how much they raise, it is impossible to raise 2 billion troops in a short period of time. As long as they don't raise more than 2 billion troops, or don't have any powerful war machines, or don't invite the true gods to come and other external forces, then they are not a concern for Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou was also cautious, so he asked Wu Tu to continue to pay attention to them. Otherwise, if other lords came, I'm afraid they wouldn't pay attention to them at this time. Then Zhou Zhou and Wu Tu chatted for a while, and Wu Tu left. After Wu Tu left, Zhou Zhou also walked out of the high-level lord's blessed land, and looked at the building in front of him. His mind moved. The next second, with the disappearance of 4 trillion units of basic materials, 5,000 extraordinary level fog hearts, 1 million source crystals, 20 million units of basic element gems, 30 million units of high-level element gems, and 10 extraordinary level territory orders. Boom! A burst of golden light immediately covered the entire high-level lord's blessed land. After a moment, the golden light dissipated. A high-level lord's blessed land with a significantly larger area and a more luxurious and majestic decoration style appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. A text prompt appeared. Congratulations, your high-level lord's blessed land has been successfully upgraded to an extraordinary superior building. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to an extraordinary superior territory. Your extraordinary intermediate 5 elements spiritual array has been successfully upgraded to an extraordinary superior 5 elements spiritual array. The durability of the territory monument is increased to 10 billion/10 billion. Your territory is expanded to 500,000 km * 500, 000 km * 100, 000 m. All fog monsters within the newly added territory have been expelled. The Scarlet Fog will not appear within any of your territory. You have received an upgrade reward. Basic Building Blueprint Treasure Box, Superior. Lord Talent Tip. The upper limit of the enemy Lord power you can incite is increased to the Upper God Intermediate level. Lord Talent Tip. Your monster ranch can be upgraded. Lord Talent Tip. Your mysterious caravan power has been improved. Lord Talent Tip. The clergy in your Goddess of Life Sanctuary have been strengthened. Finally promoted to a super superior territory. Jojo smiled. Thinking of the 30 million high-level element gems needed for this upgrade, he couldn't help but sigh. It took the high-level element gem resources of 16 kingdoms, plus the high-level element gem resources he had left, to make up the number of high-level element gems needed for this upgrade. Who knows how far the upgrade demand will develop in the future? When he thought of this, he suddenly clicked on the next step of the territory upgrade with some trepidation. Then his face became bitter. Building upgrade. 5 trillion units of wood, 5 trillion units of fine sand, 5 trillion units of metal, 5 trillion units of stone, 10,000 extraordinary fog hearts, 5 million source crystals, 50 million units of basic element gems, 20 million units of thunder element gems, 20 million units of life element gems, 20 million units of death element gems, 10 extraordinary cities, 1,000 extraordinary life professionals, 10,000 extraordinary military professionals, 50 extraordinary territory orders. The kingdom level is promoted from primary kingdom to intermediate kingdom. Jojo looked at the upgrade requirements. I can meet the basic materials, fog hearts, source crystals, the number of basic element gems, the number of thunder element gems, the number of life professionals, and the number of military professionals. But isn't the total number of 40 million life element gems and death element gems too high? He couldn't help but complain. Then he looked at the number of life element gems and death element gems in his king's treasure box. After the upgrade just now, he still had more than 1 million life element gems and more than 2 million death element gems left. As for the lightning gems, which are also high-level elemental gems, they are also one of the spoils of the storm spirits. They are produced in large quantities every day through the monster ranch. Therefore, for Jojo, the lightning gems are an inexhaustible mineral, so he is never worried about the lightning gems. If only I had the mineral sources of life elemental gems and death elemental gems. Jojo thought with some regret. However, this kind of thing depends on luck, and he can't get it just because he wants it. For example, the Lords of the Star Alliance under his command. They'd bring a batch of new fog monsters every day, and let Jojo's subordinates check whether there are any high-value spoils among the spoils dropped by these new monsters, so that they can be put into the monster ranch for cultivation. This is how the mechanical falcon and the iron-eating bear came from. However, it is regrettable that during this period of time, the spoils dropped by the new fog monsters they said have a variety of styles, including primary, intermediate, and even advanced arms. But Jojo, who has the special grade soldier King of Gold and the kingdom grade soldier Spirit of Storm, naturally doesn't care about this. The only time a most valuable loot appeared was a special grade soldier transfer certificate called Mammoth Halberd Warrior, and a special grade soldier recruitment book, as well as some other special grade soldier drop items. As soon as this kind of loot came out, Wu Xian reported it to Jojo. After Jojo knew about it, he immediately came to understand the professional characteristics of the Mammoth Halberd Warrior. Chapter 762. As a result, Jojo made a regretful discovery. This special grade soldier named Mammoth Halberd Warrior actually has a high degree of overlap with the professional characteristics of the Golden King Soldier, which is also a special grade soldier. Both are melee soldier professions, both are good at close combat, and both have extremely strong defense. If I have to say a few different points, then I can only say, the Mammoth Halberd Warrior is more in line with the two concepts of land tank and assault heavy tank, but it has more strength and less agility. Although the Golden King is slightly inferior to the Mammoth Halberd Warrior in defense and strength, the Golden King is better at land, sea and air combat, and has no battlefield shortcomings. Especially in air combat. The Golden King can fly to the sky and block the attack from the enemy in the sky, so as to more comprehensively protect the Storm Spirit mages behind them. But the Mammoth Halberd Warrior cannot fly. Even if they were given the wings of the falcon, it would not make up for their poor flexibility. This is undoubtedly fatal, because in Jojo's mind at this time, the melee soldiers are used as meat shields for the Storm Spirit to allow the Storm Spirit to cast spells smoothly. After all, His storm spirit is the main firepower that determines the outcome of the battlefield. Unless one day, his melee soldier's battlefield performance can surpass the storm spirit and other mages, Zhou may adjust their role positioning. So after understanding the professional characteristics of the Mammoth Halberd soldier, Zhou decided to imprison the fog monster that dropped the Mammoth Halberd soldier's job transfer certificate and recruitment book for collection. As for the monster ranch, let the Golden King continue to occupy it. This is also evident. If you want to find the monster loot you need in the vast fog of monsters, you really need to rely on luck to a large extent. But Zhou is not in a hurry. Take your time. He is very patient. Speaking of which, in addition to the life element gems and death element gems that bother Zhou, the other two requirements, 50 extraordinary level territory orders and a kingdom level promotion to the intermediate kingdom, are nothing to him. Today, Bai Yun took down 16 alien kingdoms in one day, and these 16 kingdoms alone provided 24 extraordinary level territory orders. He just used up 10 pieces, and he still has 14 pieces left. He still needs 36 pieces. If this continues, 2 more 16 kings' actions will be enough. Zhou thought. The Supreme Continent does not have much else. It just has many countries. If you are worried about being unjustified, just attack the Scarlet Kingdom directly. There is no need for a reason for the 10,000 races lords to attack the Scarlet Lords. It just so happens that the only condition left for my primary kingdom to be promoted to an intermediate kingdom is to conquer 2 primary kingdoms under the command of the Scarlet Lord, 1/3. Once my kingdom is promoted to an intermediate kingdom, my territory can also be directly promoted to the epic lower level. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhou thought. Then he came to the gate of summoning and spent 200 billion units of basic materials and 5,000 extraordinary fog hearts to upgrade the gate of summoning to the extraordinary upper level. A text prompt appeared. Congratulations, your summoning gate has been successfully upgraded to an extraordinary superior structure. The number of people you can summon every day has increased by 700. Among the people you summon every day, there will be 500 professionals. Tip: due to the influence of the race's unique title, Glory of the Pioneer 6, the number of people you can summon every day has reached 18,800. Among the people you summon every day, there will be 507 professionals. After reading it, Zhou's expression did not change. After the gate of summoning was upgraded to the super advanced, the number of basic summoned citizens reached 800. After being blessed by the Glory 6 of the Pioneer, it increased by 7 times to 18,800 people. Although it was almost 20,000, this number of citizens was not even a fraction of the number of citizens attracted by the beauty. So naturally, he would not be excited. However, it was better than nothing. Then he looked at the upgrade requirements of the Gate of Summoning. Building upgrade: 100 billion units of wood, 100 billion units of fine sand, 100 billion units of metal, 100 billion units of stone, 10,000 superclass mist hearts, and the territory level was upgraded to the epic lower level. Zhou took a look, turned around and left, and returned to the high-level lord's land. At the same time, he asked Anya to call Mu Gu, Jing Fugue, and Carol Moira over. A moment later, in a study room, the 3 of them came to Zhou. Your Majesty, Mu and the others said respectfully. As usual, tell me about your respective improvements. Zhou said directly. Mu stood up first as usual. Your Majesty, my current strength is already that of a super superior ranch owner. I already have 15,000 monster priests under my command. In addition, the number of monster ranches in my ranch continent has also increased from 600 to 700. And the maximum capacity of each monster ranch has also increased from 600,000 to 700,000. And the total area of my ranch continent has also increased from more than 1 million square kilometers to more than 1.5 million square kilometers. Mu reported. Zhou smiled and nodded. It has to be said. Every time the level of the monster ranch is upgraded, it will bring great strength to his territory. And tomorrow, among Mugu's 700 monster ranches, there will be 490 million fog monsters. With so many fog monsters, plus the blessing of his trophy king, the output of the monster ranch tomorrow will reach a very amazing level. The more he thought about it, the smile on Zhou's mouth became more obvious, and he even began to look forward to the arrival of tomorrow. The 100 new monster ranches are all used to cultivate storm spirits. Zhou said after a few seconds of silence. The last 100 monster ranch quotas were all given to the King of Gold. This time, give it to the storm spirit. After all, the storm spirit is the real main force and confidence for him to start a war. Yes, your majesty, Magoo said respectfully. Then he retreated to the three people. Zheng Fugui stepped forward slowly. Your majesty, the number of our mysterious merchants has now increased from 80,000 to 100,000. The number of carriages for transporting goods has also increased to 50,000. In addition, the strength of all our mysterious merchants has also been upgraded to the extraordinary superior level. The internal space of each mysterious merchant's mysterious business ring has also increased from the original 2 million cubic meters to 3 million cubic meters. Zheng Fugui smiled. Jojo nodded. Carol Moira finally stood up when she saw this. At this time, she had recovered from the great resurrection ceremony just now, and her face had returned to ruddy, looking holy and stunning. Your majesty, the level of our goddess of life sanctuary has also been upgraded to the extraordinary upper level. Now our goddess of life sanctuary has a total of 15 million priests, 15 million priests, 15 million nuns, and 150 million light paladins. And my strength has also leaped to the middle level of the middle god, Carol Moira said. Jojo nodded. Although there are already upper god level gods in his territory. If such a being dies, with Carol Moira's current strength, there is definitely no way to revive it. But there is nothing we can do about it, we can only take it slowly. Chapter 763. What a pity. The minor resurrection technique cannot revive a recently dead god. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to worry about the death of the upper gods. Jojo sighed in his heart. This was what Carol Moira told him the first time she was promoted to a god. The minor resurrection technique can only revive ordinary creatures with mortal bodies below the god realm. Once you reach the god realm, the ordinary body becomes a god body composed of divine power. The minor resurrection technique is powerless for this kind of god body, and you can only rely on the major resurrection technique to revive it. After a while, on a vast training ground, Jojo stood on a high platform, looking at Baiyun below and the 99,999 elite soldiers behind her. At the forefront of these elite soldiers stood all 689 legendary soldiers from the major legions of the Pride Sun Kingdom. The remaining 90,000 soldiers were all epic soldiers. Jojo nodded in his heart. Then he led all the soldiers to set off without any nonsense, entered the space teleportation array, went to the Night Empire, and then transferred to other space teleportation arrays to the location of the Bronze Mausoleum. Black Dragon Mountains. This is a huge mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles. Its shape is like an oriental black dragon lying on the vast land. It looks amazing at the workmanship of nature. At this time, Jojo and his men were at the core of the mountain range, looking at a square hole on the ground. The hole was deep and quiet, and it was creepy just by looking at it. Jojo's eyes flashed with a strange look. I don't know if it's an illusion. He seemed to hear a deep and powerful dragon roar. At this time, there were some soldiers of the Night Empire stationed here around Jojo and his friends. Just then, a man wearing the armor of a general of the Night Empire walked toward Jojo. His strength was at the epic level, with a square face and a friendly smile on his face. Are you the famous His Majesty Jiayong? My name is Bai Chun, and I am the garrison commander here. The Lord of Baiha Palace has conveyed his order to me. From now on, this bronze mausoleum will belong to His Majesty Jiayong. If you don't bring soldiers specifically for garrison this time, I can help you continue to garrison for a while, until you send soldiers specifically responsible for garrison. At that time, we can officially change guards, and I can go back to report. I did not bring soldiers specifically responsible for garrison this time. I'm afraid I have to trouble General Bai to work harder for a while. Jojo also said politely. Not hard, not hard. This is the deepest part of the Black Dragon Mountains. The most dangerous fog monsters have long been cleared by our Knights Templar. We just stay here, so how can it be hard? Bai Chun smiled. He was amazed. In just a few words, he could already determine that the other party was not a young and frivolous person. For a young man who can make such a great reputation and status at this age and time, it is incredible that Jojo can have such a calm mind. Heroes are born young. He sighed. General Bai, has there been no accidents in this bronze mausoleum recently? Jojo pointed to the cave below and said, No. Bai Chun shook his head, then took the initiative to say, Your Majesty Jiayong, this is your first time here, I will take you down to have a look. Okay. Jojo nodded. Then he called Baiyun and other soldiers, and asked them to follow him, and then the two of them walked into the cave one after the other, and the others followed closely behind. As the two walked, Bai Chun asked, How much does your Majesty know about this bronze mausoleum? I'm ashamed. I only asked about the requirements for entering the bronze mausoleum before I came here, and I didn't ask much about other things. Jojo said. Haha, just ask this, the others are insignificant. Bai Chen laughed and said, this bronze mausoleum was discovered by Zhou Rong, a strong man of our human race, when he went deep into the Black Dragon Mountains for training. Because he is not a lord, and the bronze mausoleum can only be opened by the lord, so he sold it to our human race. To this day, our human race has been in charge of this bronze mausoleum for more than 2,000 years. In these 2,000 years, this bronze mausoleum has provided our human race with 26 special great arms, which can be regarded as a great contribution. He sighed. Very good. Zhou also nodded. In fact, it's just like that. Bai Chen shook his head. Although special great arms are precious, our human race is not so scarce. What our human race lacks is kingdom-level arms, and even empire-level arms. Especially empire-level arms. As long as our human race has empire-level arms, our human race's strength will be significantly improved. Otherwise, even if it is a kingdom-level troop, it will not greatly improve the strength of our human race. Do we have few empire-level troop types? Zhou asked curiously. Few? Very few. We only have 2 empire-level troop types. One is the army-destroying knight trained by the Knight Temple of our Knight Empire. The other is the Fire Dragon Sword Immortal in the Fire Dragon Legion of the Excalibur Empire. And it is extremely difficult to train these 2 imperial-level arms. The difficulty of training the army-destroying knight lies in 2 points. One is that the army-destroying knight needs to pile up a lot of resources to create an army-destroying knight. The second is, due to the special physique of the army-destroying knight, it can only be served by the elite members of our human race, the Garter Giants. But the Garter Giants are only a small branch of the human race with a population of about 100 million. Even if our human race helps it to reproduce with all its strength, they cannot produce new population every year, let alone hire them to build the army-destroying knight corps. And the requirements of the Fire Dragon Sword Immortal are even higher. It has 3 specific requirements. The first requirement is, the Fire Dragon Sword Immortal must have a fire attribute spiritual root. The second requirement is, the Fire Dragon Sword Immortal must have at least 1 personal talent in the direction of swordsmanship. The third requirement is also the most difficult requirement. The Fire Dragon Sword Immortal must have the heart of swordsmanship. Bai Chen shook his head at the end. The first 2 requirements, with the huge population base of the human race, can actually find some suitable talents. But the third one, the heart of the sword, requires such talents to have the mind, and will that only true sword cultivators have. The rarity of the heart of the sword with such a mind, and will is almost equal to that of a genius with the qualifications to become a god. The combination of the 3 makes the Fire Dragon Sword Immortal even more scarce than the army-destroying knight. Zhou was also a little surprised. I didn't expect the Fire Dragon Sword Immortal's requirements to be so outrageous. Chapter 764. After walking for a full quarter of an hour, the 2 finally arrived in front of a copper-green bronze gate. Zhou looked at the gate. The gate was 2,000 or 3,000 meters high and more than 1,000 meters wide. Its main color was copper green, but in the center of the gate, there was a black dragon that looked like an oriental dragon. The black dragon looked far ahead, and although its face was majestic, it was obviously ferocious and angry, as if it was angry at someone. It is said that this Black Dragon mountain range was a tiny Jinshin-level black dragon that came from the fairy world and later died on the supreme continent for some reason, and then its dragon body turned into this Black Dragon mountain range after death. But we have sent people to thoroughly investigate this Black Dragon mountain range from beginning to end, and found that it is just an ordinary mountain range, and there is nothing special about other mountains. Bai Chen said, as he looked at the Black Dragon sculpture. Zhou nodded, then took out the bronze mausoleum order, placed it on the groove of the token, and then placed his hand in a circular and ancient groove in the center of the Black Dragon stone gate. Then he felt a slight pain in his hand. A drop of blood flowed out, and was absorbed by the Black Dragon stone gate. Then, a line of black text prompt slowly appeared in front of him. Bronze Mausoleum Prompt 1. It is detected that you have the Bronze Mausoleum Order and the official Lord status, and you are qualified to enter the Bronze Mausoleum. Bronze Mausoleum Prompt 2. You can bring 100,000 soldiers to enter the Bronze Mausoleum together. Prompt. The strength of the 100,000 bronze warriors and 1 bronze general in the Bronze Mausoleum will be determined by the strength of you and the soldiers you lead. Do you want to enter the Bronze Mausoleum? Zhou did not confirm immediately, but looked at Bai Chen. Without further delay, I will lead the soldiers into the Bronze Mausoleum. He said. I will lead the soldiers to guard nearby. Bai Chen heard this. The Bronze Mausoleum is not dangerous, so he is not worried that His Majesty the King of the Sun will encounter any danger. Zhou nodded, and then did not waste any time. After selecting Bai Yuan and other 100,000 soldiers in his mind, he saw a faint bronze light emanating from them, and then they disappeared directly on the spot. I hope His Majesty the King of the Sun can explode the bronze book at one time. Bai Chen looked at the place where Zhou disappeared and said with some sighs, if the bronze book cannot be exploded at one time, we can only wait until the next time the bronze mausoleum is opened, which can only wait until 10 years later. Inside the bronze mausoleum. After Zhou and his men came in, they found themselves in a long corridor. This corridor is made of bronze, and there are bronze lamps emitting candlelight hanging on the walls. Under the shining light, Zhou and his companions saw that on the bronze on both sides of the corridor, there were ancient and bloody murals. Zhou walked over and looked at the murals. After a while, he even touched the contents of the murals. And at the moment he touched the murals, his eyes suddenly emitted waves of invisible time fluctuations. His eyes became vicissitudes, as if he had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Eye of time. Start, the next second. A phantom image that only Zhou could see appeared in his eyes. A huge, winding black dragon descended from the sky and came to the supreme continent. Behind him, there was a giant white creature with a dog head and wings on its back. After the two came to the supreme continent, they established an empire after years of development. The black dragon's empire was called the Dragon Qin Empire, and the giant white creature with a dog head and wings on its back established the Dog Sealing Empire. The two empires fought openly and secretly for many years, and there was no winner. Later, the Dragon Qin Empire raised enough resources to promote the Dragon Qin Kingdom. The Lord of the Dog Sealing Empire discovered the other party's plan, so during the other party's promotion ceremony to the Kingdom of God, he used the hidden pieces ambushed in the Dragon Qin Empire to destroy the other party's promotion ceremony to the Kingdom of God. The Lord of the Dragon Qin Empire was seriously injured on the spot, and died not long after. Although the Lord of the Dog-Sealed Empire achieved his goal, what they didn't expect was that they and their Dog-Sealed Empire were counterattacked by the Dragon Qin Empire, which had lost its Empire Lord. In addition, several other surrounding empires pushed the situation openly and secretly. As a result, the Dog-Sealed Empire and its lord were destroyed in the supreme continent first. The Dragon Qin Empire, which lost the protection of the Black Dragon, was destroyed by the joint siege of hundreds of surrounding kingdom-level lords not long after. Later, the descendants of the Dragon Qin Empire scattered around with the legacy of the Dragon Qin Empire, and this bronze mausoleum was one of the imperial legacies left over from the Dragon Qin Empire. So this is the origin of the bronze mausoleum. Zhou's eye of time gradually returned to normal. He touched his eyes. Unexpectedly, this personal talent from the archaeologist actually worked at this time. He didn't care, and led Bai Yuan and other 100,000 soldiers to the end of the corridor. Although they were walking. But the soldiers on the scene were either epic or legendary, so they were naturally very fast. After a while, they came to the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor was a flat bronze land. The land was made of ancient bronze, with mountains and rivers carved on it, and mithril and gold as rivers and rocks, which looked magnificent and majestic. At the top of the sky, there were also star meteorites arranged in an orderly manner, emitting faint starlight, as if there were stars in the sky suppressing this bronze mausoleum. In addition, Zhou also saw their opponents on this trip. They were bronze soldiers made of ancient bronze, wearing standard armor, and holding various types of weapons. Some of them were riding bronze beasts, some were driving bronze carriages, some were holding formation plates, and there were even terrifying masters riding flying swords. And right in front of them was a statue over 100 meters tall, wearing black general armor, with dragon horns on his head, and a black dragon tail on his tailbone. Zhou looked at him. A text prompt appeared. Name, Bronze General Bai Ling. Strength Class, Legendary Superior. Introduction. The general who guards the bronze mausoleum was one of the confidants of the Black Dragon Emperor during his lifetime. After his death, he led 100,000 bronze warriors to guard here day after day, year after year, waiting for their Black Dragon Emperor to be reborn. Loot explosion rate, 20 legendary fog hearts, explosion rate, 100%, 1 set of legendary superior Black Dragon blood standard armor, explosion rate, 1%, 1 legendary superior military formation skill book 10 directions invincible military formation, 1 special treasure bronze book, explosion rate, 0.1%. 1 special building blueprint Black Dragon blood pool, explosion rate, 0.01%, 1 middle-level god-level black dragon residual soul, explosion rate, 0%. Zhou saw the opponent's loot explosion rate list, and raised his eyebrows slightly. The other loot was nothing worth noting. What the hell is this middle-level god-level black dragon residual soul? Is there any accident? Zhou muttered in his heart. However, he has many trump cards in his hand, so he is not afraid of accidents. If it doesn't work, he directly uses the return to the city lord talent to take everyone away from here. He had tested it when he just came in. This bronze mausoleum does not restrict him from using the city return lord talent. Chapter 765. Zhou no longer thought about it, and swept his eyes over the 100,000 bronze warriors, and the extraordinary superior bronze general, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 689 legendary bronze warriors, and the rest were epic bronze warriors. As for the bronze general wearing black dragon blood armor, his strength level was the same as his own. Both of them were lower legendary level. It's worth bringing all the legendary soldiers. Zhou looked at them. Then he took a step forward. With this step, it was as if he had touched some taboo. Rumble. The bronze ground trembled. Faintly, dragon roars could be heard from under the bronze ground. It was as if a pure-blooded dragon had awakened from under the bronze ground and vented its roar to the outside world. At the same time, the bronze general standing in front of all the bronze warriors also slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were also bronze, and looked a little dull. He was staring at Zhou intently. And then, the 100,000 bronze warriors behind him slowly opened their eyes. Then they raised their bronze weapons almost at the same time, and pointed them at Zhou and his men. Kill those who trespass into the bronze mausoleum, they said in unison with expressionless faces. Facing this scene, Zhou did not feel nervous at all, because both sides were epic and legendary strongmen, and the other side was all special grade soldiers. But half of them were special grade soldiers, the Golden King, and the other half were kingdom grade soldiers, the Storm Spirit. In addition to the military merit exchange system, each of their soldiers had a large number of skills. If the two sides dare to fight, they will definitely win. Just as he was thinking, the bronze general named by Ling suddenly made an attacking gesture. Then he saw the 100,000 bronze warriors behind him, marching with heavy and powerful steps, charging towards Zhou and his men. The bronze earth was trembling faintly, giving these 100,000 bronze warriors an unstoppable momentum. Go! Destroy them. Zhou saw this scene, and gave an expressionless order. Yes, your majesty. Baiyun immediately took the order, and led all the soldiers to rush towards the other side. Just as both sides were running towards each other, the bronze general suddenly made another gesture, and then he saw the queue of these 100,000 bronze warriors suddenly change smoothly, forming a special formation. Then, a wisp of bronze-colored military spirit emerged from each of their bronze warriors, condensed in the sky, and finally condensed into a military spirit that was more than 3,000 meters high. This military spirit was a general standing on a bronze chariot, and in front of him was a horseman wearing soldier armor driving the chariot. The horseman was nothing special. The special thing was in this military spirit, the general. This general was wearing a majestic and luxurious black dragon armor. He held a long spear in his hand, and carried a weapon box, a large shield and a bow, and arrow on his back. He looked majestic, like an almighty war king standing on a chariot, and running rampant on the battlefield. Facing this scene, Baiyun snorted coldly. Her mind moved. The next second, a large amount of silver sword energy emerged from each soldier, and then quickly gathered together to form a giant figure of a mysterious swordsman, who was 10,000 meters tall, wearing a silver straw raincoat, holding a silver sword, and surrounded by silver sword energy, covering the 100,000 extraordinary soldiers. It was the spirit of the army formation of the Shaoshanluo Wanling army formation, the Shinra swordsman. Kill! The soldiers of both sides roared and charged forward, and then quickly collided with each other, and then fought wildly, killing each other with every move. Clang! The sword and the gun collided with each other. I saw the two spirits of the army formation, the Shinra swordsman and the 10 Directions invincible general, also formally fought under the charge and shouting of the soldiers. Then, the invincible general of the 10 Directions was chopped off by the sword of the Shinra swordsman, and the 100,000 bronze warriors, and the bronze general were also thrown out uncontrollably, and then fell heavily to the ground. Although these bronze warriors and the bronze general did not die directly because of the invincible military formation of the 10 Directions, their momentum was weakened. On the other side, the Shinra swordsman still had no expression on his face. He held the silver sword in his hand, and walked quickly towards the spirit of the military formation of the invincible general of the 10 directions. Seeing this scene, the bronze generals and bronze warriors all stood up forcibly, and then drove the spirit of the military formation of the invincible military formation of the 10 directions, inserted the long spears in their hands back into their weapon boxes, and then pulled out the bows and arrows behind them, aiming at the Shinra swordsman and shooting an arrow. The bow was like thunder, and the string was shocked. This sudden arrow shot very fast, and it came to the front of the Shinra swordsman in almost the blink of an eye. However, the Shinra swordsman still reacted. He raised his hand very quickly, and swung out a Shinra sword energy. This Shinra sword energy easily cut off the ancient bronze arrow, and then continued to shoot towards the spirit of the 10 directions invincible army formation. Seeing this scene, the spirit of the 10 directions invincible army formation immediately threw away the bow and arrow in his hand, and then pulled out the bronze giant shield behind him. In a blink of an eye, he posed a perfect defensive posture in front of himself, perfectly protecting his spirit body and the 100,000 bronze warriors and bronze generals inside his body. Seeing this scene, Zhou seized the opportunity, raised his hand, and directly launched a rebellion. The next second, he saw invisible fluctuations, instantly covering the 100,000 bronze warriors and the bronze general. A text prompt appeared. Tip: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Instigate. Instigate has taken effect. Lord talent tip: a total of 24,879 epic bronze warriors and 121 legendary bronze warriors have betrayed their Lord's forces and become your loyal subordinates. A smile appeared on Zhou's face. This is why he brought so many top-level soldiers here. What he wanted was the result of this instigation. More than 24,000 epic soldiers and 121 legendary soldiers. Even with the current strength he has, it is a strong team of soldiers. At the same time, just after he succeeded in instigating the rebellion, the spirit of the 10 directions invincible army formation disappeared in an instant, revealing the 75,000 bronze warriors and bronze generals inside. As for the 25,000 bronze warriors, who were instigated by him, Zhou ordered them to withdraw the moment he succeeded in instigating the rebellion. The remaining bronze warriors, facing the Shinra sword energy that had already flown to their faces, obviously did not react for a moment. The next moment, boom, this sword energy, equivalent to the lower-level intermediate god, directly hit these bronze warriors, and thousands of bronze warriors were smashed to pieces on the spot. The nearby bronze warriors were also affected by the sword energy, and their bronze bodies became more or less incomplete. The bronze general wanted to regain control of the army and fight back. But he saw the Shinra swordsman step forward again, and raised his sword to slash at them again. Boom, the bronze ground trembled. Nearly 1,000 bronze warriors were chopped to pieces again. The Shinra swordsman took advantage of the situation and chopped down with one sword after another, as if chopping melons and vegetables, and killed all the bronze warriors in the blink of an eye. The last sword, he chopped off the head of the bronze general with one sword. The bronze general's eyes widened slightly, and then slowly closed his eyes. The battlefield returned to calm. Chapter 766. The Shinra swordsman swept the battlefield, and made sure that no bronze warriors were left out. Then his body turned into countless silver sword chi, and gradually dissipated, revealing Bai Yun and other 100,000 elite soldiers in the spirit of the army. Bai Yun left the soldiers, and walked to the bronze general, picked up his head and body, and turned back to Zhou. Your Majesty, the enemy has been defeated. Bai Yun put down the body of the bronze general, and said respectfully, "Go and clean up the battlefield." Zhou nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty," Bai Yun said respectfully, then turned and left. Seeing this, Zhou's eyes fell on the body of the bronze general. He pondered for a long time, and finally raised his right hand to extract the spoils of this guy. Soon, he saw the body of the bronze general quickly turn into a large amount of spoils, and then flew into his king's treasure box one by one. At the same time, Zhou also looked at the text prompt in front of him. Lord Talent Tip: your loot is enhanced by the King of Loot Perfect Loot, and the quality of the loot is increased by 1. Title Tip: your loot is affected by the title of the strongest lord, and the amount of loot is increased by 150%. Lord Talent Tip: you have obtained the Perfect Loot 50 God Crystals, Lower God Upper Level, 3 sets of Lower God Upper Level Black Dragon Blood Artifact Sets, 3 copies of God of War Military Formation Skill Books, Lower God Upper Level, 3 copies of Silver Book, Special Level, 3 copies of Dragon Pool Special Building Drawings, Special Level, 3 copies of Black Dragon Residual Souls. Upper God upper level. Zhou began to check these loot. Needless to say, the God Crystal and Lower God Superior artifact sets are of course worth mentioning. The God of War Military Formation Skill Book is an upgraded version of the 10 Directions Invincible Military Formation. It can summon a military formation spirit, God of War, with the strength of a Lower God Superior with only 100 legendary soldiers and 10,000 epic soldiers. The God of War has very comprehensive abilities. Whether it is bows and arrows, spears, shields, swords, daggers, or even the ability to drive chariots, the God of War spirit can perfectly master and use them on opponents. And its consumption is extremely low. To drive such a military formation spirit, God of War for an hour, only one Lower God Superior God spirit is needed. And for an hour, for a being with the combat power of a Lower God Superior, a lot of things can be done. This is a military formation that is better than the Little God Luo Wanling military formation in terms of combat power and endurance. Zhou decided to send it to Baiyun, Wu Xian and Luo Sheng. Needless to say, the first two are both geniuses in military formations. As a ghost general, Luo Sheng also has a high understanding and talent in military formations. In addition, I recently gave him the high-grade Heroic Heritage Secret Book and Book of Gods. Letting the other party learn this higher-level military formation is the best choice at present. Zhou himself did not learn any. After all, as a lord, he would not often go to the battlefield, and would hardly use this military formation. And there is a chance that he will be able to directly master the abilities of his subordinates through the Lord Maul, or the Lord Talent of the King in the future. In this case, there is actually no need to keep it for himself to learn. After making a decision, he looked at the next trophy. Treasure name, Silver Book. Treasure level, Special level. Treasure effect. By integrating it with the territory steel, you can specify that the quality of a certain type of troops in the territory will be increased by 1, up to the kingdom level troops. Treasure introduction. A rare treasure that can improve the quality of troops, and is very popular with thousands of lords. After seeing this information, Zhou's face suddenly showed joy. It is worthy of being the Silver Book enhanced by the King of Trophy. Now it can actually enhance the troops to the kingdom level troops. This is much stronger than the effect of the Bronze Book. Zhou's only target for enhancement is naturally the King of Gold. After all, the current performance of the King of Gold on the battlefield makes him quite satisfied. He can both resist and fight. This Silver Book is used to enhance it, and Zhou has no reason to refute it. As for the other two Silver Books, Zhou planned to keep them for now, and wait until he met a suitable target in the future. Then he looked at the 3 identical special building drawings. Building drawing name, Dragon Pond. Building drawing level, Special. Building drawing function Purify Blood. Non-pure blood dragon creatures with dragon blood can purify the dragon blood in their bodies through the baptism of the Dragon Pond, thereby being promoted to pure blood dragons. Materials required to make Dragon Pond water. Pure blood dragon blood of the lowest quality of the Lower God. Pure blood dragon soul of the lowest quality of the Lower God. Lower level fruit of the Lower God Zhulong fruit. Lower level medicinal materials of the Lower God. Blood dragon wood. Lower level medicinal materials of the Lower God 9-leaf divine flower. Lower level fruit of the Lower God Yuling Long. Building drawing description. One of the dragon race's inherited treasures. It is an important blood building for the dragon race to increase the number of its own members and continue the race's inheritance. It's actually a building drawing to purify the dragon blood? Zhou raised his eyebrows. He thought about it, and suddenly realized that this building would be useful for his territory. After all, although he had pure-blooded dragons, he also had 100 sub-dragons with dragon blood that the dragon lady had sent to him in order to buy his kingdom order. In addition, the other party will send 50 sub-dragon cubs tomorrow. These are all good seedlings that can be promoted to pure-blooded dragons. I just don't know how many pure-blooded dragons this dragon pool can produce after he builds it. Then he looked at the last spoils of war. Black Dragon Remnant Soul. Treasure name, Black Dragon Remnant Soul. Treasure level, Upper God upper level. Treasure effect, the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor who fell into dormancy. He was once the founding lord of the Dragon Qin Empire. Later, at the God Kingdom promotion ceremony, he was assassinated by a spy planted by the Dog Seal Empire inside the empire, and was seriously injured. He died soon after. The descendants of the Dragon Qin Empire did not want their ancestors to leave, so they used the 99 life wheel reincarnation forbidden method to divide the soul of the Black Dragon into 9981 parts, and placed them in 81 bronze mausoleums, and each sent a part of soldiers to guard the mausoleum, waiting for the resurrection of the Black Dragon Emperor in the future. Treasure introduction. The residual soul of the Black Dragon Emperor is awakening. Zhou pupil shrank, and without thinking, he threw the 3 residual souls of the Black Dragon Emperor into the distance. However, not long after he threw his hand, he saw these 3 palm-sized residual souls of the Black Dragon Emperor suddenly hovering in the sky of the bronze mausoleum strangely. The next second, countless black energy turned into thick and majestic energy black dragons, which swept in from all directions of the world, and some simply appeared from the void, and then rushed into the 3 residual souls of the Black Dragon Emperor like a whale swallowing. It was like the actual pressure of a higher god, and the pure-blooded dragon bloodline, sweeping in all directions with unrivaled momentum. Chapter 767. Almost in the blink of an eye. This majestic pressure included Zhou and Bai Yuan and other 100,000 soldiers. However, they were all dragon slayers. Facing this blood pressure that was like a substance, they not only did not bend down under the pressure, but their momentum suddenly increased a bit, and their eyes became sharper. Huh? 3 low and surprised voices rang out from the 3 Black Dragon Emperor's residual souls. Then, the 3 palm-sized Black Dragon Emperor's residual souls were seen to grow rapidly with the help of the vast amount of heaven and earth energy. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. When they grew to more than 1,000 kilometers in height, the souls of the 3 Black Dragon Emperor's residual souls gradually stopped growing. Such an amazing scene made Zhou and others who looked up at the Black Dragon Emperor's residual souls speechless. It's amazing to say. This bronze mausoleum seems to have some space laws, so that the body of the Black Dragon Emperor has grown to this extent, and its size seems to be able to grow accordingly, and it will not restrict the body of the Black Dragon's residual soul at all. This emperor is very satisfied. In the sky, suddenly, the low and majestic voice of the Black Dragon Emperor came. I don't know how you did it, but if you can create 3 more of my residual soul bodies like this, I can promise you to help you build a new empire belonging to your human race. Before I fell, I remember that your entire human race only had 5 empire-level lord forces. I think the conditions I proposed are already quite good. Zhou had to admit that he was a little moved when he heard this. However, he quickly put this feeling behind him. Without giving some practical benefits, what are you talking about? Where did you get the habit of making big promises? Let's be practical, Zhou said directly. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor was quiet for a while, and it seemed that he didn't expect this person to be so direct. He was silent for a few seconds, then said, there are not many practical benefits in this bronze mausoleum. You have defeated all those bronze warriors, and you have taken away all the spoils on them. I am just a remnant soul now, and I have nothing to give you. But if you promise me, I can tell you where the other bronze mausoleums are located and how to control them. At that time, I only want my dragon soul. As for the other treasures of the Dragon Sheen Empire in the bronze mausoleum, you can take them all. How about it? It sounds good. Zhou pretended to ponder, but he raised his vigilance to the highest point in his heart. Because just when he tried to agree to the other party's request, his epic lord talent intuition, suddenly gave him a great warning. This shows. Although the other party's words sounded good, they actually concealed great danger. Old silver coin Black Dragon. Zhou cursed in his heart. If it was any other lord, he might not be able to resist the temptation and fall into the trap. Fortunately, he has the lord's talent of intuition, which can avoid danger. Just when he was thinking about how to reply to the old silver coin Black Dragon, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded in his heart, and at the same time, the Emperor's holy sword on his waist also vibrated wildly. The next second, boom, a huge explosion tremor sounded. The entire bronze mausoleum was blown to pieces at this moment. Even in the outside world, the entire Black Dragon Mountain range shook violently. Mountain collapses occurred everywhere, monsters roared in fear, streams were cut off, and beasts surged. At this moment, the entire Black Dragon Mountain range was in chaos. What's going on? Bai Chen, who was leading troops to guard the bronze mausoleum, was stunned when he saw the scene. He had been stationed in the bronze mausoleum for so many years, and this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Not good. Your Majesty Jiaoyang. He suddenly thought of something, his face suddenly changed, and he looked at the entrance of the bronze mausoleum. Inside the bronze mausoleum, after the aftermath of the explosion and the smoke and dust dissipated, I saw a man and 3 black dragons confronting each other in the air. The man was naturally Zhou. He was unharmed at this time, but his emperor dragon robe was rustling in the strong wind. He looked coldly at the 3 Black Dragon Remnant souls in front of him. These 3 Black Dragon Remnant souls were naturally the remnant souls of the Black Dragon Emperor. At this time, they were looking at Jojo and the Emperor Saint Sword blocking him in doubt. The Emperor Saint Sword was like an extremely solid wall, blocking their further thoughts. The 3 remnant souls of the Black Dragon Emperor looked at the sword and then at Jojo. As they looked, they suddenly laughed in a low voice, and then the laughter became louder and louder. In a blink of an eye, it spread throughout the ruined bronze mausoleum, and even the Black Dragon Mountains outside the bronze mausoleum, and even farther away could hear their wild laughter. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor in the center looked at Jojo as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The blood of the Chaos human race, the blood of the Primordial Spirit race, the blood of the Holy Dragon of Light, and the Emperor's holy sword that protects the Master. The world's top treasures, you, a human race, actually occupy so many? Waste. What a waste. If this Emperor took over your body, let alone being the king of the Supreme Continent, I would have the courage to compete for the title of Supreme Lord. This Emperor really didn't expect it. When I came to the Supreme Continent from the Immortal Realm with that dog seal, I originally just wanted to become a Lord, and then gain the appreciation of the Supreme Will in the Lord's War. So that, just one step further. The position of the Supreme Lord is just something I want to pursue, but I know that I have no hope at all when facing those top lords and old races and civilizations. I didn't expect. Now I actually see my hope of becoming a god in you. God help me. Ha ha ha. Give up your resistance. As soon as the words fell, I saw the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor in the center, raising his head and roaring, and then biting Jojo again. The terrifying pressure swept over, and it seemed that the air became as heavy as a mountain. Jojo's face turned cold. Then he launched the attack without hesitation. Wang's innate ability, adding all of Guiqiao's strength to himself, raising his strength to the intermediate level of the lower god. Then, relying on Guiqiao's low potential, he directly activated the power of the Dragon Slayer, allowing the strength added to him to directly leap to the intermediate level of the upper god. At this time, Guiqiao's strength, coupled with Jojo's own strength, made Jojo quickly realize that his current combat power was enough to be among the best even among the upper gods. Then, he thought about it, and directly recalled the Emperor's holy sword that protected his master, and then holding the Emperor's holy sword, he slashed at the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor, who rushed towards him with all his strength. Chapter 768. The Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul also had amazing sixth senses. He immediately felt that the power of this sword was a bit wrong and might seriously injure himself, so he turned around and avoided the attack without thinking. After successfully avoiding it, he looked down at Jojo from a high position. You, the human race, have quite a few surprising methods. But, what about now? The Black Dragon Emperor's remnant soul sneered. Then he saw the other 2 Black Dragon Emperor's remnant souls behind him also flew over and flew side by side with the Black Dragon Emperor. The 3 Black Dragon Emperor's remnant souls, with the strength of the upper god, stared at Jojo with indifferent eyes at the same time, as if looking at a dead person. Facing this scene, Jojo first took out the pillar of the Empire puppet with an expressionless face and summoned Gerard, who was the intermediate strength of the upper god. Then he pinched his hands, muttered something, and then slapped the void under his feet with his right hand. The next second, a huge purple teleportation array appeared under Jojo's feet. Then, a giant snake with purple jade pupils and a body more than 1,000 kilometers high emerged from the teleportation array, glanced at Jojo, and then looked at the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor with a serious look. It was the upper god level divine goo purple jade heavenly king snake god summoned by Jojo from the goo god affinity. 3 upper god level beings, facing the Black Dragon remnant soul, which was also 3 upper god level, actually seemed to be overpowering the other party in terms of momentum. The 3 remnant souls of the Black Dragon Emperor narrowed their eyes slightly, and looked at this scene. He was a little surprised. What is the origin of this kid? Not only does he have so many high-level bloodlines, but he can even rely on the strength of the legendary lower level to have so many upper god level helpers. Could this be a son of a kingdom of God from some kingdom of God? He muttered in his heart, but of course, he would not be afraid. After all, he was the lord of a kingdom of God, who almost succeeded in establishing his own kingdom of God. Even if there was only 1, no, 3 remnants of souls now, he would not be afraid of a son of a kingdom of God. He did not think about it anymore, and his eyes fell on Jojo and the others. Looking at Jojo's expression, he could see that the other party had no intention of giving up. Extremely stubborn. Whatever. Kill you, I can still take your body. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor in the center said. Then the 3 remnant souls of the Black Dragon rushed towards Zhou and the others. Kill! Gerald knew that he relied on the puppet of the Pillar of the Empire. As long as the puppet of the Pillar of the Empire was not broken, he would not really die. At most, he would only lose the power of this body. So facing this remnant soul of the Black Dragon that put a lot of pressure on him, he was not afraid at all. He directly raised his sky-splitting blade, grinned, and rushed towards the other party. However, although his courage was commendable, but there was still a big gap in the strength of the two sides. Even though Gerard had the artifact of the Upper God, he was suppressed by the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor. On the other side, the Upper God, the upper-level Purple Jade King Snake God, looked at the remnant soul of the other Black Dragon Emperor rushing towards him, and fear flashed in his purple jade eyes. Although he was a top-level god. But facing a black dragon like this, who was born at the top of the bloodline, even if the opponent was just a remnant soul, for him, there was still a kind of fear from the bloodline. But there was no suppression. Because as the divine goo summoned by Zhou, he also has some characteristics of a dragon slayer to some extent. The next second, I saw the purple jade heavenly king snake god suppressing the fear in his heart, screaming sharply, and then rushing towards the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor. The two soon wrestled together in close combat. Although the two sides were of similar size and realm, the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor was obviously stronger than the purple jade heavenly king snake god in terms of strength. However, the purple jade heavenly king snake god had sharp fangs, and could inject soul venom into the soul body of the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor, thereby weakening the strength of the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor. Therefore, when the two sides fought at this time, the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor still had some advantages at the beginning, but gradually, the purple jade heavenly king snake god actually had a tendency to turn around, making it seem that the two sides were actually fighting back and forth. And Zhou was also fighting with the remnant soul of the Black Dragon in the center at this time. The strength of the intermediate upper god, coupled with the top bloodlines such as the Chaos Human Race bloodline, the Light Holy Dragon bloodline, the Original Spirit Race bloodline, and the Wangu Emperor Race bloodline. Chaos Shock, Chaos Breath, Light Holy Dragon Armor, Light Holy Dragon Crown, All Things Burn, Extreme Dragon Power, World Rift, Thunder God Spear. Various top bloodline abilities were used by him to deal with this Black Dragon remnant soul. Zhou felt more and more excited as he fought. He suddenly had an insight. Using the Chaos Source power at the level above the god to display these top bloodline abilities is the correct way to open these top bloodline abilities. In the past, he used the strength that was not at the god level to display these top bloodline abilities, and he never displayed the true power of these abilities. At the same time, he also realized the power of the ruling law skills. Just a Black Iron level Lord Talent King, his strength has skyrocketed to this extent. What if he comprehends the incomplete Lord Law skills behind it? What if he comprehends the ruling Lord Law skills behind the extraordinary level King? Zhou simply can't imagine how much his strength will be improved by then. At the same time, facing Zhou's attacks, the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor was also a little frightened and trembling. He never expected. The strength of this human lord can actually skyrocket to this extent in a short period of time. The opponent's original strength was only the lower level of legend, but it was like this. What if he was promoted to the level of gods? The more the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor thought about it, the more greedy he looked at Zhou. I must take his body as my new body. At that time, he could completely use this body as a basis to create a great cause that he had never dared to think of before. He might even be able to counterattack the Fairyland and wash away the humiliation he suffered in the Fairyland. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Roar! He looked up to the sky and let out a dragon roar that shook the earth. The next second, he saw the other two Black Dragon remnant souls suddenly throw away Gerard and the purple jade heavenly king snake god, and then rushed towards this Black Dragon remnant soul together, and then rushed into his body. Boom! An unparalleled momentum burst out from him. Then he saw that the body of this Black Dragon remnant soul began to grow again. 1,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers. 3,000 kilometers. 5,000 kilometers. 7,000 kilometers. 9,000 kilometers. Until his dragon body swelled to 9,999 kilometers, he seemed to have reached a limit and stopped growing. At the same time, his aura and might also reached an extremely astonishing level. At this moment, it seemed that he could tear through space with just a slight movement of his claws. A glance could make the lower gods, or even the middle gods, stiffen and move. Chapter 769. Roar! The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor roared to the sky, and the space inside the bronze mausoleum suddenly shattered. Then, under the control of a huge divine power, it turned into another completely different deep black space in the blink of an eye. Re-refining space. It's only one step away from re-refining the world. Zhou looked up at the remnant soul of the Black Dragon with a serious expression. This guy's strength is probably infinitely close to that of a true god at this time, he murmured. At this moment, the remnant soul of the Black Dragon, which was as huge as a pillar supporting the sky, slowly lowered its head and looked down at Zhou, a little bug. He looked at Zhou, his eyes suddenly turned blood red, and two blood-colored light beams shot out from his eyes, covering Zhou with lightning speed. At this moment, Zhou suddenly felt as if his soul was about to be forcibly pulled out of his body, and another strange and cold soul was about to take the opportunity to enter his body and become the new owner of this body. Want to take over my body? Zhou's expression turned cold. Haha. What's the point of your struggle? When I convened the God's Kingdom promotion ceremony, I was already a lower-level existence of the true God. Even though I am only a remnant soul now, my essence is still at the level of the true God. How difficult is it to take over the body of a superior god like you? The remnant soul of the Black Dragon laughed. In fact, with his past experience, if it was just an ordinary possession, he would naturally not be so complacent. But he understood that if his possession was successful this time, his future would be bright beyond imagination. Not to mention returning to the body of a living being and rebuilding the God's Kingdom that he had not successfully established. Even if he counterattacks the fairy world and becomes the master of the fairy world, there is even a slight possibility of becoming the Supreme Lord. Thinking of such a future. That is why the remnant soul of the Black Dragon is so excited. On the other side, facing such a dangerous situation, Zhou was not panicked at all. He put the Emperor's holy sword back to his waist, and then took out the sword of opening up the dimension and held it in his hand. Space-time domain. In an instant, the blood-colored light column that enveloped Zhou was isolated by the self-contained world of the space-time domain. Zhou immediately felt that his soul had returned steadily to his body. Huh? The surprised voice of the remnant soul of the Black Dragon came from the sky. His blood-red eyes swept across, and soon fell on Zhou in the space-time domain, and the sword of opening up the dimension in his hand. Real artifact? The remnant soul of the Black Dragon exclaimed. There was unconcealed enthusiasm and greed in his voice. True artifact. You should know that even the true gods may not have this level of artifact. Only the lords of the kingdom of God may have a true artifact. And those true gods, who have true artifacts, are all absolutely powerful among the true gods, even the Lord God. Facing the true gods, who have true artifacts, you must show a certain respect. And if it is a true god who is superior to the true gods, and has a true artifact that fits him, then such a being must be treated equally by the Lord God. Because such a true god is already qualified to fight with the Lord God, who has just entered the Lord God realm. When he convened the Kingdom of God promotion ceremony, if he had a true artifact in his hand, let alone the dog seal, even if a true god descended, he could protect his Kingdom of God promotion ceremony while directly killing the attacking true god. A true god with a true artifact is so powerful. Then he suddenly realized something. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly used his dragon claws to tear the space in front of him, trying to open a space channel to escape. This human lord already has the top combat power comparable to that of a higher god. Now he has the help of this true artifact. At this time, this human lord is far superior to me at this time. If I want to fight him forcefully and take over his body at this time, I am afraid that not only will I fail to take over his body, but I will also lose my powerful residual soul body. With my current residual soul body, as long as I find another part of the bronze mausoleum and merge the incomplete dragon soul inside, I can restore the complete dragon soul body. By then, I will have half the strength of my peak period. A true god with half the strength is also a true god. By then, even if this human lord has a true artifact, he will not be able to pose any threat to me. By then, I can take away his body, blood, and true artifact. The Black Dragon remnant soul thought in his heart. But the next second, his face suddenly became ugly. Because he found he couldn't break the space he created. How is it possible? My current strength is infinitely close to that of a true god. How could I not open this space I refined? The Black Dragon remnant soul looked at the space in front of him in disbelief. Then he thought of something, and looked at Zhou below. Zhou was looking at it, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, and on his right hand, streams of blood-red light seemed to have half-life, spinning and dancing on his palm, and finally forming an airtight blood-red cage. This cage is clearly in Zhou-Zhou's hands. But from the perspective of the Black Dragon Remnant Soul, who was once a true god, this cage has clearly imprisoned the entire space. It is the sealing heaven, closing earth, void, and concealing life that Zhou-Zhou once obtained from the Fantasy Life clan. Zhou-Zhou had just sealed off this world with this sealing heaven, closing earth, void, and concealing life just now. The sealing heaven, closing earth, void, and concealing life is of such a high grade that even the true gods of many top races who participated in the Breaking the Axe event that year could not discover the Fantasy Life clan who hid with this method. Only a few main god-level beings such as the Time and Space Dragon at that time accidentally glimpsed the world of the Fantasy Life clan. Such a secret method with such a strong space-sealing ability is naturally not something that the Black Dragon Emperor Remnant Soul, a superior god remnant soul that is infinitely close to a true god, can break. You have locked me and me in this closed space where we cannot get out. You are not going to die with me. That is to say, you know how to leave this closed space. It seems. I can only try to kill you. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor said in a low voice, Human Lord, you are too arrogant. Even if you have a real artifact, once I really use my full strength and risk being seriously injured, you will only die in my hands. Oh! Zhou-Zhou looked at him with a little interest. Then let me see the means of you, a former true god. Aren't you afraid of death? The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor saw Zhou-Zhou's fearless and confident look, and couldn't help wondering. I just want to experience what death feels like. Zhou-Zhou said sincerely. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor misunderstood Zhou-Zhou's meaning. You little lord from the lowly human race just don't know how high the heaven is, and how deep the earth is. I will make you regret saying this. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon was really angry. Chapter 770. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor actually felt a kind of confidence from this little bug that was not afraid of life and death. I am a true god. He opened his dragon mouth and bid Zhou-Zhou. However, Zhou-Zhou casually slashed out a silver sword of the law of time and space that was tens of thousands of kilometers long, splitting the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor in half. This remnant soul of the Black Dragon, which was infinitely close to the true god, was actually unable to resist Zhou-Zhou's sword at this time. Infinitely close to the true god, it is only infinitely close to the true god. In front of the power of the true god, if you don't have any trump cards, you can say goodbye to this world. Zhou-Zhou said coldly. The chaos source power in his body has now reached the intermediate level of the upper god. This level of chaos source power can already perfectly use the power of the sword of opening up the dimension. In other words, at this time, he already has the lethality comparable to a casual attack by a lower level true god. But it's not without its flaws. Zhou-Zhou felt the energy of promotion in his body. The consumption of the sword just now was extremely high, directly consuming 80% of the chaos source power in his body. The remaining chaos source power, even if he could swing another sword, the power would be much less than before. In addition, he felt that his chaos human race body was aching slightly, and even felt like it was cracking and collapsing. He had a premonition. If he swung another sword without hesitation, his body would collapse and die directly. But he looked calm, not afraid at all. Because he could feel it. Even if he used 20% of the chaos source power to launch the next sword. This sword? It can still kill the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor, whose strength has been greatly reduced. Looking for death. You forced me to do it. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor was angry again. He took a deep breath, and then said in a low voice, Please ask the Holy Ancestor to show up. As soon as the voice fell, the dragon soul pressure emanating from the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor was seen to drop rapidly, and at the same time, his body size began to shrink rapidly. 9,000 miles. 8,000 miles. 5,000 miles. 3,000 miles. 1,000 miles. When the size of the Black Dragon remnant soul shrank to 7 or 800 miles tall, his size stopped shrinking. At the same time, the breath of another extremely terrifying existence quietly emerged in this space. He did not show a specific form. But even if it was just an illusory body, it was more than 100,000 kilometers high. And this is only because the current rarefied space world is more than 100,000 kilometers. Zhou-Zhou looked at this existence and had a feeling in his heart. If he appeared in the real world, then his body would immediately expand to a huge size of billions of miles, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it covered the sky and the sun. Soon, when he appeared, all the light in the world seemed to have lost its meaning. The entire space fell into the extreme darkness. Only the pair of dragon eyes containing deep black and purple light, staring at the vast refining world, became the only source of light in this dark world. Legendary Dragon Clan Dark Holy Dragon. Zhou murmured. This existence that seemed to gather the extreme darkness of the endless heavens was the legendary Dragon Clan Dark Holy Dragon among the Dragon Clan. They are at the same level as the former Supreme Dragon and the Holy Dragon of Light under Zhou. Of course, the same level here only refers to the bloodline level. In terms of strength, the Holy Dragon of Light is only at the epic level now. And both the Supreme Dragon and the Holy Dragon of Darkness are long-established main god level existences. Although they are not as famous as the 10 main gods. But they are much stronger than ordinary main gods. Interesting. The bloodline of Inxal actually appeared in a human? The Holy Dragon of Darkness, Dafa Luachi, looked at Zhou in amazement. Then he turned his eyes and wanted to explore Zhou's past. Then he seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes fell on the Emperor Saint Dao sword on Zhou's waist, and his eyebrows raised slightly. He looked at the sword in silence for a long time, and finally suppressed the idea of exploring the other party's past. Please, Lord Saint, kill this human leader. The younger generation, Qin Wushi, will build the temples needed by His Majesty in all the heavens and worlds, wherever the younger generation can reach, for the Saint Ancestor to believe in for eternity. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon, Qin Wushi, although his voice was very weak, his attitude was very firm. On the other side, Your Majesty, Dafa Luachi. Zhou looked at the remnant soul of the Black Dragon that had been possessed and said politely, The Dark Holy Dragon is not only the legendary dragon of the Dragon Clan, but also the ancestor of all Black Dragons, so it is naturally worthy of respect. However, the only bad news for him is, it was recorded in the legendary Dragon Clan secrets of the Holy Dragon of Light. The lineage of the Dark Holy Dragon and the lineage of the Light Holy Dragon have never been on good terms. Unlike the Supreme Dragon, he was able to give the Holy Dragon of Light a face and let him go. Zhou looked at the Dark Holy Dragon and had a bad feeling in his heart. But he was not afraid, because his innate intuition and foresight of danger did not warn him of the danger that would come next. The bloodline owner of the Light Holy Dragon. Although you and I have a certain relationship, I must attack you once due to the contract. After one time, I will leave. Life and death are determined by fate. I hope you can bear it. The Dark Holy Dragon said lightly. Then a huge dark purple dragon pupil suddenly appeared right above Zhou. This dragon pupil is thousands of square kilometers in size. From a distance, it looks like God has opened his eyes. The next second, drops of black liquid flowed out of the dragon pupil. Then these black liquids became more and more, as if a black rain fell from the sky. These raindrops fell on Zhou. Tear. Zhou's eyes condensed. Traces of corrosion appeared on the Emperor Dragon robe he was wearing, and some parts were even directly cracked. Each drop of rain can easily kill a god. Zhou was secretly shocked. The next second, crash, it was like a heavy rain. Dense black rain fell from the sky, directly covering Zhou's entire body, and Zhou's existence could not even be observed from the outside. At this moment, boom, a 5-color light burst out from the black rain, and it actually broke through the black water column that was tilted down, forming an illusory sword domain composed of 5-color and 5-element sword energy around it. Upper God Intermediate Sword Formation Great 5 Elements Sword Formation. Although this Great 5 Elements Sword Formation was originally an epic upper-level sword formation, it was only limited by Qi Xuantian's cultivation in those days. In fact, in the sword inheritance in his mind, there is a Great 5-element sword formation that directly leads to the upper level of the Upper God. Zhou had previously obtained Qi Xuantian's sword heritage through the Lord Maul. Now his strength has been temporarily upgraded to the intermediate level of the Upper God, so he can naturally perform the higher level Great 5 Elements sword formation. Chapter 771. Under the support of the Great 5 Elements sword formation, the black rain pouring down from the sky was finally isolated outside the Great 5 Elements sword formation. The Great 5 Elements sword formation is mainly for defense. Zhou was not surprised to achieve this effect. However, the Dark Holy Dragon standing in the sky did not think so. He looked at Zhou with some surprise. Sword chi like silk? How long has it been since King Jiayong came to the Supreme Continent, and he has already reached this level? As a legendary dragon, who has never fallen and reincarnated, the Dark Holy Dragon has survived for an unknown number of years. With a long life, he almost understands more than 90% of the things in the heavens and the worlds, and naturally understands the sword chi like silk level of this sword cultivator. You know, some sword cultivators may not be able to comprehend this level even after living for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. And once they comprehend this level, ordinary creatures cross levels to kill gods. It is possible for a lower-level god to kill an upper-level god. It can be seen how terrifying this realm of sword energy is. This King of the Sun has been in the Supreme Continent for such a short time that he can actually comprehend this realm, which really surprised him. With such great understanding, great opportunity, and great will, no wonder he can get the attention of the Supreme Dragon, the Holy Dragon of Light, and even the Emperor Dragon. The Dark Holy Dragon's eyes are deep. The legendary dragons almost never appear in the eyes of living beings. Their main place of activity is the Chaos Sea, and even the world outside the Chaos Sea. This kind of place, let alone the true gods. Even the main gods rarely go there. It is incredible that King of the Sun can have a relationship with so many legendary dragons on the Supreme Continent. Interesting. Then let me see what you can do. An interested look appeared in the eyes of the Dark Holy Dragon, and then he activated 1/1000th of his power with a thought. The next second, the amount of black rainwater falling from the sky increased tenfold again. At the same time, the quality of the black rainwater also suddenly increased tenfold. Zhou, who was the first to bear the brunt, immediately changed his face. His first thought was, I can't stop it. The second thought was, try it with all your strength, do it as soon as you say it. Without thinking, he suppressed the will of the Emperor Dragon in the Emperor's Holy Dao sword, asking him not to take action, and at the same time, he extracted all the energy in his body, and even extracted the power in his flesh, and poured it all into the Sword of Opening Dimensions in his hand. Buzz. The Sword of Opening Dimensions trembled violently, especially the silver light wheel in the center of the hilt, which emitted a series of crisp bell sounds that seemed to travel through time and space. At the same time, silver-gray spacetime forces continued to surge out from the silver halo, dividing the space around Zhou into a complete spacetime domain. Zhou held the sword of opening up the dimension, and his expression changed slightly. He felt that this real artifact seemed to have the weight of a world, and he felt that he could not lift it. He gritted his teeth, regardless of the fact that his body was increasingly collapsing, and even had hideous cracks on his body, but he forced it to be lifted up with difficulty, raised it above his head, and then activated the 10,000 swords immortal formation of the intermediate level of the upper god. I saw wisps of sword energy mixed with blood, in the realm of sword energy like silk, quickly intertwined and gathered, and then in the blink of an eye, a huge silver-gray sword energy with wisps of blood was formed. The rich space-time fluctuations from the huge silver-gray sword energy rippled in all directions. Wherever it passed, space was broken, time slowed down, and the power was amazing. In the sky, the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor saw this scene, and was secretly shocked. This sword? Even stronger than the previous attack. Is this guy a monster? The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor couldn't help thinking. But then he became jealous. The better this human lord performed, the more it proved that his choice was not wrong. I must take over the body of this human. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor licked his lips and thought. At this time, Zhou, whose clothes were already tattered and bloodstained, used up his last bit of strength and finally slashed out the sword that had accumulated all his strength. Wherever the sword energy passed, the black rain was cut into 2 sections, and then rushed back to the Dark Holy Dragon in the sky in the form of space-time leap. The Dark Holy Dragon also saw this sword. A look of admiration flashed in his eyes. Then he used 1/1000th of his power again. The total amount of black rain increased tenfold again, and the quality also increased tenfold again. Boom! It seems that the divine river fell from the sky. The 10,000 swords immortal formation that Zhou had just released was directly suppressed and annihilated by the black rain with increased power. Then, these black rains continued to pour down towards Zhou, and directly covered him when Zhou had no time to escape. Boom! Space was destroyed, time was shattered. Under this blow, even a small world would be directly destroyed. Dead? The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor was shocked when he saw this scene, and secretly worried. At least leave a drop of blood for him. In this way, he can use his own means to reshape the body, and then take over the body. If not even a drop of blood can be left, then he will get nothing. Dead? On the other side, the Dark Holy Dragon saw this scene, and couldn't help thinking in his heart. Then he immediately threw away this idea. He could feel it, even at the last moment. There was no despair and collapse in the heart of this human race. He must have his own trump card. The dark holy dragon thought of this, and his mind moved slightly. He saw that the black rain that had covered half of the bronze mausoleum space suddenly disappeared. He looked over. He saw that at the place where Zhou Zhou was originally suspended, a gray-white crown stood there quietly. A wisp of gray-white breath continued to rise above the crown, carrying a hint of a strong breath of the end. Then I saw the strands of the power of the end gathered together, and gradually gathered into a complete human figure. Then the face and clothes of the human figure gradually became clear, and finally condensed into Zhou Zhou's appearance. Boom! A legendary intermediate cultivation aura burst out from him. Zhou Zhou felt that his strength had improved by a small level, and a smile appeared on his face. Although it only improved by a small level. But it also verified what I have always thought. This power of the end of Nirvana is indeed a resurrection ability with no side effects, and can even improve your own strength. Even the Emperor Dragon Robe that I damaged before has been restored to its original state. Incredible. Really incredible. He thought with shining eyes. And he can feel it. Even if he enters the realm of gods in the future, this power of the end of Nirvana can have the same resurrection effect. And now he has 24 times of resurrection, enough for him to safely survive 24 death crises. Since this power of Nirvana is so excellent, try to die less in the future. At least don't die just to improve your strength. That would be too worthless. You have to use this power of Nirvana in a real life and death crisis. Zhou Zhou murmured. This battle lasted a bit long, but it can be regarded as over. It will be officially concluded tomorrow, and the spoils will be summarized. Chapter 772. Although I have used the power of Nirvana once, it is just an experiment. I will use it if I want to. Zhou Zhou did not think about it anymore, and looked up at the dark holy dragon. The contract of one strike has been completed. Lord Zhuyang, you are an interesting lord. I hope we can meet again in the future. The dark holy dragon was about to leave after he finished speaking. Holy Ancestor. Lord Holy Ancestor, you can't leave. You haven't killed the human lord yet. The remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor panicked when he saw the dark holy dragon was leaving. Not only did the human race not die, but its strength has risen to a higher level. He is definitely not able to defeat it. Now that his backer is leaving again, wouldn't he have no choice but to die when facing the human lord alone? The dark holy dragon glanced at him coldly. Boom! The huge divine thought impact instantly wiped out the consciousness of the remnant soul of the black dragon. Before the black dragon remnant soul could react, his eyes became dull, and his face became very sluggish. After doing all this, the dark holy dragon seemed to have done nothing, and his body gradually disappeared into the void. Zhou Zhou, who saw this scene, raised his eyebrows slightly. After seeing the dark holy dragon completely disappear, he flew up directly, and came to the Black Dragon Emperor remnant soul with a sluggish face. After a series of inspections, and confirming that the other party's consciousness was really wiped out, Zhou Zhou couldn't help but shake his head. This Black Dragon Emperor remnant soul is really stupid. Do you really think that the existence of the legendary dragon clan can be commanded by him? Do you really think that the contract is omnipotent? It is the Black Dragon Emperor remnant soul who has fallen into such a situation. He put it away, and planned to use it as the building material of the dragon transformation pool after it was built. As a pure-blooded dragon soul of the true god level, even if it is only incomplete, the effect should be good. As for the treasures and the other bronze mausoleums mentioned by the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor, Zhou Zhou did not care. It was just a part of the incomplete treasure of an empire-level lord force. In the Supreme Continent, it is not too much, but not too little. With the luck he has now, there is no need to worry about the treasure of an empire-level lord force. With that time, it is better to develop his own sun kingdom with peace of mind. Treasures, just let it go. For Zhou Zhou, the biggest treasure is actually the many lord talents, and the lord laws behind him. Then he called out a mysterious merchant from the world inside his body, and then opened a space channel with the help of the mysterious merchant, and then left this desolate world. As a result, Zhou Zhou was stunned by the scene in front of him as soon as he came out. He was standing on a ruin at this time. When he looked far away, he could barely see the traces of the mountains in the distance. The Black Dragon Mountains that were here before disappeared at this time. Just when he was stunned, a sword light and a golden light fell from the sky in front of him, revealing the figures of two gods. They were the Lord of the Night Empire, Ji Yun, and the Lord of the Sword Empire, Lu Zhen. The two looked Zhou Zhou up and down, and then Lu Zhen laughed first. I said this kid was lucky, and had a good life. How could he die in a small bronze mausoleum? He smiled. Ji Yun was relieved after confirming that Zhou Zhou was not injured, and then smiled and said, "It's okay as long as nothing happened. But you did scare us. Especially Lao Lu. When he heard that you were in danger in the bronze mausoleum I gave you, he rushed over immediately, had a big fight with me, and then directly shattered the Black Dragon Mountain range with a sword, just to save you. But it's strange. After Lao Lu shattered the entire Black Dragon Mountain range, let alone you, he didn't even see the bronze mausoleum. We were so scared that we thought you were in danger that we couldn't even find. I didn't expect you to appear in front of us in the blink of an eye. Can you tell me what happened?" Ji Yun looked at Zhou Zhou with curiosity in his eyes. Hearing this, Lu Zhen also looked at Zhou Zhou. He was also curious about how Zhou Zhou reappeared. Of course. If the other party didn't want to say it, he wouldn't force it. "I said I had a fight with the Lord God, do you believe it?" Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. Lu Zhen and Ji Yun looked at each other at the same time, and then laughed at the same time. When did this kid become so humorous? The two did not ask more questions. Anyway, as long as Zhou Zhou came back safely, it would be fine. Zhou Zhou did not say much when he saw this. He knew that they would not believe it. But to be honest, Zhou Zhou was quite moved that these two came together as soon as they heard the news about him, and even directly smashed the Black Dragon Mountains for him. The bronze mausoleum is gone. He thought for a moment and said, "It's gone, as long as you are safe," Ji Yun said nonchalantly. Lu Zhen also nodded. It was just a secret realm that could only provide special grade soldiers, which was really nothing for them. Zhou Zhou saw this and said no more. After that, he did not stay for long. After saying goodbye to the two majesties, he left here and returned to Jiayang King's capital. On the way, Zhou Zhou happened to meet a middle-level kingdom Scarlet Legion with more than 10 million soldiers. Adhering to the idea of not wasting, he used the remaining rebellion at this time, and a total of 2,785,522 fog monsters were rebellious. So far, the number of soldiers under Zhou Zhou's command reached 2,066,397,640 fog monsters, and the total number of soldiers under his command in the Star Alliance reached more than 216 million. Added together, the troops he could control were more than 2,282 million. A moment later, Jiayang King's capital, the blessed land of high-level lords. In front of the kingdom's golden monument, Zhou Zhou stood in front of it, looking at the silver book in his hand. A text prompt appeared. "Do you want to merge into the current kingdom's golden monument, Scorching Sun Kingdom?" "Yes," Zhou Zhou said in a deep voice. The next second, he saw the silver book in his hand turn into strands of silver light and merge into the kingdom's golden monument in front of him. After all the silver light spots were merged, a new text prompt appeared. Silver book prompt. Please choose the type of soldier you want to promote. 1. Special type of soldier King of Gold. 2. Special type of soldier Mammoth Halberd Warrior. 3. Special type of soldier Blood Berserker. 4. Advanced type of soldier Wind Knight. Zhou Zhou took a look and chose the King of Gold without hesitation. As for the Mammoth Halberd Warrior and the Bloody Berserker, the former was just a special grade soldier that Zhou Zhou had created on the spot with a certificate of job transfer in order to check the ability of this type of soldier. The latter was a refugee who came to the Kingdom of Prideful Sunshine because of his beauty talent. It was just an individual case and could not be created on a large scale. So the King of Gold was still the best choice. The next second, a new text prompt appeared again. Tips from the Book of Silver. You have selected the special grade soldier, the King of Gold, as your target for promotion. Promotion in progress. Chapter 773. Galaxy Number 7. In the Number 7 Military Camp World. The Golden King Military Camp. There are as many as 500 million or 600 million Golden King soldiers stationed here. Although there are many Golden King soldiers, it does not seem crowded here. The Golden King soldiers have plenty of space for training, exercise, entertainment, and rest. At this moment, all the Golden King soldiers suddenly shook, and then a little bit of dark golden light flew out of their bodies, and quickly wrapped them tightly. Wu Xian, who was preparing to advance to the gods in the officer camp, soon noticed this scene through his perception that was about to transform into a divine mind. His face changed immediately, and he was about to go out to see what was going on. But soon, the news from his lord came to his personal terminal. Wu Xian took a look, then he breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. There is such a good thing. He sighed as he looked at these transformed Golden Kings. Afterwards, he did not continue to advance the gods, but walked out of the barracks, looked at these golden kings who were in the advanced state, and prepared to take care of them. Although they would hardly encounter any danger in the folding space of the galaxy. But Wu Xian always felt that he could only be truly relieved if he guarded them until they succeeded in their advancement. After a while, the dark golden light on a silver-level golden king gradually dissipated. He saw a human soldier who was more than 20 meters tall, wearing dark golden armor, a dark golden mountain helmet, a dark golden mask, holding a dark golden giant sword in one hand, and a dark golden mountain giant shield in the other hand appeared in front of him. A mountain shadow surrounded his body, and just standing there gave people a great sense of oppression. My goodness, it's just like a mountain. Is this what your majesty said? The advanced troop of the King of Gold? Wu Xian was amazed. Just by looking at the size and momentum, he knew that the combat effectiveness of this troop was not weak. He walked over and clicked on the detailed information of this soldier. Leader, Lian Xiaozhou. Territory, Jiaoyang Kingdom. Job name, Golden God Servant, Kingdom Level Troop. Strength Class, Lower Silver. Ability Overview, the top troop of the extinct Golden Kingdom, and also the strongest troop of the Golden Kingdom. It was created by the founding lord of the Golden Kingdom, the Golden God Trackle, with his own divine power. The purpose of creating this troop was to protect himself and the kingdom, but in the end, he fell under the siege of the gods. Not only was the kingdom destroyed, but he himself was also torn into pieces by the gods. Skills: Kingdom Level Combat Talent Golden Divine Body, Kingdom Level Combat Talent Golden Mountain Giant, Kingdom Level Combat Skill Protection of Gold, Talent Divine Power Weakening, Talent Manufacturing Gold, Talent Manufacturing Raw Gold, Lower Silver Mountain Protection, Lower Silver Solid as a Rock, Lower Silver Unyielding, Lower Silver Gravity Control, Lower Silver Flight, Lower Silver Mountain Strike, Lower Silver Overturned Golden Mountain Spear, Lower Silver Raw Gold Fall, Epic Physical Damage Immunity, Awakening Degree 3%, Epic Elemental Damage Immunity, Awakening Degree 3%. Loyalty, 90. Potential, Epic Upper Good Boy. Wu Xian smacked his lips. This skill list looks outrageous. Compared to the Storm Spirit, it is not inferior at all. Then a smile appeared on his face. Now their Jiaoyang Kingdom already has 2 kingdom-level arms, plus a huge number of soldiers. It can be said that the current military strength of their Jiaoyang Kingdom has been directly increased by 2 or 3 times with the blessing of these new kingdom-level arms. At the same time, the blessed land of high-level lords. In front of the kingdom's golden tablet, Zhou looked at the text prompt in front of him. The silver book tips, your special grade soldier, the King of Gold, has been officially upgraded to a kingdom-level soldier, the Golden Divine Servant. The following is the specific occupational information of the kingdom-level soldier, the Golden Divine Servant. Occupational name, Golden Divine Servant. Soldier occupational grade, Kingdom-level soldier. Soldier occupational skills, Kingdom-level combat talent, Golden Divine Body, Kingdom-level combat talent, Golden Mountain Giant, Kingdom-level combat skill, Golden Protection. Zhou took a rough look at the general occupational ability information of this kingdom-level profession, and then clicked on the information of each occupational skill and read it carefully, and then a smile appeared on his face. It is worthy of being the advanced soldier of the King of Gold. All aspects of skills can completely beat the King of Gold, and compared to the King of Gold, the Golden Divine Servant not only retains the previous King of Gold's ability to fight all-round battles on land, sea and air, but also has a stronger ability in terms of tankiness, can better defend against enemy attacks, and is also better at protecting friendly forces in the rear. This is exactly what Zhou had imagined, a type of soldier that could work perfectly with the Storm Spirit. A top-quality tank troop. Zhou sighed. Then he felt a little sorry. The bronze mausoleum of the Night Empire has been destroyed. I don't know if I can encounter other secret realms that can drop troop upgrade items in the future. As for other bronze mausoleums? First, Zhou didn't know about this. He also asked Lu Xun and Ji Hyun, and these 2 human emperors didn't know about this either. It can be seen that the human race should only have this bronze mausoleum at present. Second, the spoils in other bronze mausoleums are not necessarily the bronze book or silver book that can improve the level of troops. I hope I can encounter this kind of treasure that can improve the quality of troops in the future. Zhou thought. With his King of Trophies plus various luck abilities, he might really encounter this kind of treasure again in the future. After that, Zhou called Anya and Atreyu and asked them to call all the high-level people in the territory, including but not limited to military generals, civil officials, heroes, gods, high-level life professionals, high-level combat professionals, people who have contributed to the development of the territory, high potential people, high talent people. In terms of loyalty, they must be absolutely loyal. The location was set in the training hall of the high-level lord's blessed land. As for the number, Zhou Zhou temporarily set it at 100. A moment later, Xiao Xian, Bai Yuan, Feng Luo, Qi Xiantian, Wu Xian, Death Guardian Zhangyan, Wei Ji, Guiqiao, Zhao Chongshou. A full 100 people gathered in the training hall. A moment later, Zhou Zhou also walked into the hall. Your Majesty, everyone said respectfully in unison. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked everyone to sit down. Today, I summoned everyone here because I have something very important to announce to you. He thought. A huge and majestic netherworld palace appeared behind him. It was the Samsara Palace. Everyone was shocked and looked at the palace in shock and amazement. Zhou Zhou didn't waste any words and directly told them the current ability of the Samsara Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, all the creatures and gods present reacted quickly, and everyone showed excitement. Chapter 774. There is such a rare treasure in the world. Feng Luo murmured, looking very shocked. More than a rare treasure? Even if Heros was knowledgeable, he was so excited that he was a little incoherent at this time. Even if it is a higher god artifact. No, a real artifact, that's not right. It should be the legendary main artifact. I'm afraid its ability is just like this. I haven't seen the main artifact, I'm just guessing. But although it's a guess, I feel that the ability of this Samsara Palace should really be similar to the main artifact. As soon as these words came out, others were stunned. What kind of existence is the main artifact? It can be said that the number of main gods is more than the main artifact. Heros actually said that this Samsara Palace can be comparable to the main artifact. How can they not be shocked? With the ability of this Samsara Palace? Can't I participate in the construction of those famous buildings in history? Zhao Chongshou was also very excited. If he could participate in the construction of those epic buildings, miracle buildings, god-level buildings, and even those incredible buildings in history, even if he just helped, his architect level might be able to rise rapidly, and it might not be difficult to even rise to a higher level of architect. But then he thought about it, and found that it was very difficult to do this. Let's not talk about his own potential limit, and whether he can participate. The third difficulty is, according to what His Majesty said, the tickets of the years are randomly condensed, and the identity and year of the production cannot be specified. In this case, it is difficult to randomly get the years he wants where the top buildings have appeared. If she tried to recast the desired time ticket by force, the cost would be too high. Even if she had the heart of mist, she couldn't make it that way, on the other side. Bai Yun was also very excited. With this time world, she was confident that she would be able to break through to the god level 100% tomorrow morning. After all, even if it was just one night, if she used the time infinity with the maximum time flow rate, it would be equivalent to 13 years of time world time. After so many years, it must be enough for her to comprehend her own lost skills and break through to the god level. At the same time, she also thought of another thing. The biggest difference between gods and beings below God is that ordinary extraordinary beings below God can continuously improve their realm as long as they have enough promotion energy accumulated in their bodies, and their potential is high enough, until they reach the limit of their potential. And beings above gods not only need to have promotion energy and potential requirements, but most importantly, gods also need to have the understanding of the laws to continue to improve their god realm. She was a little worried before. After these top fighters of the Jiayang Kingdom break through to the level of gods, the speed of their strength improvement may slow down instantly. After all, gods need a lot of time to improve their understanding of the laws. But now, she is not worried. There is time. The time problem will no longer be a problem. Lack of understanding of the laws? Just enter the world of time and stay for a few days. 7 days in the real world, the time of time has passed for nearly 100 years. Just ask you if it is outrageous? Others also express many of their own unique ideas. For example, you can train soldiers in the years, practice medical skills in the years, sharpen your mind in the years, practice skills in the years, rest in the years, practice mastering military formations in the years. All these ideas made Zhou Zhou, who heard everything, smile. The reason why he asked these senior officials to come here was to let them develop the abilities of the world of years to the maximum extent. Now it seems, these people's imagination is really good. Some people even proposed some strange uses that Zhou Zhou had never thought of before. He did not speak, but let everyone give full play to their imagination, discuss the use of the years. After a while, when Zhou Zhou saw that their discussion voices gradually subsided, he clapped his hands and focused everyone's attention on himself again. I have heard everything you said. Yes, I am very satisfied with your wonderful ideas. This world of time was originally given to you to use, so from tonight, you can enter the world of time and use your own methods to improve yourself. But it is limited to improving yourself. If I find out that you are using the treasure of the Holy Palace of Samsara indiscriminately, I will not only cancel his permission to use the Holy Palace of Samsara, but also punish him. I believe you all know what is going on. Jojo said in a deep voice. His Majesty is as deep as the sea, at this moment. Everyone looked stern. No one dared to ignore Jojo's words, and no one thought that Jojo could not do such a thing. Yes, Your Majesty. We will definitely not do such a thing. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Don't worry, Your Majesty. We will not mess around with such a treasure. Everyone expressed their serious opinions. Jojo nodded with satisfaction. In fact, he just said this casually. They are all his loyal subjects, and it is almost impossible for them to do the ridiculous things he said that waste national resources. He smiled lightly and talked about another thing, regarding the expenses of the Samsara Palace, because it is for your training. The official of the Kingdom of Pride will bear 75% of the total expenses of your use of the Samsara Palace, and the remaining 25% will be paid by you. Long live Your Majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, all the creatures and gods shouted in surprise. 75%. What a high ratio. It can leave them with a large amount of missed heart. Your Majesty, can the divine crystal also be reimbursed? Vicky couldn't help asking eagerly. As a god, he needs to consume divine crystals to enter the time of time to condense the time ticket of his body, recast the time ticket, and choose the time flow rate ratio of the boundless time. If he is responsible for all these divine crystals, he can't last long. Okay. Jojo smiled and nodded. Although he doesn't have much divine crystals, it is still no problem for several gods in the territory to enter the world of time to practice. Thank you, Your Majesty. Vicky, Qi Xiantian, Feng Luo, and other gods of the Jiaoyang Kingdom all showed joy on their faces and said happily, Your Majesty, in addition to us, who can enter the world of time, can other people in the Jiaoyang Kingdom enter the world of time? Zheng Yuanqi asked. Other citizens of the Jiaoyang Kingdom also have the right to enter the time world. But two conditions must be met. The first condition is that the loyalty of the Jiaoyang Kingdom citizens who want to enter the time world must be above 90 points. The second condition is that the Jiaoyang Kingdom citizens who want to enter the time world must sign a confidentiality agreement before entering to ensure that they will not leak secrets before entering. As for the expenses of ordinary citizens entering the time world, as long as they enter the time world for personal development and territory development, after being inspected and passed, our Jiaoyang Kingdom officials can also bear 75% of the expenses for them. Jojo said with a plan in mind. Your Majesty is wise. Everyone said in unison. Chapter 775. Jojo nodded, and then said in a deep voice, From today on, every night, everyone should stay in the time world as much as possible. It is no exaggeration to say that our territory is developing at an astonishing speed that changes every day. If you don't seize the time to improve yourself, in the future, if the situation of capable people rising and mediocre people falling happens to you, don't blame me for not reminding you today. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone agreed solemnly. Jojo nodded, and then he and everyone else entered the time world. Others began to do what they wanted to do in the time world. Or comprehend the law, or master the military formation, or practice skills, or improve professional ability. Jojo also continued to comprehend the Lord Law. However, he has completely comprehended the incomplete Lord Law contained in the Black Iron level Wealth Hand Lord Talent. So this time he plans to formally comprehend the Lord Talent contained in the Black Iron level Lord Talent King. The world he entered was still the Saha Empire 1,000 years ago. He planned to use up the time in the world of time that he had not used up last time. Time passed quickly. The next morning. The blessed land of the high-level lords. In the training hall. Jojo and his souls returned from the world of time and returned to their bodies. Then Jojo was the first to open his eyes, and the others opened their eyes one by one. They looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. It's hard to imagine. I was still in the Great Xia Empire more than 300 years ago in the last second, and I returned to my country more than 300 years later in the next second. There is a saying that there are time travelers in the heavens and the worlds, and now I am also a time traveler. Wu Xian, no, it should be said that Dragon Lancer Wu Xian sighed. His body exuded waves of divine power. Although it was a little unstable, it was already at the level of a lower-level god. On the other side, Bai Yun felt the surging divine power in her body, and a smile appeared on her face. She raised her head and looked at the other gods of the Jiuyang kingdom around her. The pressure in her heart quietly disappeared. He is now finally a god of the Jiuyang kingdom. God of 10,000 arrows and array control. This is the title of the god that she naturally understood after breaking through to the realm of the gods, and it is also her hero title, although there is still a gap with other gods. But I will work hard to catch up until I become the strongest god of the Jiuyang kingdom, except for your majesty. Bai Yun's eyes flashed with determination. He had no choice. He must do this, otherwise, he will be unworthy of the position of the leader of the prideful Sun Legion. On the other side, legendary lower-level architect Zhao Chongshou had a smile on his face. One night, after the time was accelerated 10,000 times, he stayed in the time of years for a full 13 years. And in these 13 years, he finally perfectly digested the architectural foundation he had accumulated in the prideful Sun Kingdom during this period of time, and successfully promoted to the legendary lower-level architect. Looking back on the ups and downs along the way, he couldn't help but sigh. He was originally just an architect with the potential of a platinum upper level. When he first came to the prideful Sun Kingdom, he was a platinum intermediate architect and the highest level architect in the territory. It can be said that he was deeply trusted by His Majesty. No matter what kind of important building, His Majesty trusted him without reservation and gave him all kinds of precious architectural drawings and materials to build. City walls, monster ranches, daimyo, statues of the god of death, monuments to war heroes. These buildings were all built by him, and the names of the builders headed by him were engraved on them. When he broke through to the limit of his potential, and could not make any more breakthroughs, His Majesty did not give up on him, but tried to improve his potential. He did not disappoint His Majesty's expectations, and the level of architects improved step by step. Diamond level, extraordinary level, epic level, and even today's lower legendary level. Now that he has reached the limit of his potential again, he no longer has regrets like before. He is already very satisfied. If there is any expectation in the future, it is to enter the world of time a few more times and experience the construction process of those legendary buildings. I have to bring a few apprentices to the world of time in the future. Zhao Chongshou thought. His potential has been exhausted, and it is time to cultivate top talents for subsequent architects for the kingdom of Jiuyang. Zhou Zhou looked at the faces of the 100 people, and could tell that everyone benefited greatly. A smile appeared on his lips. This Samsara Palace is simply the best Lord talent. In just one night, he shortened the growth time of his people by 13 years. In the long run, what will be the effect? Let's go! Everyone has worked hard all night. Let's go out for a meal together. Jojo smiled. Everyone was in a good mood and responded to walk out of the training hall. Under the operation of a group of legendary national chefs in the royal capital, in less than a while, table after table of delicious food appeared in front of everyone. After everyone had a good meal, Bai Yun and the others took the soldiers to clean up the monster ranch. Zhou Zhou walked out of the High Lord's land and headed for the Gate of Summoning. Today is the 7th day of the King of Kings event. Zhou Zhou opened the World Channel while walking and looked at the current situation of the Blue Star Lords. The result made him frown slightly. At the moment, when the Scarlet Mist Lords invaded the Supreme Continent and even the heavens and 10,000 worlds, all the lords of the 10,000 races were in a bad situation. The Blue Star human lords, whose strength was already below average, were no exception. A large number of the Blue Star lords, who were speaking on the World Channel now, were full of worries, and even despair about their future. The invasion of the Scarlet Lords put too much pressure on them. But there were also things that made him relax his brows slightly. That was that after the establishment of the kingdom, the Dragon Lady Lord, the Xiantian Lord, the Military Industry Lord and others relied on the cohesion and shelter of the kingdom, and many lords received their grace, and their situation was much better than that of other lords. After recruiting soldiers, we will continue the auction of the kingdom order. Zhou Zhou thought silently. He is not a saint, but he will naturally do what is beneficial to himself, the Blue Star human race, and the entire human race. Then he recalled what he had gained in the world of time last night. Soon, he came to the Gate of Summoning and silently recited the summoning in his heart. The next second, he saw the Gate of Summoning suddenly light up with a bright white light, and then a large number of new subjects came out of it. After spending 100 extraordinary fog hearts to accelerate, 18,800 new subjects quickly all came out of the Gate of Summoning. Hello, Lord. 18,800 new subjects said respectfully. Hello, everyone. Jojo smiled. Then he asked all the professionals to stand up, and found that a total of 592 professionals were summoned this time. Among them, there is one extraordinary superior space gardener, one extraordinary superior sword and shield soldier, one extraordinary superior ice magician, one extraordinary superior wizard, one extraordinary superior array master, one extraordinary superior curse master, and one extraordinary superior blessing master. The rest are life professionals and combat professionals of extraordinary and below extraordinary levels. Zhou looked at the last two extraordinary superior curse masters and extraordinary superior blessing masters, and clicked on their attribute information with some curiosity, and found that their skills were a bunch of curse skills and a bunch of blessing skills. Not bad skills. It's just that the professional level is too low. After reading it, Zhou thought with some regret. It would be great if they were legendary curse masters and blessing masters. At the level of extraordinary superior, no matter how good their abilities are, they can't play a big role in the battlefield involving the level of gods. And the legendary curse masters and blessing masters can already initially influence the situation on the battlefield. He didn't care and walked towards the Lord's Mall. Chapter 776. Soon, Zhou arrived in front of the Lord Mall. What surprised him was that Zhou Chengmin, who used to play games in his room in the morning, was standing at the door with an anxious expression. When he saw Zhou, his eyes lit up, and he walked over quickly, saying very quickly, "Your Majesty, you are finally here. Come on, let's buy today's goods, and then I have other things to do." "What's the matter? So urgent?" Zhou was stunned. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Today is the day when the virtual reality game helmet is officially released." Zhou Chengmin said excitedly while walking towards the Lord Mall. All regions and territories in the entire Jiayang Kingdom will release it at the same time. In addition, the Star Alliance Lord Force Market, the Blue Star Human Lord Force Market, the Night Empire and the Excalibur Empire Market, and even some surrounding alien kingdoms will also officially release virtual reality game helmets today. I just went to see the release site. My God, there are so many people lining up. After Your Majesty buys the goods, I have to line up too. Ha, this time I can finally play the full version of Reincarnation. The experience of playing Reincarnation alone and with real teammates is definitely different. The two had returned to the Lord Mall while talking. But didn't I give you the virtual reality game helmet? Why are you lining up? Zhou stopped and asked in confusion. Your Majesty gave me the beta version of the helmet. The helmet that when you're released today is the public beta version, and it comes with public beta benefits. And as an old player, how can I miss such a memorable day? Zhou Chengmin said with a longing look. Zhou, that makes a lot of sense. I was speechless. At this time, Zhou Chengmin had returned to the Lord Mall, took out 3 silver boxes from under the counter, and placed them in front of Zhou. Zhou opened them one by one. The first silver box contained a superb upper-level skill book called Lethal Immunity. It can be immune to lethal damage below the level of superb upper level when the user encounters a fatal blow. The second box contained another superb upper-level skill book called Cursed Blood. It can make the enemy's wounds not heal for a long time, bleed easily, and increase the risk of viral diseases. Zhou looked at the 2 skill books with a strange expression. These 2 skill books seemed to be the skills of the 2 blessing masters and curse masters he had just seen. I didn't expect to see it in the Lord's Mall in a blink of an eye. This Lord's Mall is quite efficient. He didn't care and looked at the last item. This item is also a skill book. But it's not an ordinary skill book, but a military formation skill book. It was the lower god superior god of war military formation skill book that I gave to Bai Yun, Wu Xian and Luo Sheng last night. When Zhou saw this military formation skill book, he was stunned at first, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Finally, a good thing came out. How much are these 3 items? Zhou looked up and asked. The extraordinary superior skill books Lethal Immunity and Cursed Blood are each worth 30 extraordinary fog hearts. The skill book of the lower gods Advanced Military Formation, God of War, is worth 1,500 legendary fog hearts. Zhou Chengmin said. It's just a small amount of money. Zhou didn't say anything and took out 1,500 legendary fog hearts and 60 extraordinary fog hearts and handed them to the other party. Zhou Chengmin didn't even look at them and put them away. Then he said to Zhou, Your Majesty, I'm going to queue up. He ignored his store and ran to the sales point of the virtual reality game helmet. Zhou looked at the other party's back and suddenly had the idea of following him. Anyway, Bai Yun shouldn't have finished cleaning up the ranch continent yet, so it wouldn't delay anything to go and take a look. Thinking of this, he decided to go. However, he didn't go immediately. Instead, he learned all 3 skill books first, and then walked to the sales point leisurely. The first generation of virtual reality game helmets is on sale now. Limited quantity. First come first served. Some virtual reality game helmets have mysterious public beta rewards. On a 300 or 400 meter high building, a huge advertising light board, it was written in colorful words. Jojo looked at the scene in amazement. The scene in front of him made him feel like he was back in modern society. He glanced around. Personal terminals, virtual games, vehicles, roads, high-rise buildings, personal aircraft, robots, spaceships. Humans and aliens, and even fog monsters can live together in harmony. It seems bizarre, but in fact it is in order. So my prideful Sun Kingdom has developed to this extent? Jojo muttered to himself. He suddenly felt an uncontrollable sense of achievement and joy. The technological development level of the territory in front of him. Even Blue Star or Earth cannot compare. Who would have thought? Less than a month ago, there was only a lonely lord's wooden house, a short summoning gate, a lord who was unfamiliar with the place, and a group of people who were full of fear and anxiety about the future? The world dominated by extraordinary power is so incredible. Jojo sighed. In the real world, in less than a month, building a supermodern country from scratch, what a dream. And it can be done here. And it was done in his hands. Jojo looked not far away. In front of a virtual reality game helmet sales point, there was a line of 2 or 3 kilometers. They were all people of the Kingdom of Pride. Some were human and some were alien. At this time, some of them looked excited, some were impatient, and some simply set up a tent on the ground, ready to fight a protracted war. Jojo also saw an acquaintance among them. Zhou Chengyan was not mentioned. Xiao Xian was actually there. And the one following Xiao Xian was the young man who had automatically changed his job to the Guardian of Death some time ago. Jojo remembered that the other party seemed to be called Zhongyan. Jojo smiled and didn't care. Children are not adults. It's normal to play games. Jojo believed that they would control the degree by themselves. Because people like them, who are extremely talented, often have much more self-control than ordinary people. Even if they play games, they will not really indulge in them. And before they grow up completely, Jojo actually doesn't plan to put too much pressure on them, so he won't ask them to go out and practice every day. Wenya, how many virtual reality game helmets have you prepared? Jojo retracted his gaze and suddenly asked. Your Majesty? Because time is urgent, Wenya only prepared 1 billion virtual reality game helmets. Among them, 300 million helmets were put into the market of Jiaoyang Kingdom, 200 million helmets were put into the market of Xingchen Alliance, 200 million helmets were placed in the official store of Jiaoyang Kingdom on the World Channel, 200 million helmets were put into the Knight Empire and Excalibur Empire, and 100 million helmets were put into the market of Alien Lord Forces. Now the 10 virtual reality game helmet manufacturing factories in the territory of Jiaoyang Kingdom are making full efforts to manufacture more virtual reality game helmets. Based on the current production, it is estimated that 500 million virtual reality game helmets can be produced every day. When Ya's voice suddenly appeared in Jojo's mind. Jojo nodded. This production is not bad. Tonight, make a profit statement for the revenue of the virtual reality game helmet business. I want to see the prospects of this business. Jojo said. Yes, Your Majesty. Wenya said respectfully. Jojo nodded. He then took a last look at the long queue. His expression slightly moved, and his eyes fell on a young man sitting in a wheelchair. Interesting. His strength is only at the black iron level, but his luck is comparable to that of a legendary creature. From the looks of him, is he going to buy a virtual reality game helmet to play games? Could this guy be some esports hero? Jojo looked strange. He held the Emperor's holy sword, and with tens of thousands of legendary skills, he naturally had some abilities to see luck. At this moment, he realized that this young man with only black iron level strength had surprisingly high luck, even comparable to a legendary strongman. With a thought, he activated the Heart Divination method. Heart Divination method is the blood talent of the Illusionary Life clan, which can make simple calculations about the future. In addition, another blood talent of the Illusionary Life clan, Fate Perception. The combination of these two talents, although it cannot allow him to directly see the fate trajectory of some strong people, but it is still no problem to see the fate trajectory of some creatures with lower strength. Thousands of images of fate flashed in his eyes, and finally gradually returned to nothingness. Jojo looked at the young man, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Although he can't become a super strongman who dominates one side, is his achievement in another field enough to make him remembered by the world and history? He took a last look at him, gave him blessings in his heart, and then turned to leave. At the same time, just as he left, the young man also looked at the direction Zhou left in confusion. Was someone looking at me just now? He didn't think much about it, and his eyes fell on the virtual reality game helmet sales point in the distance. I was a top player when I was on Blue Star. Although my potential is not high after coming to this world, I am destined to have no future in the extraordinary path. But in the field of games, I may have a chance to show my strengths. Maybe I can use the field of games to help my sister, and I embark on a higher level of extraordinary path. At the very least, we must earn enough missed hearts in the game, and then ask the high-level doctors or high-level clergy in the territory to cure my sister's illness. Shannon, you have no way out. You can't lose again in this familiar field of games, Shannon said silently. His eyes gradually became firm. On the other side, when Zhou was about to find Mugu and Baiyun, he saw Baiyun walking towards the direction of the high-level lord's blessed land. After seeing Zhou, he immediately walked over quickly. Your Majesty, Baiyun said respectfully. Have you cleaned up the ranch continent? Zhou asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please look, this is a specific list of ranch continent income, and this space ring contains all the ranch continent harvests. After Baiyun finished speaking, he handed a list of income and a space ring to Zhou. Zhou took it and looked at the list of income first. Under the effect of the title of King of Trophies and the strongest lord, in terms of missed hearts, a total of more than 2.75 billion bronze-level missed hearts, more than 2.31 billion silver-level missed hearts, more than 1.65 billion gold-level missed hearts, more than 1.38 billion platinum-level missed hearts, more than 1.39 billion diamond-level missed hearts, more than 810 million extraordinary-level missed hearts, and more than 150 million epic-level missed hearts. In addition, 420 million copies of Golden God Servant Recruitment Book, for 20 million copies of Golden God Servant Job Transfer Certificate, 630 million copies of Storm Spirit Recruitment Book, 630 million copies of Storm Spirit Job Transfer Certificate, 38,000 pieces of Legion Certificate Fragments, more than 210 million True Faith Level Scarlet Crystals, more than 168 million Devout Faith Level Scarlet Crystals, more than 110 million Fanatic Faith Level Scarlet Crystals, 215 Holy Spirit Level Scarlet Crystals, 120 million Iron Bear Pet Eggs, 260 million Falcon Wings and Falcon 3 radars. As for other unimportant spoils, Zhou simply skipped them. He looked at the list of profits from the ranch continent, and a smile appeared on his face. 420 million copies of the Golden God Servant Recruitment Book, 630 trillion copies of the Storm Spirit Recruitment Book, that adds up to 1.05 billion recruitment books. If all of them are thrown into the summoning gate, he can summon 1.05 billion soldiers at a time. A surge of 1.05 billion troops in one day. Zhou's face showed an irrepressible smile. This smile was even a little crazy, but then again, this efficiency of recruiting soldiers is indeed crazy. After all, this number, let alone the kingdom-level lord forces, even the empire-level lord forces would be stunned for a while. Recruiting all the troops of a primary empire-level lord force in one day, just ask you if you are afraid? Then Baiyun told him about the Golden King Recruitment Book and Golden King Job Transfer Certificate becoming the Golden God Servant Recruitment Book and Job Transfer Certificate. According to the scene Baiyun saw. At the beginning, the Golden King monsters in the Monster Ranch did drop the Golden King Recruitment Book and Golden King Job Change Certificate when they died and extracted the spoils. However, they only lasted for less than a second, and suddenly a flash of light turned into the Golden God Servant Recruitment Book and Golden God Servant Job Change Certificate. As for the skills and gold dropped by other Golden King monsters, they also turned into the skills of Golden God Servant and higher level original gold. Zhou nodded when he heard it. This is naturally the work of the Silver Book. Then Zhou did not waste time, and directly came to the summoning gate with a space ring containing 1.05 billion recruitment books, and used 100 extraordinary level fog hearts to directly recruit all 1.05 billion recruits at one time. Because there were too many recruits, the open space in front of the summoning gate could not accommodate these recruits. So Zhou had to place them directly in the inner world of the galaxy. But even so, it took 2 galaxy ships to settle them all. One ship carried 1 billion, and the other carried 50 million. Chapter 777. We need to speed up the production of more galaxy. Otherwise, sooner or later, my soldiers will have no suitable place to stay. Zhou smacked his lips. Then a smile appeared on his face again. He originally had 2.06639764 million soldiers under his command. Now, with these 1.05 billion soldiers, the number of soldiers under his command has exceeded 3 billion, reaching an astonishing number of 3.11639764 soldiers. With so many soldiers, I can complete the camp mission of the Sword Empire in one day. Zhou thought. At present, he still has 2.5 camp missions. Not to mention the camp mission of the Elf Empire. The Queen of the Elf has not sent him any news, and it is estimated that the battlefield of the God War should not be opened yet. There is also a camp mission Save the Sword Empire on the Sword Empire side. In addition, killing the Scarlet Gods on the Sword Empire side is also considered half a camp mission. Today, if we get rid of all the Scarlet Fog monsters and Scarlet Gods from the Sword Empire, we can complete this 1.5 camp missions. Zhou thought. He felt that it was not a big problem. A moment later, Zheng Yuanqi came to Zhou. He said with a happy face, "Your Majesty, today's refugees have come, a total of about 120 million. I have ordered all states in the kingdom to fully accept these refugees, and officially settle them down, and make them the subjects of our prideful Sun Kingdom. In addition, there are 48 heroes with extraordinary hero destiny, and 16 heroes with epic hero destiny, who have come to our territory and officially become our subjects. Among these 64 heroes, there are 12 human heroes, and the rest are alien heroes. In addition, there are 3 alien heroes from the volcanic dwarves and natural elves. They are all rare life professional heroes who achieve their status as blacksmiths." Zhou's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. Life professional heroes in the blacksmith profession? This kind of existence is quite rare. The existence that can achieve the status of a hero with the blacksmith profession is either the weapons they forged, which have left a glorious story and reputation in history or war. These deeds and reputations have been passed down by word of mouth for countless years, and gradually became heroic biographies. The blacksmith master who forged this legendary weapon, with the blessing of the heroic biography, naturally became a blacksmith hero. If this way of becoming a hero is more dependent on timing and chance, then another way to become a hero is more dependent on talent. If a blacksmith-like life professional gradually reaches the level of skills close to the Tao in the process of honing his professional skills, and even comprehends his own life professional heroic skills, such life professionals do not need heroic biographies, and can directly become life professional heroes by themselves. And once they become heroes in this way, they can not only rely on their heroic skills to easily create their own heroic biographies among living beings. Even because they comprehend heroic skills by themselves, they have the potential to go to the next level on their own path. This kind of life hero has a promising future on the path of gods. The existence of heroes in the previous way cannot be said to be bad, but in terms of evaluation, we have to say that heroes are made by the times. It cannot be said that heroes are made by one's own strength. Both have their strengths, but there is actually no difference between good and bad. It's just a different perspective on heroes. What kind of heroes are these 3? Zhou asked curiously. The blacksmith hero of the volcano dwarfs is named Chong Shan, and his heroic title is the Sound of Earth and Fire. He is a blacksmith hero with extraordinary heroic destiny achieved by his own intuition and racial heritage. As for the 2 natural elves, one is named Heroes, and the other is named Garth. Their heroic titles are Unbreakable Master Craftsman and Bloody Caster. They are now over 3,000 years old. Both of them have created widely circulated heroic armor and weapons in a supreme activity in the past, named Heroes Spirit Armor and Bloody Blade. They also became heroes because of these 2 legendary weapons. Zhou nodded. Natural elves are all immortals. It is easy for them to live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, although they are also lazy by nature because of this. But this kind of immortal race is indeed prone to the existence of heroes, who are made by the times over a long period of time. Place them well. Those who should be included in the army should be included in the army, and those who should be assigned positions should be assigned positions, so that they will not regret coming to our Jiaoyong kingdom. In the future, depending on their performance, you can reward them with higher-level heroic heritage secret book and book of gods. Zhou said. Yes, your majesty. Zheng Yuanqi nodded seriously. Then he said goodbye and left. Zhou looked at Zheng Yuanqi's departing back, with a faint smile on his lips. With the addition of these 64 new heroes, the number of heroes under his command has reached as many as 242, This number is comparable to the number of heroes of some weaker primary Empire-level Lord forces. In the future, there will be more and more heroes, and even gods under my command. Zhou thought silently. His heart was full of infinite expectations for the future. Then he summoned all the generals, and assigned what to do today. The first thing, he ordered the 2 upper gods headed by Haros and Qi Xiantian to lead other gods, excluding Guiqiao, and more than 3.116 billion soldiers in the territory to go to the Excalibur Empire through the teleportation array to solve all the fog monsters around the territory of the Excalibur Empire. Haros, Qi Xiantian and other gods assisted the gods of the 2 empires, such as Lu Xun and Ji Yun, to deal with the Scarlet God surrounding the Sword Empire. Strive to restore the Sword Empire to the situation before the tribulation of all races within 2 days, so as to complete Zhou's 1.5 camp tasks about the Sword Empire. The second thing, Guiqiao led the original spirit race Ansel, the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction, Neltharion, the Dragon King of War and Power, Jilung, and their Dragon God Kor, a total of 68 pure-blooded dragons, including ghost dragons, extreme dragons, bright spirit dragons and other dragons, and the Star Alliance lords and their more than 216 million soldiers. Go to Linger's Spirit Medicine City through the teleportation array and assist Linger in conquering a primary kingdom around the territory of the Spirit Medicine City, as the foundation for Linger to establish the Spirit Medicine Kingdom next. Don't think that there is only one god, Guiqiao. But now, the original Eldar Ansel, the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction, Neltharion, and the Dragon King of War and Power, Jilung, have all broken through to the legendary level. As owners of high-level bloodlines, even if they are at the legendary level, they already have combat power comparable to that of gods, so this operation seems to be led by only one god, Guiqiao, but in fact there are 4 god-level combat forces leading the team, and Guiqiao even has the combat power of the upper god level. Zhou doesn't believe it. With such a strong lineup, can there be any accidents in helping Linger attack a primary kingdom? Of course. If they successfully capture a primary kingdom for Linger, Zhou will also let them go to the nearby hostile alien kingdom, or the Scarlet Kingdom to fight for the Autumn Wind. As long as they don't provoke the Empire-level Lord forces. Zhou doesn't have to worry about any accidents. If they could capture 2 primary Scarlet Kingdoms, that would be the best, and they could also complete the last requirement for his Jiayong Kingdom to be promoted to an intermediate kingdom. That was all for the time being, and as for more arrangements, they would make more arrangements after they finished these 2 things. After receiving Zhou's order, Bai Yuan and the others did not waste any words and left directly. After they left, Zhou clicked on Kingdom Order Auction and looked at the members in the group. There were a total of 15 Kingdom Orders auctioned this time, and the top lords of the Blue Star human race who participated in this auction reached more than 10,000. Compared with when Zhou looked at the group yesterday, the number of members was more than 100 times more. Among these 10,000 lords, in addition to the top lords of Blue Star in the World Channel, there were also some top lords of the Star Alliance. As the lords of the Star Alliance were his subordinates, Zhou naturally gave them some quotas so that they could participate in the auction of the Kingdom Order. Although the auction had not started yet, the group was already very lively. Lord Overlord, I must get the Kingdom Order this time. Lord Giant Axe, sorry, I am also interested in this Kingdom Order. Lord Virtual Demon, I want to establish the first Virtual Demon Kingdom. Lord Blue Dragon, more than 10,000 top lords participated, but there were only 15 Kingdom Orders. This ratio, wow, I feel like I am taking the civil service exam. Lord Thunderstorm, as a lord, it would be a pity if I don't get addicted to being a king once. Lord Vegetable Roll, just watch the big guys brag. Lord Wind Dust, the Kingdom Order is not important. I mainly want to join His Majesty Jiayong and make His Majesty Jiayong my backer. Lord of the Night, damn, I thought so too. No matter how good the Kingdom Order is it better than following His Majesty? Zhou watched these top lords of Blue Star chatting. To be honest, it was quite interesting. Soon. It was 8 o'clock. Lord of the Military Industry, the auction of the Kingdom Order has officially begun. Lord of the Military Industry, I am the auction host appointed by His Majesty for this auction of the Kingdom Order. Lord of the Military Industry, before the auction officially begins, I emphasize again that since you have come to participate in the auction, it is assumed that once the auction is successful, your Lord forces, and the newly established Kingdom forces in the future will follow the lead of our prideful Sun Kingdom, and give 1/3 of the kingdom's wealth. And the lords under your command will also offer their territories, with both hands after encountering the army of our prideful Sun Kingdom. Lord of the military industry. In addition to this, it is the means that you can use to conduct the auction. If anyone is dissatisfied with this, you can quit the Kingdom Order auction group now, and we will never stop you. Military industry Lord. But if someone gets the Kingdom Order after the auction and then regrets it, then be careful of our Majesty's thundering measures. Military industry Lord. Does anyone want to withdraw now? No one answered. 3 minutes later. Military industry Lord. Okay, since everyone has agreed, let's not waste any more time. Now let's start the auction of the first Kingdom Order. Everyone can bid now. Overlord Lord. 1,000 legendary mist hearts. Plus 10, legendary potential beast mount cubs, already tamed. Kajuan Lord. You are indeed a big shot. Gold Merchant Lord. Although I can also get so much, it's only the first Kingdom Order, not the last one, so I won't fight for it. Others had similar ideas. 1,000 legendary mist hearts. This amount is naturally nothing to Zhou. But for other lords, it is definitely an unimaginable high price. Even if the top lords of Blue Star can take it out, they will feel pain for a while. After the military industry lord said the last 3, 2, 1, and still didn't ask for a higher price, the first Kingdom Order fell smoothly into the pocket of the Overlord Lord. Overlord Lord, goodbye everyone, next time we meet, I hope you can respectfully address me as Your Majesty Overlord. It can be seen that this guy is very excited. However, other people obviously will not tolerate his arrogant behavior, and everyone sends a series of paw in the group. Overlord Lord does not care at all, and even does not participate in the subsequent auction, and directly logs off. Military Industry Lord. It seems that Overlord Lord is eager to build a country. I wish him success in building a country, and now we will auction the second Kingdom Order. After a while. This Kingdom Order was auctioned off by a Blue Star human named Zun Shan Lord, who spent a full 1,500 legendary mist hearts. It is said that this lord possesses a platinum-level talent for traveling merchants, and coupled with his rich merchant experience in Blue Star, he quickly earned his first pot of gold in the Supreme Continent and began to replicate the model of success. He used this model a long time ago to become a wealthy lord. Later, after receiving the legacy of the country-destroying forces, his capital increased greatly. Now that he can get the second Kingdom Order, although it is a bit surprising, it is not incredible. Then, the third piece, the fourth piece, the seventh piece, the 13th piece, the 15th piece. After more than 3 hours of auction, all 15 Kingdom Orders were finally auctioned off. These 15 Kingdom Orders brought Zhou more than 15,000 legendary fog hearts. In addition, there are various high-level equipment, high-level architectural drawings, high-level rare materials, exotic beauties, high-potential pet cubs. All kinds of treasures are available. However, with Zhou's current vision, he naturally didn't care much about these mist hearts and treasures. The reason why he held this auction, in addition to seeing that the human lords of Blue Star lived too miserably, was mainly to sell the extra Kingdom Orders in his hands. Anyway, these things are useless to him, so he might as well exchange them for some benefits. After auctioning all the Kingdom Orders, Zhou stopped talking, said goodbye to the Dragon Lady Lord and others, and directly summoned a galaxy, then boarded the galaxy and flew to the Excalibur Empire. Chapter 778. The Sword Empire. The Imperial Capital. Above the heavily guarded space teleportation array, a series of transparent ripples suddenly appeared, and then a galaxy slowly emerged from the transparent ripples. After seeing the galaxy appear, all the surrounding defenders immediately became excited and turned around to salute the galaxy respectfully. Meet King Jiayang. All the soldiers shouted excitedly. They had heard about King Jiayang leading the army of the Kingdom of Jiayang to clear all the Scarlet Fog monsters around the Night Empire, and help kill the Scarlet Gods besieging the Night Empire. Zhou at this time. In the eyes of the Night Empire, he can be said to be the savior praised by everyone, and the Sword Empire, which was also besieged by the army of Scarlet Fog monsters, naturally hoped that King Jiayang could come to the Sword Empire to help them, and save them from the dire straits. And now they saw that King Jiayang really came. How could they not be excited and inspired? The next second, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the galaxy. It was Zhou. He smiled and nodded to everyone. He then looked at the crowd for a few seconds, and soon his eyes fell on a beautiful figure in the crowd. It was Princess Yuling who was looking at him with a smile on her lips and shining eyes. He sent a message to Princess Yuling in his heart, asking her to come to the galaxy for a chat, and then return to the galaxy cabin. A moment later, in the galaxy, Zhou and Princess Yuling were sitting casually on 2 white stools. It turns out that Uncle Lu and Uncle Ji have already set out to deal with the Scarlet Gods around the Excalibur Empire. Zhou suddenly realized. That's right. Yu Ling nodded and smiled. My father specifically asked me to stay here and wait for you to come over, and then we can go together. Zhou nodded. Then please show me the way, Yu Ling. When follow the direction pointed by Yu Ling as the next flight. When he said the last sentence, he was suddenly stunned. At this moment, personal talent danger prediction, lord talent intuition, blood talent destiny perception are all activated. Zhou's eyes appeared with scenes of unpredictable destiny that only he could see, and then gradually disappeared. What's wrong? Yu Ling saw that Zhou didn't speak for a while, and asked curiously. Nothing. Just saw something about the future. Zhou frowned slightly. What's the matter? Did we encounter danger on this trip? Yu Ling immediately became nervous when she heard this, and she was not even curious about how Zhou saw the future scene. That's not the case. Although we encountered some setbacks during our visit, we were able to successfully complete what we wanted to accomplish, and the Divine Sword Empire has returned to its previous peaceful state. Zhou said. That's good. Yu Ling breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked curiously, what did you see in the future? Palace Master Baihe is in danger, Zhou said in a deep voice. In fact, it's not just about danger. In the future scene that he saw about Yu Ling's destiny perception, Baihe had died in the abyss, and then the human race shrank its ethnic territory, and a large number of middle and high-level strongmen were sent out to guard and protect the human race leaders in various places. As a result, due to Baihe's death, the top combat power of the human race declined. The various alien races came to the human race's territory from time to time, like greedy hunters, to take advantage of the situation. The human race's situation was suddenly 100 times more difficult than before, and it was very uncomfortable. It was not until Yu Ling was killed by a superior god of an alien race during an expedition that the future development disappeared. However, he guessed with his feet, and knew that the future situation would not be good. It seems that only Baihe died. But if the future development of fate continues according to what I saw, it may not turn into a crisis of genocide. Zhou murmured. He was horrified. This fate perception talent from the Huaming clan had little presence on weekdays, but he didn't expect that once it appeared, it would give him such a big surprise. What? After hearing Zhou's words, Princess Yu Ling's face suddenly changed. In less than a few seconds, her face became extremely pale, and her body trembled faintly. Baihe is not only the strongest person in the entire Sword Empire, but also the protector of the Abyss, and his status is comparable to that of the Sword Emperor Fuyo of the Sword Empire. He is also one of the few true gods in the human race. He is also the strongest person in the entire human race, and is the spiritual pillar of the human race. If Baihe encounters danger and something really happens, it will definitely be a devastating blow to the human race, and the strength of the entire human race may drop by 20%. Don't think that 20% is not much. But if it is placed on all the billions of people in the human race, it may be a future where billions of people in the human race will die tragically. This kind of thing can be guessed without any sense of fate. How could Yu Ling not be afraid? Quick! Tell my father and His Majesty Lu Xun. We must save Uncle Baihe. Uncle Baihe must not have any accidents. Yu Ling said anxiously with a pale face. Zhou nodded. The camp mission is no longer important at this time. The Scarlet Gods will not leave anyway, so it is no problem to deal with them another day. The important thing is to save Baihe first. Otherwise, once Baihe dies, the power of the top strong men of the entire human race will be weakened, the strength of the entire human race will be greatly reduced, and the human race will fall into the crisis he sees. Let's not talk about the righteousness of the human race for now. As the object of protection, Zhou will face countless dangers in the future once his power to protect himself is weakened. Just to make his future path more stable, he must save Baihe, and let Baihe and other human strong men withstand the pressure from the alien race for him. Besides, Zhou's eyes were deep. While he opened his personal terminal to contact Elvision and the others, he thought of another thing. In the future scene he saw, in this incident of Baihe, he was actually the main reason that put Baihe in danger. Because he was performing too well in the King of Kings event. As a lord of ordinary origin, he could actually surpass many top bloodline lords, leading the rankings, second only to the true lords of the original spirit race. This, coupled with his victory in the last event, had long made the races and civilizations behind countless top lords of all races uncomfortable. But due to the supreme agreement, they could not easily attack him, so they thought about attacking the strong men of the human race. And at this time, For Zhou needs, Baihe, who entered the abyss and searched for the corpse of the demon god alone, entered their field of vision. Then Baihe became the target of attack. We must save the Lord of Baihe Palace. Zhou thought silently. Chapter 779. Just then, the faces of Elvision and Ji Yun appeared on the display screen of Zhou's personal terminal. My dear nephew, are you here? Elvision smiled. You can see that. He is in a good mood now. Ji Yun also had a smile on his face. With the help of Zhou, the crises of the Night Empire and the Sword Empire will be resolved, which also means that their human race will at least not suffer too much loss during this catastrophe of all races. As the two high-level people of the human race, they are naturally in a good mood. However, soon, they noticed that Zhou's face was not right. What happened? Ji Yun asked solemnly. Elvision also restrained his smile, and looked at Zhou with a serious expression. I have an ability to perceive the future fate of living beings with a small probability. Just now, I accidentally triggered this ability in Yuling. Then I saw that the master of the Night Temple, Baihe, might have been in danger at this time. Zhou got straight to the point. The faces of the two empire leaders changed instantly. What danger? Lu Xun asked immediately. Ji Yun also looked anxious. Baihe, the master of the Night Temple, was the patron saint of their Night Empire. His status in the Night Empire was comparable to that of the Sword Emperor Fuyo of the Sword Empire. If Baihe really had an accident, he couldn't imagine what the future of the Night Empire, and even the human race would be like. Neither of them doubted what Zhou said. The past style and personality of this human race's proud lord made them willing to trust Zhou without reservation. They believed that Zhou would not lie to them about such things. There are 3 Abyss true gods in the Abyss, ambushing the Lord of Baihe Palace in advance. They are Azrat, the Dark Lord of Tyranny and Despotism, Rose, the Queen of Spiders, and Akis, the King of the Undead. Zhou had the top blood inheritance in his mind, and he easily recognized the identities of the 3 terrifying true gods in the scene of fate. When Lu Xun and Ji Yun heard this, their faces suddenly became uglier. They are all super strong in the Abyss. Ji Yun's voice was hoarse. The Knight's Temple is subordinate to the Knight's Empire. As the Lord of the Empire, he knows the power of these Abyss gods best. The two looked at each other. I go and ask the Emperor. Lu Xun said in a deep voice. No. Ji Yun refused without hesitation. You can't alarm the Emperor. What if they're dealing with His Majesty Baihe is just a cover, and the real purpose is to lure the Emperor out? Lu Xun also looked hesitant and struggling. Go and ask Lu Zu to come back and help, Ji Yun said. Okay. Lu Xun nodded, and then immediately sat in meditation with his eyes closed. A faint sword aura permeated his body, as if he was using some secret method to communicate with Fuyo's Sword Emperor Liu Yin, who was far away in the fairy world. Ji Yun looked at Zhou and found that Zhou seemed to have a lot of questions to ask, so he sighed and said, Come over first. I sent you our location. Zhou and Yuling looked at each other, without any nonsense, and directly asked when he had to drive the galaxy and fly at full speed according to the location set by Ji Yun. Soon, they came to a forest area full of vitality, which is a diamond-level area. At this time, Ji Yun, Elvision, Haros, Qi Xiantian and other gods from the 2 empires and the Jiayong Kingdom were gathering here. At the same time, Zhou could also feel that his more than 3.1 billion Jiayong Kingdom soldiers were in the nearby area, quickly clearing out the fog monsters with amazing efficiency. Zhou and Yuling immediately flew out of the galaxy, and soon came to Ji Yun. Next, Elvision, and I will go find someone to save His Majesty Baihe. I leave this to you. Continue to clear out the fog monsters and scarlet gods here. If you encounter an enemy that you can't solve, don't worry, we can come back and solve it together, Ji Yun said. At this time, shouldn't we go together to save His Majesty Baihe? Yuling couldn't help but say. 3 true gods are working together to deal with His Majesty Baihe. The Abyss is probably already filled with all kinds of terrifying traps. Only true gods have a chance to break through this level of battlefield. What's the use of a group of lower gods and middle gods even if they go? The upper gods may be able to help a little, but this help is not very meaningful. In that case, why not stay in the 2 empires and protect our human territory? This way, after we leave, at least we don't have to worry about danger in the rear and be distracted. What if His Majesty Baihe is just a bait, and their real purpose is to suddenly attack the empire when we come out in full force? Ji Yun shook his head. Zhou and Yuling were silent. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they had to say that Ji Yun's words made sense. Even Zhou, even with the sword of opening up the dimension and the king's lord's innate ability, barely had the combat power of a true god's blow. But that's all. He wouldn't be so stupid as to think that he could fight against a true god head-on just because he had the strength to strike with a true god. Zhou waved his hand and asked Qi Xiantian and the others to continue to kill the scarlet gods that besieged the Sword Empire. Seeing this, Haros and the others saluted Zhou from a distance, and then boarded a galaxy with other gods and flew away. There were no outsiders around. Qi Yun looked at Zhou and said, "I know you have a lot of questions to ask, but now there are no outsiders, you can ask them. Since my human race has 5 empires, there should be 5 true gods behind them. Now that the Lord of Baihe Palace is in danger, why only ask the Sword Emperor Fuyo, and not the true gods of the other 3 empires?" Zhou asked. This is indeed his biggest doubt. Qi Yun heard this, with a helpless expression on his face. You are right. Our human race does have 5 great empires, and behind each empire, there is indeed a true god-level combat force. But things are not as simple as you think. Our human race has survived all the way to the present, not without any cost. For example, Elvision's ancestor, Fuyo's Sword Emperor. Do you know why he has been wandering around in the fairy world, and even Elvision doesn't know the exact location of Fuyo's Sword Emperor? Qi Yun said. Zhou shook his head. Because Fuyo's Sword Emperor is afraid, our human race is also afraid. Qi Yun said in a deep voice, our human race has 5 true god-level existences, which means that if we only meet the other conditions for building a kingdom of God, we can directly establish a kingdom of God. At that time, our human race's status among all races will be greatly improved. But we can't meet all the extremely harsh conditions for the kingdom of God, and those alien races don't dare to let us advance to the kingdom of God. Speaking of this, a flash of blood flashed in Ji Yun's eyes. That was the deep hatred accumulated over thousands of years. It can only be eliminated by destroying billions of alien creatures, or even destroying the entire alien race. Those alien civilizations, after learning that the 5 major human empires had 5 true god-level combatants, tried every means to murder them. To this day, the Lord of the Saha Empire, the Buddha, has achieved nirvana and entered the endless cycle of reincarnation. The Lord of the Great Xia Empire, Xianyuan, has been sealed in the Xianyuan tomb and is still sleeping. Baihe of my Night Empire is not a lord, but with amazing qualifications, he has achieved the realm of true God step by step, but in the end, he was forced to leave the human territory and be transferred to the front line of the Abyss, stationed in the Abyss for endless years. The Lord of the Divine Sword Empire, LV was forced to resign from the position of the Lord of the Empire and hide his identity in the fairyland, just because he was afraid of being found and then killed by the alien strongmen. At the same time, he was also secretly looking for development resources for my human race. As for the Lord of the Tiamen Empire, Pangu, is the founder of our human race. The history of our human race also started from Pangu. But now, he is forced to seal himself in the prehistoric world. Faced with all this, I can't do anything. I hate it. Ji Yun said at the end, his eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Chapter 780. Zhou looked at Ji Yun, who was emitting an astonishing murderous aura, and could not help but fall silent. He had long speculated that the human race had 5 true gods, and he had always wondered why the human race did not go a step further to establish a kingdom of God. At first, he just thought that the human race could not meet the other harsh conditions for establishing a kingdom of God. Unexpectedly, there were so many hidden secrets behind it. The masters of the 5 empires of the human race actually ended up in such a situation. At the same time, he also became a little curious about the identities of the masters of these 5 empires. Especially Pangu, the master of the Tiamen Empire. Pangu? Is it the Pangu who created the world? Zhou couldn't help asking. Ji Yun had already restrained his emotions at this time. Hearing this, he looked at Zhou, smiled and nodded, then said with emotion, "That's right. Pangu is the first lord of our human race. His real name is Pan. In the wild era, when the human race did not have language and writing, he held a stone axe and led the human race to cut through the thorns on the wild land, fighting with countless races and creatures, and step by step opened up the territory of our human race, which is why our human race is what it is today. Endless years have passed, and Pan is still the most powerful and unquestionable patron saint of our human race, so we add an ancient character after his name to show our respect for him. And because of his deeds, the legend of his creation of the world has also spread in the endless heavens. You have heard about it in your world, right? Ji Yun finally asked. Zhou nodded. Pangu's creation of the world can be said to be the most famous myth and legend in his hometown. How could he not know? There are three meanings of the creation of the world. The first meaning is that Pangu led our human race to open up our territory, allowing our human race to continue to this day. This is also the most important meaning, although it is not widely circulated. The second meaning is that Pangu, as the most powerful true god of our human race, mastered a true god-level secret method of creating the world. He once used his body as a method to personally create a real world called Hong Wang. This is the second. This is widely circulated. As for the third meaning, when Jiyan said this, his face suddenly darkened. Pangu, as the strongest of our human race, is also a potential owner of the main god level. In fact, he has been working hard to impact the main god realm. Once the impact is successful and officially promoted to the main god realm, not only can the kingdom of God be easily built, but even the bloodline potential of our human race as a whole will be collectively promoted because of Pangu's main god status, thus leaping into a high-level bloodline race with superior bloodline. Original. This Pangu can be promoted smoothly. But, just when Pangu was about to get very close to the realm of the Lord God, 3,000 powerful aliens suddenly descended on the primordial realm and besieged Pangu, who was in seclusion. Although Pangu defeated them and expelled them from the primordial realm, he was also seriously injured. He had no choice but to transform himself into heaven and earth and seal himself in the primordial realm to recover from his injuries. Although he can still hear our voices and break through the barriers, once he does so, it means that the process of his recovery from injuries will be interrupted, and all previous recovery will be in vain. We humans need the restored Pangu Emperor to protect us again. That's why I stopped Lu Xun when he wanted to ask the Emperor to help. That's right. At this moment, Lu Xun opened his eyes and came to Ji Yuan. His Majesty Baihe wants to save him, but we can't interrupt the recovery process of Pangu Emperor. I have contacted the Ancestor, and he is coming to us. In addition, the Ancestor has also contacted the Majesty in Xianyuan Tomb. If the war breaks out, the Majesty in Xianyuan Tomb will help across the border, he said in a deep voice. That's good. With the help of the Majesty in Xianyuan Tomb, plus Lord Lu Zhu, we should have a better chance of saving His Majesty Baihe. Ji Yun breathed a sigh of relief. But that said, the two still didn't look too happy. After all, even if Lu Zhu and the Yellow Emperor in Xianyuan Tomb are all true god-level existences, plus by he whose life and death is uncertain, they can barely be considered three true god-level combat forces. But facing the three true gods of the Abyss, it is really hard to say who will win or lose. After all, the opponent's strength is not weak. At the same time, when Zhou Zhou heard Lu Xun mention the Yellow Emperor in Xianyuan Tomb, he subconsciously touched the Xianyuan sword on his waist. It is said that his Xianyuan sword was born based on the myth of the Yellow Emperor. I didn't expect to hear the news of that existence today. Myth shine into reality. Zhou Zhou muttered. He thought about it, and couldn't help but said to the two lords of the Empire, "Can I go with you?" In fact, the reason why Baihe was in danger this time has a lot to do with me. I also want to go and see, maybe I can provide help at that time. As soon as these words came out, Lu Xun and Ji Yun were stunned. Nonsense. After Lu Xun reacted, he frowned. Don't think that you are invincible just because you have some attainments in swordsmanship? Didn't you hear what I said just now? Even if the upper gods and spirits reach the battlefield of the true god level, they can only help a little bit. You are a child who is not even at the level of a god. When you go to such a battlefield, the aftermath of any attack from them can make you die. Wouldn't you go and die in vain? Your Uncle Lu is right. Ji Yun also nodded. He looked at Zhou Zhou and said softly, I know you want to save His Majesty Baihe, but do everything within your ability. We have already invited Lu Zhu and Xianyuan. They are qualified and capable to save His Majesty Baihe. Even your Uncle Lu and I dare not intervene. We can only prepare for support in the rear. How can you go? If you are unwilling, develop the territory well, and strive to reach the realm of Lu Zhu or even Pangu Emperor as soon as possible. At that time, no one will stop you from doing anything you want. No one can stop you. Uncles, I am sure I can protect myself on the battlefield of the true god level. Zhou Zhou said in a deep voice. Not only is he sure of saving himself, he is even sure that he can save Baihe alone. But if that happens, he may use the strongest trump card he has always kept, so he doesn't want to use this trump card unless it is absolutely necessary. But Baihe takes good care of himself. At this critical moment, he feels that he can't stand idly by when he is sure to save the other party. This goes against his principles and bottom line as a human being. At this moment, he looked serious and didn't seem to be telling a lie. Ji Yuan and Lu Xun were stunned. They looked at each other, then looked at Zhou Zhou, and then Lu Xun said seriously, Are you serious? Really? The two fell into deep thought. After a moment, Ji Yun and Lu Jun shook their heads slowly. No. You still can't go, Ji Yun said. Why? Zhou Zhou was not angry, he just wanted to ask the reason. Chapter 781. The reason is very simple. Among the three true gods of the abyss, the Spider Queen Rose and the Undead King Orcus are okay. They are only the lords of medium-sized empires. Even if you provoke them, with your current strength, as long as they don't take action personally, your safety will not be a big problem. But the Dark Lord of Tyranny and Despotism, Asgrat, is not okay. He ruled the 45th, 46th and 47th layers of the abyss, forming the triple domain of Asgrat, and he was promoted to the Lord of the Kingdom of God. Once you provoke him, it means that you, a small lord of a primary kingdom, have provoked a kingdom-level lord force. In that case, even the Supreme Agreement cannot stop him from attacking you. Even if Asgrat does not take action personally, the kingdom-level lord forces under his command can easily crush you by other means. You can't stop the attack of a kingdom-level lord force. The entire human race can't stop it either. Ji Yun whispered. Zhou Zhou, Okay, I won't go, Zhou Zhou said. He has no other advantages, but he listens to advice. Now that it's said so, he can't say anything more. It's just that he feels a little sorry. He has never used the dragon sacrifice, holy tower of the extreme dragon clan. I really want to be like the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor, saying please come, holy ancestor, and then ask his enemies if they are afraid, but since Ji Yun and the others tried their best to dissuade him, it doesn't hurt to keep this trump card. Maybe he can give a surprise to those enemies who want to deal with him in the future. Zhou Zhou then thought about it and handed a scroll to Ji Yun. This scroll was emerald green and exuded a majestic breath of the law of life. This was originally a trophy he had occasionally obtained from the Ice Ghost Kingdom. Although it was very precious, it had never been used. It should be useful now. At the same time, Ji Yun and Lu Jun were shocked when they saw this scroll, because they felt that the breath of the law of life exuded by this scroll was actually the breath of the law of the true God level. This is actually a treasure of the true God level. They looked over immediately. A text prompt appeared. Treasure name, Immortal God. Treasure level, Lower True God. Treasure effect, after use, if the user is a living being, then within the next 24 hours, the living being will have an inexhaustible breath of life in its body. No matter what kind of physical injury it suffers, it can be instantly restored. Any existence below the level of the main god cannot kill the living being within these 23 hours. Treasure introduction. The game work of the goddess of life Quietus somehow fell into the hands of the Ice Ghost Kingdom, and later became one of the treasures collected by the King of the Sun. The two opened their mouths wide. They were completely shocked. They had only one thought in their minds. What a top-notch true god-level treasure. If a true god used this scroll and equipped it with a treasure that could protect the soul, wouldn't he be invincible against beings below the level of the main god? Although it is only invincible for a short period of time, it is also of great value. This is too valuable. You should keep it for yourself. If you encounter any irresistible enemy in the future, this treasure can save your life. Ji Yun and Lu Jun exchanged glances several times, and finally, Ji Yun reluctantly handed the scroll back to Zhou Zhou. However, Zhou Zhou did not take it. Saving Senior Baihe will help me in the future no less than this scroll of the Immortal God, he said seriously. The future battle of the lords of all races is bound to involve the race behind the lord. If the race behind the lord is weak, then this lord of all races is bound to be at a disadvantage in the battle of the lords of all races in the future. Zhou Zhou did not think that he could ignore the help of races and fight against the lords of all races and the race civilizations behind them. In fact, if he did not have the help of the Knight Empire and the Sword Empire in this King of Kings event, it would be almost impossible for him to leave so much on the list. So from now on, preserving and improving the power of the human race as much as possible is also an investment in his future. So it is still necessary to give this scroll of the Immortal God to them. Anyway, he barely has the strength to strike at will, and the dragon sacrifice, Holy Tower can summon the Supreme Dragon of the Lord God level to help him. Even if it can only help once, the effect is far better than this Immortal God scroll. Ji Yun and Lu Jun heard this, and after thinking for a long time, the two gods finally nodded solemnly, and then took back the Immortal God scroll. They looked at this true God-level scroll, and a look of relaxation appeared on their faces. If they were less than 30% sure about saving Baihe before, then now with this Immortal God scroll, their confidence has suddenly increased to 70%. This is the power of the ultimate true God-level treasure. After that, the two gods said no more, and went directly to find Lu Zhu, preparing to go to the abyss to save Baihe. It's a pity that I don't have the chance to meet that Lu Zhu and His Majesty Xianyuan Huangdi. Zhou Zhou looked at their backs as they left, and said with some regret, "There will be a chance to meet in the future. I believe this time will not be very slow." Yu Ling looked at Zhou Zhou with shining eyes. She watched the whole process, and never expected that Zhou Zhou, at this time, was already able to intervene in the battle at the level of the true god. Although he only intervened with treasures, it can also be seen that Zhou Zhou has grown fast. No. It's so fast that it's a bit scary. Zhou Zhou didn't pay attention to Yu Ling's expression. After seeing the two leave, he didn't waste time and took the galaxy with Yu Ling to the nearest place where the Scarlet God was. As soon as he arrived here, he saw Haros fighting with the Scarlet God of the upper god level. Although Haros was suppressed by this Scarlet God in terms of strength, Haros had a set of divine weapons, so he was suppressing this Scarlet God of the upper god level. Next to him, Qi Xiantian and Feng Luo were watching the battle on the side, and they had no intention of intervening, obviously wanting the belligerent Haros to finish the battle alone. It's so good. It's so good. Ha 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 ha. After once again striking the flame law blade to smash this Scarlet God of the upper god level, Haros laughed heartily. The temperature within 1,000 miles rose rapidly with Haros's excitement. The Scarlet God that was struck flying, after barely stabilizing its body, looked at Haros with a frustrated and resentful face. Unfair. If you didn't have the power of the divine weapon law, how could you beat me in a head-on battle? He said angrily. So what? Divine weapons are originally part of strength? Is it fair for me to have divine weapons, but not use them? Then if you have the ability to suppress your strength to the intermediate level of the upper god, I can put away the divine weapon and fight you fairly. Haros was full of heroic spirit. He was never afraid of a battle of equal strength. The Scarlet God's eyes moved slightly when he heard this, and some bad thoughts appeared in his mind. Just when he weighed the pros and cons and wanted to agree, a voice suddenly sounded. Haros. Leave this guy to me. It was Zhou Zhou. He descended from the sky and came to the front of Haros, then walked slowly towards the Scarlet Spirit of the upper god, and gradually condensed a chaotic shadow of Xianyuan's sword with the source of chaos in his hand. I give you a chance. You can use anything. I don't need any artifacts, or even any equipment to fight you. As long as you win, I let you go. Do you dare? Zhou Zhou said. The Scarlet Spirit was a little suspicious at first, but when he saw Zhou Zhou's strength level clearly, he was stunned. He had only one thought in his mind. Legendary Intermediate? Is this human crazy? Chapter 782. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's expression that was almost about to laugh, and his face was very calm. The reason why he dared to make this challenge was naturally because he had his own confidence. Thinking of this, he looked at the lost skill that he had comprehended in the world of time yesterday, which took him 2 full years to comprehend. Lost skill name, King. Lost skill quality, Black Iron level. Lost skill ability introduction. As the king of the people, you can mark 2 of your own people and control everything they have, including but not limited to appearance, blood, skills, weapons, lost skills, and even illusory fate. When you control everything that the marked people have, the people do not have to bear any negative impact. Zhou Zhou had a faint smile on his lips. This lost skill that he comprehended not only did not reduce any effect of the original Lord's talent, but also increased the number of marked people from 1 to 2. At the same time, when he used the lost skill of the king, the marked people would not be affected at all. This point is strengthened. It can be said that the biggest drawback of Wang's talent has been eliminated, making Wang's lost skill a perfect Black Iron level lost skill without any flaws. This is also the reason why he has the courage to challenge this upper level Scarlet God with a legendary intermediate body, without borrowing any artifacts. Zhou Zhou never does things without confidence. For today's battle, he even specially honed his combat skills for 10 years in the world of time last night, and died no less than 100 times in the world of time alone, but the Scarlet God opposite didn't know. So he looked at Zhou Zhou, and a ferocious smile gradually appeared on his face. Afraid? How could I be afraid? Since you are looking for death, I will send you to death. As soon as the voice fell, he screamed and sent out a terrifying sound wave attack, and then his figure flashed and appeared in front of Zhou Zhou in the blink of an eye, and then swung a purple heavy hammer and smashed Zhou Zhou hard. Facing the sound wave attack released by the opponent first, Zhou Zhou, who had the will of chaos, was immune to the soul attack without even his eyes exploding. Then, in the astonished eyes of the opponent, Zhou Zhou directly activated the talent of the king and blessed himself with the strength of the 2 people. One of them was naturally Guiqiao. After Zhou blessed his strength on himself, he used the will of the Dragon Slayer to directly improve his strength to the intermediate level of the upper god. Then he blessed himself with the strength of another god. He is not another god. He is Heros, who has the strength of a mid-level upper god. As Heros is the strongest god in the prideful Sun Kingdom, Zhou will not forget him. At this moment, the fighting power of two gods with the strength of a mid-level upper god was added to him, instantly raising Zhou's strength to the upper level of an upper god. Boom, flames, and thunder burst out from him, making him look like the god of thunder and fire. Behind him, there is a phantom of a world of thunder and fire that appears to cover the sky and the sun. An astonishing aura burst out from Zhou, and within a radius of 10,000 miles, everyone is shrouded by Zhou's terrifying divine power. The world was in silence. All creatures and gods looked at Zhou in a daze, and even in awe. In the eyes of all living beings at this time, Zhou's momentum was simply countless times stronger than that of the upper gods. Perhaps only the legendary true gods could match him. At the same time, faced with this amazing momentum, the upper god and the upper-level Scarlet God, who came to kill him, were naturally the first to bear the brunt. He immediately felt something was wrong, and felt a great fear surge in his heart. Run quickly. This idea emerged in his mind, and then he even gave up the attack directly, turned around and tore a silver scroll, and saw that the space suddenly rippled, and then a space crack suddenly opened, and he wanted to get in without thinking. Lost skill space confinement. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. The next second, a force that blocked space instantly spread over a radius of 10,000 miles. The space crack that had just opened recovered at a faster speed, and the space was even more solid than before. The Scarlet God's face darkened when he saw this. He turned his head to look at Zhou, and saw Zhou looking at him calmly. "Why are you running? We haven't fought yet," he said. As for the lost skill he just used, space confinement, it was unknown from which unlucky enemy he got it. In the case that legendary creatures can drop godhood fragments, he now has hundreds of lost skills on him. The lost skill of space confinement is just one of them. The Scarlet God looked at him and said nothing. He felt the majestic momentum of Zhou and understood one thing in his heart. This guy who looks like a human on the surface must be a high-level bloodline race, otherwise, it is impossible that both parties are upper-level gods. His aura and pressure are so strong that he can be said to be close to a true god. Thinking that his retreat is over, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He raised his purple hammer with both hands and raised it high above his head. All his divine power burst out and was infused into this middle-level divine weapon. A breath of pressure, heaviness, attraction, and repulsion emanated from him. At this moment, the creatures present had an illusion in a trance. The hammer in the hand of this Scarlet God seemed to be a huge star in a trance, and its weight was probably more than 1 trillion tons. Heros, Guiqiao, and Qi Xiantian all look solemn. They all have combat power comparable to that of upper gods. But at this moment, facing this hammer that contains the law of gravity, they all feel that they can't stop it. This is interesting. Zhou's eyes light up slightly. Buzz, the illusory Xianyuan sword in his hand suddenly released infinite sword light, and the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, grass, farming, livestock, and the somewhat illusory vision of the unification of the 4 seas can be seen faintly. Boom! He raised the Xianyuan sword high, and saw the sword light rushing straight for 9,000 miles, illusory hundreds of millions of miles. Then, another roar sounded. I saw the hot flame power from Heros emerge from the void, attached to the 9,000 miles long majestic sword energy, making the sword energy shine with golden flames, and it seemed that a sword energy and fire pillar that penetrated the sky and the earth appeared out of thin air. Heros, Guiqiao, and Qi Xiantian saw this scene, their eyes sparkled, and they even understood something in their hearts. Zhou got the abilities of the 3 people from them. But when Zhou used these abilities at a higher level, he would naturally give them some high-level guidance. At the same time, after seeing Zhou's attack, the Scarlet God could not help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. But he quickly woke up and was shocked. He knew that if he continued to delay like this, he might not even have the courage to use this last move. He did not dare to think any more, and made a strong attack, smashing his strongest lost skill, Meteoric Skyfall, towards Zhou. Chapter 783. Zhou also swung his sword at the opponent, and saw that the 9,000 miles long sword energy shrank rapidly in the process of swinging towards the Scarlet God. 8,000 miles, 6,000 miles, 4,000 miles, 900 miles, after shrinking by 10 times, Although the sword energy of the 10,000 swords immortal array was greatly reduced in size, the light became more dazzling, and it seemed to contain endless surging and surging monstrous law energy. The two collided in the blink of an eye. The world was quiet at first, as if the mute button was pressed. Then, boom, a deafening roar sounded. It seemed that a black and red sun appeared between heaven and earth. This sun continued to twist and expand, and in the blink of an eye it filled the world, creating a scene like the end of the world. Quick! Everyone worked together to control this explosive energy within a certain range, otherwise our soldiers will be in danger. Haras's face changed, and he said immediately. Others also reacted and quickly joined forces to create a barrier to restrain the release of this collision force. But the next second, in the black and red twisted and expanded sun, the blazing golden sword energy was seen rapidly devouring the black gravity law power, and in the process of devouring, it not only did not leak any energy to the outside, but even the power from the meteorite sky strike was firmly restrained in the sword energy, facing the future of being rapidly devoured. Haras and other gods were stunned when they saw this scene, their expressions full of disbelief. Has your majesty's control over power reached this point? They naturally don't know. After Zhou comprehended the black iron level law skill king in the world of time yesterday, he has been looking for strong people to challenge in the world of time. In order to fully master his huge power and ability, it's impossible that when it comes to fighting, he doesn't even know what kind of scene, what kind of enemy, and what kind of tricks to use, right? Then, with the help of Bodhi Zun and his own amazing understanding, in less than 10 years, he perfectly mastered the Lord Law skill king, and also integrated his skills with the law skill, to the extent that he could easily use it in battle. At this time, Zhou's actual combat experience has improved by more than 10 times compared to before. In the sky, Zhou has dispersed the illusory Xianyuan sword in his hand at this time, watching the scene where the upper god's upper-level scarlet spirit is slowly swallowed by his enhanced version of the Wanjian Huasian formation. Soon, the text prompt appears. You killed the upper god, the scarlet god, Jiasit, and the promotion energy increased by 800 billion. The trophy is condensed. The blessing of the Lord of War. You get an additional 64 trillion points of promotion energy. Faction task reminder. You successfully killed a scarlet god of the upper god level without the intervention of external forces, and you are rewarded with 100 million camp points. Zhou closed his eyes, and felt the massive promotion energy from the other party rushing into his body, allowing his cultivation realm to continue to rise. After a moment, boom, Zhou only felt that a more powerful and powerful chaotic source of power was born from his heart, and then rushed to his limbs and soul, washing and strengthening them over and over again, to quickly improve his physical strength and soul strength. Another moment passed. He finally absorbed all the promotion energy contributed by the dead upper god Scarlet Spirit. Legendary upper level. And now the promotion energy in my body has reached about 80%. If I kill another middle god or even a lower god, I should be able to reach the limit of the legendary upper level. Zhou sighed. Then, he couldn't help but want to complain. He obtained the promotion energy equivalent to killing 81 upper god Scarlet Spirits, which allowed him to be promoted from the legendary middle level to the legendary upper level. This promotion is outrageous, although he has too many high-level bloodlines, which is a very important reason why he needs so much promotion energy. But this is too much, isn't it? If it were another ordinary human lord, regardless of whether the other party would explode and die, it is estimated that he could directly promote the other party from a black iron level lord to a legendary level lord. He shook his head, thinking no more, and then casually took the body of the Scarlet God and directly extracted the other party's spoils. As a non-hero god, the most valuable thing on the other party may be the Book of Gods of the upper level of the upper god. After extracting it, he directly got a Book of Gods of the upper level of the true god. Zhou put it away solemnly. This is the highest grade Book of Gods he has come into contact with. In the future, he plans to reward whoever has made more contributions. As for himself, he is a lord who walks the path of the Lord's law, so naturally he does not need this Book of Gods. As for the artifacts, the other party only has 2 middle-level god artifacts, which become 6 upper-level god artifacts after extraction, which is also a good harvest. He turned around and saw Haras, Qi Xiantian, and the others staring at him in amazement. What are you looking at me for? Continue to eliminate other scarlet gods, Zhou said. Then, he was the first to board his own galaxy, and flew to the next location of the scarlet gods that had not been cleared. The gods were left staring at the galaxy in silence. Haras, how strong is his majesty now? After a long silence, Zhou asked Haras. He, who has always been arrogant, became a little restrained after seeing Zhou, who had just displayed his divine power. I don't know, but he must be stronger than me. Heros smiled bitterly. As soon as he said this, the other gods of the prideful Sun Kingdom looked at each other in silence. They all knew Heros's unyielding character. He could say such convincing words, which showed that his own majesty really convinced Heros. It's only been a short time. Heros sighed. The other gods looked at the direction where the galaxy was flying, their eyes full of yearning and admiration. Just now, His Majesty killed the upper Scarlet God with one move without using anything, just with bare hands. If His Majesty put on all the artifacts and exerted his full strength, what would his strength be like? The gods were very curious. In the galaxy, Zhou sat on the main seat in the captain's room, reviewing the battle just now in his mind. He was not too proud of his record of defeating an upper Scarlet God with one move. I can defeat an upper Scarlet God in one battle without using artifacts, mostly thanks to the Black Iron level Lost Skill King. If I use the Sword of Dimension Creation again, I should be able to have the combat power of a true god's casual attack twice. Even if I comprehend the Lord's Law's skill to a higher level, it is estimated that it will only increase the number of marked people, and other aspects should not be improved. Such an increase in strength will only allow me to have the combat power of a true god's casual attack a few more times, which is not a big improvement. Zhou thought. But he didn't have any regrets. It was already exaggerated for him, a person with the strength of a legendary superior, to be able to achieve this level. He was still easy to satisfy. Next, if I want to make a big improvement in my strength, I should have to wait until I officially become a god. Wait until I really become a god. The various high-level bloodlines in my body will show their true bloodline foundation. At that time, my strength should have a qualitative change. Zhou's eyes were filled with a flame of ambition, burning brightly. After a moment, Zhou came to the location of the next Scarlet God. This is a bronze-level territory, which looks ordinary and nothing special. If it weren't for the two empires, and Wutu's intelligent support, who would have thought that in such a place, there is also a Scarlet God of the middle level of the middle god hidden? Zhou didn't waste time, picked up the sword of opening up the dimension, and flew out of the spaceship. The hunt continues. Chapter 784. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, a Scarlet God with a black body and a single horn fell into a deep pit of sword energy, and soon became silent. A text prompt appeared in front of Zhou in the sky. You killed the middle-level Scarlet God Qi Long, and the promotion energy increased by 40 billion. The trophy condensation is complete. The blessing of the Lord of War, you have obtained an additional 320 billion points of promotion energy. Faction task prompt. You have successfully killed a middle-level Scarlet God without external forces, and you will be rewarded with 70 million points of camp points. Zhou did not pay attention to these text message prompts. He closed his eyes, and felt the promotion energy pouring into his body, then opened his eyes shining. The upper limit of the legend. Next, it is the level of becoming a god. Zhou said to himself. Then he became thoughtful. From today on, he doesn't need to worry too much about the promotion of energy. The most important thing is to concentrate on improving his understanding of the Lord's Law skills. I need to improve the Law skills king to the extraordinary level, so that I can rely on and build the foundation for my promotion to the Lord's Law system god. It's a long way to go. Zhou thought. But he is not in a hurry now. His current combat power is already high enough. As long as he doesn't face the true god head-on, the gods below the true god level are almost no threat to him. He is not in a hurry to improve his realm and combat power. Normally, if a creature wants to be promoted to a god, the law skills must be the law skills of the lower gods. And this Lord's Law actually only needs the Lord's Law skill of the extraordinary level, and can be used to promote the Lord's Law system gods. TSK, it is worthy of being the strongest Lord's Law. Zhou sighed. Afterwards, he did not plan to continue to kill other Scarlet Gods, but planned to return to the galaxy, enter the world of time, and continue to comprehend the Lord's Law. He did not want to waste a single moment of time. But just when he was about to enter the galaxy, a cold and arrogant laugh sounded. Then a scarlet light suddenly appeared in the sky, and then this scarlet light suddenly shot out countless scarlet rays in all directions of the world, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped all the land within a radius of 100,000 kilometers around Zhou, and formed a scarlet light cover. A purple-black body, with black wings and 9 heads, like a 9-headed demon horse, stood on the scarlet light cover. Among the 9 heads, each head had a scarlet god with at least the aura of a middle-level god standing in it, either sneering, indifferent, mocking, or curiously looking at Jojo. Is this the proud Sun King who is famous among all the races in the heavens? He looks SOSO, but he easily fell into the trap we set without noticing anything. My nine-headed nightmare magic formation is the top-level upper god upper formation given to me by His Majesty. Even a true god-level formation is not much stronger than mine. It would be strange if he, a lord of all races, who has not even reached the realm of gods, could find it. TSK, the upper god upper magic formation was actually used on a lord of all races. Yes, this guy was the strongest lord of all races in the last event. Who knows what trump cards he has from the human race, or the Supreme will reward him. That's right. And as a legendary creature, he can actually use some secret method to burst out the combat power of the upper god level. It's incredible. These 9 powerful scarlet gods discussed Jojo unscrupulously in their respective arrays, without caring about what Jojo thought. Jojo looked at the 9 scarlet gods, with a strange expression. He saw it. These scarlet gods are all scarlet gods who besiege the Excalibur Empire without exception. They are also very powerful, with 6 middle gods and 3 upper gods. But if I use the sword of opening up the dimension, they are still not enough for me to kill. Before these guys cause trouble for me, won't they first find out my intelligence? Or do they have another trump card? He looked at them, and suddenly asked, "Where are your lower-level scarlet gods?" Huh? The scarlet gods looked at him in surprise, as if they didn't expect that this human lord would still care about this problem in the current situation. Go ask this question in front of the god of death. The scarlet spirit of the upper god in the middle of the 9 heads, with the strongest divine power, was obviously the temporary leader of these scarlet spirits. At this time, he looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a dead person. They would not make the stupid mistake of the villain dying because of talking too much. Open the nightmare god realm, and summon the 9-headed nightmare demon god, he said again. As soon as the voice fell, the faces of the other 8 scarlet spirits immediately became solemn. They pinched the seal with their hands and chanted something, and then saw a wisp of blurred 9-color light shining from their bodies, and then these blurred 9-color lights rose up one after another, merged into the 9-headed nightmare demon array, and soon spread throughout the entire array space, making the array space turn into a dreamlike, corrupted and evil space in the blink of an eye. Then, he saw wisps of blurry 9-color light coming together from the 9 scarlet gods' array eyes, forming a purple-black nightmare that was thousands of miles high. He exuded a terrifying aura of a true god, and his deep purple-black eyes seemed to reflect thousands of dreamy and fallen worlds. He was looking at Jojo calmly at this moment. Jojo also looked at him. He was slightly surprised. These scarlet gods were really well prepared. He could feel that this 9-headed nightmare demon god's phantom did have the combat power of a lower-level true god. Although it seemed to have only one strike, it was enough to threaten him. "Please kill him, Lord Demon." The respectful voice of the leader-level scarlet god came from heaven and earth. Puff. This 9-headed nightmare demon god snorted and sprayed a cloud of dark purple mist. In the mist, there were many psychedelic and fallen dream realms floating up and down, showing the various forms of the fallen heavens. Then he heard a crisp nasal sound from him towards Jojo. Buzz. The formation space was slightly unstable due to the vibration of the nasal sound. The 9 scarlet gods changed their expressions, and quickly increased their divine power output, barely suppressing the formation and stabilizing it. Jojo, who was facing the 9-headed nightmare realm demon god's phantom lost skills, only felt the scene in front of him change, and then he appeared in a house of 60 to 70 square meters. Jojo looked at the house blankly. The house was relatively clean, the items were relatively neat, and it looked ordinary, but it also gave him a warm feeling. This is my rental house on Earth? This thought came to his mind. Chapter 785. Just then, his cell phone rang. It was a communication number. The name was Baby. "Honey, will you pick me up after get off work tonight?" The other end of the call said, with a coquettish tone. "Of course I will." Jojo said it with a smile subconsciously, then began to wash, dress, and then went out to take the bus to pick up his girlfriend at her office. However, while waiting for the bus, he looked at the yellow bikes on the street, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He felt that he hadn't taken a yellow bike for a long time, so he scanned a yellow bike, rode the yellow bike, facing the cool wind, and rushed to the place where his girlfriend got off work. "It's so cool." Jojo sighed while riding. Soon, he arrived at his girlfriend's workplace. When his girlfriend walked out of the office, he smiled, walked over, held her hand, and the two walked towards the bus stop while laughing and chatting. As he walked, drops of tears fell from his eyes. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" The girlfriend noticed Jojo's abnormality and immediately became anxious. Nothing. Jojo touched her face, his eyes focused on her face. Unwilling to leave for a second, he said, I just miss you a little. I miss you too. The girlfriend also smiled immediately. Wait for me. Wait for me to reverse time and come to see you later. Jojo touched her face. When he first traveled to the Blue Star without supernatural powers, he felt that he might never see his girlfriend again, and he only hoped that his sudden departure would not make her too sad and delay her for too long. When he traveled to the Supreme Continent for the second time after spending more than 20 years alone on Blue Star, he felt that his hope of seeing her again was slim. He even thought that after so many years, she might have been with someone else, or even had grandchildren, so he completely gave up the idea of seeing her again. This is also one of the reasons why he was able to accept Leah later. But now, he suddenly had a new idea. He might really have a chance to return to Earth in the future. At that time, he can reunite with his relatives, lover, and friends. Just then, the bus came. The girlfriend got on the bus, turned around and looked at Jojo, and found that Jojo didn't get on, and she was a little surprised. Husband, get on quickly, the bus will leave soon. I get on in a while. After Jojo finished speaking, he immediately activated the ability of the king, instantly raising himself to a level of strength infinitely close to the true God. At the same time, his chaotic will was also directly raised to this level. The next second, he saw the sky and earth shattered, and the roads, tall buildings, buses, pedestrians, and even his girlfriend turned into spots of light and disappeared. In front of him appeared the huge purple-black body of the nine-headed Nightmare Realm demon god. You can actually see through my Nightmare Realm secret technique? The voice of the nine-headed Nightmare Realm demon god rumbled. He looked at Jojo in surprise, as if he had never expected that this little lord of all races could actually break his ability. You know, as a true god, even in his current state, with only a trace of divine thought descending, it is reasonable that a higher-level god or higher-level god cannot resist it. He looked at Jojo and soon discovered something: the blood of the Chaos human race, the blood of the Holy Dragon of Light, the blood of the Primordial Spirit race. And there are also Lord Law skills. I see. I'm not surprised. You are destined to dance on a bigger stage, so how could you fall in the hands of my divine consciousness? The nine-headed Nightmare Realm demon god looked at him in surprise. As a true god, due to the special path of the law he took, he knows more about the secrets of the heavens and the worlds and even the higher rules than ordinary true gods. So he also knows the existence of the Lord Law. Although he only knows a little bit, it does not prevent him from knowing the power of the Lord Law and the difficulty of mastering the Lord Law. So he treated Jojo differently at this time. This nine-headed Nightmare Realm magic array can only allow a trace of my divine consciousness to take action once. Now that I have taken action, the rest is up to you. Human race friend, how about making friends? The nine-headed Nightmare Realm demon god smiled. Jojo looked at the other party, and could feel that the other party had no ill intentions. So he naturally nodded without hesitation. I am honored. Haha, then this is a gift for you. After he finished speaking, he saw a purple-black heart emitting a blurry nine-color mist appear in front of Jojo out of thin air. Jojo looked over, and immediately raised his eyebrows. Bloodline name: Nine-headed Nightmare Realm Demon God Bloodline. Bloodline level: True God Superior. Bloodline effect: after absorbing, the user can obtain the bloodline of the nine-headed Nightmare Realm Demon God. After fusing this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken the bloodline ability of the nine-headed Nightmare Realm Demon God during the growth process. True God Superior Bloodline. Jojo smacked his lips. This is already comparable to the level of the original Eldar bloodline he obtained. He is indeed a true God-level existence. He gave such a precious gift right away. How is it? The nine-headed Nightmare Realm Demon God asked with a smile. I know you are of the Chaos human race, and I know you need this the most. Do you know the Chaos human race? Jojo asked curiously. Relying on my path, I have heard of this race. It is said that it is a very ancient race, even so ancient that the Supreme Will and the Scarlet Lord had not yet clashed, but I don't know more. After all, there are not many creatures of that era who can survive to the present, but there are many descendants, such as the Chaos God race, which is the descendant of the Chaos Beast that competed with the Chaos human race for survival. The nine-headed Nightmare Realm Demon God said. Jojo nodded when he heard this. He was already very satisfied to know this. It would be great if there was something like the inheritance of common sense, or the inheritance of secrets in the blood inheritance of the Chaos human race. He wouldn't have to know so little about the Chaos human race like he does now. After that, The nine-head Nightmare Realm demon god left without saying much. After this big guy left, the formation space of the nine-head Nightmare Realm demon formation quickly returned to a clear state, revealing 9 scarlet gods with greatly reduced aura. Why aren't you dead yet? When they saw Jojo, who was unharmed, emerge from the formation, their faces suddenly changed. Don't you know? The nine-head Nightmare Realm demon god is actually my predecessor. Jojo grinned. What? The 9 scarlet gods were stunned. Jojo didn't give them a chance to be stunned. He first used the method of sealing the sky, closing the earth, and hiding life from nothingness to seal the space within a radius of 100,000 miles, and then raised his right hand, and the sword of opening up the dimension appeared in his hand. At this moment, the powerful might of a true divine weapon burst out from it. The faces of the 9 scarlet gods changed immediately. Real divine weapon. The leading scarlet god finally lost his composure and screamed. That's right. Jojo grinned, then rushed up with a sword. A moment later, with the help of the mysterious merchant, Jojo walked out of the barrier formed by the sealing heaven and earth void concealing life great method. He glanced at the corpses of the 9 scarlet gods neatly placed in the king's treasure box, and smiled slightly. Then he looked at the text prompt that had just appeared. Chapter 786. You killed the lower-level middle-level scarlet god, dark spirit lord, and the promotion energy increased by 20 billion. The trophy is condensed. The blessing of the Lord of War. You get an additional 1,600 billion points of promotion energy. Faction task reminder. You successfully killed a lower-level middle-level scarlet god alone without the intervention of external forces, and you are rewarded with 50 million camp points. You killed the upper-level middle-level scarlet god, Kurt, and the promotion energy increased by 80 billion. The trophy is condensed. The blessing of the Lord of War. You get an additional 6,400 billion points of promotion energy. Faction task reminder. You killed a lower-level middle-level scarlet god without external forces. Without the intervention of external forces, you have successfully killed a middle-level upper-level scarlet god alone, and you will be rewarded with 90 million camp points. You have killed the upper-level scarlet god Gain Huang, and your promotion energy will be increased by 800 billion. The trophy is condensed. The blessing of the Lord of War. You have obtained an additional 64 trillion points of promotion energy. Faction task reminder. You have successfully killed a scarlet god of the upper-level god level alone without the intervention of external forces, and you will be rewarded with 100 million camp points. You have killed the upper-level middle-level scarlet god Chiku, and your promotion energy will be increased by 400 billion. The trophy is condensed. Reminder. Faction task. God killing has been completed. When Jojo saw the end, he shook his head with some regret. He originally wanted to let his subordinates deal with these scarlet gods as a resource for them to improve their strength. Unexpectedly, these guys bumped into him, and all the promotion energy fell into his pocket. He completed the task of killing the gods directly. He didn't care. Anyway, there was not much else in the Supreme Continent, and there were too many fog monsters to count. Bai Yuan and the others would not lack promotion energy. Then he calculated the points he got from killing these 9 scarlet gods, and found that he got a total of 660 million camp points. In addition, he got 170 million camp points from the 2 scarlet gods he killed alone during the previous operation. And before he came to the Sword Empire, Haras, Qi Xiantian and other gods assisted in killing 2 scarlet gods, and got 60 million camp points. Today, the camp points he got were as much as 890 million points. Jojo couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is a full 890 million camp points, not to mention ordinary lords of all races. Even for those top lords of all races, it is an unimaginable number of camp points. He opened the ranking list with a move in his heart, and took a look at the current ranking. Ranking list of the lords of all races. First place, Human Race Lord Jiayong 1.269 billion camp points. Second place, Primal Spirit Race True Lord 810 million camp points. Third place, Shepherd God Race Lord Zutian 412 million camp points. Fourth place, Chaos God Race Lord Tai 390 million camp points. Fifth place, All Spirit Race Lord Lingzuan 220 million 4,000 camp points. Sure enough, he has reached the top. A smile appeared on Jojo's face. With more than 800 million camp points, it would be strange if he didn't top the list. In 7 days, I topped the list of the points of the lords of all races. It's much faster than I thought. Jojo sighed. He didn't expect that he would top the list so quickly. Who made his strength improve too quickly, but he didn't have any proud thoughts in his heart at this time. Because the lead at this time is only temporary. Until the end of the event, the champion of this King of Kings event will always be unknown. Zhou was very sober. Then he opened the World Channel and took a look. Not surprisingly, as the Lords of all races camp points list that is highly concerned, any change on it can immediately attract the attention of countless Blue Star people. Not to mention the change in the ranking position of the Sun King, who is the representative of the Blue Star people. Dragon Blood Kingdom Dragon Lady Lord. Congratulations to your majesty for topping the 10,000 races Lords camp points ranking list. Military Industry Kingdom Military Industry Lord. Congratulations to your majesty for topping the 10,000 races Lords camp points ranking list. Xiantian Kingdom Xiantian Lord. Congratulations to your majesty for topping the 10,000 races Lords camp points ranking list. Undead Kingdom Undead Lord. Congratulations to your majesty for topping the 10,000 races Lords camp points ranking list. Shocked. I thought that King Jiang might top the ranking list this time, but this is too fast. The activity hasn't even lasted 1/3 of the time yet. Come on, brother Jiayang, there are still 23 days left. You must keep this position in the remaining time. That's right, the first place in the last activity was your majesty Jiayang. You must win this time too. Wouldn't that be a bit too much? Only the weak keep a low profile. The strong should do things in a high profile. Your majesty is awesome. Your majesty, you are my fan. No, I am your fan. Zhou saw these conversations, and a smile appeared on his face. Then, he opened other channels. The Kingdom Channel, the Night Empire Camp Channel, the Excalibur Empire World Channel, the Elf Empire World Channel. The lords of countless races were also discussing the matter of the prideful Sun Lord topping the rankings. He watched for a long time, satisfied his vanity, and then turned it off. Then he began to think about the future. At present, the only faction points that the Sword Empire can earn are the fog monsters scattered throughout the territory of the Sword Empire. According to the information Uncle Lu gave me, their total number is about 1.4 billion or 1.5 billion, and their average strength is also quite high. But although it sounds very strong. But now without the Scarlet Spirit to support them, these fog monsters are no longer a concern. My 3 billion soldiers plus Qi Xiantian, Guiqiao, Haros and their assistants, plus the galaxy can quickly rush to the place where the fog monsters gather. We should be able to destroy them today. This will complete the Sword Empire's Save the Sword Empire faction mission. After that, you can ask Uncle Lu and Uncle G to see if the other 3 human empires need help, so that you may be able to get similar faction missions. With my current military strength, if the situation of the other 3 human empires is similar, I should be able to solve it, so that I can get a lot of faction points. The other thing is to find those beings that are hated by the Supreme Will. By killing them, I can also get a lot of faction points. As for other ways to earn faction points, Zhou has not thought of it yet. But these 2 channels are enough for him to eat for a while. Just then, another galaxy flew over from a distance. Then Bai Yuan, Qi Xiantian, Feng Luo, Wu Xian and other gods flew down from the spaceship and came to Zhou. Chapter 787. Your Majesty, the god said respectfully. Zhou nodded casually. Haros looked around and found that there were no scarlet gods, and there were also large-scale traces of the battle here. He smiled and said, "It seems that we are a step too late. The middle-level scarlet god named Qi Long has been dealt with by your majesty." The other gods also nodded, and looked at Zhou with admiration. "Your majesty, let's go to the next scarlet god." Wu Xian smiled. He had just become a god, and had not had time to fight with other gods. Although he was old, he wanted to find a scarlet god with similar strength to try his hand. No need to look for it. I have dealt with the 6 middle-level gods, and 3 upper-level scarlet gods around the Divine Sword Empire. As for the remaining lower-level scarlet gods, they have already left the vicinity of the Divine Sword Empire. Zhou shook his head. When he just dealt with those scarlet gods, he deliberately left the last one behind to interrogate them, and thus got this information. The truth must be true. In front of his innate intuition Lord Talent, no one can lie to him, not even the gods. He felt a little sorry. If those lower-level scarlet gods hadn't left, he could have gotten another camp point. But there was nothing he could do about it. According to the scarlet god, there can't be too many scarlet gods gathered in one area, otherwise it will waste power. When those lower-level scarlet gods see so many high-level scarlet gods gathering, they can only leave the Sword Empire and go to other areas. Bai Yuan and other gods were stunned when they heard this. All solved, they knew that their majesty would not lie to them, and there was no need to lie to them, but it was precisely because of this that they were even more surprised. How long has it been? While they were on their way, Their Majesty actually killed so many Scarlet Gods. Outrageous, all the gods thought so. In the crowd, Heraus looked at Jojo. His Majesty should have the strength comparable to that of a true god. He thought in his heart. Although this conclusion is a bit incredible. But it is the fact. After all, only the combat power of the true god level can solve so many middle level and upper level Scarlet Gods in such a short time. Guiqiao Fengluo. You two stay here to protect the soldiers, and continue to clear the fog monsters around the territory of the Sword Empire. Other gods, come with me to deal with Garros, Castro, Injiga, and Tamir, for beings hated by the Supreme Will. Jojo ordered in a deep voice. There are not many threats around the Sword Empire, so he naturally cannot waste his precious divine power here. And Garros and Castro are the targets that Wu2 had found out before, and Injiga and Tamir are the specific location information that Wu2 just found today. There is still a lot of time today, and with the galaxy, it is just right to solve them all at once. Yes, Your Majesty. The gods accepted the order one after another. Jojo nodded. Then everyone split into two teams. One team boarded the galaxy and headed to where the soldiers of the prideful Sun Kingdom were. The other team, led by Jojo, boarded another galaxy and headed to the Tianza Kingdom, a high-level human kingdom, where the lower-level Scarlet God Garros was currently located. In the spaceship. In the captain's room. Jojo sat in the captain's seat, checking the 9 bodies of the Scarlet Gods in his king's treasure box. With a thought, he directly extracted the spoils from the 9 bodies of the Scarlet Gods. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the 9 bodies of the Scarlet Gods turned into a large amount of spoils, and even piled up into 9 small hills. Jojo saw this and scanned it carefully with his consciousness, and then soon a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Because these 9 Scarlet Gods not only provided him with a large number of artifacts, god-level materials, god-level potions, lost skills, god-level secrets, and god-level inheritance. The most important thing is, he found 6 true god-level instruments among them. These 6 true god-level instruments were all provided by the most powerful upper god, the Scarlet God, Emperor Jian. They are respectively a lower-level upper god Dark Brilliant Emperor Armor, and a higher-level upper god Formation Treasure 9-headed Nightmare Realm Demon God Statue. After being strengthened by the King of Trophies, they directly turned into 3 lower-level True God Eternal Fallen Sticks God Armor, and a higher-level True God Formation Treasure 9-headed Nightmare Realm Demon God Heart. I'm rich. I actually got 6 True God level treasures directly. Counting the 3-dimensional opening swords in my hand, I now have a full 9 True God level treasures. Jojo was very excited. Then he immediately looked at the specific information of these 2 True God level treasures. The first is the Eternal Fallen Sticks God Armor. The Eternal Fallen Sticks God Armor is grayish-white with complex law patterns carved on it. At first glance, it seems that there is a dark and boundless world inside it. In this world, densely packed souls are running towards an eternally flowing Styx with fear on their faces, like moths flying into a flame, which looks mysterious and strange. Artifact name, Eternal Styx Armor. Artifact rank, True God lower level. Artifact Rule 1 Call of the Eternal Styx. The Eternal Styx Armor is made of the water of the Eternal Styx. On the day it is cast, a subplane of the underworld is born inside its armor. This subplane of the underworld can absorb souls from the outside world, like the real underworld, allowing souls to live in it forever. After absorbing a certain number of souls, the Eternal Styx Armor and the half-plane in its body can be advanced to a higher level. Artifact Rule 2 Eternal Immortality. The Eternal Styx Armor is a creation of the will of the underworld. The underworld is immortal, and the Eternal Styx Armor is immortal. Attacks from the main god and below the main god cannot destroy the Eternal Styx Armor. When attacks from the lower level of the true god or below from the outside world fall on the Eternal Styx Armor, it will automatically absorb at least 90% of the attack power and transfer it to the Eternal Styx, leaving only 10% of the attack power for the wearer to defend on his own. When facing attacks from the lower level of the true god or above, the Eternal Styx Armor also has a certain attack weakening ability. Artifact Law 3 Eternal Fall Soul Fall. The Eternal Styx Armor is the nemesis of all souls, immune to soul attacks from the lower level of the true god or below, and the Eternal Styx Armor also has a very high attack weakening ability for soul attacks from the lower level of the true god or above. Any soul exposed to the outside will be extremely afraid of the owner of the Eternal Styx Armor, and will fall into the Eternal Styx Armor uncontrollably. Tip: the soul can recognize the master. What a terrifying true god level armor. Jojo felt that the Eternal Fallen Styx Armor was a bit creepy just by looking at the description. However, He put one on himself without thinking and put the other two into the king's treasure box. He looked at the eternal fallen stick's armor on his body, and a smile appeared on his face. I have to say, wearing the true god-level armor on the body gives a full sense of security. Thinking of this, he even felt that the armor was a bit cute. Then he looked at another treasure. Artifact name: Heart of the Nine-Headed Nightmare Realm Demon God. Artifact grade: True God Superior. Artifact rules: Summon the Nine-Headed Nightmare Realm Demon God. Summon the Nine-Headed Nightmare Realm Demon God to descend, and let him promise you a reasonable wish that is within the scope of the supreme rule. Hint: the soul can recognize the master. Jojo was stunned. His first thought was, the introduction information of the True God Superior artifact is so short. When he saw its ability, he immediately took a breath of cold air. It actually asked a True God Superior Nine-Head Nightmare Realm Demon God to agree to a request. Even if it is just a reasonable wish within the scope of the supreme rules, it is priceless. I picked up a treasure. Jojo looked at the other two Nine-Head Nightmare Realm Demon God hearts, and a silly smile appeared on his face. That's 3 wishes. Chapter 788. After a silly smile, Jojo gradually calmed down. He looked at the heart of the Nine-Headed Nightmare Realm Demon God, and found that the wish that could be realized was not omnipotent. Reasonable wishes within the scope of the supreme rules, this sentence is the key point. Jojo was thoughtful. According to his understanding, reasonable wishes within the scope of the supreme rules, the first one should probably not violate the supreme rules. For example, he asked the Nine-Headed Nightmare Realm Demon God to build a kingdom for him, and give it to him. The supreme rules would definitely not want him to destroy the hegemony of the lords of all races in this way, and probably would not realize this wish. For another example, Jojo asked the Nine-Headed Nightmare Realm Demon God to commit suicide so that he could extract his spoils. The Nine-Headed Nightmare Realm Demon God probably wouldn't agree to this devilish idea. He might even feel that he was offending this demon god, and he might even kill him in the back. After all, the artifact information didn't say that the summoned Nine-Head Nightmare Devil was the Nine-Head Nightmare Devil he knew. Even if he summoned it, it should be an equal relationship, and the other party must help him realize a wish. He thought about it, put away the 3 Nine-Head Nightmare Devil hearts, and then opened his personal terminal, and sent a message to Ji-Hyun and Lu-Jin, asking about their situation. The other party did not reply. Jojo was not in a hurry, and waited slowly. The Tianzi Kingdom is about 1.6 billion kilometers away from the Jiayang Kingdom. Jojo and his team first returned to the Jiayang King capital through the teleportation array, and then drove the galaxy. It took less than 2 minutes to arrive at the Tianzi Kingdom. At this time, this lower-level Scarlet Spirit, a lower-level god, was following an Imperial-level Scarlet Army to besiege the capital of the Tianzi Kingdom. The capital of the Tianzi Kingdom at this time. The city walls were broken, blood was flowing, and the capital was in danger. Gyros was a Scarlet Spirit transformed from a fallen angel with 6 pairs of black wings, more than 20 meters tall. At this time, he was following other Scarlet Spirits to break through the capital's national defense formation of this high-level kingdom. It has to be said. After all, the Tianzi Kingdom is a high-level kingdom, and it still has some foundation. The Imperial-level Scarlet Army has 6 Scarlet Spirits, including a Scarlet Spirit of the upper god level, but for a while, they can't do anything about the capital's national defense formation. However, judging from the long cracks that can be seen faintly above the formation, it's only a matter of time to break through this national defense formation. In the interlayer of space, in the galaxy, Jojo and the others were watching this war scene through the virtual outdoor screen. In a short half-month, or as long as 3 months, the great formation protecting the capital will probably be broken, Zewu said lazily. Although this Imperial-level Scarlet Army is Imperial-level, it does not have any Imperial-level troops. Heros also said, this is why the Tianzi Kingdom has been able to hold on until now. If the fog monster soldiers of the more than 250 million Imperial-level legions were all Imperial-level troops, the Tianzi Kingdom, even if it is a high-level kingdom with a deep foundation and many trump cards, would have been destroyed long ago. The other gods nodded solemnly. In the real world, Imperial-level troops are all geniuses, who can fight across levels. Although it is not as exaggerated as the early Neltharion, who could fight 2 levels higher. But it is still easy to defeat the enemy by 1 level higher. I will launch a rebellion in a while, and turn against some of the fog monster soldiers on the other side, and then cause them to fight internally. You take advantage of the chaos to kill the scarlet gods among them, Jojo said. Yes, your majesty, the gods said in unison. Jojo nodded. Although it is a bit dangerous to charge an Imperial-level Scarlet Army, after all, ants can kill elephants, not to mention that they are not weak ants. But not to mention the rebellion and their own powerful strength. They don't have to worry about their safety if they have a true god-level combat force like me behind them. After that, Zhou and the gods flew out of the galaxy, and then Zhiwu, Luo Yuan, three-talent sword immortal, Wu Xian and other gods took the lead in rushing towards these scarlet gods with a grin. Haros, Qi Xiantian, and Vicky did not move. The three stood side by side, and then attacked almost at the same time. A fiery red flame like a meteor, a sharp red gold sword energy that seemed to split the sky and split the earth, and an ice spear that was as sharp as freezing the earth. They all shot out at the same time, emitting strong wall skill fluctuations, and approached the Empire-level Scarlet Legion in the blink of an eye. Enemy attack. The upper god, the intermediate Scarlet Spirit Legion leader, who led the Empire-level Scarlet Legion, only then discovered the three sudden loss skill attacks. In particular, two of the attacks exuded a power comparable to his full-strength attack, which made him even more frightened. This meant that at least two enemies with similar strength to him were nearby. There was no time to think. He and other Scarlet Gods immediately used the lost skills to defend. They also reacted very quickly. Under the joint defense, the power of the joint attack of the three gods was really offset. The remaining attacks only killed and injured more than 1,000 Scarlet Fog monsters. But it doesn't matter. Because the conditions for rebellion have been met. Zhou raised his right hand and calmly launched the rebellion. The next second, you can see invisible waves instantly covering more than 250 million Scarlet Fog monsters. Text prompts appear. Reminder, you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Instigate. Instigate has taken effect. Lord talent reminder, a total of 15,000, 5412 iron level fog monsters, 11,600, 6790 bronze level fog monsters, 9,426,329 silver level fog monsters, 60,107,540 gold level fog monsters, 5,148,571 platinum level fog monsters, 1750 diamond level fog monsters, 500,850 transcendent level fog monsters, 200,512 epic level fog monsters, and 246 legendary level fog monsters betrayed their lord's forces and became your loyal subordinates. Instigate 50 million fog monsters and reach the upper limit of instigation again. Zhou nodded. Although this number is far less than the soldiers produced by the Monster Ranch every day. But the Monster Ranch only produces new soldiers. These are veterans who have certain strength and can go directly to the battlefield, so there is no difference between the two. Disrupt their formation. The greater the chaos, the better. Zhou silently ordered in his heart. The next second, he saw those Crimson Mist soldiers, who were turned around and waved their weapons to kill their former companions with a grim smile. Some military formations that could only be opened by soldiers collapsed and disintegrated at this moment because of internal fighting. In the confused eyes of the human race of Tianzi Kingdom, the enemies they had been struggling to deal with before actually fought against themselves inexplicably at this time. And when those Crimson Gods breathed a sigh of relief because they successfully resisted the attacks of Haros and other gods, they turned around and saw the scene that made them tear their eyes. Chapter 789. Damn it! What's going on? The commander of the Imperial Scarlet Legion roared. Gallows also looked at this scene in doubt. At this moment, they noticed the gods of the prideful Sun Kingdom flying down from the sky with amazing killing intent. The commander of the Scarlet Legion was immediately shocked, and then wanted to summon the soldiers of the Legion to form a military formation to fight back. Backed by an entire Imperial Scarlet Legion. Unless a hostile true god or even a stronger existence descends, if only a few ordinary gods dare to break into the Legion alone, it will basically not pose any threat to the Legion, and it may even be possible that the hostile gods who dare to break in will be left forever under the coordinated combat of the Legion soldiers. However, although his idea is good, but at this time, the entire Imperial Scarlet Legion has been completely messed up by nearly a quarter of the rebellious soldiers. Even if some soldiers want to form a military formation, they are powerless. So they could only watch Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, and others rush into his army recklessly, kill all the enemies blocking them, and then run straight towards Garros. Garros was shocked when he saw this scene, and then he didn't have time to think about why these gods were targeting him, and turned around and flew in the opposite direction. Want to run? Bai Yun took the bow and arrow from his back while flying at full speed, and then drew the bow and shot the arrow. Bang! The arrow's string was like a full moon, 4 divine arrows emitting red, yellow-brown, blue, and sky-blue light were hung on by Yun's artifact bow. Go! Roar! 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 The 4 divine arrows were like 4 dragons, each emitting a strong power of the 4 laws of earth, water, wind, and fire. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the 4 directions of Garros. Then, they were seen emitting dazzling 4-color light, which intertwined and formed a 4-color barrier. Military formation law skills. 4-elephant prisoner arrow realm. Garros looked at the 4-elephant prisoner arrow realm surrounding him in shock and anger. He took out his giant sword and chopped it on the 4-elephant prisoner arrow realm. As a result, the 4-elephant prisoner arrow realm did not feel shaken at all. Ah! Garros roared to the sky, and a faint blood-colored light spot emanated from his body. Then, his momentum increased rapidly. Lower God intermediate. Lower God upper. Middle God lower. It was not until he reached this realm that his momentum stopped rising. Then he did not dare to waste time and chop the 4-elephant prisoner arrow realm again. However, what made him unbelievable was his full-strength sword at the lower level of the middle god could not even break the barrier released by the lower level god, and there was not even a crack in the barrier. Gallus began to doubt his life. Have I really improved my strength to the lower level of the middle god? At the same time, Bai Yun, who rushed over, looked calm. His 4 symbols prisoning demon arrow realm seemed simple, but in fact it was a fusion law skill created by her combining the laws of arrows and military formations. This 4 symbols prisoning demon arrow realm seemed to be created by his power. But in fact, he created it with 1% of the power of the entire Pride Sun Legion. Now the total number of soldiers in the entire Jiayang army has exceeded 2 billion, which is undoubtedly the first army of the Jiayang kingdom. Such a base number of Jiayang army soldiers, plus Qi Xiantian, Haros, and other beings with the fighting power of the upper gods, are also members of the Jiayang army. The 1% power that Bai Yun can borrow can be described as massive and terrifying. With so much borrowed power, the 4 symbols prisoning demon arrow realm created, let alone imprisoning a scarlet god, who temporarily bursts out the fighting power of a middle-level god. Even if a higher god comes, he will be trapped in his 4 symbols prisoning demon arrow realm for a period of time. Just when Garros was trapped in the 4 symbols prisoning demon arrow realm, and couldn't escape, Qi Xiantian and other gods had already flown over, and looked at him with a grim smile on their faces. Want to run? Where do you want to run to? Zhe Wu mocked. This scarlet god is a genius god. A lower-level god can actually burst out the strength of a lower-level middle-level god. It seems to be some kind of talent. Haros commented with a smile. The other gods nodded. After that, they did not waste time. After letting Bai Yun open the barrier, they directly dealt with Garros. Even though he relied on his innate secret method to improve his strength a lot, he still had no power to resist in front of so many powerful gods of the prideful Sun Kingdom. At the same time, a text prompt also appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. King of Kings event tips. You led your territory soldiers to kill Garros, lower god level, the deputy commander of the Black Cloud Scarlet Army from the primary Scarlet Empire, the Zeke Scarlet Empire, in this King of Kings event. You made outstanding contributions to this King of Kings event and are rewarded with 1 bottle of potential promotion potion, lower god level, 1 book of gods, lower god level, 100 lesson god crystals, lower god level, and 1 talent crystal. King of Kings event tips. You have obtained the achievement Scarlet Beheader, lower god level. Scarlet Beheader, lower god level worth 10 million general camp points. Zhou Zhou glanced at the event tip, and then retracted his gaze. For him now, this reward is just SOSO. Only a potential promotion potion, lower god lower level, is worth a look. The other rewards, excluding the talent crystal that he has never seen, are just SOSO. He took out the talent crystal and took a look. He found that the talent in this talent crystal was nothing else but the secret method that Garros had just used to temporarily improve his strength, called Exploding Heart. At the cost of losing the divine essence in his heart, he can temporarily improve his strength by a large level, and can temporarily improve the middle god to the upper god level. The price is that he will be weak for a period of time, and he needs a lot of supplements to restore the divine essence, otherwise his potential may be damaged. Zhou Zhou thought about it, and learned it himself. This talent may be used when he is in a desperate situation, but it is better to use it less at ordinary times. The last target was the commander of the Empire Scarlet Legion, who has the strength of an upper god. This time it's the deputy commander of the Empire Scarlet Legion, who has the strength of a lower god, but has a secret method to improve his strength. Supreme Will. This is asking me to kill elites or geniuses. Zhou has figured out the principle of how the eye of heavenly disgust finds its target. Your Majesty, the target has been killed. What should we do next? Just then, Bai Yun's request came from the display in front of him. Since we are here, let's get rid of the Scarlet Gods here by the way. As for the remaining soldiers of the Mist Legion, leave them to the Tianzi Kingdom to deal with. We didn't bring any soldiers here, so we won't do such hard work. Go all out, don't worry, I'm here. Zhou ordered casually. Then he thought of some things in the past, and couldn't help laughing. He used to be a cautious lord who relied on the protection of Neltharion and attacked the territory of the fog monsters without any scruples. Now he has changed his role and become their protector? The development of the world is really wonderful. Yes, Your Majesty. After receiving the order, Bai Yun did not waste time. After conveying His Majesty's thoughts to other gods, he immediately began to hunt the other 5 Scarlet Gods of the Imperial Scarlet Legion. At this time, Zhou's personal terminal suddenly appeared a video request. He looked at it, and his scattered eyes immediately focused. It was Ji Yun calling. Chapter 790. Zhou answered the video call, and soon, the terminal screen showed the appearance of Ji Yun and Lu Xun. At the same time, not far from them, there was a Taoist who was wearing a blue Taoist robe, a Huayang scarf on his head, holding a whisk, and carrying a sword on his back. He looked like an immortal. It was Fuyo's sword Emperor Lu Yin. Beside him, there was an emperor wearing an imperial robe, a crown on his head, a plump body, and a kind face. His body was somewhat illusory and transparent, and it didn't look like his real body had arrived. It was Xianyuan Huangdi, but at this time, both of them looked solemn. When Zhou saw the scene, his heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. It's Zhou, we just came back and saw the message you sent. Ji Yun forced a smile. Uncle Ji, how is the White River Palace Master doing? Zhou asked. As soon as this was said, Ji Yun and Lu Xun fell silent. Don't worry about this matter. We will definitely rescue His Majesty Baihe. Elvesian said. The immortal god is useless? Zhou frowned. In theory. With the immortal god, even if facing 3 true gods at the same time, there is a certain chance of winning. After all, it is a treasure made by the Lord God, and its effect is almost comparable to that of a true artifact. It's not useless, but it can't be used. Ji Yun sighed. Elvesian nodded silently. Are you Jiaoyang? Just then, a gentle voice, like spring breeze, sounded. I saw Huangdi and Lu Xu walking one after the other, looking at Zhou's appearance in the terminal with smiles and curiosity. Junior Zhou, meet Senior Huangdi, meet Senior Lu Xu. Zhou saw the 2 true gods looking at him, and immediately said respectfully, Haha, no need to be polite. Huangdi shook his head, and looked at Zhou with admiration. I have heard a lot about you. It's good. I didn't expect that my human race would produce a genius like you until now. You have done what many lords in our human race have not done in history. That's right. We have also seen the immortal god scroll you gave us. It is really a divine object, worthy of being created by a saint. Lu Xu also stroked his beard beside him, and sighed. The Lord God, for them, the immortals, is a saint-like existence. Although the paths are different, they are equally worthy of respect and awe. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. In addition, I was just lucky to get the treasure of immortal god. Zhou did not overly modestly and smiled lightly. The immortal god scroll was indeed found in the treasure house of the former Ice Ghost Kingdom, and it was not even a treasure strengthened by his king of trophies. Faced with such a heaven-fallen treasure, it can only be described as good luck. Your luck is so deep that even I can't understand it. Huangdi observed Zhou for a moment, and couldn't help showing a look of amazement on his face. It is only natural that you can get a divine object like the immortal god. Senior, how is the White River Palace Master doing? Zhou didn't want to talk more about this topic, so he asked his doubts directly. Elvesian looked worried and concerned when he heard this. Huangdi thought about it, and said, the Dark Lord of Tyranny and Despotism, Azrat, based on his Triple Abyss Kingdom domain, joined forces with the Spider Queen Rose and the Undead King Aukis to set up a true god-level ban, sealing the White River in the depths of the Abyss. These 3 Abyss true gods are also in the restriction, and are working together to murder His Majesty Baihe. If we don't save him in time, Baihe is likely to fall. Just now we tried to attack that restriction, but we couldn't break it at all, and the 3 Abyss true gods refused to come out. They should be thinking of letting Baihe fall first, and then come out to deal with us. Faced with such an enemy, we have no way to deal with it for the time being. As soon as the voice fell, Ji Yun and Lu Xun sighed softly. Your Majesty, why did you tell him about this? Won't it just increase your worries? Lu Xun couldn't help but said. You must not be rude to His Majesty Huangdi. Lu Zhu frowned. I'm sorry, Your Majesty Huangdi. Lu Xun also knew that his words had crossed the line, and immediately apologized obediently. No problem. Huangdi always had a gentle and indifferent smile on his face. As a junior, it's a good thing to worry about the seniors. Will we be happy if we don't care about anything? Besides, Zhu is different. He is likely to join our human race's Supreme Council in the future. It is not necessarily bad for him to know some news about our human race's high-level officials in advance. Huangdi said seriously. There is another point he didn't say. Let Zhou know that Baihe is likely to fall, and we can also see his true attitude towards the human race from his reaction. If he is loyal to the human race and tries every means to protect the human race and make the human race better, Huangdi and others will naturally not treat Zhou unfairly. And if Zhou knows that Baihe is about to fall, and the human race is about to fall into a long period of weakness, and suddenly behaves in an ambiguous way towards the human race, and even has the idea of leaving his own race and joining another race, then the human race will naturally not invest anything in him to prevent things like wasted money from happening. This kind of thing has happened to the human race before. As the highest leader of the human race besides Emperor Pangu, Huangdi must be on guard against it. After all, if they want to train Zhou with all their strength within the scope of the Supreme Agreement, the resources they need to pay are huge. Zhou frowned when he heard this. This is a bit tricky. But there is a way. He now has 3 defensive artifacts, the Eternal Fall of the Stick's Divine Armor, 3 offensive artifacts, the Sword of Dimensional Creation, and 3 9-headed Nightmare Demon Hearts. If they are used, the crisis of Baihe can definitely be easily resolved. The question is, does Zhou dare to use it? He fell into deep thought. Seeing Zhou's expression, Huangdi, Lu Zhu, Ji-yun, and Lu Xun also sighed in their hearts. They didn't think Zhou could come up with a solution. Or, ask the Emperor to help? Lu Zhu asked after hesitating for a moment. Huangdi was silent. Ji-yun and Lu Xun didn't dare to speak. Asking the Emperor to help can certainly save Baihe, but it also means that the Emperor's early recovery process is completely in vain. It will take a long time to wait for the Emperor's injury to recover, which also means that it will take a long time for the human race to return to its peak. If the Emperor is not asked to help, Baihe is doomed to fall. Once this news is leaked, the human race will be in danger of losing a top powerhouse. On the one hand, the human race's future potential is damaged, and on the other hand, the human race is in crisis at present. How to choose? After a long time. I will ask the Emperor to help, Huangdi said. But Lu Zhu hesitated and struggled. The Emperor is the master of the human race, and he is very great and respected in the hearts of all human beings. It can be said that every human who knows the deeds of the Emperor is willing to sacrifice his life for the Emperor's return, not to mention that the Emperor's return means the future and revival of the human race. Even if Baihe sacrifices himself at this time, when the Emperor returns in the future, it may not be impossible to revive him. This is also the reason for his hesitation. No need to say more. I will use the secret method to wake up the Emperor. Huangdi's expression became firm, and then he was about to use the secret method to contact the Emperor. But Lu Zhu pursed his lips. We must save the Lord of Baihe. At this time, Zhou's firm voice sounded, but it is not necessary to wake up the Emperor. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at him in astonishment, and even Huangdi, who was just about to use the secret method, raised his head and looked at Zhou in surprise.